Chapter 284. Hogwarts Tower. If you keep going up along the revolving stairs, you will arrive at the divination classroom. Umbridge came earlier than all the students. Being a toad must have its advantages. Maybe she jumped all the way up the stairs, or that's what some students imagined. Seeing Professor Trelawney, an almost predatory smile immediately formed on her face. "Good afternoon, Professor Trelawney. You should know that today is the day I check on your class." "Hello, Professor Umbridge," Trelawney said deadpan. After some time getting to know her, none of the staff at Hogwarts likes the pink toad. After Trelawney finished speaking, Dhe walked to the front of the classroom and took a seat. Apparently, she had no intention of entertaining Umbridge. HMPH. Umbridge gave her a contemptuous look before moving a chair and placing it a few inches behind Trelawney. Such a move made Trelawney feel disgust from the bottom of her heart. At this time, there was a burst of laughter outside the classroom. The students came to the classroom full of joy. But they were greeted by a lifeless Trelawney and a smiling Umbridge. The laughter and smiles disappeared in an instant, and everyone hurried to their seats and sat down. Today we are going to talk about predictive dreams. Please open the Guide to Interpreting Dreams and work in pairs to help each other interpret their recent dreams. Trelawney's tone was no longer as cryptic as before, but her voice was trembling, indicating that she was worried and frightened. After arranging the content of today's class, Trelawney planned to return to her seat. But seeing Umbridge sitting behind the seat, she hesitated for half a second, then turned and walked towards the students who were interpreting their dreams, thinking that as long as she doesn't go back to her seat, she can avoid the toad problem. This is obviously a bit naive. Umbridge closed the notebook in her hand and walked quickly behind Trelawney. "Last time, the answers you gave to some of my questions weren't very clear. How long have you been working here? Please be precise." "About 16 years. Seeing that she could not escape the fate of being questioned, Trelawney's expression was very depressed. Umbridge didn't give up on the next question because of the professor's depressed attitude. "You're Cassandra Trelawney's great-great-granddaughter, right?" "Yes," Trelawney tilted her head involuntarily. Her reaction was exactly what Umbridge liked to see. "Very well, you are the second person in the Trelawney family who has the seer ability besides Cassandra, right?" Trelawney nodded proudly. This ability is a talent that many people dream of. Seeing that Professor Trelawney was stepping into the trap step by step without knowing it, Lucas shook his head helplessly. "No wonder she has the lowest grade among all the professors. She's really too careless." He was no longer interested in listening to the conversation between the two professors. Just when Lucas was about to find something to do, he heard the voices of Harry and Ron from the next table. "Come up with a dream. What if the old toad comes to ask us later?" Harry's tone seemed anxious, and after saying this, he gave Umbridge a wary look. "It was me last time, it's time for you this time," Ron's dissatisfied voice sounded. After thinking hard for a long time, Harry said, "But I don't have dreams these days, why don't we make one up?" Lucas was no longer interested in listening to the following content, but his attention was attracted by Harry's phrase of, "I haven't dreamed lately." If he remembers correctly, it would take some time for Voldemort to realize the connection between himself and Harry. "It seems that I have to talk to the old bee about this problem." When Lucas sorted out a plan in his mind, Umbridge's checks for divination classes were also completed. When he saw Professor Trelawney pretending to make up a prophecy, Lucas knew she was done for. The divination class ended soon. Immediately following the second quarter in the afternoon was Umbridge's defense against the dark arts class. "Good afternoon, everyone. Please turn the book to page 19. Today we are going to study the book's second chapter, The Theory of Ordinary Defense and Its Origins." Although they were prepared for this, the students still complained dissatisfied. Waiting until the long, grueling defense against the dark arts class is finally over, everyone left the classroom and fled to the Great Hall for dinner. "Draco, what's the matter with you?" Seeing Draco Malfoy left alone, the smile on the toad's face became warm. "Professor, I recently learned something, and I think it is necessary to tell you." "What's the matter?" There was a bit of curiosity in Umbridge's eyes, but more delight. Really, only she is the most reliable. Thinking of this, Umbridge looked at Draco even more intensely. Cough, I heard that Potter recently organized a secret research team to study those dangerous spells. And they named the research group DA, which I think you should know. DA, Umbridge narrowed her eyes and repeated the 2 letters in her mouth. Within seconds, Draco saw her eyes light up. Dumbledore, it must be so. It seems we need to do something. Draco, I need your help. This, Draco grimaced. Professor, if there is no order from Lucas, the chief of Slytherin, I will be powerless. Umbridge was taken aback for a moment. She almost forgot that Lucas existed. It's okay, I have other ways. The Tower of Gryffindor tonight was the same as usual. No one noticed that Harry lying on the bed was frowning tightly, as if he was experiencing a nightmare. He only joked during the day that he didn't have dreams recently, and the same night he got a nightmare. It seemed that sometimes he shouldn't talk too much. He was in a very strange state right now. He knew he was dreaming, but he couldn't wake up. He could only be forced to follow the perspective in the dream and experience everything. This feeling is very annoying. My friend, I tell you, you seem to have messed up. Forgive me, Master. Harry was immediately drawn to the conversation in the dream. He saw a vague figure kneeling in front of another. Before he could take a closer look at the appearance of the 2 of them, a sharp and hoarse voice reached his ears. Crucio. A red light dominated Harry's vision, and he sat up abruptly from the bed. Seeing the familiar surroundings, listening to Ron's deafening snores, he smiled self-deprecatingly again. I didn't expect that it has been so long, and I still can't forget everything that happened in the cemetery. He took for granted that nightmare he just had was entirely due to the profound experience in the cemetery a few months ago. Wiping the sweat away, he returned to sleep again. This time he slept very soundly and didn't dream of that strange scene again. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. The students walked to the Great Hall in groups, discussing what delicious food will be served this morning. Suddenly, they saw Filch walking out of the Great Hall carrying a ladder. Bang, 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 Tilda. The hammer smashed down on the steel nail, and then something like a picture frame was hung on it. Education Decree Number 24. Someone among the students gathered outside the Great Hall read the above content aloud. All student organizations, associations, teams, or clubs are hereby dissolved. Organizations, associations, teams, and clubs are defined as regular gatherings of 3 or more students. Re-establishment can be requested from the High Inquisitor, Professor Umbridge. No student organizations, associations, teams, and clubs shall exist without the approval of the High Inquisitor. Any student found forming or participating in any organization, association, team, or club without the approval of the High Inquisitor shall be immediately expelled. The above regulations are in compliance with Education Decree Number 24. Once this education order was promulgated, it immediately caused an uproar among the students, especially the Quidditch teams of the 4 houses. Seeing that the Quidditch tournament was about to start, promulgating this education decree at this time is completely killing this sport. Ron frowned, looking worriedly at his friend. Harry, it doesn't matter, she can't find us, and our people have signed a non-disclosure agreement. No one is willing to bear the price of revealing the secret. When thinking of this, he remembered that the humiliating word, sneak, will appear on the face of Wbo ever revealed it, so Ron nodded reassuringly. But both of them seemed to have forgotten that there is such a thing as Veritaserum in the world. It would be fine to say that Ron didn't remember it, but Harry just saw its power a few months ago and still didn't think about it at this time. At night, during another study group meeting, after everyone left, Draco and others came again. What, you want to send me to Umbridge to sign it? Draco said in disbelief. Lucas nodded and said, That's right, since the Education Decree Number 24 was created because of you, of course it's up to you to reorganize the Quidditch team. Wasn't it you who made me? Before Draco could finish his sentence, Lucas glared at him, and Draco, who couldn't tell the truth, smiled bitterly. Okay. That's right, who made you the captain of the team, and as long as you go, I'm sure Umbridge will agree without hesitation. Draco smiled bitterly. What about the study group? Do you need me to get her to sign it as well? No, she will never sign it when she sees my name on it. Don't worry, I already have a solution. Draco and the others were sent away, and Lucas came to the castle alone. He likes to walk alone in the dead of the night, which is good for thinking about his next plans. Just when he was considering whether to go to Dumbledore or not, he suddenly sensed the magical reaction of the twins in front of him. Feeling playful, he immediately approached the two of them using the disillusionment charm. Chapter 285. Fred, I don't think it's time for a new product. There's enough skiving snack boxes. The toad will find out about them soon, George, so we must develop a new product before that happens. On the hall steps, the twins had an argument over their differences as Lucas walked behind the two of them and said in a low voice, I think Fred's point of view is quite correct. The two quickly jumped up from the steps, but seeing that it was Lucas, their pale faces turned rosy again. Boss, are you trying to scare us to death? I thought it was that guy Filch coming. Lucas asked puzzledly, why are you afraid of Filch? They looked at each other and said, because Filch is now the toad's lackey. He always goes to complain to her, and every time we would be put in detention. What the two said surprised Lucas. It seems that some people forget who gave him this precious job. Keeping this matter in mind, Lucas asked the two of them again. I'm looking for you. I've set up a study group. Are you interested in joining? The two looked at each other and smiled, and replied in unison. Of course, we have been waiting for a long time. Early the next morning, looking at defense against the dark arts on the schedule, the fifth-year students were wailing before they entered the classroom. Hey, did you hear? Professor Trelawney doesn't seem to be doing well. I was there, and she kept complaining to everyone that she had been humiliated by Professor Umbridge. On the way to the defense against the dark arts classroom, the students chatted about some gossip. Harry frowned. He was worrying about the Quidditch team. Although he is not the captain, he still wants to help because he loves Quidditch. And he knows very well that the reason why Umbridge refused to agree to Angelina's application to re-establish the Gryffindor Quidditch team is most likely related to him. Potter, it's been a long time. Harry raised his head abruptly and saw the platinum-haired boy standing at the door of the classroom. Since the two parted ways last year, they have not spoken a word. Malfoy, what do you want? Harry's eyes turned cold, and he glanced from left to right. Well, all of Draco's cronies are there, the offspring of the Death Eaters. Draco didn't care about the other person's eyes. He raised the parchment rolled up in his hand and said, The Slytherin Quidditch team has been approved to be reformed. How about yours? You know that the match between our two houses will start soon. So fast, Ron said in surprise. Draco enjoyed the surprised look in his eyes. Yes, Professor Umbridge and my father are good friends. I just asked her to do me a small favor. Draco's original intention was to remind Harry that there was something wrong with Umbridge, but it's a pity that he doesn't seem to understand. Looking at Harry passing by, Draco sighed in his mind. Students, please turn to page 34 of your book and read Chapter 3, Reasons for Non-Offensive Responses to Magical Attacks, and remember. The shrill and fake girly voice echoed in the classroom. The students picked up their books and read aloud in pain. In the entire classroom, perhaps only Harry can read the contents of the book with a smile on his face. It's not that he likes to study, and it's not that the old toad compromised. He just thought of what he had done these days, and he felt very excited. Come to think of it, he and the members of the DA were doing things that Umbridge and the Ministry of Magic would not allow. Isn't that exciting? Every time he thinks of someone who has successfully learned to defend against spells thanks to him, Harry feels extremely happy inside. With continuous in-depth study, members of the DA are now more and more convinced of him. There was also a trace of admiration in the eyes looking at him. Everyone's performance made Harry feel very useful. Harry, who was giggling alone, didn't notice that Umbridge was watching him from the podium. Since knowing that Harry Potter formed an illegal organization without authorization, she has been trying to find ways to punish the boy. But without substantial evidence, she has no chance to deal with him. That damn squib still hasn't found the hiding place of the DA until now. Umbridge complained in her mind, walked to Harry's side and coughed on purpose. When he realized that the toad was staring at him, Harry restrained his smile and concentrated on reading the contents of the textbook. But she seemed to be trying to find trouble with him today, and she didn't move until 10 minutes later. At night, the nightmare continued to strike. Harry really wanted to slap himself in the face hard. Since he said during divination class that he didn't dream, he has been having nightmares these days. Since he had become used to it, he just followed the dream and observed the surrounding environment. This time, the line of sight was very low, and he clearly felt that his body was soft and cold. Is it some animal? The question didn't bother Harry for long, because soon his attention was drawn to other things. A vast ocean appeared in his sight. And although the surrounding environment was extremely dark, he could still tell that he was standing on the edge of a cliff. And there seems to be a small island in the distance, and there should be a lighthouse on the small island, for there was a ray of light shining from there. What is this place? Harry wanted to go to the island to see it, but this dream's direction is not up to him. However, through the perspective of his dream, he saw many patrolling people on the island. But before he could see clearly, he woke up from the dream again. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he felt the need to talk to Dumbledore. No matter how stupid he is, he can sense that there is something wrong with these nightmares. Meanwhile, inside Dumbledore's office, Lucas and Dumbledore were chatting about Umbridge. Is it really okay to let her go on like this? Why not? Since we know that she is a Death Eater, there is nothing to worry about, Lucas said lightly. And her actions, these days, have indeed attracted everyone's attention. Didn't you notice that few people talk about us Slytherins recently? Dumbledore nodded with a smile. Umbridge is indeed a good target to attract hate. At this critical moment, he certainly hoped to see the four houses reunite. After talking about this, Lucas talked about the problem with Harry's head. Headmaster, have you thought about using the connection between Harry and Voldemort to do something? I thought about it, but the risk is a bit high. Big risks can often bring big rewards. I think it can be used to our advantage. What are you planning? Dumbledore looked curiously at the blonde boy beside him. It's too early to tell. We have to find out if Voldemort is aware of his connection to Harry. When this matter is confirmed, it won't be too late for us to make arrangements. I think it's better to start with that prophecy. It's time for you to meet Harry. As soon as the voice fell, Luca's figure disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the voice of Harry came from the bottom of the spiral staircase. Seeing that the stone gargoyle moved away, Harry's expression brightened, because it meant that Dumbledore was finally willing to meet him. Seeing Harry in pajamas as he walked into the office excitedly, Dumbledore suddenly understood what Luca's last words meant. Harry, what's the matter? Professor, I've been having some strange dreams recently. Oh, Dumbledore's eyes flashed brightly. What kind of dream is it? Harry suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Just because of a few dreams, he was really impulsive and came to disturb the elderly headmaster so late. I just dreamed of some strange things, and I think it seems to indicate something. Harry told Dumbledore all about the nightmares of the last few days. Seeing the old man had a serious expression, Harry added a sentence after finishing speaking. Probably because I was too tired during this period, so I have nightmares at night. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. No, I trust you, Harry. Dumbledore led him to the sofa and sat down. Harry, remember what I said about your special connection with Voldemort. Of course, when Voldemort was going to kill me, my mother protected me, which allowed some of his abilities to be transferred into my body, such as Parseltongue. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. That's right, those strange dreams you have are actually related to these abilities. It makes you have a magical connection with Voldemort. You can see through your dreams what Voldemort is doing, and that's not going to do you any favors, so I've arranged for Severus to help you with that. Really? Harry lowered his head. He didn't think this ability was dangerous. Instead, he felt special at the moment, because he could see the bad things Voldemort was doing. Isn't that special? Not even Dumbledore can do that. Dumbledore, who is old and mature, immediately saw through his little thoughts, but he didn't point it out. because these problems will be solved by Snape. Want to know why you and Voldemort got so entangled? Harry nodded hastily. Dumbledore was finally about to tell him something secret. Does this mean that he can also participate in the plans of the Order of the Phoenix in the future? Harry's eyes were full of longing. Dumbledore smiled and said, "It's all about a prophecy." Under Harry's curious eyes, Dumbledore uttered the prophecy that was made more than 10 years ago. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. Yes, Dumbledore didn't tell the full prophecy. He just said a few more words from what Voldemort knows. If Voldemort was finding out what was going on through Harry, then when he hears the last sentence, he will want to know the follow-up content. "Is it all?" Harry asked curiously. "No, but it's getting late now, and you'll know the rest later." Seeing Dumbledore's mysterious appearance, Harry wanted to ask something else, but seeing the old headmaster's face, he had no choice but to leave the office. Meanwhile, in Little Hangleton, Voldemort summoned the Death Eaters overnight. "Before the fall of Azkaban, I need you to go to the Ministry of Magic to get the prophecy back. I will send Nagini to get the prophecy ball, and you have to protect her." Chapter 286. Having sent away Harry, Dumbledore turned around to see Lucas reappearing on the couch. It appears that Harry is in contact with Voldemort more and more frequently. "Headmaster, did you see Mr. Potter's eyes just now?" Dumbledore nodded solemnly. "Although those snake eyes appeared for just a moment, they still didn't escape my eyes. I think it's better to inform the members of the Order of the Phoenix to take turns guarding the gate of the Department of Mysteries. Whether Voldemort has noticed the connection with Potter will be known soon." Dumbledore agreed with Lucas's proposal very much, so he immediately wrote a letter and handed it to his phoenix, Fawkes. With a flash of fire, Fawkes disappeared from the sycamore wood perch. "A friendly reminder, you'd better prepare some portkeys leading to the Prewett family home." Watching the back of Lucas leaving, Dumbledore frowned, not understanding why he said this suddenly. Time flies, this year's Quidditch Cup is coming as scheduled. A whole year has passed, and the students have long wanted to compete and watch it. The first match of the year will be Slytherin versus Gryffindor. It can be said that the meeting of two enemies is full of highlights, but Lucas did not go to watch the game because he was very confident that Slytherin would win. The "Weasley is our king" song did not appear this time because Lucas didn't want the attention of the whole school to be on Slytherin House again. The result was no surprise, and the Slytherins were victorious. Although the golden snitch was finally caught by Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley was like a cullender. The Slytherin chasers managed to score 18 quaffles before Harry caught the snitch. If Harry hadn't stopped the loss in time to end the game, the score might have continued to expand. At the end of the game, Ron blamed himself for the loss. Just when Harry was thinking about how to comfort his friend, he happened to meet Professors Umbridge and McGonagall. The Toad said in her annoying voice, "Although I didn't agree with Gryffindor House to form a Quidditch team, I didn't expect you to go directly to the headmaster in the end. Forget it, since it has been established, I won't bother with it anymore, but please take a look at the latest education decree." McGonagall took the parchment from Umbridge's hand and saw that it said, "Education Decree Number 25. "Another one?" Professor McGonagall's tone was slightly exasperated, but her eyes continued to look down. "The High Inquisitor will henceforth have supreme authority over all punishments, sanctions, and deprivation of rights involving Hogwarts students, and have the right to modify such punishments, sanctions, and deprivation of rights made by other faculty members." At the bottom of the parchment was the signature of Minister of Magic Pew's Thickness. How could Pew's? Umbridge proudly retrieved the parchment. "I am now suspending Harry Potter, because I have received information that he has violated the Educational Decree Number 24. There is reliable news that he secretly formed a group and is training them in secret. Until this news is verified, he will not be able to participate in the following Quidditch matches." Banned, Harry couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The two professors looked towards the foyer, where Harry and Ronald were standing. Umbridge said proudly, "That's right, it's a suspension." Then she grinned and turned to walk away. Harry knew that she was coming for him, so after being suspended, he devoted more energy to the training of the DA. Umbridge had expected the other side to give in, but unexpectedly, he did the opposite. After chasing and trying to intercept them again and again, she was always unable to catch the members of the DA, which made her more and more irritable. She asked Draco for help several times, but was also cleverly rejected by the other party. Harry found joy in the battle of wits with Umbridge and fought with great joy every day. Time went by like this for weeks. During this period of time, more and more education decrees were promulgated. Umbridge also became the most annoying professor Hogwarts has ever seen. She couldn't take it anymore after not being able to get hold of Harry Potter for so long, so she took the initiative to meet Lucas. When Draco sent the news back, the corners of Luca's lips rose slightly. The pink toad finally took the bait. Knock, 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 tilde. In the evening, Lucas knocked on the door of the defense against the dark arts office. Getting the reply from inside, he pushed open the door and walked inside. Umbridge's office was full of pink, with plates with magical images of cats adorning the walls. "Mr. Grindelwald, please sit down." "I don't know why Professor Umbridge asked me to come. We seem to have been in peace recently, right? Of course, I had some misunderstandings about Mr. Grindelwald in the past. I called you here today to resolve this misunderstanding." Lucas said with a smile, "I am here for this purpose as well. As a Slytherin, you and I actually understand that only when we cooperate will it be beneficial to both parties, don't we?" Umbridge nodded yes, but didn't think the same in her mind. It is true that if she is only the senior undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic, there is no harm in cooperating with Lucas, but unfortunately, she has another identity. The task of her other identity is to worsen the relationship between Lucas and the Ministry of Magic. However, it is not impossible to temporarily use Lucas to deal with Harry Potter. I heard that Mr. Grindelwald is also planning to form a study group. That's right. In my spare time, I want to organize students to read texts in the common room to pass the boring time. I see. Umbridge nodded and said, "If it's just reading, I can't think of any reason to reject you children who love to learn." Lucas smiled and put the application form of the study group in front of her. When he saw Umbridge put her signature on it, Lucas immediately said, "Tomorrow morning, Draco and others will come to you to report. Maybe you can ask them to set up a team to check those students who have poor discipline." "It's a good idea. It seems that we hit it off very well, Mr. Grindelwald." The two hands shook lightly. The two smiling people were calculating each other in their hearts. As the days kept passing, under the instruction of Lucas, Draco and others showed a positive attitude. But every time, they were just a little late to catch Harry's DA. This annoyed Umbridge, but there was nothing she could do about it. On this day, another meeting of the study group came. In the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, everyone was practicing Sectum Sempra against the wooden humanoid target. The practice of the killing curse came to an end last month. Even if some don't have enough power to use the killing curse at full power, at least they can cast it successfully. For them being able to do this, Lucas was already very satisfied. So the second spell he taught everyone was the Dark Cutting Curse, invented by Professor Snape. This spell does not need to be backed by powerful magic, and the casting action is equally simple, while its power is not bad either. If it hits a vital part, it is also a one-hit kill. The time slowly came to 11 o'clock in the night, so Lucas stopped everyone who was practicing. "This is the last group activity this semester, and the next activity will be after the Christmas holidays. I hope you all have a pleasant holiday." Waiting until everyone left, Lucas looked over to the Weasley twins who were left behind. "How about the alchemy I taught you?" The two looked at each other, drew 2 alchemy circles on the ground, and then put a damaged humanoid target into each of them, and after activating them, a red light bloomed. The damaged humanoid targets were restored to their original state. Lucas drew out his wand and said to the target, "Expelliarmus." The magic spell was completely absorbed when it hit the target. Not long after, the wand in the human target's hand also shot a disarming charm. Elementary alchemy object not bad. After months of practice, the twins' alchemy studies have finally paid off. Lucas taught alchemy to the two of them. It is also because he hoped that the two could use alchemy to create more weird and effective alchemy props. He'd always thought that alchemy would suit the Weasley twins. Being complimented by Lucas, the twins looked at each other and smiled. Thanks to the teaching of the boss. When our store opens, we will definitely give you a surprise. Lucas doesn't care about surprises. He only hoped that the two of them would become proficient in alchemy as soon as possible. Whether it is for themselves or for the future war, it can help. Harry, lying on the bed, fell into a magical dream again. Having learned the exact reason why this happened from Dumbledore, he was no longer afraid, and even felt that it was very good for him to probe Voldemort's secrets like this now. This time, the angle of view was still very low, and his body was still soft and icy cold. After experiencing it many times, Harry probably guessed what perspective he was in. A snake. He was now a snake. Harry tried to keep his eyes open and found himself in a dark corridor. And at the end of the corridor, there was a person sitting in front of a door and sleeping. That person looked familiar to Harry, but because it was too dim, he didn't recognize who it was. As his vision got closer, Harry found himself next to the man. At this moment, the man was suddenly awakened, and the silver blanket slid from him. Harry's eyes widened. No wonder the person looked so familiar. It was actually Ron's father, Arthur Weasley. Before he recovered from his surprise, he found that the snake he had turned into bit Mr. Weasley's arm. No! Harry screamed and sat up on the bed, which awakened Ron, who saw Harry clutching his forehead, so he hurried to his bedside. Chapter 287. Lucas and Dumbledore did not expect that Voldemort would attack in advance, which disrupted their original plans. Just now, Dumbledore was in the office making arrangements for what was to come. Thanks to reliable sources, they knew in advance that Voldemort would send Death Eaters to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic on Christmas night. But when Professor McGonagall took Harry into the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sensed something ominous. Maybe they miscalculated something this time. "Harry, what do you want from me?" Dumbledore asked softly, but Harry looked panic-stricken, obviously unable to answer the question. "Minerva, can you tell me what happened?" "Albus, Harry, he had a dream." "That wasn't a dream," Harry interrupted Professor McGonagall roughly. Seeing Harry reacting like this, Dumbledore hurriedly comforted him. "Calm down, Harry, speak slowly, and tell me what happened." Harry took a deep breath and said, "I saw something strange in my dream again. Just like I told you last time, this time I know what I became in it. It was a snake, a very big snake." "So, what did you see this time?" Dumbledore guided him to tell what he saw. He knew that Harry must have seen something very important this time. "I attacked Mr. Weasley. The feeling was very clear, and I bit through his skin with my fangs." "Professor Dumbledore, hurry up and rescue Mr. Weasley. You said that there is a connection between me and Voldemort, so it must be real that Mr. Weasley has been attacked." "Calm down, Harry. Can you tell me where the Mr. Weasley you saw in the dream is?" Harry didn't understand the use of asking such useless information, but he still grumpily described the hallway in his dream. After listening to Harry's description, Dumbledore immediately looked at Professor McGonagall beside him. "Please inform Mrs. Weasley and the Weasley children to come." When Professor McGonagall left, he drew his wand and summoned his patroness. Lucas, who was discussing alchemy with the twins, suddenly looked up to the sky above the secret room. Immediately afterwards, a silver-white phoenix appeared. Dumbledore's voice came from Phoenix Patroness. "Lucas, please come to my office immediately. Voldemort attacked ahead of time. Mr. Weasley is injured." "Dad," the twins exclaimed. Lucas frowned and said, "You two come to the headmaster's office with me." When the three entered the office, Dumbledore was giving orders to the old portrait near the ceiling. "Everard and Diles Derwent, did you all hear that?" A wizard with short black hair and an old witch with curly silver hair opened their eyes at the same time. "Certainly." After receiving the reply from the two portraits, Dumbledore immediately ordered, "That boy has red hair, go look for him immediately." Also pay attention to whether there are enemies, and send an alarm to your own people." The wizard named Everard nodded and disappeared from the portrait together with the old witch. Everard and Dyles Derwent are the famous headmasters of Hogwarts. So many places have their portraits. As the owners of the portraits, they can freely shuttle among their own portraits. Please be patient. The two of them will send back news soon. At this moment, the Weasley family had gathered in the office. Mrs. Weasley looked worried, and Ginny immediately threw herself into Lucas's arms when she saw him. "Lucas, Dad will be fine, right? Don't worry, leave it to me." After comforting her, Lucas came to Dumbledore's side. The old man was fiddling with a silver instrument, while Harry stood by and watched curiously. "Headmaster, can you tell me exactly what happened?" Dumbledore didn't look back, but simply told the story. Hearing that everything was Harry's snooping from Voldemort, he couldn't help but give him a look. Perhaps sensing Luca's gaze, Harry's eyes showed a little smugness. At this moment, Dumbledore finally got the instrument ready. They saw him tap the instrument a few times with the tip of his wand, and it released a cloud of smoke. Then it gradually formed the shape of a snake. It turns out that it is actually separated. As soon as Dumbledore's words fell, the smoke snake split into two, dancing and spinning in midair. Harry didn't understand what Dumbledore was saying, but Lucas knew that Dumbledore identified Nagini's Horcrux through Harry's dream and this instrument. The two looked at each other, and Rosier remained silent. "Dumbledore. How about over there?" Dumbledore looked hurriedly at the portrait. Not only him, but everyone in the room looked at Headmaster Everard, who was wiping his sweat. "I saw him. The situation was very bad. The big snake entangled him and dragged him in," I shouted in various portraits, hoping to attract people's attention. "Strangely enough, there doesn't seem to be anyone on duty around. That's weird, Dumbledore. I have a bad feeling." Everard's words made the hearts of those present sink, and Mrs. Weasley's tears started falling instantly. She and Ginny hugged each other, both mother and daughter sobbing quietly. The twins clenched their fists tightly. They didn't want to lose their father. As for Ronald, he was holding his head in his hands at the moment. His face was pale, and his eyes were dull. It looked like he was already on the brink of collapse. At this moment, Headmistress Dyles Derwent also returned to her portrait. "I have notified St. Mungo's, and they are ready to receive the wounded. The question now is how to get him out." "Headmaster Dumbledore." Mrs. Weasley's eyes were red, begging her most respected headmaster. "Let me go, even if they have an ambush. I can easily deal with it." The sudden voice woke everyone up. Looking at Lucas, who had his arms folded, Dumbledore nodded. "If it's you, it's totally fine. You go to attract attention first, rescue Arthur, and that person will arrive later." Lucas knew who Dumbledore was talking about. "It's not too late, I'm leaving now." Just when he was about to use a portkey to leave Hogwarts, the voice of Harry suddenly came. "Wait." Seeing the doubts in everyone's eyes, Harry hesitated and said, "I'll go too. Maybe I can deal with that big snake." He wanted to say that he was a Parseltongue, which might help him convince Nagini to let Arthur Weasley go. Lucas sneered and immediately activated the portkey and disappeared in place. This caused Harry's face to turn red. Feeling someone patting his shoulder lightly, he turned quickly and looked back. Dumbledore smiled kindly and said, "Don't worry, everyone has their own mission, and your mission hasn't come yet. What you need to do now is to learn occlumency as soon as possible. I have already told Severus to start teaching you from this Christmas holiday." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he turned to look at the Weasleys. "Don't worry, Lucas will bring Arthur back safely." "Yeah, Mom, Lucas will have no trouble at all rescuing him." As Lucas' girlfriend, no one knows Lucas' true strength better than Ginny. The twins also nodded in agreement. During this period of time, they have been training with the study group, and the two also experienced Lucas' profound knowledge and power. If it was him, he would definitely be able to bring their father back safely. Among the brothers and sisters, perhaps only Ron was full of mistrust towards Lucas. "You take a break here, Minerva. You stay with Molly. I'll ask the elves to prepare some hot food." Dumbledore walked out of the office after speaking. On the 7th floor of Hogwarts, Snape was standing under an oil lamp looking directly at the empty corridor. "Professor Snape, why don't you rest at this late hour?" Snape turned slowly towards the direction of the voice. "Professor Umbridge wandering around the castle, so late is not a good habit. I'm here to check if any students have sneaked out of the dormitory at night." "Then you are probably worrying too much. It is already early morning, and even the naughtiest students know how to go back to sleep." After Snape finished speaking, he turned his head back and continued to stare blankly at the corridor in the distance. "Professor Snape, you haven't answered my question. What are you doing here so late?" Before Snape could answer, Dumbledore's voice came from afar. "I have something to do with Severus, Professor Umbridge. It's getting late, you should hurry back and rest." Looking at the two people going away, Umbridge squinted, intent on following them to hear what they had to say, but worried that she would be discovered by Dumbledore. Lucas, who left the range of Hogwarts, immediately used the Void Rift to rush to the Ministry of Magic. When he came to the Department of Mysteries, he found that the staff of the Ministry of Magic who were on duty tonight had lost their breath of life. "Quick, don't let him escape, chase after him." There was a loud shout in front of him. Lucas's eyes froze, and he hurried towards the direction of the sound. Chapter 288. Derek Walls, 23 years old, a new recruit to the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries. The Department of Mysteries is known as the top-secret department of the Ministry of Magic. But in fact, not many people want to work here, and the reason is simple: there is no chance of getting ahead. Now that you come to work in the Ministry of Magic, who doesn't want to be promoted to be an official of the Ministry of Magic? There are so many departments in the Ministry of Magic where everyone has a chance to be promoted, except the Department of Mysteries. This is the most important department of the Ministry of Magic, and it is also the most hopeless department. But Derek was very satisfied with his job. He is a half-blood wizard with very poor family conditions, so being able to work in the Ministry of Magic is already very satisfying. How could he dislike any position? Tonight, Derek was on duty in the lobby of the Department of Mysteries, as usual. Looking at several colleagues who were playing cards, he hesitated for a long time before whispering. "Gaspar, Jamel, the director said that we must be on duty seriously, especially during the recent period. He also said that it was a kind reminder from Dumbledore. We all know that, Derek." Gaspar was a middle-aged, greasy man. Fat, beer belly and bald is his impression to others. But the greasy man looked at Derek impatiently at this moment, who, as a newcomer, even if he is reprimanded, he can only swallow his anger. The bell suddenly rang in the hall, reminding everyone that it was patrol time. Derek looked at his colleagues gathered in twos and threes, and saw that they were indifferent, so he could only pick up the key and go to patrol alone. "Heth, it's really shameful that someone who's 23 years old has magic power, comparable to that of a kid who just graduated." "Don't say such words, Gaspar, playing cards. I don't know when I can leave this ghost place." "Dumbledore, I think he must be going crazy. He even arranged for someone to guard this place. It's really unnecessary." Hearing the discussion behind him, Derek walked straight into the planetary room without stopping. The planetary room is a room full of planets. Standing in it is like being in the universe. Derek likes it here because he can forget a lot of troubles here. For example, his low magical strength. After about 10 minutes, he walked out of the planetary room and went to the prophecy hall not far away. The inspection of the Hall of Prophecy takes the most time. When he came to the entrance of the prophecy hall, he looked at Director Arthur Weasley, who was sleeping by the door, and couldn't bear to wake him up. "Order of the Phoenix," Derek whispered, looking at Arthur. He also learned of the existence of the Order of the Phoenix from the chats of his colleagues. He heard it was a non-governmental organization founded by Dumbledore. "If only I could join the Order of the Phoenix," Derek said enviously, turned and left from the prophecy hall. He decided to check the other rooms first and let Director Weasley get some extra sleep. In the time room, Derek sat down in a room full of clocks and time-turners. Looking at the interview about Lucas on the Daily Prophet, there was a strong longing in his eyes. It is precisely because of the flaw in his own magic power that he worships those who are powerful. If I can meet Mr. Grindelwald one day, I could die without regret, right? He didn't know how long it had been when he finally walked out of the time chamber. As soon as he stepped out of the door, his brows furrowed. It was so quiet. The sounds of his colleagues playing cards and making jokes all disappeared, which gave him a bad feeling. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Didn't you say that this is the top secret department of the Ministry of Magic? The top secret fart is just guarding a bunch of broken prophecy balls. A strange voice came from the hall, so Derek raised his wand and walked carefully to the end of the corridor. Through the half-open door, the situation in the hall was clear at a glance. Gaspar and Jamil, who were playing cards just now, were lying on the ground. It can be seen from their frightened and lifeless eyes that the two have been dead for a long time. Derek covered his mouth with his hands and looked to the rest of the hall. The colleagues on duty were all on the ground at this moment. There are a few who survived by luck and were being tortured by a group of men in black. Not long after, several green lights illuminated the hall of the Department of Mysteries, and the few remaining officers on duty also died. Derek covered his mouth with his hand, watching everything that happened outside in horror. If he kept hiding like this, he might be able to save his life. But when he saw the dark mark drawn by the men in black, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Who?" Derek didn't dare to stay, so he turned around and ran back. He was going to find Director Arthur Weasley, who might have a way to deal with the situation at hand. But when he came to the Hall of Prophecy, he saw a big snake attacking Director Weasley. In the end, the snake even wrapped its body around the opponent and dragged him into the prophecy hall. I didn't expect that there was another fish that slipped through the net. Fortunately, I found it in time. Derek turned around and saw that the Death Eaters had already caught up. Facing the spell flying at him, his legs trembled and he fell down to the ground. It turned out to be a coward, which is really boring. Kill him quickly, we have to go back and defend the hall to buy more time. Bah, waste of time. Seeing the leader of the Death Eaters raise his wand, Derek closed his eyes and waited to die. Before dying. Instead, he was no longer afraid. On the contrary, he was very relaxed. At least when he's dead, he can lighten the burden on the family a little. The only regret is that he didn't get to meet the two great figures, Lucas Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore, up close. Immobulus. A strange voice came from afar, and realizing he wasn't dead yet, Derek slowly opened his eyes. The familiar figure in the distance made him mistakenly think that he had hallucinations before his death. Lucas Grindelwald, chairman of the Saints Group, quasi-legendary wizard, champion of the Triwizard Tournament. He has too many titles. Even if Derek is older than the other party, it still can't stop his worship of Lucas. When Lucas passed those Death Eaters, he would pat each of them on the shoulder, and immediately afterwards, the Death Eater would be torn apart. "That's amazing," Derek said in surprise. Lucas chuckled and said, "Can you stand up? I don't know the way to the prophecy hall. Please take me to save people." No problem." Looking at the young man who jumped up immediately, Lucas smiled kindly. But he was quite surprised in his heart. The young man in front of him had strong magic power, at least reaching the elite Auror level. But for some reason, most of the magic power seemed to be locked. This actually aroused Lucas's interest, but right now it is still more important to save lives. At the same time, Voldemort was looking for the orb through Nagina's eyes. He needs to know the complete prophecy. What is the power that he does not know? What is Dumbledore's secret weapon? If that wasn't cleared up, his fear of Dumbledore would always be there. Voldemort still feared Dumbledore to this day. Even if he learned that Lucas had quasi-legendary strength at a young age, he was only more vigilant. The proud Voldemort firmly believes that only Dumbledore is his only opponent in this world. Damn it! Voldemort suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in the blood-red pupils. "Why can't I find the prophecy ball, Lucius? What do you think?" Lucius Malfoy bowed to Voldemort's side. "Master, the Department of Mysteries has always been mysterious. Could it be that there is some powerful magic in the Hall of Prophecy? I think it's better if we catch someone from the Department of Mysteries, and maybe we can learn a way to find the prophecy ball from that person." Voldemort's cold eyes softened. As expected of you, cunning Malfoy, then you will lead someone to do this and bring Nagini back as well. As you order, Master. Lucius Malfoy turned and walked out of the room, and the sound of apparition came from outside after a while. Judging by the continuous sounds, Lucius brought more than a dozen people to support this time. Department of Mysteries, Hall of Prophecy. Due to excessive blood loss, Arthur Weasley's condition was already quite bad. What's more, his neck was still tightly wrapped by a big snake. If this continues, he may stop breathing before long. The hands that were still struggling gradually became weak, and Arthur used his last bit of strength to look at the big snake in front of his head. He had already thought of many ways he might die, and the most likely thing is to die at the hands of Death Eaters. But he never expected that he would be killed by an animal. Nagini, kill him and prepare to leave. Voldemort's voice reached the snake's mind, making it stop moving and let go of the person it had been clinging to. Looking at Arthur Weasley, who was already half dead, Nagini showed no mercy, stood up, opened her bloody mouth and bit the Weasley patriarch's neck. But in the nick of time, a sword with a cold light flew from a distance, and Luca's figure then appeared beside Arthur Weasley. Chapter 289. There was disappointment in Luca's eyes when he saw Nagini dodging the Gryffindor sword. If Nagini, the living Horcrux, can be dealt with here, it would undoubtedly be the best result. Lucas. Mr. Weasley, you'd better not speak. Save your energy. The person who can save your life will arrive soon. Molly, are they all right? Lucas chuckled and said, they must be very happy if you can go back. Putting Mr. Weasley in the care of Derek, Lucas reached out and resummoned the Gryffindor sword. As a living Horcrux, spells have little effect on Nagini, because part of the spell would be reflected by her skin. Looking at Nagini, who was hissing at him, Lucas clenched his sword and went forward. The keen intuition of animals told Nagini that the sword in the opponent's hand was very dangerous. So during the fight, she tried to avoid the Gryffindor sword as much as possible. In Little Hangleton, Voldemort was very anxious to see Nagini being attacked. Why hasn't Lucius arrived yet? No, Grindelwald, how dare you? An angry Voldemort swept over the prostrate subordinates beside him. Parkinson, take someone with you too. If something happens to Nagini, don't even think about coming back. Pansy's father nodded quickly and walked out of the room tremblingly. Master, is Lucas Grindelwald at the Ministry of Magic? Will he? Avada Kedavra. The Death Eater who was speaking was executed on the spot. Voldemort looked at everyone with his scarlet eyes. Don't mention Grindelwald's name in front of me from now on, never. Call for Snape. When will the potion be ready? The time I set will end soon. Nagini dodged the sharp sword again. She knew that she was no match for the boy in front of her, so she immediately crawled under the shelf where the prophecy balls were stored. Regardless of Nagini's huge size, her crawling speed wasn't slow at all. It used to be a maledictus, and her magic power wasn't weak. At this time, more than a dozen streaks of black mist flew in from outside the door. The fog was so fast that it surrounded Lucas and Mr. Weasley behind him in the blink of an eye. Mr. Grindelwald, it's the Death Eaters, Derek reminded him aloud. Seeing that these Death Eaters dared not make a move or show up, Lucas couldn't help laughing. A bunch of rats. The voice just fell, and his wand appeared in his hand. Avada Kedavra. The green light flew towards one of the fogs with a howling sound. When it hit the opponent, it split into 3 beams of green light to both sides. In the blink of an eye, 4 black mists turned into 4 dead Death Eaters. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Death Eater, reward, 400 achievement points and 2 galleons. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Death Eater, reward, 400 achievement points. 4 beeps sounded continuously. The first even rewarded 2 galleons, which was considered a windfall. Amazing, Derek exclaimed at the side. It's just that his tone was no longer filled with worry, but instead it was filled with envy and longing. The Death Eaters did not dare to fly around again and finally appeared. Finally stopped hiding, Lucas looked around and noticed that there were some unknown faces. Looking at their ferocious appearance, one can also guess what these people did in the past. Voldemort really has less and less taste. he will accept all rotten fish and shrimp. Facing Lucas's ridicule, the Death Eaters around him dared not speak out. Fortunately, Lucius Malfoy appeared at this time. Lucas Grindelwald, how the great master does things is not for you to judge. Hearing what the other party said, Lucas almost laughed. Could it be that Voldemort likes this tune? He also said great master, which he found somewhat funny. Lucas cleared his throat and looked at Malfoy with a half-smile. It seems that this snake is very important to Voldemort, so we can't let it go. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his palm, and a golden light beam instantly hit the iron frame where Nagini was hiding. After less than a second, everything the beam passed through was disintegrated, including 2 Death Eaters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Death Eater. Reward: 400 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Death Eater. Reward: 400 achievement points. Tgthegood escaped. Lucas put down his hand in dissatisfaction and looked at Lucius Malfoy again. Sure enough, Nagini had already hid behind him. Before the people around them recovered from their stupefaction, Lucas walked towards Nagini with the Gryffindor sword in hand. At this time, several black mist flew from the door. As soon as Parkinson's figure appeared, he shouted, "Lucius, take Nagini back first, and we will hold him back. None of you can get away." Lucas raised the Gryffindor sword in his hand. At this moment, the sword was covered with black anti-magic power. As the sword was inserted into the ground, the magical elements in the prophecy hall were immediately emptied. The connection between Voldemort and Nagini was naturally severed as well, which made him feel uneasy, and at the same time, his wariness of Lucas deepened a lot. The black magic power that just flickered away made Voldemort very uneasy. "You guys, go to the Ministry of Magic immediately and bring Lucius and the others back." The remaining Death Eaters apparated one after another and rushed in the direction of the Ministry of Magic. 10 minutes was short, but enough time for Lucas to kill the Death Eaters around him. For the powerless Death Eaters facing Lucas, 10 minutes was too long. 10 minutes later, Lucius Malfoy, who was covered in wounds, left the prophecy hall with his friend Parkinson and the remaining 2 Death Eaters. Lucas let out a long breath. Looking at the 12,800 achievement points on the system interface, he couldn't help feeling the preciousness and value of Death Eaters again. Including the achievement points gained this time, he now has more than 27,000 achievement points. Seeing that Christmas is coming, he finally collected the achievement points for the holiday lottery. Not long after the Death Eaters left, the sound of apparitions sounded behind them. Snape emerged from the black mist and walked up to Arthur Weasley without the slightest hesitation. As Mr. Weasley swallowed the potion given, his complexion improved quickly. "No problem, just leave the rest to St. Mungo's workers." Snape glanced at the teenager next to him and immediately disapparated. Lucas didn't ask what the professor was going to do either. He drew out his wand and pointed it at Mr. Weasley, making him float towards the door. Seeing this, Derek quickly followed. Once a St. Mungo's healer picked up the wounded, Derek finally summoned up his courage. "Mr. Grindelwald, can I follow you?" Looking at the anxious young man in front of him, Lucas showed a gentle smile. Derek thought he disagreed and hurriedly said, "Although my magic power is not very strong, I am very diligent and I can endure hardship." "You misunderstood, I didn't mean to reject you. Anyone can enter our saints group." Lucas raised his wand and gave him a little tap, making a silver light fall into Derek's palm. "With this badge, you can go directly to the saints group to report, and someone will receive you when the time comes." Looking at the saint's mark on his palm, Derek's expression became very excited. Lucas didn't expect that the young man that he accepted just out of curiosity would grow into a quasi-legendary wizard in the near future, and even become his right-hand man. "Little Hangleton." Voldemort looked at the bruised Lucius with satisfaction. "Very good, you protected Nagini. I will definitely reward you well. Go down and rest first." "It is our honor to serve you, Master." Lucius and Parkinson quickly bowed their heads and answered. When the two walked out of the room, Severus Snape walked in from the outside. "Master, I have finished brewing your potion." Seeing the bright red potion in the bottle, Voldemort first let Snape drink a little by himself to make sure there is no problem. Only then did he drink the potion in the bottle. The tyrannical magic power moved through his body, and Voldemort's festering flesh fell to the ground, and new flesh grew rapidly from the wound. It didn't take long, and after it was finished, he stood up from his chair. "It feels so good. It feels so good to have a perfect body again. Severus, I will record your achievements, and when you complete another task I entrusted to you, I will reward you as well." "Thank you, Master," Snape replied respectfully with a knee on the ground. At the same time, in Dumbledore's office, there was no news for a long time, so the Weasley family was distraught. Seeing this, Dumbledore asked the two previous headmasters, Everard and Dyles Derwent, to come again. Unexpectedly, the two had just left the portrait when Ron said, dissatisfied, "It must be Grindelwald who didn't rescue my father. He is an evil dark wizard, so how could he save people with good intentions?" His sudden outburst immediately attracted everyone's attention. Hearing his words, Dumbledore's expression immediately turned serious. Chapter 290. "Ronald, what are you talking about?" Mrs. Weasley snapped at her son. This summer, Lucas participated in the activities of the Order of the Phoenix. He can say what he says in the Order of the Phoenix not only because of his great strength, but also because of his terrifying scheming mind. Besides, Lucas has been taking good care of their family. Not only did the twins get good jobs during the summer vacation, but even her third son, Percy, was doing well in the Ministry of Magic and knew that Lucas was behind all of this. "Shut your mouth and sit down. Learn to trust others. If I hear you say bad things about Lucas again, I will immediately take you away from the school." If it was the Ronald from before, he would have probably returned to his seat and played Quail long ago. But this time was different. Thinking that his father might die, he felt a lot of panic and irritability in his heart. "I'm right, you discussed bringing Harry to the old house during the summer vacation. I later heard that Grindelwald instructed Snape to disclose Harry's whereabouts to Voldemort. Later, Harry was indeed attacked. He and Voldemort were in the same group." "What?" Harry was taken aback. Ron had never told himself about it. "Professor Dumbledore, what's going on here?" Before Dumbledore could speak, Ron answered first. Professor Dumbledore probably doesn't know about it either. Dumbledore didn't have much time to deal with Ronald at the moment. He stood up and came to Harry. The Elder Wand slipped from his sleeve in an instant. Before Harry could dodge, a powerful memory charm hit his head. Dumbledore didn't know if it would help. He just hoped that Voldemort's attention wasn't on Harry's side just now, otherwise Snape's life would be in danger. "Headmaster Dumbledore, this is," Ron said with a look of surprise, but before he could finish speaking, he received a solid slap on the face. Looking at Ginny with an indifferent face in front of him, he felt a little wronged. "I'm your brother. You should be thankful that you are my brother, otherwise, what hit you just now would have been a killing curse." The two had lived together for more than 10 years, and Ron could tell at a glance whether Ginny was joking or not. Seeing his sister's serious eyes, he wisely stopped talking and turned to look at his mother and brother. But he found that they all looked at him with the same indifference as Ginny. Mrs. Weasley sighed heavily. Dumbledore put the unconscious Harry on the sofa and turned to look at the aggrieved Ronald. "Mr. Weasley, please don't say these words in front of Harry in the future, although I can't tell you specifically why Lucas did that. But I can assure you that Lucas is absolutely trustworthy. I swear it on my name, Albus Dumbledore." Dumbledore's words were very solemn. Just when he finished speaking, the two headmasters and the portraits returned to their positions at the same time. "Dumbledore, the fight is over, and the boy should have won. I saw the Weasley boy pass under my portrait. He has been sent to St. Mungo's. Although he doesn't look that good, his injuries should not be life-threatening." Hearing that Arthur Weasley was safe, Mrs. Weasley wept with joy, and the twins smiled again. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. "Molly, you take the children back to the old Pruett house first. Anyway, tomorrow is going to be a holiday. Let them go back early and take Harry along with them." He took out an old teapot and just put his wand on it when he suddenly thought of Luca's previous reminder. Could it be that the boy has the same ability as his father to see the future? Regardless of exploring Luca's abilities, Dumbledore looked at the teapot and said, "Portus." "Okay, hold the teapot tightly, and it will send you back." In Little Hangleton, Voldemort, who was experiencing the perfect body, was unaware of Harry's condition. Snape didn't know, he just wandered through the gates of hell. Fortunately, the timing of his delivery of the potion was perfect, and he successfully saved his life. Some months have passed, so Voldemort's magic power was much stronger than when he was just resurrected. At this moment, his physical problem was also solved, so he couldn't wait to try it. Voldemort raised his wand and roared. The originally clear night sky immediately became filled with lightning and thunder. Then a dark mark made of black mist appeared in the sky. It didn't take long for all the scattered Death Eaters to come to Little Hangleton. Voldemort retracted his wand and looked at his flawless body with indescribable satisfaction in his eyes. "Lucius." "I'm here, Master." Lucius Malfoy, who had just recovered from his injuries, stepped forward to respond. "Lucius, my friend, I need a more powerful wand. As a member from an old family, you should have heard of the legend of the Deathly Hallows, right?" "Master, my family does have some records of Deathly Hallows." "Very well, go and find the Elder Wand. I need it. This is the task I entrust to your Malfoy family." "Can." Seeing Voldemort's scarlet eyes, Lucius immediately lowered his head and said, "As you wish, Master. I will definitely find the Elder Wand for you." Lucius readily agreed, but he was still feeling very bitter, because no one knows what the Elder Wand really looks like. The Deathly Hallows hasn't been seen for so many years that most people dismiss it as a fairy tale. After Voldemort gave his orders, he turned and looked at his subordinates who had rushed over. "Everyone, you have also seen that I have regained my perfect body, and my magic has become stronger, all thanks to Severus. Of course, I will keep Lucas Grindelwald's assassination in mind. I know many of you are afraid of him, but don't be afraid, for I am back. I will definitely execute that arrogant boy with my own hands, and let him know that the great Voldemort cannot be defeated. Everyone, dawn is Christmas. After Christmas, I will lead you to Azkaban to welcome more companions back. The future will belong to us, to all of us wizards, and even more so to us Death Eaters." Voldemort's speech aroused the ambitions of many people, and a lot of them showed fanaticism in their eyes. Who is willing to join Voldemort without ambition? Voldemort's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, and their eyes satisfied him very much. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Maladies. As the only large-scale, comprehensive magical hospital in the British wizarding world, it has a very long history, and the abilities of its healers is also very good. Mrs. Weasley left her children in the Order's headquarters and came to the streets of London alone. The entrance to St. Mungo's is hidden in a red brick department store. There is also a "closed for renovation" sign on the door. She went to the window and explained to the doll inside, "I'm visiting the patient Arthur Weasley." The mannequin's hand waved lightly, and she immediately walked in through the glass door just like in Station 9 3/4. When she walked through the glass door, she immediately came to a long corridor. The patient's coming and going reminded her about what kind of place it was. "Hello, I am visiting a patient, Arthur Weasley, who has just been brought in." The hall nurse waved her wand, and Arthur Weasley's name appeared instantly. "He's on the first floor, dangerous Llewellyn ward, serious bites." "Thanks." Just as Mrs. Weasley traveled to St. Mungo's to be with her husband, the Weasley children also returned to the old Prewett house. Lucas has been waiting here for a long time, and Ginny threw herself into his arms as soon as she entered the door. "My dear, thank you." "What nonsense. You are tired too, go to bed early, and I will accompany you to see your father tomorrow." Ginny shook her head, and her arms around Lucas tightened again. Knowing that she was really frightened tonight, Lucas let her hold him. The two came to sit on the sofa, and Ginny's head naturally leaned on Lucas' shoulder. The clock was ticking as the two chatted in low tones until Ginny fell asleep against Lucas. "Ding, the Christmas limited-time lucky draw is open, and this lucky draw will last until 12 midnight. Please spend as much as you want." When the sun was coming out, the sound of the system suddenly rang in his ears. Lucas has long been used to the randomness of the time when the system starts the special lottery draws. He glanced at Ginny, who was fast asleep, and silently said to the system, "System, start 100 lottery draws." Ding, each limited-time lottery draw will consume 200 achievement points, and 100 lottery draws will consume 20,000 achievement points. Are you sure? Yes. As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling light appeared. It's been a long time since Lucas had a 100 draw streak, and he didn't know what good things he could get with his luck after so long. Ding, this time-limited platinum lottery draw is over. A total of 46 bronze rewards, 31 silver rewards, 19 gold rewards, and 4 platinum rewards have been obtained. Lucas looked at the rewards, and when he saw the platinum rewards, his eyes suddenly lit up. With these, Project Azkaban should go perfectly. Chapter 291. Ding, this time-limited platinum lottery draw is over. With a total of 46 bronze rewards, the details are as follows. Gold Galleons 3, a total of 136. Christmas Women's Limited Edition Dress 6. Christmas Tree Evergreen 1. Artificial Rain Launcher 1. Rain Bomb 18. White Fresh Essence 2. Lucas thought the bronze lottery was still so useless, but seeing that set of artificial rainfall equipment, he fell into deep thought. This thing seems useless, but if it is used properly, it may also have unexpected effects. Keeping the artificial rainfall equipment, Lucas threw all other useless things into the void. But when he checked the Christmas limited edition women's dresses, he accidentally opened them and took a look. Seeing the bold design of the dress, he coughed and silently put away all 6 dresses. Finishing checking the bronze draws, he turned his attention to the silver lottery again. This time-limited platinum lottery draw is over, with a total of 31 silver rewards as follows. Apparition Level 4-4. Illusion Curse Level 8-1, Repair Level 7-4, Shield Charm Level 7-3, Exploding Curse Level 6-4, Smashing Curse Level 7-4, Splitting Curse Level 7-4, Arresto Momentum Level 3-3, Sectum Sempra Level 3-3, Fiendfire Curse Level 6-1. The silver lottery draw has been quite rewarding. After synthesizing and learning the obtained spells, the Splitting Curse, Smashing Curse, Shield Charm, and Illusion Curse have all reached the full level. At this critical moment, reaching the full level of these practical spells is undoubtedly a good enhancement of his strength. As for other spells, although they are not at full level, they have also been greatly improved. This made Lucas even more looking forward to the gold draw. This time-limited platinum lottery draw is over, and a total of 19 gold rewards have been obtained. The details are as follows. Talent Points 23, Finite Level 7-1, Firestorm Level 8-2, Pratigo Maxima Level 5-1, Finite Level 7-4, Memory Charm Level 7-4, Pratigo Maxima Level 6-4. System, use 4 talent points for alchemy, and the remaining 2 points for ancient runes. After spending the talent points Lucas's, alchemy has also reached the full level. And his ancient runes talent has also reached 7, which is not far from the full level. He looked at the high-level spells that were drawn this time. The first is the Finite spell. Through reasonable learning and synthesis, it has successfully reached the full level. Then the Firestorm and the Memory Charm have also reached the full level. As for his Pratigo Maxima, it has been directly upgraded from level 5 to level 8. He let out a long breath. Every improvement in strength is very important to him now. After some months have passed, he is a little uncertain about Voldemort's current strength. But remembering that, when Tom just came out of the cauldron, he was already able to match him. At this moment, the strength of his magic power cannot be worse than him. Maybe it has already surpassed Lucas. Forget it, the next step is the main event. This time-limited platinum lottery draw is over, and the host got 4 platinum rewards. The details are as follows. Talent Breakthrough Scroll 1, Cartilage Incense, Very Poisonous 1, Gigi 1, Elf Magic Void Decay Level 1. System, use the Talent Breakthrough Scroll. As the scroll disappeared, his alchemy talent also reached an awakened state and gave him an unexpected talent. He glanced at Ginny, who was still asleep and quietly took out an ordinary pocket watch. Refine. There is no need to draw the alchemy array. Just holding it in his hand was enough to complete the production of an alchemy item. This is the surprise brought to Lucas after the alchemy talent awakened. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and turned his attention to the next item. Cartilage incense, very poisonous. Enters the human body through the skin, and one drop can immediately melt the bones of wizards below the elite Auror level. Lucas gasped. How many elite Auror level wizards are there in the wizarding world? No matter which country they are in, elite Auror level wizards are rare talents. Looking at the cartilage incense in his hand, he immediately thought of the artificial rainfall equipment he had just picked up. It seems that Merlin really wants to avenge Mr. Weasley. Originally, he hadn't planned to confront Voldemort head-on in Azkaban. But now it seems that their first bout is coming up soon. Think of it as revenge for Mr. Weasley, and make Ginny happy too. However, this matter still needs to be discussed with Dumbledore. Carefully putting away the cartilage incense, Lucas looked at the last two rewards. Gigi is from the anime Bleach, and a lot of people should be familiar with it. Thinking of the soul pill that he had drawn before, he already had a detailed plan on how to use these two things in his mind. Elf Magic Void Decay Level 1. With the user as the center of the circle, the ground with a radius of 50 meters is attached to the power of the void. When entering it, no matter whether it is enemy or friend, it will be swallowed by the power of the void. Note, except for the user. It's a wide-range attack skill. And the effect of this magic is also very abnormal, not only devouring magic power, but also devouring the vitality and flesh and blood of everyone within the range. However, the shortcomings are also very obvious, regardless of friend or foe. Obviously not suitable for large-scale battles unless he's alone. However, it also has obvious advantages. The magic power, vitality, and even flesh and blood swallowed will be fed back to the caster. Moreover, this magic has a large range, but it does not consume a lot of magic power. Compared with the forbidden spell, this magic will be very practical when fighting alone and surrounded by heavy siege. System, open my character attributes. Name, Lucas Grindelwald. Age, 15 years old. Status, 5th year Hogwarts student. Bloodline, Void Elf awakened. Talents, Void Fisher, Void Aura, Void Enhancement, Eye of Foresight, Eye of Medusa, weakened version. Combination skill, Obscurus controllable. Mana Strength, 79, Quasi-Legendary. Charms, 11 awakened. Transfiguration, 10 awakened. Dark Arts, 12 awakened. Alchemy, 10 awakened. Ancient Runes, 7. Divination, 10 awakened. Potions, 10 awakened. Elven Magic, Soul Devouring Level 1, Looting Level 1, Lifesteal Level 1, Void Escape Level 1, Void Corruption Level 1, Void Grasp Level 1, Void Decay Level 1. Elf Combat Skills, Ancient Elf Combat Skills, full set. Super Magic, Anti-Magic, Spell Text, Crush Magic, Time-Binding Magic. Forbidden Magic, Seraph's Elegy, The Wall of Forbidden Size. Animagus, Black Panther. Battle Pet, Star Dragon Infant. Different Space, Hufflepuff's Secret Garden, Recognized Owner. Magic Items, Goblin Sword, Magic Mechanism Trap, Bridge, Soul Pill, Gigi. Achievement Points, 7951. Seeing that his magic power was about to reach 80 points, Lucas felt relieved. According to his estimate, when his magic strength reaches 89 points, it should enter the quasi-legendary peak. That is the current strength of Dumbledore. Although this only represents the strength of magic power and does not fully represent the overall strength. But magic power is the foundation of all magic. If the magic power is strong, even the most common spells can have impressive power. He glanced at his luxurious stats and smiled slightly. Before Professor Snape's spirit purification potion was successfully brewed. As long as he and Dumbledore continued to consume Voldemort's vital strength, driving him into madness would be fine. How to say that sentence? If you want to destroy people, you must first make them crazy. If Voldemort, who was already irritable, went completely insane and blinded by hatred, It would be much easier to deal with him compared to when he's calm. After all, he has been preparing for his resurrection for more than 10 years, and he already has a set of plans after the resurrection. The Death Eaters are very powerful in England. Even if the Order of the Phoenix and the Saints join forces, they can only temporarily evade their influence. Voldemort was irritable because of the Horcrux, so Lucas wanted to make him even more angry, so much that he would completely lose his mind. At the same time, it also makes him more arrogant. If he could defeat Lucas Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore, would that make Voldemort even more arrogant? There is also dissension. Lucius Malfoy and others are working hard for the final decisive battle at the moment. From last year before Voldemort was revived, Lucas has already sketched the final battle picture in his mind. The preparatory work has been done. The first step is to start with the Azkaban counterattack plan. When Lucas finished sorting out the plan in his mind, it was already daylight outside. Ginny rubbed her eyes, seeing Lucas sitting for the whole night. Her eyes were full of distress. "Go wash up, I will accompany you to see your father in St. Mungo's." After sending Ginny and the others to St. Mungo's hospital, Lucas returned to Hogwarts immediately. At the same time, he also asked Medusa to return to Grindelwald Manor with his letter. When Dumbledore heard that Lucas was going to launch a counterattack in Azkaban, his expression became hesitant. "Lucas, Severus has given Voldemort the potion to repair his body, and he should have solved his physical problems by now. I know, I'm not going there to deal with him. I'm only going to deal with those dark wizards who are about to escape from Azkaban. Headmaster, you don't want Voldemort's strength to continue to grow, do you?" Looking at the cartilage incense on the desk, a gleam flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. Old Pruett House, headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Harry, who was enjoying his vacation, was pushed down on the chair by Snape, who rushed over. Seeing this, Sirius asked loudly, "Snivellus, what do you want to do to Harry?" "Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to teach Mr. Potter occlumency. He has to learn it this term. Time is running out, so we'll have to start now." The Savior suddenly remembered that Dumbledore seemed to have said such a thing. But what exactly is occlumency? Chapter 292. Harry's situation is not a secret. During the meeting of the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore even explained it to everyone in detail. Although he certainly wouldn't say that Harry was a Horcrux. That's why everyone keeps being so secretive around Harry. Sirius is impulsive, but he was clear that the only thing that could help Harry now was occlumency. "Harry, listen." Sirius grabbed his godson's shoulders with both hands. "I know you hate Snivellus, and I do as well, but he's a really good occlumens. Me and Remus, none of us want anything to happen to you, so study hard, okay? Of course, if Snivellus bullies you, you must tell me right away." Harry first nodded in agreement, then looked at the two suspiciously. What exactly is occlumency? Occlumency, which is mainly used to prevent the mind from being invaded, is a remote branch of magic. Unfortunately, Snape's answer made him even more puzzled. He didn't understand why he had to learn it. It's not like he was close to Voldemort for him to read his mind. Snape said indifferently, "From today onwards, you will go to me for private counseling once a week. Remember that you can't tell anyone about this, especially Dolor's Umbridge." Just when Harry was about to nod, Sirius next to him suddenly asked, "Why didn't Dumbledore teach it himself?" Perhaps the headmaster thinks that he has the right to entrust this unpleasant job to others. Snape's words were full of resentment. It's no wonder really, since there's no way he could be happy about having to spend so much time with a boy who has a face that resembles James Potter. "Let's gossip less, we are ready to start." Snape grabbed Harry by the collar and dragged him to a room on the second floor. "Snivellus, just wait a moment. If I find out that you are trying to punish Harry under the disguise of teaching occlumency, I will definitely not let you go. Although Dumbledore insists that you have switched sides, I still have doubts about you." Snape returned a mocking smile. "Then why don't you just go and talk to him?" Snape suddenly realized. Probably because he wouldn't trust a poor mutt who has been squatting at other people's houses for so long. The irascible Sirius immediately drew his wand. Snape, who had been prepared for a long time, certainly would not sit still. One of the two was angry, and the other wanted revenge. Just when the atmosphere became tense, Lupin and others walked in from the outside. "What are you doing?" Snape snorted coldly and left, dragging Harry to a room on the second floor. "Sit down, let's get started." Looking at the gloomy face of the old bat, Harry asked cautiously, "Sir, why should I learn this?" Snape didn't answer right away, but stared closely at him. "Having encountered so many things, you should be aware of your anomalies, right? You must know that the Dark Lord is extremely good at using legilimency." "What is legilimency?" Snape was very angry. He hated being interrupted. "Be quiet and listen to me." Legilimency is a magic that probes into other people's minds. It can help you get access to other people's emotions and memories. The Dark Lord is very good at this magic, so he can always see if someone is lying, and only occlumency can resist legilimency. Harry was visibly taken aback by those words. "So what we're doing now will be seen by Voldemort, right?" "Don't say that name," Snape said, rather annoyed. "But Lucas and Dumbledore both call him that. The two of them have superb skills. They don't care about the consequences of pronouncing this name, but we." Snape didn't finish, but he believed that the stupid Potter boy should have figured out what he meant. "Now let me answer your question. Any magic will be affected by time and space, so he may not be able to see us now. When you return to Hogwarts, there is an ancient magic protection there, and it is even more impossible for him to spy on people there. However, these are useless to you. You should have noticed that there is a special connection between you and the Dark Lord. When you loosen the grip on your mind, like when you're asleep or unconscious, it's easy to connect to the Dark Lord." "Isn't that great?" Harry asked, puzzled, "so we can always know what he's doing." Snape had never seen such a stupid person. The soft voice became a little angry. "Idiot, this means that the Dark Lord can also know everything that happened here through your mind." Harry's face paled. After hearing the professor's explanation, he understood why everything had to be hidden from him. "Then, has the Dark Lord noticed?" "Yes, maybe you didn't notice it before, but you dreamed that you became a snake. At that time, the Dark Lord was possessing that snake. He has already noticed it, so you must learn occlumency." Listening to the cause and effect, Harry no longer resisted learning occlumency. He also knew that if he couldn't learn it, he would never be able to participate in Dumbledore's plans. In this way, the two people who hated each other started the process of teaching and learning occlumency. After discussing the deployment of Azkaban with Dumbledore, Lucas returned to Grindelwald Manor without stopping. Dumbledore had also left Hogwarts and headed to the Ministry of Magic to meet the new minister Pew's Thickness. In Grindelwald Manor, there is a secret room hidden in Lucas's study, and no one else knew about it here except for Vinda and Abernathy. But today, another person was allowed in the hidden room. "Welcome, Uncle Lucius." Malfoy did not answer, but first checked the environment of the secret room. Seeing the wards carved in ancient runes on the wall, he relaxed. "I don't have much time, let's make a long story short. You know who plans to attack Azkaban tomorrow night. The Dementors in the Ministry of Magic have completely devoted their allegiance to him. The riot of the Dementors is the signal for his attack." "So fast," Lucas raised his eyebrows. Malfoy nodded. "In addition, I have contacted several families recently. Most of them were forced to join the Death Eaters because of the powerful strength of the Dark Lord. After several months of research and testing, people from these families have now taken an unbreakable vow and agreed to join us." Receiving the list from the Malfoy Patriarch, Lucas saw a lot of familiar surnames on it. "Thank you, Uncle Lucius. This life has been hard work from the heart." During this period of time, Malfoy was walking on the tip of the knife every day, either to pass information to Lucas or to contact those families who are willing to rebel. He is like walking on the edge of a cliff. If he is not careful, he will fall into the abyss, and he will be smashed to paste. Malfoy leaned on the snake-headed cane with both hands and said elegantly, "Everything is just for the Malfoy family." He looked at the blonde boy sitting across from him, both admiringly and a little worried in his heart. He worried that the boy in front of him would become the second Dark Lord. But at this moment, the arrow has already left the string, and there is no turning back for him and his family. If they can make it, They can only hope Lucas can still be the same as he is now. As for failure, then there would be no more Malfoys in the world, so naturally there was no need to think so much. You asked me to pay attention to the Dark Lord. I found that this time he returned, he was much more cautious than before, and many things were no longer revealed to us like before. It's natural, he is a person who has already failed once. Lucas was not surprised by this. Is he still so moody? He seems to have more restraint than before, but when he is very angry, he would still kill or punish the Death Eater who made a mistake without hesitation. It seems that once is not enough. What once is not enough? Malfoy asked suspiciously. Lucas said with a smile. It's nothing, I'm just thinking about the future plan, and I'll let you know when I think about it. It is Lucas' habit to take one step and see 3 steps in front. Hearing the news from Malfoy, he was already thinking about his next plans. Is it really okay this time? Seeing Mr. Malfoy's worried expression, Lucas said with certainty, absolutely no problem. The Order of the Phoenix and the Saints will dispatch some elite Auror-level wizards this time, and you must also inform our Death Eaters that unless they are at the same level, they must not go. Even if they go, if they notice some problems, they must evacuate immediately, understand? I don't want to see my own people suffer. Malfoy nodded half understanding. The two discussed Azkaban's plan in more detail. If Voldemort were here, he would probably shout, "There is an insider, terminate the transaction." Lucius Malfoy really told all that he knew about Voldemort. He was just missing the color of Voldemort's underwear. Noticing that a long time had passed, he took out a portkey and left the secret room. Vinda, inform the selected members to gather at the manor tomorrow evening. Getting a reply from Vinda, Lucas returned to the Hogwarts headmaster's office through the fireplace. He needs to bring the news to Dumbledore, and at the same time, discuss the next plan with the old man. Coincidentally, Dumbledore had also just returned from the Ministry of Magic. When he heard that Lucas had already prepared his next plan for Voldemort, he glanced at the blonde boy in front of him in surprise. I think we see the same thing, and I just had an idea. Hearing what Dumbledore said, Lucas was immediately interested. Chapter 293. Hogwarts Headmaster's Office. The old and the young foxes were sitting opposite each other. Headmaster, with your current strength, how sure are you about dealing with Voldemort? Dumbledore took a jelly bean from the candy box. It's hard to say, if it's just about beating Tom, I should be able to do it. But if you want to kill him, it's very difficult. He shook his head and continued. Leaving aside the existence of Horcruxes, as quasi-legendary wizards, each of us has our own unique means of saving our lives. That's the problem, Lucas said, putting down his teacup. Although I haven't had much contact with Voldemort, it can be seen from the information collected that he is a very prideful person. Even if his number of Death Eaters is several times that of ours, he will still choose to face you and me alone. Only by defeating you and me head-on can he prove his strength to the magic world, and continue to rule the Death Eaters with great strength. In that case, why don't we follow his wish? Dumbledore popped the candy into his mouth, a shrewd grin appearing on his face. Let me guess, your next plan should be to give up the Ministry of Magic to Tom, right? Seeing Lucas nod, Dumbledore continued. You want to make Tom fall into blind self-confidence by giving up the Ministry of Magic, but it's not easy to do that. So, on this trip to Azkaban, I need to suffer a bit to let Voldemort understand that my magic power is no longer comparable to his. As soon as Lucas finished adding, Dumbledore continued. But we also need to give Tom the opportunity to beat us apart, to trick Tom into playing tricks on us. I will be defeated first, Lucas chuckled. Dumbledore added, and then me. In this way, he can safely launch an all-out attack to deal with whom he considers his enemy, Harry Potter. The two kept talking back and forth, and roughly finalized the complete plan. Plans such as showing weakness to the enemy, inducing discord, pretending to fail, etc. appeared one by one. The atmosphere in the office became a little weird. The previous headmasters in the surrounding portraits stared at the two on the sofa with weird eyes. They suddenly felt that Voldemort seemed less scary than the two before them. The two chatted happily, and Dumbledore said playfully at this moment, "Guess what else did I talk to Pews about the Dementors when I went to the Ministry of Magic this time?" Let him turn against Voldemort at a critical moment. Seeing the smile on Dumbledore's face, Lucas knew he was right. Coincidentally, they thought of another piece. Lucas felt that having a puppet minister, rather than one being controlled by Voldemort, would be better. So might as well have Pews go undercover again. The poor Harry still doesn't know that he has been labeled as a bait. At this moment, he was repeatedly immersed in painful, terrible memories. When legilimency is being cast, the memory of the person at the receiving end will flash in the mind like a movie. Not only can the caster see it, the target can also see it himself. Another legilimency attack ended, and Snape's voice rang in his ears. "Focus, concentrate, get rid of distracting thoughts. Yelling is useless, use your mind to resist." Besides, whose dog is that? Harry actually heard a hint of schadenfreude in Snape's words. Thinking of being chased up a tree by Aunt Marge's dog when he was 9 years old, he felt a bit ashamed. It was even more humiliating that it was Snape who had seen it. Abandon all emotions, you must use occlumency faster, come again. Just when the two were about to continue, there was a sudden noise downstairs. Dumbledore informed us that we will go to Hogwarts for a meeting tomorrow, and it seems that there are some very important things to discuss. Why doesn't he come here? This is the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Maybe it's because Dumbledore has something to do with him. The sound downstairs was getting smaller and smaller, gradually becoming inaudible. "Concentrate." Seeing Snape's warning eyes, Harry quickly restrained himself. In the blink of an eye, it was the evening of the next day. "It's cloudy tonight." Voldemort looked at the moon peeking out of the clouds and said intoxicatedly, "Tonight, just tonight, I will announce my return to the entire Ministry of Magic. Everyone, go to Azkaban with me. Let's go free my most loyal subordinates." Many Death Eaters, headed by Malfoy, stood quietly behind Voldemort at this moment. The Death Eaters changed into exclusive costumes to represent their identities. Although the shape is ugly, it is indeed recognizable at a glance. "Lucius." Lucius hurried forward. "Master, I'm listening to your orders. How are our friends at the Ministry doing?" "According to your instructions, they will attack on time, and when the Ministry of Magic is in chaos, they will come to join us." "You did a good job." Voldemort nodded in satisfaction. "Everyone, let's pick up our companions and take them home." As soon as the words fell, Voldemort turned into a cloud of black mist and flew into the sky. The Death Eaters followed closely behind. Their goal was the same, and they all went to the Azkaban wizard prison in the North Sea. London, Ministry of Magic. On the 10th floor underground, the first courtroom is usually used to judge the most heinous criminals, like the Death Eaters or murderers. This courtroom has a slightly different ceiling than the others. The ceiling of the first courtroom seems to be covered with a transparent membrane filled with a black liquid. Most people are off work at this time. The heavy door of the trial hall was heavily closed, as the trial entrusted by the delegates had long ended. On the 10th underground floor, which was empty, suddenly there was a strange noise. In the first courtroom, the film on the ceiling continued to expand, as the black liquid inside was constantly hitting the membrane. Suddenly, the film burst like a ball, and the black liquid was falling from the ceiling. It turned out that it wasn't any liquid at all, but a lot of Dementors. Due to the tight space above the ceiling, when they were crowded together, they looked like a black liquid. The items in the first trial room were quickly covered with a layer of frost. These Dementors did not linger, but flew out of the first courtroom and headed towards the gates. Boom, boom, boom tilde. The sound of heavy impacts continued to be heard from the courtroom. A passerby on duty looked puzzled. "Hey, did you hear anything?" The duty officer walking across nodded. He came to investigate because he heard the sound. What happened again? What happened to the Department of Mysteries 2 days ago? Although he didn't finish speaking, his colleague already understood what he wanted to express. "You think it might be Death Eaters again?" Just as he was about to nod, the officers on duty patrolling in other areas also rushed over. "What happened?" Boom tilde. Before he could answer, a deafening bang came from the courtroom. They hurriedly covered their ears as they looked towards the trial hall and saw a group of Dementors squeezing out from the not-so-spacious gate. Quick, run, the Dementors are out of control. Several people fled for their lives in a hurry. But the speed of 2 legs, how could it be as fast as the Dementors flying in the sky? Soon, several people tasted the Dementors' kiss, and several officers on duty were killed. The Dementors flew up the elevator. Many departments of the Ministry of Magic are as busy at night as they are during the day. For the Dementors, these wizards gathered together were akin to a sumptuous dinner. Screams and curses gradually sounded from all the floors. There were also the occasional sounds of apparating or patronus charms being cast. On the second basement floor, Auror Command Center. An Auror pushed open the office door in panic. Director, the Dementors are rioting, and people are having their souls sucked everywhere in the ministry right now. Pine Caro opened his eyes, and the coldness flickered away. Notify all the Aurors to come back for support, and then start to clean up the Dementors. The Auror who had come to report turned away. Pine's line of sight looked down at his feet, as if he could see the situation below through the ground. A smile gradually appeared on his face. Pew's and his time in control of the Ministry of Magic, although on the surface everything is business as usual. But they knew who was close to Dumbledore and who was leaning toward Voldemort. In addition to constantly arranging members of the Saints into the Ministry of Magic, they were also looking for every opportunity to eradicate these people, and it just happens that tonight is a great opportunity. Most of those diehards who lacked ability and did not lean towards the Saints were assigned to be on duty at the Ministry of Magic. After tonight, how many of them can survive depends entirely on their good fortune. At the same time, along the coast of the North Sea, the sound of apparition resounded, and a figure in a black robe appeared beside Voldemort. Master, the turmoil in the Ministry of Magic has begun. Except for the Aurors who are currently stationed in Azkaban, everyone has returned to the Ministry of Magic. The people of the Order of the Phoenix have all entered Hogwarts, as you said, and there is news from Umbridge that they have showed no sign of leaving. Voldemort came to the edge of the cliff, looked at Azkaban that was not far away, and let out a smug laugh. Chapter 294. England North Sea. The originally thin cloud layer started to become thick. The wet sea breeze, with a little fishy smell constantly, was blowing towards the cliff. Boom tilde. The thunder that flashed across the sky aroused the curiosity of the Death Eaters. This month it should be snowing. Winter thunder, many people think this is not a good omen. Voldemort looked up to the sky, and his scarlet eyes showed satisfaction. The world may have long forgotten the horror of the Dark Lord, but tonight, let us tell the world that Lord Voldemort has returned. Voldemort's voice changed from hoarse and low to gradually sharp. The originally lifeless Death Eaters also reacted. The Dark Lord. With the first cry, the Death Eaters on the edge of the cliff gradually became fanatical. Voldemort was very pleased with this and opened his arms to everyone. Tonight, let's declare war on magic. Tonight, let's shock the world. Tonight, let us capture the castle in front of us with thunder, and let the magic world know that we are back. Tonight, we want to remind them of the terror that once reigned under the Dark Lord. Voldemort's voice grew louder. The cheers of the Death Eaters grew louder too. Snow began to fall after the thunder. Such weird weather is even more disturbing, but Voldemort was very satisfied. He waved his hand, and the Death Eaters gradually fell silent. 14 years and 2 months, this is the time I disappeared. During this period, many former companions left us, some were arrested, and some chose to betray us. But I'm glad that so many people are still willing to come back after 14 years. Tonight, you will fight for the Dark Lord again. The humiliation you have suffered in the past 10 years will be recovered from tonight. You are no longer at the mercy of others, and we will be restored to glory. Today, from now on, let us tell everyone that magic is power. Voldemort raised his wand, and a blinding bolt of lightning shot into the sky, causing the snow that was originally fluttering to stop forcefully. The sound of thunder in the clouds was endless. Not far from the North Shore, Alistair Moody looked at the sky in surprise. Just now I was worrying about how to turn snow into rain, but now I don't need to worry about it. His blue magical eye was fixed on the cliff where Voldemort stood. Beside him, Sirius and others followed. They are the elite Auror-level wizards in the Order of the Phoenix. On the other side, the Aurors stationed in Azkaban were also attracted by the spectacle of lightning and thunder. The captain leading this garrison team was an experienced old Auror. When he saw the faint light on the other side, he suddenly felt a bad premonition. Everyone stay alert. The trained Aurors immediately drew their wands. Just at this time, a dense fog suddenly appeared and quickly shocked the entire Azkaban island. Whoosh tilde. Just when the Aurors were on guard, the sound of something rushing through the air suddenly passed beside them. The old Auror who led the team immediately looked behind him. Son, go to Hogwarts immediately and inform Dumbledore about the situation here. Remember, you must go to Hogwarts, don't go to the Ministry of Magic. I see, Father, replied the young man. Just when he was about to use apparition, the sound of something rushing through the air beside him suddenly disappeared. Avada Kedavra. A green light flew out of the thick fog and precisely hit him. Seeing his son die, the old Auror didn't have time to be sad. He quickly turned around and reminded the rest. Be careful. He had just finished speaking when a few green rays of light appeared again in the dense fog. Being attacked in such an environment, even experienced Aurors had a great chance of dying. What's more, the Death Eaters always used the killing curse. After 14 years of peace, the Aurors have long lost their privileges. In particular, since Barty Crouch was transferred from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the stipulation he had made that Aurors could fight back with the unforgivable curses was also voided. So now Aurors, facing the killing curse flying around, can only resist using normal magic. A few returned fire. For Death Eaters, since the Aurors can't cast the killing curse, the threat to their lives is greatly reduced. The battle soon drew to a close. A team of Aurors responsible for guarding Azkaban ended up being down to only 2 people. The old Auror dropped to his knees, but he was forced to raise his head by the person behind him. A thick fog billowed in front of him. Dressed in a black robe and with bare feet, the snake-faced Dark Lord walked out of the fog. Voldemort, the old Auror's eyes were full of fear. Oh, Henry Berg. Voldemort came before old Auror Henry. I didn't expect that we would meet again one day. You have really aged a lot. I still remember the way you followed Barty Crouch and resisted me back then. You're becoming more and more of a monster, Voldemort. Where's your nose? Crucio. A bone-scratching pain spread all over Henry's body. In the past, Voldemort would call his appearance a proof of noble blood. But since he was mocked by Lucas in the cemetery, he now hated people talking about his nose. And Henry unfortunately touched this taboo. Kill them. After torturing Henry, Voldemort let out a sigh of relief. Ignoring the flashing green light around him, he went straight to the bottom of Azkaban. Azkaban was originally a castle. It's just that the shape of this castle is a bit unique. Standing in the sky and looking down, Azkaban is a triangle. Voldemort looked towards the corner of the top of Azkaban, and powerful magic power poured into the wand in his hand. Dazzling light instantly flew out from the tip of the wand. The powerful spell completely shattered a corner of Azkaban, and the surrounding Death Eaters cheered loudly. They were applauding Voldemort's strength, but if Lucas was here, he would definitely show a disdainful expression. Because Voldemort wasn't using any powerful spells. It was just an ordinary demolition curse, similar to a bombarda but more focused on bringing down buildings. But only with the powerful magic power of the quasi-legendary wizard can a corner of Azkaban be shattered. If it was an ordinary wizard, it would already be considered good to blow up a big hole. Voldemort withdrew his wand and closed his eyes slightly, waiting for his most loyal subordinates to return. The surrounding Death Eaters also gradually became quieter. A few more minutes passed until a crazy laugh came from Azkaban. Bellatrix staggered out from inside looking thin and haggard. A good portion of the beauty she used to be famous for was now gone. When she saw Voldemort, admiration welled up in her eyes. "Master, thank you for coming to save me, Master." Bellatrix lay prone and approached Voldemort step by step. And when she kissed the corner of the other party's robe, there was a hint of intoxication on her face. Behind Bellatrix followed her husband Rodolphus Lestrange. He didn't mind at all about his wife's appearance, and there was even a hint of admiration in the way he looked at Voldemort. Immediately behind the two was Barty Crouch Jr. He was almost killed by the Dementor brought by Fudge, but Lucas passed by and saved his life. These three could be regarded as die-hard fans of Voldemort. Certainly, the three of them were not the only ones imprisoned in Azkaban. In addition to a large number of Death Eaters, there were also some common criminals. Seeing the Dark Lord standing in front of them, these people choose to surrender without the slightest hesitation. Rather than go out and be captured by the Ministry of Magic, it's better to follow the Dark Lord. At least they won't have to worry about it after they leave here. "Welcome back, my friends," Voldemort said with a smile. There was joy in his tone, and any megalomaniac who suddenly got hundreds of subordinates would laugh from ear to ear. "You would rather stay in this dark cell than surrender to the Ministry of Magic and choose to renounce me. I feel your loyalty. After we go back, I will definitely reward you generously, and you will be my most loyal and trusted subordinates." Seeing the expressions of his diehard fans getting more and more excited, Voldemort was about to continue speaking. Unexpectedly, he didn't have time to speak yet when there was a loud bang in the sky that interrupted him. Followed by the second, third. Voldemort had never heard this particular sound, but he could feel the changes in the clouds. A strong sense of oppression fell from the sky, and except for Voldemort, all the Death Eaters frowned. Those dark wizards who just came out of Azkaban were even worse, and many of them were half kneeling on the ground. HMPH Tilda. Voldemort narrowed his scarlet eyes and raised his wand to the sky. The green light flew to the clouds, but before it got close, it was intercepted by another spell that fell from the sky. When the spell was over, Lucas fell from the sky and landed right in the middle of a crowd of Death Eaters. Elf Magic Void Decay. With his palms slapping the ground, the power of the void quickly covered the ground within a radius of 50 meters. Chapter 295. The Dementors that ravaged the Ministry of Magic finally had a good meal today. According to the agreement, they need to go to Azkaban to join Voldemort. But just when they were about to leave the Ministry of Magic, suddenly, a large number of wizards appeared around. Expecto Patronum, N. Silvery white light appeared on every floor of the Ministry of Magic. A large number of Dementors were cornered and captured by the wizards who were responsible for them. In the end, only a small number of Dementors broke through the siege of wizards and escaped from the Ministry of Magic smoothly. However, the very small number of Dementors is no longer a threat on a large scale. Looking everywhere at the corpses of wizards whose souls have been sucked by Dementors, Pinecaro said indifferently, "Collect the corpses and notify their families to claim them." Meanwhile, the Daily Prophet was also getting busy, and the content of the speech about the Dementor riots and Minister Thickness's righteous words were being printed. Everything was prepared in advance. Voldemort's actions this time helped Lucas a lot in controlling the Ministry of Magic. North Sea, Azkaban. The Death Eaters who were in the middle of Lucas' range began withering and were howling in agony. Even Voldemort frowned slightly. He could feel a magical force eating away at his magic power and body. It's just that he is powerful, so this cannibalization process was very slow on him. But for those malnourished Death Eaters who just left Azkaban, void decay is their doom. Lucas's eyes were slightly closed, and a steady stream of vitality and magic power poured into his body, which even made him feel a little addicted. Just such a short time. The weakest group of Death Eaters have been swallowed by the void decay. If Lucas is given a few more minutes, he is confident that he will swallow the rest. But it's too bad that Voldemort doesn't agree. Seeing his diehard fans being tortured, Voldemort swung his wand in Lucas' direction. Large tracts of soil were lifted, and Lucas was forced to stop casting void decay and concentrate on dealing with Voldemort's attack in front of him. Lucas Grindelwald, you are looking for your own death. Tommy, I haven't seen you for a few months. You seem to have become more arrogant. Why do you think that I am here to die? What if you are the one who's going to die? When Lucas said this sentence, the contempt in Voldemort's eyes was evident. If you think about it carefully, you can understand that Voldemort still has the living Horcrux Nagini at this moment. This is the foundation of his fearlessness. Of course, it is also the fact that he greatly recovered his power as well. Boom tilde. Boom tilde. There was another explosion in the sky. Lucas looked up slightly, while Voldemort did the same. Lucas was watching the accumulation of water in the clouds. As for what Voldemort was looking at, it was unknown. Grindelwald, what are you doing? No matter what you do, it will be in vain, but you dared to come here alone. This time you definitely will not return. Voldemort didn't just talk, and he sent an attack in the middle of the sentence. Lucas was forced to fight back, and the spells of the two were connected again. Only this time, it's a little different. Lucas kept waving his wand sideways. On the premise of ensuring that the connected spells of the two will not be broken, he began to use his combination skill to keep throwing spells around. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing one enemy, Death Eater, rewards, 400 achievement points, 20 galleons. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Murderer, reward, 200 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Thief, reward, 100 achievement points. Lucas was surprised by the beep coming from his ear. Before, he had been hiding in the void and only showed up after these people had joined the Death Eaters. Why doesn't the system count them as such? He turned to look at the dead Death Eaters in incomprehension. When he saw their bare left arms, he finally understood why. Anyone who is identified as a Death Eater has a dark mark on his left arm, otherwise they don't count. After figuring out the reason, Lucas's first reaction was, "If I had known, I would have waited until they had tattoos before killing them." At this time, the plan had already begun, and it was impossible for him to retreat halfway through the fight. He could only helplessly comfort himself in his heart. Ants are also meat. Just when Lucas was distracted, Voldemort let out a sinister laugh with a wide grin. "Grindelwald, you're nothing more than that." After he finished speaking, the power of his spell suddenly increased, and the originally evenly matched situation was immediately broken. Lucas was pushed by the opponent's powerful magic and slid back several meters. Although Lucas was planning to lose intentionally, he was still surprised by the strength of Voldemort's magic power. After not seeing him for just a few months, he didn't expect the opponent's magic power to recover so quickly. If things go on like this, in another half a year, Voldemort should be able to recover to the peak of Quasi-Legendary. When they saw Lucas being pushed back, the surrounding Death Eaters erupted into cheers like a tsunami. Especially Barty Crouch Jr., who suffered because of Lucas several times. He yelled at Lucas excitedly, venting the anger in his heart. Pratigo Diabolica. Lucas took the initiative to break the spell of the two. While waving his wand, the blue flames ignited beside him. Since Lucas left Austria, this is the first time he has cast a fire shield for defense. In the past, he mostly used this move to attack. Voldemort looked at Lucas, who was protected by the flames, and the smile on his face became more and more smug. "Grindelwald, I thought you would be a smart man, but you are so stupid to risk yourself alone. Let me guess why you're the only one here. Maybe it's because Dumbledore feels the Ministry of Magic is more important than you, a potential quasi-legendary wizard. Grindelwald, if you are willing to follow me, I can guarantee that your position among the Death Eaters will be second only to me. Stop working for Dumbledore. Can't you see that he's just using you and guarding against you? Just like me in the past, he is afraid of other talented people. Join me, and I can give you a broader future." It could be seen that Voldemort really wanted to recruit Lucas, but he also really wanted him to die. His words were an ultimatum to Lucas. "If you don't surrender, you will die today." Lucas chuckled and said, "Surrender to you? Then you have to go for plastic surgery first. I hate all ugly things, especially those without noses." "Presumptuous." Voldemort roared, and fiery flames shot out from his wand. The fiendfire quickly formed a giant python. Lucas raised his head slightly, and the blue fire around him shot up into the sky, forming a blue dragon in the air in the blink of an eye. The dragon and the python attacked at the same time. Two behemoths crashed into Azkaban, completely destroying the centuries-old building. Lucas and Voldemort were not idle either. They kept exchanging spells back and forth, and each shot carried a deadly threat. No matter who it is, as long as he is hit, he will surely die. Boom tilde. The rumble of thunder came from the clouds. Lucas's blue flame dragon flew into the sky with a giant python in its mouth. The astonishing heat, brought by the use of two extremely powerful fires, made the vicinity of Azkaban as warm as spring. Boom tilde. Another thunderclap sounded. Seeing that the timing was almost up, Lucas detonated his fire dragon. Even the flame python of Voldemort dissipated into the air. The heat that was originally gathered together suddenly spread to the surroundings along the sky. The change in the sky caught the attention of the Death Eaters, and only Voldemort stared intently at the blonde boy in front of him. Grindelwald, don't think this can divert my attention. You must die here today. I have no intention of running away. Lucas cast apparition and came to the ruins of Azkaban. Flying high into the sky with a red spark, more than a dozen streams of white mist and black smoke appeared around the island. These people were all elite Auror-level wizards, selected from the Order of the Phoenix and the Saints. As soon as the crowd appeared, they immediately drew their wands and cast an anti-apparition spell on the entire island. Voldemort looked around and said contemptuously to Lucas, "If it's an ambush, aren't there too few people?" The surrounding Death Eaters laughed loudly, with Bellatrix being the loudest. Looking at the faces of everyone laughing at him, Lucas chuckled and looked towards the sky. Tgthegood. A drop of rain fell from the sky. Lucas wiped the drop of rainwater from his face and said in a low voice, "It has started." Where his eyes are fixed. The star dragon Medusa was slithering through the clouds with a large bottle of cartilage incense in her mouth, and the contents of the bottle quickly blended with the clouds. Then it turned into rain and fell to the ground. The light rain gradually became heavier, completely covering Azkaban. As the rain kept getting heavier, the clothes on the Death Eaters were completely drenched, and the rain began to soak their skin. Lucas was still confronting Voldemort and the others with his own strength, until a scream resounded in the night sky. "Lucas Grindelwald, what despicable means have you used?" Voldemort's sharp voice sounded, this time full of anger towards Lucas. Chapter 296. England North Sea. December is supposed to be the season of snow. But at this time, the island of Azkaban was shrouded in torrential rain. Bellatrix raised her head, staring blankly at the clouds above her head. "Master." She wanted to remind her master that there was something wrong with the rain. But she didn't need to remind him. Watching the newly joined Death Eaters fall to the ground with their bones melting like snow, Voldemort asked angrily, "Grindelwald, what have you done?" "This is the reason why I dare to come here alone, Voldemort. The people you just freed from Azkaban, you can't take them away." "Bastard." Voldemort waved his wand, and the crimson fiendfire reappeared. It's just that this time his target was not Lucas, but the clouds in the sky. He seemed to be planning to disperse the clouds in the sky with fiendfire. Not to mention whether Voldemort could do it. Even if he could, Lucas would not let him do it. So not long after the fiendfire appeared, the rain changed direction and quickly surrounded the fiendfire, accompanied by a large amount of steam. The fiendfire was eventually extinguished by Lucas with a mana-infused rain. Avada Kedavra. Green light rushed at him from 3 directions, but Lucas didn't move as a contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Time stop illusion. The 3 green lights stopped within inches of Lucas. They were shrouded by the magic ball that suddenly appeared, and then disappeared with the magic ball. Lucas looked at the Lestrange couple, and Barty crouched Jr. indifferently. "Just some nasty bugs." When Bellatrix heard his comment, instead of being angry, she laughed wildly. But the next second, her laughter stopped abruptly and showed disbelief in her eyes. Then she turned her head to look behind her. Lucas, who was still on the ruins a second ago, was standing indifferently behind her at this moment. Time acceleration magic. Right after Lucas said the magic's name, Bellatrix was like a cannonball, blasting straight into the ruins of Azkaban, followed by Barty Crouch Jr. and Rodolphus Lestrange. But the most surprising thing is that no one could tell in which order they were actually blown away. The island of Azkaban fell into a deathly silence, and even Voldemort was stunned by the new magic Lucas had shown. Lucius Malfoy stood up and shouted loudly, "Everyone, attack with me. Master, we won't let Grindelwald disturb you." Voldemort came back to his senses and nodded in satisfaction. As he continued to increase the output of magic power, Fiendfire turned the entire night sky red again. He wanted to go all out and directly destroy the dark clouds in the sky. Just when he regained control of his Fiendfire, Lucius Malfoy took the Death Eaters who were not affected by the rain and cast a spell in the direction of Lucas. Others who were less severely affected joined in. Dozens or even hundreds of spells flew towards Lucas at once. Alastor Moody and others were taken aback, and even Sirius showed a rare anxiety on his face. Time stop illusion. The magic ball appeared again, and those spells were fixed in the air one after another. Only then did people see the true appearance of the magic ball. A light blue magic ball, surrounded by a circle of mysterious runes. Every time the magic ball appears, it can take away a spell. Clock stopping. It was also a magic ball, but this time the magic ball did not disappear again. Like casting spells so much, then I will give them back to you. Lucas waved his hand, and under the action of the time acceleration magic, those spells returned at twice the speed of before. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing one enemy, Death Eater, reward, 400 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Murderer, reward, 200 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Thief, reward, 100 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Thief, reward, 100 achievement points. In an instant, the system prompts rang in Luca's ear. This wave of killing let him gain a lot of points, and this is just the beginning. Once the effect of the cartilage incense is fully exerted, he can also harvest another wave of achievement points. He had to admit that the war mode is indeed a sharp weapon for harvesting achievement points. Lucius Malfoy clutched his cursed arm. Just when he was going to continue the attack, Voldemort's voice came from behind. "Lucius, lead some people to break the anti-apparition spell here. We are ready to leave." As soon as the words fell, the flames he was controlling shot up into the sky. Those Death Eaters who had fallen to the ground and were experiencing bone-shattering pain looked to the sky with hope in their eyes. The Fiendfire evaporated the rainwater in midair, and it was about to fly into the clouds, but Luca's figure suddenly appeared in the sky. "Voldemort, I said that you can't take these people away today." Time magic, time reversal. A magical clock appeared in the sky. As the second hand quickly moved back, the monstrous Fiendfire carefully prepared by Voldemort dissipated into the sky. When Luca's figure appeared again, he returned to the ruins of Azkaban, only this time his face was pale. Even standing was already very difficult. Seeing this situation, Voldemort's fearful heart suddenly became ecstatic. Although Lucas's magic power is not as strong as him, those unpredictable magics gave him a lot of headaches. Text magic in the cemetery, and this time there was even a magic that seemed to control time. Voldemort was feeling apprehensive and envious at the same time. "Grindelwald, it seems that the trick just now used most of your power, and I am the one who won in the end. Noseless monster, why don't you take a look back?" Lucas's voice was weak, but without the slightest sense of tension. Without Voldemort turning his head, he could already feel the enemy aura in the distance. Albus Dumbledore. A white mist was moving across the sky quickly. Voldemort looked around. Most of the people he rescued from Azkaban this time were already dead, which made him very angry. But this time, it was not without success. At least it let him discover some of Luca's weaknesses. "Lucius, are you all right?" Lucius Malfoy was confronting the Order of the Phoenix and had no time to answer Voldemort's question. Just at this time, a man in a black robe, pointed hat and mask appeared. Master Portkey. Lucas and the Order of the Phoenix only set up an anti-apparition spell to prevent Voldemort and others from leaving. But it seemed that they forgot to set the anti-apparition spell for entering, so that the Death Eater could easily break through. Good job, Severus. Voldemort praised in a low voice, and then gathered those who could still move. Moments before using the portkey, Voldemort looked towards the ruins again. When he found Lucas falling backwards, he immediately added a killing curse. It's just that Dumbledore had already arrived by this time and easily stopped the green light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a total of 214 enemies and getting a reward of 40,800 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the first stage of the war mode. The rewards are being settled. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 1 chance for a platinum lottery draw. Lucas, who was pretending to be unconscious, almost opened his eyes. Good stuff, not to mention getting rich. He also got an extra chance to draw a lottery. Lucas, Voldemort is gone. Lucas snapped his eyes open. Although the time reversal magic consumes a lot, it is not enough to make him faint. But his pale face was definitely not an act. I don't know if I could fool that guy, Voldemort. Dumbledore frowned. It's really hard to say, but I'm sure that after seeing your unpredictable magic, he will try to separate us and try to defeat us one by one. Looking at the devastated island, Lucas knew that from now on Azkaban would be a thing of the past. The absence of Dementors made Azkaban lose its value, and even rebuilding it was meaningless. Time came to the next day in a blink of an eye. The new Minister of Magic, Pew's Thickness, spoke early in the morning about what happened last night. In the speech, he talked about what happened to the Ministry of Magic last night. While mourning the victims, he also strongly condemned the terrible behavior of the Death Eaters. The complete extermination of the Death Eaters is the top priority of the British magic world, and there is no need to delay. This sentence was printed on the front page of the Daily Prophet. The public saw the minister's attitude, and even more so, the strengthened guarding power of the Ministry of Magic. Diagon Alley has been patrolled by Aurors since morning, bringing a sufficient sense of security to the people who were a little panicked. In addition, the Daily Prophet also reported on yesterday's battle in Azkaban. Although the reporter only took a few photos from a very far place. But whether it is the blue flame dragon or the red flame python, they all greatly stimulated the public. And there were even photos of Lucas alone blocking hundreds of Death Eaters' attacks, which raised his reputation to the peak. Lucas Grindelwald, the next Dumbledore. The crowning of the new king, the White Devil Lucas Grindelwald. Dumbledore is known as the greatest wizard of this century. People will also call him the White Lord in private, in order to show his identity as the opposite of the Dark Lord. And now, Lucas was also crowned the title of the White Devil by the newspaper. Instead of objecting, the people were in favor. Judging from the results of several confrontations with Voldemort, it seemed that he had the upper hand. After all, Dumbledore was old, and the people desperately hoped that there would be another person like him to protect the wizarding world for another 100 years. Lucas knew about this and let Rita Skeeter write it. It can be understood that he is taking advantage of Dumbledore's popularity. Snap Tilda. Voldemort threw the newspaper on the ground, anger written all over his snake-like face. Bellatrix came to his side to say a few words of relief. Seeing the uneasy eyes of the Death Eaters, Voldemort suppressed his anger and said in a calm tone, "Don't worry, you should have seen that Grindelwald's magic power is limited, and it's not enough to fight me for a long time. As for his weird magic, the shortcomings are also very obvious. The text magic has not been used this time, and the conditions for using it must also be harsh. Because he suddenly received the news of our raid on Azkaban, Grindelwald had no time to arrange those weird magic words in advance. As for the time-like magic, it consumes too much power, and he shouldn't be able to use it many times. Severus, you go back to Hogwarts first to inquire about the news. I will not forget your reward." Snape bowed and exited the room. Not long after he left, Voldemort discussed with his men how to deal with Lucas and Dumbledore. Grindelwald and Dumbledore are our worst enemies. They must be separated. In the blink of an eye, the Christmas holidays were over. After several days of busy work, Lucas finally had time to rest. He was planning on going back to school to take advantage of the platinum draw. Just as he passed outside the Great Hall, he saw the students gathered there. Looks like the pink toad has made a new annoying rule. Although he was disdainful, he still stepped forward to check the contents of the education decree. Chapter 297. The Christmas holiday was short, but everything that happened during this period was enough to shake the entire magic world. What the students at Hogwarts didn't expect the most was that Lucas, who was also a student, had turned into the White Devil King. Thinking of their relaxed time playing during the holidays, and comparing themselves with Lucas, who could already fight the Dark Lord, many students felt a burst of depression in their hearts. Wait, aren't you curious? Why can Grindelwald use magic outside of school? As soon as the person finished speaking, he saw everyone staring at him like he was a fool. All right, he admitted that it was a silly question to ask. By this time, Filch had come down the wooden ladder, so everyone's attention then shifted to the new education decree. From today onwards, all Hogwarts students will be required to undergo a monthly assessment every month, and halfway through the semester, a midterm assessment will be required. That short sentence caused despair in the hearts of many students. Exams every month. Merlin's beard, how could Headmaster Dumbledore agree to let this woman come to the school as a professor? The thought of my parents being able to see my grades once a month, Merlin, this is a nightmare. The students in front of the Great Hall were all sad, and a lot of people were cursing Umbridge under their breath. Although the Toad has only been here for a few short months, she has already made all the students of Hogwarts hate her. Especially the dozens of educational decrees issued one after another, which made a lot of students abhor her from the bottom of their hearts. Because of Umbridge, the four houses were unexpectedly united like never before. There is a kind of atmosphere in the school. As long as you scold Umbridge together, you are good friends. Lucas, who just arrived, saw a lifeless picture. Seeing everyone lowering their heads listlessly, he looked curiously at the new education decree on the wall. What exactly is written on it that can actually make a group of people become like this? Lucas raised his eyebrows when he saw familiar words, such as monthly exam and midterm exam. Could it be that Umbridge went to the Muggles for training? He is too familiar with this format. Thinking of the days when he was struggling between books and examination papers, he almost felt a tear fall from his eye. Mr. Grindelwald, I happen to have something to talk to you about. Umbridge happened to come out of the Great Hall at this time, and her eyes lit up when she saw Lucas. The Toad's eyes made Lucas feel very uncomfortable. She was looking at him as if she had just found her prey. Professor, what can I do for you? I'm very busy. Mr. Grindelwald, if you have time, please come to my office. I have some questions about education that I would like to discuss with you. Something is wrong. Lucas frowned slightly. The Toad must be planning something bad if she's being so enthusiastic suddenly. Well, I will definitely go to you when I have time, Lucas said arrogantly. His tone seemed to regard the other party as his subordinate. But even so, Umbridge still didn't change her expression. At most, the smile in her eyes was slightly reduced. This affirmed Lucas's thoughts even more. Voldemort must have given her a task. Otherwise, with the character of this Toad, it would be impossible to act like this at all. Well, I'll be waiting for you in the office. Umbridge walked towards her office after speaking. Slytherin common room. Lucas closed the door to his dorm and gave the system the order to start the platinum lottery. Then a prize pool shining with platinum light appeared in front of him. The platinum light illuminated the room. Soon a ray of light flew out of the prize pool and came straight to Lucas. Ding, this platinum lottery draw is over. Congratulations to the host for getting Talent Evolution Scroll 1. When he first heard the system prompt, he thought it was another talent breakthrough scroll. But after careful inspection, he discovered that although the names of the two scrolls were similar, the effect is completely different. The talent breakthrough scroll that was drawn before was used to break through the upper limit of Lucas' talents in various disciplines. And this talent evolution scroll is specially used to evolve his unique talents. For example, Void Fissure or the Eye of Foresight. I didn't expect there to be such a good thing. Lucas opened his attribute list and glanced at the talent column. The 3 talents of Void Fissure, Void Aura, and Void Strengthening do not need to evolve. Fissure is usually used for long-distance travel, and an evolution is meaningless. Besides, he now has Time Magic, which will be more convenient in battle. As for the Void Aura and Void Strengthening, both are passive talents. With Lucas's current strength, even if they are evolved, the improvement will not be much, so he looked at the remaining talents. Eye of Medusa, weakened version. If Lucas guessed correctly, he will get the full version of Eye of Medusa after evolution. But what's the use of that? There is actually no difference between petrification and direct killing for him. So the Eye of Medusa is a pass. The combination skills talent is good enough for now, so it is not considered. In the end, only the 2 talents of Obscurus and Eye of Foresight are left. And if he must choose, he will definitely choose the Eye of Foresight. The ability to predict the future is simply too tempting. Lucas also wants to see what the eyes that can already predict the future will look like when they evolve again. System, use Talent Evolution scroll on the Eye of Foresight. The Eye of Foresight is being evolved. Estimated evolution result, unknown. The evolution process took longer than imagined. Lucas closed his eyes tightly, feeling a cool air brushing his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the system prompt finally sounded in his ears. Ding, the evolution is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Eye of Time. Lucas opened his eyes suddenly, and his pupils turned completely golden. If you look carefully, you will find it. There seemed to be a golden river in his pupils that was flowing. Lucas' gaze slowly scanned every corner of the room. From the moment he obtained the Eye of Time, time seemed to be running backwards. Everything that happened in the room appeared in his eyes. He even saw a picture of himself fooling Draco with a black leather diary in his 2nd year. Immediately afterwards, the screen began to advance rapidly. Dumbledore, Harry Potter, and even Umbridge began to appear in his pupils. At this moment, Lucas's face was cold, as if he had lost all his emotions. This description may not be correct. It should be said that Lucas seems to have something akin to divinity at this moment. It seems indifferent and ruthless, but the aura it exudes makes people feel comfortable like a spring breeze. I see. The golden light in his eyes dissipated, and the divine aura around Lucas also disappeared without a trace. The Eye of Time, see through the past and the future. This talent evolution scroll is really amazing. It is obviously only a platinum reward, but it brought Lucas a powerful talent that even diamond rewards may not be able to get. The Eye of Time seems to have a single ability, but it allows Lucas, who likes to plan 3 steps ahead, to see 100 steps in the future. This ability to predict everything in advance is the real trump card. He glanced at the clock on the desk and suddenly stood up from the bed. I know I'm going now. Fox in the Firelight froze for a moment. Seeing that Lucas had walked out of the room, he had no choice but to use his ability to return to the headmaster's office. Looking at Lucas, who came straight up the stairs, Dumbledore said with some surprise, "You are." Fizzing Whizbees, you just changed the password before Christmas. Lucas answered the old man's question first. That's right. I just got a little bit of power, so see. Lucas was the first to answer again, confirming exactly what Dumbledore had in mind. He was surprised, but also a little happy. So it seems that Lucas's prediction ability is a little more reliable than Professor Trelawney's. You're wrong, my ability is also limited, and I can't make long-term predictions like Professor Trelawney. Of course Lucas is talking nonsense. It's just that the Eye of Time is too shocking, so it's better not to let others know. A look of disappointment flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, but soon he thought about it. After all, not everyone can have the power of the third eye. As far as he knows, wizards with the ability to predict the future are extremely rare. Dumbledore cleared his throat and said, "Then you should already know why I asked you to come. Yes, the next project can start, and I think it is necessary to give Mr. Potter some sense of participation this time. Harry, but his occlumency." Before he finished speaking, Lucas interrupted. Just as I said this, Mr. Potter has already been approved by Professor Snape. Professor Snape thinks he has mastered some basics in occlumency. It can be seen that Mr. Potter has worked hard during this time and is very talented in defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore was silent for a few minutes before saying, "Did you see that?" "That's right, it's just that it's a little different from what we had originally planned, and we're going to have to make some small adjustments to make it easier for Tom to believe." "In that case, let's follow your arrangement," Dumbledore said with a long breath. Lucas stood up and smiled lightly. "Then I won't disturb your conversation with Mr. Potter, and I think you need this now." As he spoke, he handed Dumbledore a box of lemon sherbets. Watching the back of Lucas leaving, Dumbledore ate a candy and said, "What a horrible and annoying ability." Hogwarts dungeons. Harry happily walked upstairs. Just now, that nasty Snape finally recognized his efforts. "I must have a good celebration with Ron when I go back." As soon as Harry made a decision, he saw Lucas in front. The two nodded lightly, and just as they passed by, Lucas suddenly stopped. "Mr. Potter, when you go up the stairs, remember to step with your left foot first." Seeing Lucas, who turned and left after speaking, Harry looked puzzled. It wasn't until he slipped and almost fell down the stairs, because he stepped up the stairs with his right foot first, that he understood what Lucas said just now. "That wanker, it was actually a prank. I haven't provoked you recently, Lucas." Harry had just finished complaining when Fawkes flew from the sky. Without waiting for Harry to say hello, the phoenix grabbed his shoulders and disappeared from the place in flames. When Harry regained consciousness, he had already appeared in the headmaster's office. "Harry, Severus said that your occlumency learning speed is fast, so it's time to let you know something." Harry didn't suspect that there was anything wrong. Instead, because of Dumbledore's words, he was filled with joy. Not to mention noticing any abnormality, now he couldn't even listen to Dumbledore's words. Chapter 298. Harry's look of high spirits was unreliable, no matter how he looked at it. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment and said, "Harry, what I'm going to say next concerns the lives of many people, so I need to verify your occlumency." "No problem." Harry straightened his back, staring straight at the old man in front of him. Because he knows that legilimency needs to be cast with a wand pointed at the head, and there needs to be eye contact. While Harry innocently waited for Dumbledore to draw out his wand, the opponent's legilimency has been cast. The picture that suddenly appeared in his mind made Harry unable to react for a long time. Until several seconds passed, it finally dawned on him that he had already been hit by Dumbledore's legilimency. Following Snape's instructions, he gradually let go of the miscellaneous thoughts in his head and focused on fighting against the force that invaded his mind. As he looked at Harry, who was yelling and even drew out his wand to cast the stinging curse on himself, Dumbledore sighed helplessly. You must know that 4 years ago, Dumbledore and Lucas had contested legilimency and occlumency with each other. They're the same age, but Harry is really inferior to Lucas. Dumbledore was taken aback suddenly, because he realized that he was comparing Harry with a quasi-legendary wizard. With a self-deprecating smile, he stopped his legilimency attack. "Very nice, Harry." Seeing the delighted smile on Dumbledore's face, Harry let out a long breath. "Professor Dumbledore, have I passed?" "Of course." After Dumbledore answered, he saw Harry looking at him expectantly. "Don't be impatient, let me think about where to start with you." He stood up from his chair and began pacing the office with a slight frown. Seeing him like this, Harry also became serious. It seems that this matter is really very important, because it was the first time he had seen such a serious expression on Dumbledore's face. Harry looked up to see Dumbledore turn to face him. "Remember that prophecy I told you about?" "I remember, you said half of it last time. Are you going to tell me the other half this time?" Dumbledore shook his head. "No, you will know about the prophecy sooner or later, don't worry. I want to tell you, in fact, that prophecy has reservations." "Do you know why Arthur Weasley was attacked in the Department of Mysteries?" Harry asked in surprise. "Is it because of the prophecy?" "That's right," Dumbledore nodded. That prophecy is kept in a prophecy sphere, stored in the Hall of Prophecies in the Department of Mysteries. The prophecy involves the fate of you and Voldemort, and there is even a secret weapon to defeat him, so Voldemort will try to get it. Secret weapon? Harry exclaimed. Does Voldemort know the content of the prophecy? No, he only knows part of it, so he wanted to find it out. Under the influence of the ancient magic of the Hall of Prophecies, only you and Voldemort can find the prophecy ball. You should know that during the Christmas holiday, I summoned the members of the Order of the Phoenix to Hogwarts, and we discussed a plan at that time. I'm going to hide the prophecy ball in another place. The Ministry of Magic is obviously not safe anymore. I need you to find the prophecy ball. Can you do it, Harry? Dumbledore's question was actually quite redundant. Judging by the excited expression on Harry's face, he knew that he was willing, and it could even be said that he couldn't wait to do it. Yes, of course I would. Very well, when the time comes, people from the Order of the Phoenix will accompany and protect you, and I will tell you the specific plan in a few days. Remember, this matter must be kept secret and cannot be told to anyone, especially Professor Umbridge. Can you do it? Harry nodded solemnly. Please rest assured, I will definitely keep this secret, not only from the people in the school, but also from him. He patted himself on the head as he spoke, with an unprecedentedly serious expression on his face. For the next few days, the school was uneventful. Umbridge was surprisingly calm. She's wandering off to Slytherin Academy now when she's free. In addition to wooing members of Draco's investigation team, she wanted even more to get in touch with Lucas, the chief of the house. But Lucas had already learned of Umbridge's plans through the Eye of Time and knew that now was not the time to meet each other. If he wants to worsen his relationship with Dumbledore, he has to wait for the next thing to happen. It's just right. He can also borrow the hand of Umbridge to get the invisibility cloak from Harry. After planning, he concentrated on enjoying the sumptuous food on the long table along with his girlfriends. At this time, a loud noise came from outside the Great Hall, causing everyone to look towards the door and see Potter and a few of his friends walking in, talking and laughing. Speaking of Harry's appearance these days, it's really funny. Because he learned about the next plan of the Order of the Phoenix from Dumbledore, he was feeling very proud. He always had an "I have a secret, but I can't tell it" expression on his face, which made many people curious. First and foremost was his friend Ron. "Harry, what secret do you know? It's been several days, tell me. I promise not to tell anyone else." Harry shook his head with a smile. That smile was him showing off no matter how you look at it. But Ron was not angry when he saw this. Instead, he pestered Harry and questioned him even more tightly. This made Harry even more proud. "Oh, Tilda Potter, I heard that you have learned a big secret. Why don't you tell me about it?" The strange tone from the long table in Slytherin made Harry's expression turn colder. "Malfoy." Draco raised his eyebrows when his name was called, and said with a mocking expression, "Let us all hear what the secret is. Could it be that your half-giant friend brought back some dangerous creature again?" Everyone around Draco laughed with their faces full of sarcasm. Especially Pansy Parkinson, whose mocking expression seemed to be the most practiced. Even Lucas wanted to slap her when he saw it. "Honey, is it really okay to let them go on like this?" After Hermione finished speaking, she glanced at the two groups of people in the distance. Before Lucas could answer, Cho said, "I think it's pretty good. Potter seems to be getting carried away recently." Ginny and Luna also nodded. Hermione suddenly turned her head to look at her boyfriend beside her. "You are not the one who asked Malfoy to do this, are you?" Seeing the four of them looking at him curiously, Lucas put down the teacup in his hand and said, "I don't have that kind of free time. This is all Draco's own idea. After all, he had no choice but to break his friendship with his savior friend." Hearing Lucas addressed to Harry, the four girls laughed in a low voice. "Okay, hurry up and eat, and don't be late for the activities of the study group later." The four girls responded in unison, and then ate the food on the table in silence. At night, there was an uproar in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. After a semester of study, the group members have completed the defense against the dark arts course for this school year. They have also learned to cast proficiently the Killing Curse, Cruciatus Curse, Imperious Curse, and Sectum Sempra. No matter how powerful or weak it is, as long as it can be cast successfully, it will be considered a success. Many little snakes in the first and second years can probably only make people get a nosebleed with the killing curse. But when they grow up in 4 or 5 years, a random killing curse can easily kill someone. The power of a spell depends on the level of magic power, but whether the spell can be cast successfully depends on the proficiency and practice. Lucas hadn't heard of anyone killing someone with the killing curse the first time they cast it. Except, of course, those who were gifted with extraordinary talents, such as Voldemort, his father, Dumbledore, and himself. Very well, the next thing I want to teach you is the Reductor Curse and the Bat Bogey Hex. Seeing the puzzled expression on everyone's face, Lucas explained, I know you're surprised because these two spells are so simple they can even be learned in textbooks. That's right, it's because they are simple. The Reductor Curse used by people with high magic power can even smash a living person into powder. The Bat Bogey Hex is a very insulting spell. It can make people's boogers turn into bats and crawl out of the nostrils, and it will also cover the face of the cursed person, blocking the other party's sight. Having explained what the two spells do, with a flick of his wand, Lucas transformed the wooden dummy into a fat pig. Volumucus. The fat pig's boogers began to crawl out of its nose and turn to the shape of bats. Almost in the blink of an eye, the pig's head was surrounded by them. Many girls had disgusted expressions on their faces, while Ginny, on the other hand, showed eager eyes. In the original book, she was very good at the Reductor Curse and the Bat Bogey Hex. Unexpectedly, in this world, Ginny's interest in these two spells has not diminished at all. The casting of the spell is simple, and the magic power consumption is very small, which is suitable for all of you. One spell can interfere with the enemy's line of sight and interrupt the enemy's next actions, while the other spell can kill or injure the enemy. But I want to remind you, if the magic power is not strong enough, then choose to attack the enemy's hand. Okay, let's start practicing now. Everyone consciously went to find humanoid targets for practice. When Ginny came to the human target, she couldn't wait to use the Reductor Curse. With the sound of the explosion, the humanoid target suddenly turned into a pile of powder. Unconvinced, Astoria used the same spell. Since last semester, Astoria and Ginny have kept competing with each other, trying to be faster than the other when learning spells. When practicing spells, they were also more powerful than most other students. But the competition between the two was benign, so after paying attention to it a few times, Lucas felt relieved and let the two continue. Astoria, who was already in the 3rd year, lost most of the immaturity on her face, and there was always a hint of tenderness in her eyes when looking at Lucas. My lord, why is my Reductor Curse not working well? Can you teach me? Okay. The 4 girls have long been accustomed to the interaction between Lucas and Astoria. Time passed by every minute and every second, and today's group activities were over soon. After most people had left, Lucas turned to look at the Weasley twins behind him. When are you going to come and talk to me? There was a faint golden halo in Lucas's eyes, and his tone was slightly indifferent. Hearing him, the twins smiled awkwardly, which caught Ginny's attention. Her 2 brothers seemed to have something to talk about, and it should be something big. Chapter 299. Fred Weasley, George Weasley, what dangerous thing are you going to do? Ginny stood in front of the twins with her hands on her hips, her face serious. She didn't want to see her mother worry about them. Ginny, you are mistaken. I am George and he is Fred. The twins did their best trick again. It's a pity that Ginny is not interested in playing with the 2 of them now. I don't care who you are anyway, please listen to me. Don't do anything dangerous, and don't make Mom worry. We don't want to do dangerous things, Fred whispered. Facing their mad sister, even the twins have become more honest. Ginny looked back and forth between the 2 faces several times. Seeing the guilty expressions of the 2, she asked sharply, "Spit it out, what are you going to do?" "They're just going to drop out of school." Luca's voice came from behind Ginny, and the twins were taken aback. How do you know? You've always wanted to open your own joke shop, haven't you? I think you can't wait to leave Hogwarts. The twins lowered their heads slowly, acquiescing to Luca's statement. This stunned the girls next to her. Especially Hermione, she doesn't understand this kind of dropout behavior. With a blank face, Ginny asked the two of them sharply, "Is what Lucas said true?" Almost." "What do you mean almost? If you drop out of school, your parents will be sad, and how will you find a job in the future?" "It's a bit too harsh to say drop out. We're going to prepare a glorious exit." After George finished speaking, Fred next to him continued to add, "Besides, the two of us only got 3 passes in the OWLS exam, so even if we graduate, we won't be able to find any good jobs." Ginny laughed angrily at what the two said. "If you study well, work hard, and try to get more O's in the NEWTS exam, you would be fine, but you actually chose to avoid it. In addition, you said you want to open a joke shop. What about the funds? Our family doesn't have the money for you to start a business." As soon as Ginny finished speaking, the twins looked at the blonde boy behind her in tacit understanding. "In fact, Lucas gave us the 1,000 galleons he won at the Triwizard tournament last year." The twins ignored Lucas's swaying hands and confessed without hesitation. "So you were also involved." Ginny looked back at her boyfriend. Seeing the fiery redhead getting more and more angry, Lucas hurried forward and hugged her. "Ginny, Fred, and George are already adults, and they will make their own choices about their futures. Do you have to use those certificates to prove it? You should know how outstanding your 2 brothers are. As for the joke store, I support it. They are very interested in inventing prank items. You have seen with your own eyes how much the students at school like the things they invented. With such a talent, wouldn't it be wasteful not to use it? Don't you think it's more appropriate for the 2 of them to focus on that instead of sitting in an office?" Ginny's expression kept changing with Luca's words. When she imagined the picture of her 2 elder brothers sitting in an office solemnly, she suddenly shuddered. The twins breathed a sigh of relief and secretly gave Lucas a thumbs up, but Ginny noticed all the tricks between the 3 of them. After glaring at them, she pulled the other 3 girls out of the secret room. The twins were relieved that at least they now have a family member supporting them. As for Ron, he will support both of them 100%. And they don't have to worry about their older brother Bill and second brother Charlie. The biggest troubles are Percy and their mother. "Don't worry, I can talk to Mrs. Weasley for you." The twins' eyes lit up, and they stepped forward and hugged Luca's shoulders. "Thank you so much, boss. Of course, as an investor, this is also your job. After all, we are now working for you." Lucas knocked off the 2 hands on his shoulders. "But I have conditions. Remember the alchemy I taught you." Seeing the 2 nodding, Lucas continued. "I can provide you with the shop in Diagon Alley, and I can also provide you with a batch of raw materials for free. But when you make prank objects, you also have to use alchemy to make some other magic props. As for what to do, you can think about it yourself. The only requirement is that these props have to play a role on the battlefield." The twins looked at each other, and their expressions became serious. "Boss, don't worry, we will definitely make enough magic props. It's just this time. According to my personal estimates, you still have about 6 to 8 months to prepare, and the second war will start at the latest when school starts next year." 6 to 8 months, the twins frowned. Both of them knew it in their hearts. Their parents, as members of the Order of the Phoenix, will definitely participate in the war against Voldemort. Not just their parents, but Bill, Charlie, and even Ginny and Ronald. Their family has long been unable to stay out of it. We get it, and when we've finished our spectacular exit, we're heading to Diagon Alley to get ready. For the so-called exit of the 2, Lucas had already seen it with the eye of time. Or he had been expecting the twins to do it. Because whether he can get the invisibility cloak, the big trouble that the twins are about to create is the key. "I don't care what kind of trouble you're going to make. Please don't involve the Slytherin common room. I don't want it to get dirty." Seeing the sly smiles on the twins' faces, Lucas knew that his words did not change their minds. It looks like they still intended to do that. Harry looked around. Everyone was cheering as they looked at him. "Harry, you're amazing. It's thanks to you resisting Voldemort's attack at the critical moment. Otherwise, the prophecy ball would have been snatched away by him." Harry blankly accepted the compliments from Sirius and Mr. Weasley, but he still didn't understand what happened. "Get out of the way, everyone out of the way, Harry is injured, don't bother him." Alistair Moody parted the crowd and came to his side. Seeing the old Auror's scarred face also permeated with a smile, Harry asked in confusion, "Professor Moody, what happened?" "Oh, Tilda, poor child, you must have been injured in the fight just now." There was pain in Moody's one remaining eye. Before Harry figured out what was wrong, Dumbledore came along with Lucas. "Harry, are you okay?" "Professor, what happened?" "Did you forget what day is today? I'll give you a little hint, prophecy ball." With Dumbledore's reminder, a flood of memories began to emerge. Among them was a conversation between Dumbledore and him in the headmaster's office. "Today is the day to transfer the prophecy ball." Seeing Harry's surprised expression, Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "That's right, we moved the prophecy ball from the Ministry of Magic to a safe place. Your performance was very heroic. If you did not stop Voldemort many times, we might not be able to successfully complete this mission." Dumbledore raised his wand after speaking, making a mist fly out from the tip of the wand, and a set of images appeared in it. In the picture, a group of people were riding brooms and crossing the sky over London in a neat formation. Suddenly, a group of pitch-black smoke figures appeared. Voldemort then showed up, and the Death Eaters wanted to snatch the prophecy ball. Seeing himself in the mist tightly protecting the prophecy ball, Harry frowned suspiciously. "Professor, why do I have no impression of these?" "Son, it's all because you were injured just now." Dumbledore finished and motioned for him to continue looking into the smoke. Harry saw that he was very heroic in the picture. Voldemort tried to snatch the prophecy ball several times, but was repelled by himself with the disarming charm. Until finally he clashed spells against Voldemort and was pushed off the broom by the opponent's powerful magic. Although other people rescued him in time, some collisions inevitably occurred. The screen ended here. Dumbledore raised his wand and said, "Don't worry, my boy, I'll restore your memory now." Accompanied by the bright light of the magic wand, Harry's memory was also gradually recovered, and the memory in his mind was more detailed than what he could see in the smoke. Watching people around cheering and shouting his name, a smile gradually appeared on his face. "Savior." Harry is more suitable for the title of White Demon King. "Harry, you're so good." A cry of praise captivated Harry, and soon he was part of the celebratory team. The moment he turned around to celebrate, Dumbledore's eyes turned blood red behind him. "Gryffindor Tower." Harry lay on the soft bed, chuckling from time to time. Ron, Neville, and others gathered around the bed, their faces full of doubts. "What do you think Harry is dreaming about?" "I don't know, but it must be a wonderful dream. Maybe he's dreaming that he became the Minister of Magic." Several people were woken up by Harry's laughter. Seeing that he was fine now, they went back to their bed to sleep in peace. Little Hangleton. Voldemort opened a pair of blood-red eyes, and his slender fingers gently slid across his eyebrows, or where they should be since he doesn't have eyebrows anymore. Could the transfer of the prophecy ball be another trap? Having experienced the failure of Azkaban, Voldemort was now more cautious. As Dumbledore's old rival, he knows how smart the headmaster is. There was no way Dumbledore hadn't noticed the connection between Harry and himself, but he unexpectedly told Harry such an important plan when he was still not proficient in occlumency. This had to make Voldemort doubt Dumbledore's intentions. "Bella." "I'm here, Master. I need you to do something in a few days. It may be very dangerous. Would you like to?" Bellatrix said with a smile. As long as it is the Master's order, Bella will always be willing, even if Bella has to die. Satisfaction flashed in Voldemort's eyes. "Very good, I will come to the room later. I have some rewards for you. First go find Severus, and send a letter to our friends at Hogwarts." Waiting until Bellatrix left the room, Voldemort looked at the night outside the window. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 300. Since the day he parted from the twins in the Chamber of Secrets, Lucas never spoke to the two of them again. Not only him, but many of the Slytherin students, even his 4 girlfriends, were the same. In the words of the twins, it is better not to have any contact with them these days, so as not to get into trouble. The time soon came to the day most students dreaded. According to the newly promulgated education decree, all students must take monthly exams at the end of the month. And it also stipulated that it must be a written test. Such examinations bring pain to the students, but it also adds a lot of trouble to the professors. So much so that in the past few days at the end of the month, all the professors looked bitter and tired. The monthly exam is finally here. In order to prevent someone from cheating, it is even more important to prevent some people from resorting to favoritism. The location of the exam is set to be held in the Great Hall. All students from years 1 to 7 will take the exam here, and the chief examiner is none other than the pink toad, Dolor's Umbridge. But the candidate for the deputy invigilator was beyond everyone's expectations. The assistant proctor was neither the serious and impartial Professor McGonagall, nor was it the cold and harsh Professor Snape. It was the school caretaker, the resident squib Argus Filch. Filch, who suffers from severe rheumatism, was patrolling the Great Hall in an awkward posture. Do your own questions, don't peek at others, and don't cheat. You nasty little wizards, when the new education decree comes down, I will be able to tie you up and punish you. I'll have that power then, and Dumbledore can't object. He's been too kind to you before. Let me see who is cheating. I will write down their names, and then wait for the new education decree to come down, and then punish them properly. Filch repeatedly tried scaring everyone with the new education decree, but didn't say what the new education decree actually is. However, it can be heard from his few words that it is not good news. Filch, a squib, always has an inexplicable hatred for the students, so if he gets the power to punish people, their lives will be very difficult in the future. Argus, a disgustingly sweet voice, came from the front of the Great Hall, and Filch immediately ran over. "Ma'am, what are your orders?" "Give this quill to the girl in the 4th row." Filch took the delicate quill and trotted to the 4th row. The girl trembled slightly and looked at Umbridge anxiously. "Professor, this." "Miss, please use this quill to complete the exam." The girl's hand holding the quill began to tremble, but under Umbridge's gaze, she finally wrote the answer on the test paper with the quill. A sudden scream startled everyone, making them look at where the voice came from. They saw the girl from just now covering her face with her hands, but even so, everyone still saw the handwriting on her cheek. "I am a cheater." These words seemed to be carved with a knife, not only disfiguring the girl's face, but also insulting her. Everyone should pay attention. This is what happens after cheating. Umbridge looked around at everyone triumphantly. Seeing how no one dared to speak out, she became even more proud. The Weasley twins, sitting near the gate, looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Boom tilde. Suddenly, there was a dull sound outside the Great Hall. Attracted by the sound, Umbridge immediately walked towards the door. But just when she was about to open the door, it was suddenly knocked open by a huge force, and a huge dragon made of fireworks came in through the gate. The students screamed, and the examination room was in chaos. Who did this? Who? Umbridge pulled out her wand angrily and said to the firework dragon, "Stupefy." The spell hit the dragon's head precisely, and then it exploded. Originally, there was only one pyrotechnic dragon, but several more appeared after the explosion. "Merlin's beard, Argus, don't use the stunning charm on these fireworks." "Yes, ma'am." The toad seemed to have forgotten that Filch was a squib and couldn't use stunning charms at all. Filch waved the mop in his hands, trying to knock down the fireworks from the sky. But after a while, the mop in his hand was ignited. As far as the current situation is concerned, it is obvious that the monthly examination cannot continue. So the students who no longer had to take the exam were cheering. Those in the know cheered and looked at the Weasley twins. Such unique and creative fireworks must have been invented by those brothers. The twins were not idle either, and distributed all the fireworks in their pockets to the people around them. These Weasley fireworks are long-lasting and fly around. If someone casts a spell on them, these fireworks will explode immediately. Harry also got a few fireworks, and glancing at Umbridge in the distance, took out his wand and lit the fireworks. The Great Hall was completely turned into a sea of fireworks of various colors. What in Merlin's beard is going on here? Professor McGonagall led the other professors. Seeing the fire dragons flying all over the ceiling and the small fireworks flying around, she almost dropped her jaw in shock. Inquisitor Umbridge, what is going on here? Someone is making trouble. I must catch the troublemaker. I will expel him, expel him. As soon as Umbridge finished shouting, she found that the people around her were moving far away from her, and her toad's survival instincts kicked in. The moment she turned around, a fire dragon engulfed her, and the pink toad was dyed black by the flames. Seeing Umbridge's ugly appearance, although if you ask around most people would say it was an improvement, the students laughed out loud. Professor McGonagall, why aren't you helping me? Oh, Tilda, I'm so sorry, Inquisitor Umbridge. It's because we don't know if we have the authority to do so. Professor McGonagall explained why in the same tone that the toad often used. Then she looked at the students in the Great Hall. The Great Hall is very dangerous right now. Before the Inquisitor has dealt with the problem, you should go back to your common rooms and wait for news. Amid the cheers, Professor McGonagall led other professors out of the Great Hall. The students also consciously followed behind her. Also leaving the Great Hall were the countless fireworks. They seemed to be manipulated by someone behind them, and they immediately split into pieces after leaving the Great Hall, flying to every corner of Hogwarts. Afternoon. The monthly exam seems to have become a joke. The students re-entered their classrooms and started class as usual, facing the fireworks that burst out from certain corners from time to time. All the professors chose to stand by, knowing who the culprit was, but even Snape didn't blame the twins. This just shows how hated Umbridge has become in Hogwarts. A firework with colorful lights suddenly flew into the Transfiguration classroom. Professor McGonagall glanced lightly. Prefect, go and tell Professor Umbridge that there is a firework here that needs her disposal. Not long after the prefect left, Umbridge hurried over. As the fireworks disappeared, her face became gloomy again. McGonagall. Professor Umbridge, there are fireworks in the Charms classroom. Professor Flitwick wants you to go there as soon as possible. Professor McGonagall said with a serious expression. Inquisitor, you should go and have a look. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid it won't be easy to explain it to the Ministry of Magic. HMPH, Argus, let's go. Filch followed Umbridge out of the classroom with a twist. Once the two left, cheers erupted in the classroom, and even Professor McGonagall had a slight smile on her lips. Umbridge spent the entire afternoon dealing with pyrotechnics. There was simply no time to investigate just who was playing the prank. Until evening arrived. After dealing with all the fireworks, Umbridge finally had some free time. A group of students are waiting outside the Office of Defense against the Dark Arts. If you look closely, you will find that most of them are students of the Gryffindor house. Click tilde. The door of the office was opened, and Neville came out of it. How's it going, Neville? What did she ask you? She just asked a few random questions, and Professor Umbridge also treated me to some snacks and tea. Neville scratched his head and said. The few people around were immediately disappointed. Harry Potter. Filch's voice came from the office door. Harry walked into the office under everyone's worried eyes. Mr. Potter, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Please sit down. Thanks. Harry sat down stiffly across from Umbridge, and Filch immediately brought him a cup of tea. Drink some tea, have some snacks, don't be nervous. We will just chat casually. Harry thanked her again, then picked up the teacup and saw his reflection in the tea, and his thoughts suddenly returned to last summer. Thinking of that fake Professor Moody who drank Veritaserum and uncontrollably revealed a lot of secrets, his heart suddenly became vigilant. Drink, drink more. Listening to Umbridge's urging, Harry was even more sure that there was something added to the tea in his hand. No, Professor, I'm not thirsty yet. What do you want to ask? Oh, well then, just don't forget to drink. Umbridge continued to ask after that, do you think Dumbledore has neglected his duty as headmaster? Harry said suspiciously, I thought you wanted to ask me about the fireworks. Of course. Umbridge's face became a bit uglier. Of course I want to ask about the fireworks, but this does not conflict with my question. I don't think what happened today would have happened without Dumbledore's acquiescence, So there's something wrong with the education system, don't you think? I can't agree with you, Professor. I don't think there is any problem with Professor Dumbledore's education. All the students at Hogwarts like him very much. Harry's answer obviously didn't please Umbridge. Just when she was about to continue asking, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open. "Ma'am, go and have a look. Someone is making trouble outside again, and there are many swamps on the only way to the teaching area." "What swamps?" Umbridge stood up in surprise. Forgetting about continuing to trouble Harry, she picked up the wand on the table and walked out the door. Harry smiled gloatingly. He knew that the twins must have done it again. Chapter 301. From the moment Harry was called into the office, the twins knew that sooner or later they would be exposed. But the surprise the duo gave Umbridge wasn't over yet. At this moment, they can't be caught by the opponent. So taking advantage of everyone's inattention, the twins turned around and left the place. "Peeves." In an empty corridor, Fred's voice echoed for a long time. Not long after, a familiar voice came from the end of the corridor. Peeves appeared wearing his brightly colored clothes, tie, and a bowler hat on his head. "Oh, Tilda Weasley twins, what are you looking for from the great Peeves?" As the personification of mischief in Hogwarts, it can be said that Peeves and the twins, who also like mischief, are very familiar with each other. After several years of getting along, Peeves has regarded the Weasley twins as his best and only friends. So when he heard the plan from his fellow mischief makers, he agreed to help without hesitation. He loves to play tricks, not to mention such a wonderful feast of mischief. Saying farewell to Peeves, the Weasley twins went on the path to the teaching area. George, 7 years they went so fast. Reluctant Fred. The twins looked at the familiar surroundings and smiled at each other. Let's do something big, enough to make Hogwarts remember. Let's do something big, enough to make Hogwarts remember. After the two finished speaking in unison, they reached out and took out a pack of prank props from their pockets. The carnival has begun, too. As they continued to throw things out, the road that must be passed was soon covered with green swamps. The sound produced when the props were triggered attracted a crowd not far away. Filch held a mop and followed the sound to find it, and out of curiosity, the students followed behind him one after another. Not long after the crowd left, Peeves came to the defense against the dark arts office with a big bag in his hand. "Hey, hey," Peeves smiled viciously. He threw all the props in his pocket at the door. In the office at this time, Umbridge was urging Harry to drink the tea with Veritaserum. Little did she know that she was about to suffer. At the same time, Filch nearly fainted at the sight of the hallway turning into a swamp. Looking at the Weasley twins on the other side of the swamp, he shouted sharply, "It's you again, Weasleys. I must hang you up and give you a good whipping. Mr. Filch, we are right here. If you can come over, we will let you catch us immediately." Filch didn't pay attention to the clamor of the twins, but turned around and went back the same way he came. The students also followed him to the defense against the dark arts office. Waiting until everyone left, Lucas suddenly appeared behind the twins. "Is this enough?" The sudden voice startled the two of them. However, after hearing Lucas' words, the two of them became thoughtful. "You mean?" "Since you are leaving, of course it should be grander. I went to the greenhouse to get some plants, and I also brought your remaining fireworks. Since you have decided to leave, let's organize a bigger fireworks show so that all the students in the school can participate." Seeing the old suitcase in Lucas's hand, the twins' eyes lit up. "Although I don't know what your plan is, boss, but you are right. Since we have decided to leave, of course we will have a grand farewell party." George took the suitcase, turned and left with Fred. Lucas' pupils exuded a faint golden light, and it was not until the two walked away that he whispered, "That's all." Umbridge walked out of the office, just in time to see the twins distributing fireworks in the distance. Seeing the fireworks in the hands of the two, she was like a bull seeing red. "So it's you two annoying brats." When these words were spoken, a spell flew out of Umbridge's short wand. The twins used the suitcase in their hands to block, and the fireworks inside were ignited by the spell. They yelled and threw the remaining fireworks into the sky. Unfortunately, one of them flew towards Umbridge. Just when Umbridge was about to dodge, Peeves came out of the ground and grabbed her ankle. "This professor, come and play with Peeves for a while." "Damn ghost, let me go." Seeing the fireworks getting closer, Umbridge showed a panicked expression. The pyrotechnics sprayed a mass of colorful flames in all directions and flew into the office, scraping Umbridge's scalp. Boom tilde. Fireworks exploded in the office, and porcelain dishes all over the wall fell. The cats on them were relieved. They're finally free from the toad Umbridge. Seeing Umbridge's appearance at this moment, the students couldn't help laughing out loud. The fireworks just now burned all the hair in the middle of her head, leaving only a little hair on both sides. Umbridge rubbed her head, screamed and waved her wand like crazy. The twins hid in the distance early on. Umbridge was about to go after them when Peeves reappeared. "Hey, Professor, I've got you some presents." It exploded with the round props it dropped. The ground beneath Umbridge suddenly turned into a deep swamp. Almost in the blink of an eye, half of the toad's body sunk into it. "Argus, what are you still doing? Pull me up quickly." "Go and call Professor McGonagall. Go and find Dumbledore, Lawless. I'm going to expel these 2 students." Except for Filch, no one listened to Umbridge at all at this point. Besides, such a big thing happened in school, so it is impossible for the professors not to know, but they haven't appeared until now. Doesn't this just reflect the attitude of the professors? The students who received fireworks lit them to celebrate. The so-called law does not blame the public, and Umbridge can't expel so many people. The crowd played recklessly with the fireworks invented by the Weasley twins. For a moment, a dragon of green and gold sparks danced around the corridor, spraying fiery red sparks, and its body made crackling explosions from time to time. Others held sparklers that turned into bright pink wheel fireworks that moved around the hallway at a very terrifying speed. It even made a terrifying roar. And the fireworks in girls' hands were mostly small ones, which were beautiful and harmless. Just then, a wheel firework turned around and flew towards Umbridge next to the swamp. The terrifying roar reminded the students along the way to get out of the way. Seeing the fireworks flying in his direction, the frightened Filch immediately moved away. This caused Umbridge, who was already on the verge of getting out of the swamp, to fall back. "Bastard, who is it?" The students around just laughed, and no one answered her question. Umbridge looked at Draco and the others in the crowd, but Draco shook his head, indicating that he hadn't seen it either. Helpless, Umbridge had to climb out of the swamp again. It took Harry a lot of effort to come to his friend. When he watched a few people holding fireworks sticks and preparing to light them, he had an idea immediately. He gathered several people together and lit the fireworks at the same time. He chose a type that can automatically write swear words in the air. As for what it will write, it depends on the person using it. Umbridge, who had crawled out of the swamp at this time, happened to see what Harry and others were doing. Seeing the resentment in Umbridge's eyes, Lucas knew that the invisibility cloak was in hand. Suffering such a great humiliation, it is certain that the twins will be expelled from school. And Umbridge, who has nowhere to vent her anger, will naturally find trouble with Harry. If she wants to catch him, she can only ask Lucas for help. Of course, there are other reasons for this. All Lucas has to do is to play tricks and get the invisibility cloak by the way. But that's all for the future. Umbridge was overwhelmed with rage at the moment. She gripped her wand and ran after the twins from where they had fled. Halfway, Peeves reappeared. This time he didn't say hello, but threw a water bomb at Umbridge. Then, before the toad could fight back, he quickly sank into the wall and disappeared. HMPH, Umbridge snorted disdainfully and began to move on. But suddenly, she found that some vines grew rapidly in the places hit by the water bomb. In the blink of an eye, they began to attack Umbridge. The people who came to watch the excitement cheered for the Weasley twins. At this time, the professors who heard the movement finally arrived. It's just that they didn't do anything to stop it. Professor McGonagall even stood aside quietly as a bystander. Umbridge spent a lot of effort and finally broke away from the vines. When she came to the swampy corridor, the twins, each with a broom in hand, have been waiting on the other side for a long time. Did you think it would be fun to turn the school corridor into a swamp? Facing Umbridge's gloomy expression, the two were unafraid. Of course, her appearance right now can't make people afraid. They were trying to hold back their laughter. "That's interesting," said Fred, shrugging. Seeing his unrepentant look, Umbridge said angrily, "This matter will not be forgotten. You will accept the punishment of Argus, and I will notify your parents later. I will expel you." Filch looked excited. After all, Dumbledore had never agreed to his demands to punish students before. Unexpectedly, once Inquisitor Umbridge took office, he could actually fulfill his wish. "Madam, don't worry. As long as you hand over these two brats to me, I will make them apologize to you obediently." The twins looked at each other and smiled. "George," Fred looked at his brother, "I don't think full-time school is suitable for us anymore." "I feel the same way, Fred." George looked so casual. "That being the case, let the outside world see our talents." The twins straddled their brooms and said to the crowd, "If you think these portable swamps and Weasley fireworks are fun to play with, you can come to number 93 Diagon Alley, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes to buy. If you promise to tease this toad with our products, we will give you a special discount of 10%. Goodbye, don't miss us too much." The twins flew into the sky, and a huge W stood in midair as a firework exploded. Then, amid the cheers of the students, they disappeared into the sky on their brooms. The departure of the twins made Umbridge's anger have nowhere to vent. When she noticed Potter, who was smiling and cheering loudly, she immediately transferred her hatred for the twins to him. The day after the twins left, the swamps and vines in the school corridors were cleaned up. But Professor McGonagall left a piece, surrounded by a green line. Although she didn't say anything, everyone knows that she intends to commemorate the twins' contributions to Hogwarts in this way. It's just that after the twins patted their buttocks and left, the Gryffindor students were being targeted like never before, especially Harry Potter. This time, Umbridge doesn't plan to give up until the DA is captured. But none of this has anything to do with Lucas. He just needs to wait for the toad to come to him for help next time. He originally planned to spend 2 days in peace, but was disrupted by a sudden letter. In the Great Hall, after reading the contents of the letter, Lucas suddenly turned pale. Lucas, who has always been calm, unexpectedly showed a bewildered expression. This puzzled Umbridge and others who had been watching him closely. Chapter 302. "Honey, what's the matter?" Lucas slowly raised his head, and a tense and panicked face appeared in front of the 4 women. They had never seen him like this. Since he came to Hogwarts, he has always been so radiant. "Honey, is something wrong?" Hermione asked worriedly. "Lend me some parchment." Lucas did not answer, but took the parchment from Hermione and wrote a reply. "The specific things are in the letter. You can read it yourself. I will reply first." The 4 girls looked at the envelope on the long table, and Hermione picked it up at the urging of the other 3 girls. Austria, Nurmengard Castle. Seeing the mailing address, Hermione was stunned for a moment. Of course she knew who lived at this address. Carefully opening the envelope and removing the parchment inside. When she read the first sentence, the tension in Hermione's heart relaxed slightly. Fortunately, it wasn't a letter from the big man. But seeing the following content, the eyes of the girls were shocked. They couldn't believe what they just read. "Honey, your father." "Don't say it here. It's not good for others to hear it. This matter is of great importance. It must not be known." The expressions of the 4 girls immediately became serious. They knew very well just how serious the matter was. But they were more worried about Luca's state at the moment. Looking at her boyfriend, who was pretending to be calm, Hermione reached out and grabbed the back of his hand. "It'll be fine." The same is true for the other 3 women. They all hope that Lucas can understand that they are by his side. Suddenly, a breeze blew in the peaceful Great Hall, and the folded parchment on the table was blown away by the wind. "Gellert Grindelwald is critically ill. Hurry back." A short sentence was about to break Lucas's heart. Who is Gellert? He was the strongest dark wizard before Voldemort. He is the founder of the Alliance that went on to become the current Saints group. He is also Luca's adoptive father. Although the two are not related by blood, everything about Lucas is inseparable from the teachings of the other. Lucas was playing around, messing with this and destroying that. In addition to relying on his own strength, there is another reason he could be so carefree. That is, he knows that there is someone behind him who he can rely on. If one day he caused a catastrophe that he couldn't resolve, he believed that his father would come out of the castle where he was imprisoned and help him to solve it. But now, the closest person he has in this world, his reliance is about to collapse. How could this not upset him? Lucas took a deep breath, wrote his name on the parchment, and then whistled loudly. Soon after, Hestia flew in from outside. "Bring the letter to Vinda, and it must be fast." Hestia let out a soft cry, flapped her wings, and flew out from the window of the great hall. At the same time, in the corner under the long table that no one can see, another letter in Lucas's hand also disappeared with a flash of silver. Soon, the powerful families in England received news that some members of the Saints group had left England. The Order of the Phoenix, the Ministry of Magic, and the Death Eaters also received the news. Voldemort frowned slightly, wondering what Lucas was up to. Let your friends in Hogwarts find out what happened. Soon, an envelope from Hogwarts was placed in front of Voldemort. Lucas Grindelwald received a letter from the outside world this morning, and then became restless. The specific content of the letter is still being investigated. Voldemort closed his eyes and stroked his bald head with his fingers. This is an action he makes subconsciously when he is lost in thought. Could it be that there is something wrong with the Saints? If that's the case, then it's a godsend opportunity. Lucius, let someone go investigate. As you wish, Master. Since Lucas's letter was sent, all forces were busy probing the news of the Saints. Even Dumbledore talked to Lucas twice, subtly trying to pry some information, but Lucas always shook his head and said nothing. But his brows that hadn't been relaxed for several days told everyone that Lucas had encountered unprecedented troubles. Over the next few days, the transfers of members of the Saints became more and more frequent. Many well-known Saints left England. This seems to make people even more certain that there is a problem within the Saints. During this time, Umbridge has not been idle. In addition to trying to find out what happened to Lucas, she put more energy on targeting Harry. Office of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Umbridge looked kindly at Marietta Edgecombe in front of her. Don't be nervous, child. Your mother and I are very good friends. Her popularity in the Flu Network administration is also very good, child. Can you answer a few questions for me? Marietta nodded, then shook her head immediately. The smile on Umbridge's face subsided slightly. Relax, drink some tea. Looking at the tea pushed in front of her, Marietta remembered what Harry had said. Thinking that the tea in front of her might have been filled with Veritaserum, she shook her head again. Umbridge hadn't expected it. The girl in front of her had a tight mouth, which was different from what she had learned. Just when she was about to press her with a tough attitude, a green flame suddenly ignited in the fireplace. Go back first, I have something else to do. Marietta ran out of the office, as if fleeing for her life. The flames of the fireplace reappeared, and an envelope with the dark mark appeared. Umbridge didn't dare to neglect it, and stepped forward to catch the slowly falling envelope with both hands. With the envelope being opened, the parchment inside was exposed. There was only one sentence on it. The Saints are confronting the German and French Ministry of Magic in front of Nurmengard. Although it was only a short sentence, it explained the recent transfer of the Saints. At the same time, this also reveals a message to the outside world that there may be a problem with that person in Nurmengard. That's why Germany and France went there to guard the castle. Probably because they didn't want the people inside to come out, and even hoped that the one inside would die right away. Umbridge felt that she should be right about 8 out of 10 guesses. Burning the letter in her hand, she sat on the chair and thought about the task that her master entrusted to her. Maybe this time will be a good opportunity. No, I have to go to see Lucas now. If Dumbledore gets ahead, the strategy won't work. Umbridge slapped the desk down, got up and walked out of the office. Slytherin common room. Lucas's mood seemed to affect the other snakes as well. The usual smiles and laughter seemed to have been lost in the common room. Thanks to the inquisitorial squad's internal response, Umbridge successfully entered the common room. Professor Umbridge, please wait a moment, someone has already informed the chief. Marcy Flint said indifferently. Umbridge was once a Slytherin too, so she could naturally notice the indifference in Marcy's tone. I remember your name is Marcy Flint, 7th year. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the chief of the 7th years, right? But Umbridge's warm tone got a cold response. Without even looking at her again, Marcy turned and walked to her seat and sat down. Umbridge, who was humiliated, dared not speak out. There is still Lucas, a quasi-legendary wizard, as the chief of the house right now. So the students of Slytherin are indeed more confident than the other 3 houses. Professor Umbridge, the chief invites you in. She followed Astoria to a separate room. Seeing Astoria turn away, Umbridge knocked lightly on the door twice. When she entered the room, she saw Lucas Grindelwald frowning slightly, flipping through a book. Mr. Grindelwald, I'm sorry to disturb you at this time. Lucas closed the book, drew out his wand and tapped on the table, and 2 steaming cups of tea appeared immediately. Is the professor here for something? Cough, cough. Umbridge cleared her throat. I just see that Mr. Grindelwald seems to be a little troubled recently. It's nothing, just small things. Mr. Grindelwald, don't rush to deny it. My family has some kinship with Germany. I heard something about Nurmengard recently. Boom tilde. A huge pressure fell on Umbridge in an instant. Although she was prepared, she was still nearly crushed into toad paste. Then what did the other person say, and what are your plans for coming today? If you don't make it clear, you probably won't be able to leave this room today. Luca's indifferent eyes made her feel cold all over. She knew very well in her heart that the boy was not just talking. As a quasi-legendary level wizard, it is really not difficult to kill her without anyone noticing. Mr. Grindelwald, I have a way to help you bring out the people from Nurmengard, but you must do me a favor. Umbridge struggled to get those words out. As soon as the words fell, the pressure on her body disappeared without a trace. Get up and explain in detail. Seeing Luca's interested eyes, she breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 303. Ahem, Umbridge cleared her throat again, suppressing her fear of Lucas. She is a shrewd person who knows that in the face of absolute strength, one must maintain one's obedience. Sizing up the situation, making a decision before making a move, is the principle of doing things engraved in the bones of every Slytherin. Tell me about your deal. Mr. Grindelwald, my distant relative in Germany, is a small captain of the German Auror Command. He can help you take the people out of the castle. I venture to guess that your father should have some minor problems. The Ministry of Magic of the 2 countries does not seem to intend to let him leave Nurmengard, let alone allow the healer to enter the castle, right? Lucas glanced at her with a half-smile. You're a smart person, so what do you want? Actually, it's nothing more than a piece of cake for you. I would like to ask you to help find Harry Potter's hiding place. DA. Mr. Grindelwald really knows about the DA. Lucas looked up at the ceiling, thought for a long time before saying, Umbridge, your purpose is probably to make me conflict with Dumbledore, right? Seeing the coldness in the eyes of the blonde boy, she hastily waved her hands, and her face turned even paler. I dare not, I just want to punish the unruly Harry Potter. He has a great reputation. If I punish him, other students will become more honest. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Umbridge nodded apprehensively and said, That's right, it's killing chickens to scare monkeys, killing chickens to scare monkeys. Lucas sneered and said, Don't be nervous, I'm just talking casually, I agree to your conditions, but when will you finish what you promised me? I will write a letter tonight, and let a family member use a portkey to deliver the letter, and there will be a reply tomorrow at the latest. Okay, tomorrow happens to be a meeting of the DA, and you'll get things done. I will personally help you to catch Harry Potter. A gleam flashed in Umbridge's eyes. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It seems that the situation in Nurmengard is not optimistic. Mr. Grindelwald, then I won't bother you. Wait, I have one more request. Umbridge, who was about to leave, stopped immediately. Please tell me. You should know Ronald Weasley, right? Seeing the toad nodding, Lucas continued. Recently he said something that shouldn't be said. As the High Inquisitor, you should be in charge of this matter, right? Umbridge's eyes lit up. The student's virtue is also my responsibility as the High Inquisitor. I promise to make him stop talking nonsense in the future and be a good boy with good manners. The reason why she agreed so readily is all because of Ronald Weasley's identity. The Weasley family, Dumbledore's supporters. If she accidentally punished Ronald Weasley too severely, it would be on Lucas. Then the relationship between Lucas and Dumbledore might become even worse, right? After sending off Umbridge, Lucas took out a letter and handed it to Medusa. Send it to the old Pruett house. Okay, Medusa held the envelope in her mouth and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Harry was discussing the DA with Ron and others. Are we really going to start learning the Patronus charm tomorrow? Neville asked curiously. That's right, it's a pity that we don't have a boggart, otherwise you would learn faster. I used a boggart to learn. Seeing Harry's regretful expression, Ron immediately comforted him and said, Don't worry, I believe everyone can learn it. And we have such a great teacher, don't you think? Neville and Seamus nodded again and again. During this period of time, the members of the DA have indeed improved compared to the past. They can now use the disarming charm, stunning charm, and reductor curse proficiently. Talking about learning content, the four chatted about Umbridge again. Since they are in the dormitory, they don't have to worry about being heard by others when they speak. So the topic revealed a lot about the room of requirements. Malfoy is really stupid. A few times we left through the side corridor and they didn't even notice. As the nemesis of the Malfoy family, Ron Weasley first laughed at him. Harry smiled and said, I think Umbridge is the most stupid. After all this time, she still can't find a way to enter the room of requirement. Thanks to Fred and George, if it weren't for them, the DA wouldn't have such a secret training place. When it comes to the room of requirement, several people seem to have endless topics to chat about. Seamus said he once entered a room full of food and rum. Neville said that he had entered a place full of plants. When the three of them looked at Ron, he said with a strange expression, I once wanted to find a room to hide things, but when I went in, there was nothing in it. I suspect that having a room for emergencies is a bad sign. The other three didn't take it seriously. They just thought it was Ron himself who made a mistake. After a while, Ron rolled his eyes and said, Let's make a bet on when Umbridge will find us. 1 more month, Neville said with a sneer. Seamus shouted, 3 months. Then I bet when the semester is over. How about you, Harry? Ron looked at his friend beside him. Harry looked at the three of them, laughed and said, I bet she'll never find it. There was loud laughter in the bedroom, but the sky outside was getting darker and darker. In the blink of an eye, it was the evening of the next day. After dinner, all the students walked to their dormitories. But there were also many young wizards sneaking towards the room of requirements on the 7th floor. In the Slytherin common room, Lucas sat on the couch with his eyes closed. At this moment, a human face was reflected in the flames in the fireplace. Mr. Grindelwald, Argus said that another person disappeared from the 7th floor. Got it. Lucas opened his eyes, got up and walked out. All the Slytherin students followed behind him. Lucas' goal moving forward is very clear, the room of requirement on the 7th floor. Slytherin's actions on such a large scale naturally attracted the attention of other students. As a result, the number of people heading to the 7th floor expanded again. When everyone came to the tapestry on the 7th floor, they saw the trolls beating Barnabas the Barmy with sticks. Umbridge had been waiting with Filch for a long time. I will trouble you next time, Mr. Grindelwald. Lucas didn't care about other people's gazes and turned to look at the Slytherin year chiefs beside him. Needless to say, they immediately understood what he meant. In an instant, the entire 7th floor corridor was surrounded by Slytherin students. Lucas didn't bother to follow the process and raised his wand directly to the door of the room of requirement. Bombarda Maxima. White light flashed, and a hole was opened in the wall. This spell was so strong that it made the entire Hogwarts castle tremble. Through the breach, people outside could already clearly see the people of the DA hidden inside. Seeing Lucas outside holding his wand, Harry turned around and shouted, Run, run out through the other passage. The others reacted quickly, and immediately opened other passages in the room of requirements. They had practiced this way many times, and most of them had already run out before Lucas broke through the gate. The members of the DA thought they would sneak away from the side as before. But as soon as they walked out of the room of requirements, all kinds of control spells flew around them. For example, the tripping curse, the imprisonment curse, or even the summoning charm on their clothes. For a time, a large number of members of the DA were captured by the students of Slytherin. And on the front, Lucas raised his wand and used Bombarda Maxima again. The door to the room of requirement was blasted open, and they saw a few people inside who hadn't had time to escape. Lucas waved his hand, and Draco and others walked in. Let me go, Malfoy." Harry was brought out by Draco, with his hands tied behind his back. Seeing Lucas with a calm face, Harry asked angrily, "Why did you do this? Dumbledore trusted you so much." "I'm just complying with the educational decree, N24. I don't think it has anything to do with Dumbledore, or is it him who instructed you to form this unapproved organization?" Lucas's words were like a guiding light, immediately reminding Umbridge beside him. Just when she was about to take people away, Dumbledore's figure appeared above the stairs. At this moment, the centenarian looked gloomy, watching Lucas under the stairs closely. "Dumbledore, according to the Ministry of Magic." Umbridge didn't manage to finish her sentence, because the anger of the centenarian had fallen on her. But at the moment, she felt a little happy in her heart, because she saw disappointment in Dumbledore's eyes, disappointment in Lucas. "Lucas, it looks like we have to talk." "Of course, I have no objection." Lucas turned to let the Slytherins go back first, then he followed Dumbledore to the headmaster's office. Umbridge certainly didn't want to miss the conversation between the two. So she asked Filch to take Harry Potter, and they followed. Chapter 304. Although the headmaster's office and the room of requirements are both on the 7th floor, there is still a long distance between the two. Neither Lucas nor Dumbledore spoke during the trip, and the oppressive atmosphere made the few people behind them a little breathless. Fortunately, they arrived at this time. "You wait outside." The tyrannical magic power came out from both powerful wizards, and Umbridge, who planned to follow in, was pushed back. Seeing Lucas' cold eyes, the toad nodded knowingly with a flattering smile. In the headmaster's office, Lucas sat opposite Dumbledore. "Why, you know Umbridge's purpose, so why are you getting involved?" "I need her help, and I don't think she'll do anything to Mr. Potter." Seeing Lucas' indifferent look, Dumbledore's brows furrowed even tighter. "That's not like you, Lucas. How do you know that what you see is all of me?" Dumbledore sighed heavily. "I know that something happened in Nurmengard recently, but I think you should be able to deal with it calmly." Snap Tilda. Lucas threw the letter from Austria on the table. "I hope you can be as calm as you said after reading it." Looking at the signature on the envelope, Dumbledore frowned again. Finally, he sighed and picked up the envelope. When the contents of the letter appeared in front of him, his eyes widened. He asked the boy opposite in disbelief, "Is this true?" "Of course, so I need the invisibility cloak in Harry Potter's hand." "Are you planning to?" Dumbledore's eyes were filled with surprise. "Impossible, those are just deceptive rumors. Although the Deathly Hallows do indeed exist, they are just props created by 3 powerful wizards. Collecting all the Deathly Hallows to become the Master of Death is all a lie." Dumbledore looked to his right hand, where the mighty Elder Wand was now tucked in his sleeve. Catching the old man's eyes, Lucas sneered. "So far, no one has ever owned 3 Deathly Hallows at the same time, so how do you know that the legend is not true?" "For Gellert, I have to try, so all you need to do now is hand me the Elder Wand." The voices of the two were not very loud, so Umbridge, below the spiral staircase, couldn't hear very well. But she could still guess that Lucas was asking Dumbledore for something. The invisibility cloak was also involved in the conversation between the two. Umbridge took a step closer. As soon as the soles of their feet stepped on the first step, they were driven down by the stone gargoyle. She pursed her lips and turned her attention back to the office. Although the 2 people inside didn't fight as she thought, they should be on the verge of it. But from the blunt tone of the two, it can be heard that the relationship between them has indeed been affected by this incident. Umbridge pressed her heart with excitement and pricked up her ears to hear more clearly. Harry beside her also made the same movement as her. He was also trying to overhear the conversation between the two. He was not worried if the relationship between Dumbledore and Lucas deteriorated. On the contrary, he was even a little bit happy about it. The curse of desire that was suppressed and relieved by Lucas last year has been growing stronger during this time. There was a red glow in Harry's pupils, and a hearty smile formed on the corners of his eyes. He also heard a faint voice coming from the headmaster's office. Although he wasn't sure, Harry could still hear that Lucas seemed to want his own invisibility cloak. "Dream on, even if I have to destroy it, I won't give it to you." Just as he had this idea, a strong sense of oppression came from the headmaster's office. "You really don't intend to give me the Elder Wand?" Seeing the gradually indifferent expression on Lucas' face and the powerful pressure revealed on him, Dumbledore sighed. "Lucas, I'm sorry." The magic pressure of the two collided, and even the people standing outside the office were affected. Realizing the two were finally fighting, Umbridge's heart was even more agitated. This means that she is not far from completing the task she was given. The Elder Wand, the invisibility cloak, should I tell the master what I heard today? But I couldn't hear clearly. Not long after, Lucas walked out of the office. And looking at his gloomy face, one can guess who won the confrontation between the two. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Dumbledore won in the end. "It's not your turn to relax yet, Argus. Go and invite Mr. Weasley here." Umbridge grabbed Harry by the shoulders and walked towards the headmaster's office. As soon as the two entered, they saw Dumbledore's hunchbacked figure, but feeling their presence, he adjusted his posture and expression immediately. But the frustrated look from just now still did not escape Umbridge's eyes. "Headmaster Dumbledore, according to the Education Decree number 24, Harry Potter formed an illegal group without authorization. I request you to deal with Mr. Potter seriously in accordance with the Education Decree. Mrs. Umbridge, this matter." "Headmaster, Education Decree number 24 is a decree issued by the Ministry of Magic to reform Hogwarts education, and you should abide by the content on it." Umbridge didn't give Dumbledore another chance to speak. She put the collected badge on the desk and said, "Look at the content on this badge, D.A. Dumbledore's Army. May I understand that this illegal association was established at your behest?" Facing Umbridge's aggressiveness, Dumbledore showed no expression. He indifferently held the badge in his hand and looked at it repeatedly. "Mrs. Umbridge, I think this is just a sign of the students' affection for me, and I am very grateful for their affection." Dumbledore looked at Harry with encouragement in his eyes. This made Harry, who had been worried all the time, heave a sigh of relief. As long as Dumbledore didn't blame him, everything is fine. His biggest worry was making trouble for the headmaster. "Headmaster, please don't talk about irrelevant topics. What we are talking about now is how to punish Mr. Potter who violated the regulations, and the other is to disband the so-called Dumbledore's Army." "Disband?" Ron exclaimed. He heard such bad news as soon as he came in. "You old toad, how can you be so vicious? What did you call me?" Umbridge turned angrily and looked at Ronald Weasley at the door. "I called you old toad. You are still wearing pink clothes at a very old age, and you even talk like a little girl. You are really disgusting." Ron didn't know why he did this either. He was obviously not that angry, but when he saw Umbridge's face and heard her voice, he became extremely angry. Anyway, he had wanted to scold the toad for a long time. Ron didn't keep thinking about the details of what was going on, and spoke out what was in his heart. "Headmaster, have you seen it? What is this so-called DA studying? Are all the people in it thugs? Argus, bring Mr. Weasley to your office." Filch immediately became excited when he heard this order. Dumbledore was determined to stop it, but before he could speak, Filch had already led the ginger out of the office. "The DA group has been disbanded, and Harry Potter will have detention for a week, so it's decided." Dumbledore, who was already in a bad mood, immediately punished him, and this is already his biggest concession. Umbridge also understood it, so she did not express any objection, but only made a small request. "The detentions will be done by me. You should have no objection." Dumbledore hesitated. Harry felt that he should take his own responsibility at this time and should not always be protected by Dumbledore, so he said loudly, "Professor Dumbledore, I have no problem, let's decide like this." Looking into Harry's determined gaze, Dumbledore smiled reassuringly. Little Hangleton. Voldemort read the letter from Hogwarts and was very pleased with Umbridge's success in stoking the conflict between Lucas and Dumbledore. At the beginning, he was only willing to accept Umbridge because of her cleverness, but he didn't want to have her within his sight, or he would feel tempted to off her. The Elder Wand, the invisibility cloak. Reading what happened next, Voldemort sat up straight. Is the Elder Wand in Dumbledore's hands? Yes, that's the only way he can be called the most powerful white wizard, Lucius. Malfoy stepped out of the line. Master, please order. The Elder Wand has appeared, find a way, I want to get it. As you wish, Master. Office of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Umbridge, who was praised, looked at the black-haired boy in front of her triumphantly. Mr. Potter, if I were you, I would choose to drop out of school voluntarily, so that I could bring less trouble to those around me. She looked at Harry Potter, who was still bowing his head, and the disgust in her eyes flickered away. How about a different way of punishment this time? Huh? Harry raised his head and looked at her suspiciously. Umbridge smiled and said, "Come with me." Harry frowned and followed her out of the office. The two came all the way outside Filch's office. Before getting close, he heard the sound of a whip and Ron's screams. Chapter 305. Filch's office is very unremarkable. No one wants to come here all the year round, because there is always the smell of grilled fish wafting out of the office. What are you doing to Ron? Umbridge enjoyed Harry's anxious look at the moment. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Why bother to ask? Harry anxiously went to the window to watch. At this moment, Ron's hands were handcuffed together. The handcuffs on Filch's ceiling are now finally in use. Snap Tilda. Filch brandished the long whip in his hand and lashed at Ron's body fiercely, causing a tear in his tattered robe. He already had many wounds on his body, and his condition looked very bad. Umbridge whispered in Harry's ear, "How can you see clearly like this? How about I take you in?" Regardless of Harry's objections, she pulled him from the robe, pushed the door and walked into the room. You little bastard, starting today, you can't throw rotten eggs in the corridor, let alone make the corridor dirty. Snap Tilda. Filch gave another hard whipping. If I find out, I will hang you upside down from the ceiling and punish you even worse than now. Snap Tilda. Filch was having the time of his life when Harry entered the office. Looking at the excited and joyful expression on his face, you can tell how long he has been looking forward to this moment. Madam, why are you here? I'm teaching the stinky little bastard a lesson. Thank you, Argus, you go ahead, I just brought Mr. Potter here for a visit. Filch looked at Harry with a cruel smile on his face. Snap Tilda. Ron didn't even have a reaction to the lash of the whip this time. Stop, Harry yelled before rushing forward, but he only took a step before he was knocked down by the tripping Jinx. Mr. Potter, we cannot interrupt Argus at will. Mr. Weasley's punishment is not over yet. You can't do this, Dumbledore won't let you. Umbridge seemed to hear a joke, and a harsh laughter echoed through the office. Dumbledore, he can't help you now, he should be thinking about how to solve Lucas Grindelwald's problem. Compared to a quasi-legendary wizard, you or Mr. Weasley are not that important anymore. To tell you the truth, it was Lucas Grindelwald who instructed me to deal with Mr. Weasley. Harry was taken aback. What did you say? Why would Lucas do this? Umbridge said contemptuously. You are really stupid. Think about what your good friend has said recently, and you can understand why Mr. Grindelwald did this. What did Ron say to Grindelwald recently? Something about his father being dead. It would be nice if he was really dead. After all, he is a dark wizard more terrifying than Voldemort. It's a joy to see Grindelwald's scowling face. What Ronald once said in public flashed through Harry's mind instantly. Seeing his dazed eyes, Umbridge sneered and said, This was brought to him by his own mouth. To be honest, I really admire his courage. Dare to talk badly about the father of a quasi-legendary wizard so casually. A child is a child after all. nothing but a flower in a greenhouse. The sarcastic expression on the toad's face deeply hurt Harry. Taking a deep breath, he said coldly, "What can I do for you to let him go?" Umbridge looked slightly surprised. She didn't expect the boy in front of her to calm down so quickly. "Let me think about it. Why don't you drop out of school voluntarily?" Harry was taken aback again. With the current situation outside, it is safest for him to stay in Hogwarts. If he dropped out of Hogwarts, he believed he would be found and killed by Voldemort's men before long. After calming down, he remembered many things that he had been ignoring before. For example, Draco once said that Umbridge was friends with his father. Harry knew the identity of Lucius Malfoy well. Would a person who had a Death Eater as a friend be an honest Ministry official? The answer is no. If you add a Death Eater tag to Umbridge, then everything she has been doing can be explained. "I need to tell Dumbledore the news, but how do I escape from the toad?" Umbridge seemed to have read what Harry was thinking and said disdainfully, "Go back and think about it carefully. If you agree to quit school, come to my office to find me tomorrow morning." Harry didn't expect her to let him go so easily. Taking one last look at the hurt Ron, he turned and walked out the door. Then he rushed to the headmaster's office without stopping. Unfortunately, he was told that Dumbledore had left Hogwarts, so he reluctantly returned to the Gryffindor common room. Seeing Ginny sitting on the sofa reading a book, Harry really wanted to ask why she wasn't worried about her brother at all. He knows Ronald is still suffering right now. Thinking of Ron, the image of Filch waving the whip appeared in Harry's mind. Shaking his head, he hurried back to the bedroom. When Neville and Seamus saw him coming back, they immediately got up to meet him. "Harry, are you okay? Where's Ron? Why didn't he come back with you?" Hearing the two mention Ron, Harry's expression became complicated. He went to his own bed to sit down and told the two of them in detail what happened just now. "So Ron was punished because of Grindelwald's orders?" Seamus asked thoughtfully. "That's right," Harry nodded. "And Lucas also had a conflict with Dumbledore. Neither of them seemed to compromise, and it seems like it was very serious. Now that Dumbledore is not here, what do you think I should do? Who should I call to rescue Ron?" Neville and Seamus were silent. The dormitory became extremely quiet, and after about 10 minutes, Neville whispered, "Why don't we save him ourselves? Every time we encounter difficulties, we have to seek help from others, but it is impossible for others to help us for a lifetime, so why don't we learn to solve problems by ourselves?" Neville's words caught the attention of the other two, and seeing them looking at him, he scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Just now you said that Lucas really wanted the invisibility cloak in your hand, so why don't we use the invisibility cloak in exchange for his help?" "No, the invisibility cloak is something passed down from my family, and it was left to me by my father. I will never give it to others." Neville hadn't expected Harry to be so resistant to it. "Harry, the invisibility cloak is a dead thing after all, and maybe Lucas only needs it for a while. After Ron is safe, we can find a way to get it back. Won't it be great?" But Harry wanted to say something else, but Seamus had already made a decision. "That's it, Harry. Don't be reluctant. That's Ron, your best friend." "Let me think again." Harry didn't agree right away, but got into bed and closed his eyes. The invisibility cloak meant too much to him. It was not only a family inheritance, but something his father had used. If the invisibility cloak is handed over, with Luca's character, he will definitely not return it in the future. One side is a friend, the other side is a family heirloom. Harry tossed and turned all night, unable to fall asleep. When it was bright outside, he walked out of the dormitory with his panda eyes on his face and went to the door of the headmaster's office again. Finding out that Dumbledore still hadn't returned, he sighed helplessly. It had been a rough day for Harry. Passing Filch's office several times and hearing the faint screams coming from inside, he would hasten his pace to leave. In the evening, he could no longer endure the suffering, and took the initiative to find Ginny Weasley in the common room. "Are you here? Then let's go." Ginny was not surprised that he had come to find her. Seeing her figure walking out of the common room, Harry hurriedly followed. "Ginny, don't you worry about Ron. He's worried. I think he needs to receive some education to get rid of his bad habits." Seeing the indifference in Ginny's eyes, Harry was taken aback, thinking that she was becoming more and more like her boyfriend. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the Slytherin common room. The arrival of the boy who lived attracted the attention of the Slytherins. Harry was very uncomfortable being stared at by everyone, so he followed Ginny with his head down and quickly came to Luca's room. "Go in, Lucas is inside." As the door was pushed open, the appearance of Luca's room appeared in his eyes. When he saw that he had a room for himself, Harry felt a little jealous again. "Are you here? Sit down." Harry didn't sit down, but went straight to Luca's. "Lucas, for the sake of Dumbledore and Mrs. Weasley, can't you let Ron go? We are all classmates. He just has a bad mouth and doesn't think too much before talking. When this incident is over, I will ask him to apologize to you." Just as Harry finished speaking, he heard the blonde boy in front of him let out a low laugh. "Harry Potter, you are really naive. If you are here to negotiate a deal with me, go ahead. But if you're here to play the emotional card with me, trying to convince me with naive ideas, then please leave." The expression on Lucas's face turned cold, and he pointed to the door as he said the last word. Chapter 306. Lucas found a book he hadn't read and opened it. Since he said what he just said, Harry has not spoken for a long time. "If you are here for punishment, please choose another place. This is my bedroom," Lucas said lightly while flipping through the book. Harry was startled when he heard this, then frowned and said, "Why do you treat Ron like this? Whether it's Mrs. Weasley or the twins, they all treat you so well. And Ginny, she is your girlfriend, but you treat her brother like this. Lucas, you have gone too far this time." "Snap, Tilda." Lucas slammed the book shut. Seeing his movements, Harry shivered subconsciously. "Harry Potter, I don't want to listen to your long talk. If you still want to continue, please leave, but I want to remind you that Ronald Weasley may not last until tomorrow. As for Mrs. Weasley and Ginny, you don't need to worry about it. I will explain to them myself." Lucas picked up the book again and reminded before opening it. "I advise you to give up those unrealistic ideas as soon as possible and think about what you have that you can trade with me." In fact, Harry already knew that what Lucas needed was his invisibility cloak, but he didn't want to take it out. It was his father's relic after all. "If you really can't think of it, you can go back and think about it slowly. It's just that Ronald will probably have some sequelae if you keep waiting. I don't know. After Ronald's punishment is over, who should be next? How about Neville Longbottom or Seamus Finnegan?" Lucas said something threatening casually, and this made Harry's fists clench involuntarily. But he still didn't have the courage to do anything. Lucas glanced at him and said with a sneer, "Harry, let me teach you something. If you encounter such a situation in the future, put away your childish thoughts. The enemy will not change their mind just because of your few words. The result of your doing so will only result in the death of your friends." Then I'll cut to the chase and say what I want. I want your invisibility cloak, not to borrow it, but for you to give it to me. As long as I get the invisibility cloak, I can guarantee that Ronald Weasley will be released immediately, and that Umbridge will never target you again. You can go back and think about it slowly. It will still work if you give me an answer before breakfast tomorrow. Of course, if you don't want to rescue Weasley, I can also help you deal with it. Lucas waved his hand, indicating that Harry could go back. Originally, Harry wanted to try again, but seeing Lucas' cold eyes, he wisely chose to not say anything. Returning to Gryffindor, Harry told his two roommates exactly what Lucas had said. "Then, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give him the invisibility cloak if you want to save him. Neville made it very clear yesterday that the invisibility cloak is just an object, so you can find a way to get it back afterwards. But if something happens to Ron, there will be no way to recover him, Harry. What are you hesitating about?" Frowning tightly, Harry looked at his trunk. Thinking of Ron's who always stands up for him, he gritted his teeth and took the invisibility cloak out of his trunk. But before handing it over to Lucas, he went to the headmaster's office to try one last time, but he got the same answer. Frustrated, he took the invisibility cloak to the Slytherin common room. "This is the invisibility cloak you want." Harry handed the invisibility cloak over, his eyes full of reluctance. But to his surprise, Lucas did not take it. Just when Harry thought that Lucas had found his conscience, Luca's voice rang in his ears. I said, I want you to tell me that you're giving it to me. Harry squinted his eyes, thinking that Lucas was mainly doing this to humiliate himself. Seeing the anger in Harry's eyes, Lucas chuckled and said, What's wrong? Don't you plan to save your friend? Yes, Harry said the word through clenched teeth. Taking a deep breath and holding the invisibility cloak in both hands, Harry said, Lucas Grindelwald, this invisibility cloak is given to you as a thank you for your help. As soon as the words fell, Harry felt a light touch on his hand. Looking up, the invisibility has already fallen into the hands of Lucas at this moment. Ding, the host has obtained the Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak, collection progress, 2-3, congratulations on the reward, 500 achievement points. Only the Elder Wand remains. Lucas looked at the invisibility cloak and thought to himself. He drew his wand, and with a light flick an envelope with his name on it flew towards Harry. Take this letter and go to Filch's office. He will let your friend go when he sees the envelope. Silently holding the envelope in his hand, Harry took a deep look at the blonde boy on the chair, then turned around and walked out. The process of saving his friend is just like what Lucas said. Seeing the envelope that says Lucas Grindelwald, Filch curled his lips and happily let Ron down from the ceiling. When he carried Ron to the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey was taken aback. At this moment, Ron was completely covered in blood. Not to mention the tattered clothes on his body, there were marks from whips all over as well. What's going on here? How could he be so seriously injured? Madame Pomfrey asked angrily. Harry replied, Filch did it at the behest of Lucas and Umbridge. Lucas Grindelwald. Seeing Harry nod, Madame Pomfrey frowned. After some inspection, luckily Filch was a squib, and Ron just got some superficial wounds. It's just that it looks very bad because of losing a lot of blood. If he was placed in a Muggle hospital, such an injury would take a long time to recuperate. But in the magic world, after 2 bottles of potions and some sleep, Ron will recover in no time. Madame Pomfrey even thoughtfully prepared a topical potion for scar removal. It is said that as long as you apply it once, the scars will disappear without a trace. Damn Grindelwald, he's really unreliable. I'm going to write to my parents and tell them to be careful of that guy. At the long table in the Great Hall, Ron said while stuffing food into his mouth while looking in Slytherin's direction. He noticed the absent-minded look of his friend beside him, so he immediately comforted. Thank you this time. I know the invisibility cloak is very important to you. Don't worry, I will definitely help you get it back. Hearing his friend's bold words, Harry just smiled lightly. Even Dumbledore couldn't handle Lucas, so he couldn't think of anything Ron could do against Lucas. It's okay, Ron. Your life is more important, no matter how precious the invisibility cloak is. It's just an object, not half as good as our friendship. Ron was almost moved to tears when he heard these words. Having been through so much, Harry has finally grown up. Dumbledore, who had disappeared for many days, finally appeared. After the dinner, he took Harry to his office. Seeing the old man's dusty look, Harry couldn't help but ask, Professor, where have you been these days? I was arranging the transfer of the prophecy ball. Arthur Weasley will take you into the Ministry of Magic next Saturday. At that time, you need to find the prophecy ball that belongs to you and Voldemort in the prophecy hall. Sirius, Aleister, Kingsley, Remus, and Nymphadora will meet you inside the Ministry of Magic. As for the other members, they will spread out on the streets outside the Ministry of Magic, protecting you all the way to the new hiding place. Remember, you have to listen to Aleister's orders on the road. He is an experienced Auror, understand? Harry kept these words firmly in his heart. Seeing him nod, Dumbledore heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did he think about Lucas. Has Mr. Weasley been rescued? Harry's eyes darkened, and he nodded slightly. Seeing this, Dumbledore sighed. It seems that you gave him the invisibility cloak. Yes, Lucas said that as long as I gave him the invisibility cloak, Ron will be safe. Ah, Dumbledore sighed heavily, but the anger in his eyes couldn't even be hidden. Harry thought about it. Could it be that the reason Dumbledore was angry was because Lucas had stolen his invisibility cloak? If this is the case, the invisibility cloak may still be recovered. Just when he was immersed in his fantasy, Severus Snape walked in suddenly. "Headmaster, Lucas Grindelwald just left the dormitory and disappeared, and he is not in the school." Lucas disappeared. A tired Dumbledore stood up from his chair immediately. Chapter 307. Why was Dumbledore so nervous when he heard that Lucas disappeared? Harry thought it was because the day of transferring the prophecy ball was approaching. After all, Lucas is a quasi-legendary wizard, and if he can help, it will undoubtedly greatly increase the success rate of the mission. Severus immediately notified the other professors and asked them to search around the castle. When Snape left the office, Dumbledore turned to look at Harry and said, "I'm sorry, Harry, I still have important things to do now. You can go back to the dormitory and rest first. Professor, I can help you search for him as well." Dumbledore, who had already reached the door, stopped. He stared at the young man behind him, saw the serious look in his eyes, and nodded without thinking. At this time, the professors have checked all parts of the castle. Professor McGonagall even questioned Luca's girlfriends. Knowing that Lucas disappeared suddenly, the four girls were even more anxious than the professors. Dumbledore frowned and led Harry to the Forbidden Forest. As a red firework flew into the sky, the werewolves in the depths of the Forbidden Forest slowly came out. At the same time, back in their respective offices, Umbridge and Snape did the same thing one after another. Snape watched the flames smoldering in the fireplace, and his usually expressionless face became submissive. "Master, Lucas Grindelwald has disappeared from Hogwarts." Disappeared, Voldemort frowned slightly. At this moment, Umbridge's big face also appeared in the flames. "Master, I guess Grindelwald should have set off to return to Nurmengard. According to my distant relatives, the situation there is very tense. Abernathy of the Saints is personally guarding the gate of Nurmengard Castle, and even clashed with the Ministry of Magic of Germany and France many times." Voldemort's brows gradually relaxed when he heard the news. "Lucius, listen to me." Lucius Malfoy bowed and exited the room. Since Malfoy left, the room has become extremely quiet. Voldemort closed his eyes slightly, wondering if this was another trap. After several confrontations, the cunningness of that kid was beyond his expectations. At this moment, the boy has formed an alliance with Dumbledore. One old and one young, two foxes. It is hard to say whether this is a trap aimed at him. "What's going on at Hogwarts?" Umbridge rushed to answer the question. Learning that Dumbledore was also in a hurry to find Lucas, Voldemort frowned a little. Time passed by every minute and every second. After 1 hour, Malfoy's figure appeared in the room again. "Master, according to reliable sources, Lucas Grindelwald left with Vinda Rosier a few hours ago, and it is said that he is returning to Nurmengard Castle to preside over the overall situation. In order to verify the authenticity of the news, I also went to Grindelwald Manor in person. There are indeed only a few people staying there." Voldemort nodded slightly, not overjoyed by Malfoy's news. The same could be said about Dumbledore. Learning from the Forbidden Forest werewolves that no one has entered the forest recently, he frowned and had to accept the reality that Lucas had truly left. It seems that Lucas has really left. Hearing his emotion, Harry said with a worried face, "Headmaster, shall we continue with the plan?" Of course, the transfer of the prophecy ball is imminent, and we're not sure when Voldemort will strike again to claim it. If Voldemort learns the complete prophecy, then our plan will come to nothing, so we have to work hard this time, Harry. A look of joy flashed in Harry's eyes. He patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, I will definitely not let Voldemort get the prophecy ball. I will protect it with my life." Austria, Nurmengard Castle. Even though it was getting late now, the grass in front of the castle was still full of people. There were people standing opposite each other, and it's easy to distinguish their respective camps at a glance. Abernathy had his arms crossed as he leaned against the gate of the castle with his eyes closed. The old man was really exhausted at the moment, but he couldn't relax because if he left, those little kids outside would rush in. Audacious to the extreme. Abernathy didn't even open his eyes, and the wand in his hand shot a spell into the corner. A figure slowly appeared in the corner of the wall. Hit by the quasi-legendary wizard spell, the sneaky Auror's eyes were glazed over, and it seemed hopeless. Abernathy's attack was like a signal, and the Aurors on the outskirts of the castle immediately started attacking. "It's finally starting," whispered Abernathy. He strode out of the gate of the courtyard. Facing countless attacks coming to him, he responded calmly. With a calm look, he was going to show the people present what a real wizard's battle is like. These Aurors usually only catch thieves or fugitives, so how could they be the opponents of Abernathy, who has experienced war? After a short time, there were very few Aurors left standing. It's just that Abernathy was panting desperately at this time. He is old after all, it would be better if he fought them one by one. But beating a group of people is still a bit difficult given his current state. Not everyone can maintain their form like Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort. Don't forget, the three of them were legendary wizards when they were at their peak. Abernathy took a deep breath. Seeing the reinforcements from the Ministry of Magic of the two countries coming from a distance, he suddenly said with emotion, "I'm really too old for this." "Abernathy, are you all right?" All the surrounding saints surrounded him. Facing everyone's concern, he shook his head. "It's nothing, it's just that I haven't fought for a long time, and I'm a little rusty, I just need to rest for a while." After he finished speaking, he looked back to the castle, his eyes fixed on the lighted room in the tower above. "Abernathy, stop. We just want to enter the castle to see Mr. Grindelwald's situation. In fact, we have the same idea, and we don't want anything to happen to him." "Hess Tilda," Abernathy sneered. "Little brat, do you think I'm a child? When I was wandering in the magic world, your father might not have been born yet." After finishing this sentence, with a flick of his wand, Abernathy turned a rock into a chair. He sat on it, looked at the crowd, and continued, "You want to enter the castle? If so, you just have to step over my corpse." The leading Auror had already seen that Abernathy was not in good shape. After staying here for so many days in a row, coupled with his advanced age, it is already very remarkable to be able to beat so many of their colleagues at this time. "In that case, I'm sorry," the leading Auror said with fake politeness, and then raised the wand in his hand. There were a total of 200 Aurors from the two countries behind him, and this is just a part of the people who came to support. Looking at Abernathy sitting in the doorway, they all uttered the incantation of the killing curse. Green light illuminated the entire night sky. The ghostly sounds produced when the killing curse is cast were continuous, and people who didn't know would have thought there were a group of demons dancing here. Facing the oncoming killing curses, Abernathy also wanted to make a final counterattack. But just when he got up and was about to make a move, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It really appeared suddenly, just like teleportation. Time-stop illusion. Countless magic balls appeared, and the killing curses were wrapped in the magic balls and disappeared. When the green light vanished, only then did the Aurors of the two countries see who the figure was that stood in front of Abernathy. Lucas Grindelwald. When the head Auror pronounced the name, everyone behind him took a half-step back. Lucas is not the same as Abernathy. Although the two are both quasi-legendary wizards, one seems to be the rising sun, while the other is the setting sun. Abernathy may be worn down by numbers, but they definitely can't drag Lucas down with the same strategy. The Aurors who understood this wanted to retreat. With the return of Lucas, their plan has already failed, and there is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. You want to leave, it's not that easy. Time acceleration magic. Lucas' figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the crowd. Without waiting for the crowd to react, he opened his hands and said, "Crush." Two beams of light flashed, and everything they touched was pulverized. The Aurors watched the blood rain from the sky, and were immediately frightened by Lucas. The outermost Aurors backed away slowly, intending to take the opportunity to escape. But the moment he turned around, Lucas came in front of them. Crushing evil, spreading the truth, Empyrean. The fist wrapped in crush magic hit the Auror in front of him on the jaw. The opponent was sent into the sky without any resistance. That Auror flew less than 100 meters into the sky before being crushed by the powerful pressure. After all, this is not an anime, and no one can really fly thousands of kilometers. Another burst of blood rained from the sky. Seeing that the retreat was blocked, many Aurors turned their attention to Abernathy in the direction of the castle. They were planning to capture Abernathy and the castle, so that Lucas would be wary. It's a pity that before these Aurors could take any action, the sound of high-heeled shoes came from a distance. Vinda Rosier. The proud woman had no expression on her beautiful face at the moment. Looking at the Auror running towards the castle, she casually sent a killing curse with a wave of her wand. Immediately afterwards, a series of apparition sounds rang around the castle. The great army of the saints arrived at last, and thousands of saint group members surrounded the few dozen remaining Aurors. Lucas walked towards the castle at this time and said indifferently when passing by those Aurors, "Kill them all, and then send their bodies to their respective ministries of magic." Vinda bowed slightly and led some saints towards the Aurors. Tower of Nurmengard Castle. Lucas took a deep breath and pushed open the door in front of him. A familiar figure was looking out the window and didn't look back even when he heard the door open behind him. "If your hands are itchy, I told Vinda to leave you two people. You can go down and deal with them yourself." "Do you think I'm a thug?" Gellert Grindelwald said disdainfully. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Lucas holding a silvery cloak and a small squarish black stone in his hand. Chapter 308. Invisibility Cloak and Resurrection Stone. Lucas didn't think it was strange that Gellert could recognize these two things at a glance. "That's right, through this plan, I got the invisibility cloak, and Dumbledore thought I would return it to Potter when the plan is over, as promised in advance." Lucas's expression was a little smug, like a child showing off to his parents. Gellert chuckled. "I guess you must have asked Albus to lend you the Elder Wand, but he didn't agree, am I right?" Lucas, who had his plans guessed again, pouted. Seeing his appearance, Gellert laughed a few more times. "Albus is old, but he is not that stupid. The reason why he is willing to give you the resurrection stone is because the stone cannot really resurrect people. In the same way, the invisibility cloak is of little use to wizards of our level, so it's no big deal if it's given to you. But the Elder Wand is not the same. That wand represents power, unparalleled power, and he will never give it to you easily, so you still need to use your brain to get it." Lucas threw the two Deathly Hallows on the table. "Of course I know, and I have a plan. I will definitely make the old bee willingly hand over the Elder Wand to me." Gellert laughed silently, but he still praised Lucas. "The plan this time is not bad. You and the girls around you are cheating. I really didn't expect it. Not bad." Finally hearing a compliment, the corners of Lucas's lips rose slightly. "That's not something you taught me. Well, I should go too. Vinda and Abernathy will stay temporarily. Also, I will give you a surprise after a while. Don't be too surprised." Lucas showed a mysterious smile, and his figure disappeared from the room after speaking. The sky gradually became white, and many people did not sleep well that night. But the overnight wait paid off. For example, in the newspapers in the early morning, the powerful words on the front page of the headlines attracted the attention of wizards from many countries. Little Hangleton. The house left by Tom Riddle, SR, has been completely transformed into a stronghold by the Death Eaters. In the small building enlarged by the untraceable stretching charm, a large number of Death Eaters gathered. At this time in a dark room, the high-ranked Death Eaters sat quietly at a long table. Click tilde. The door was pushed open, and the figure of Severus Snape appeared at the door. There was also another person beside him. "O tilde Severus, Yaxley, come in." Yaxley gave Snape a jealous look, and walked alone to the end of the long table to sit down. Snape walked straight to Voldemort's right. "Severus, how is the inquiry going?" "Master, the Order of the Phoenix is indeed planning to transfer the Prophecy Ball next Saturday, and Harry Potter will follow. I think this is a good opportunity." Getting the information from Snape. It was only then that Voldemort believed that the predicted ball transfer plan was true. Yaxley said at this point, "Master, our friend at the Ministry of Magic seems very eager to cooperate with us." He not only explained the time, but also provided a list of escorts, all of which are well known. Yaxley handed a list to Voldemort. The blood-red eyes swept across the parchment and suddenly stopped on two names. Sirius Black, Nymphadora Tonks. If I'm not mistaken, one here is your cousin and the other is your niece, right? Bellatrix. Bellatrix lay her upper body on the long table with an anxious look on her face. Master, Sirius has already been expelled from the Black family. He is not my cousin, and that bastard. Since my sister married a mudblood, Narcissa, and I have never looked at her directly. The child she had with the mudblood has nothing to do with us. Bellatrix's eyes filled with tears, hoping that Voldemort believed what she said. Narcissa kept a straight face and nodded in agreement. Just at this time, Barty Crouch Jr. came in from the outside. Master, good news. Barty walked quickly to Voldemort's side and put several newspapers on the long table. Lucas Grindelwald returned to Nurmengard last night and had conflicts with the ministries of magic of France and Germany. Voldemort picked up the newspaper. The headline on the front page was a photo of Lucas showing off his power. The blood rain in the sky, coupled with Lucas' indifferent expression, made him look almost like a demon. This is really good news. Voldemort finally had a smile on his snake face. Lucas is not in England, so with only Dumbledore left, he was sure that everything would go well. That boy has lived long enough. I know it's not your fault. It's more my fault when it comes to Harry Potter. Potter is alive today because of my mistakes, not his successes, so I must deal with him personally. Bellatrix, you are going to lead the team this time. Bring me Potter and the prophecy ball. Bellatrix nodded excitedly. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely complete the task you ordered perfectly. She looked proudly at the others on the long table, showing off her importance to Voldemort. In fact, all the Death Eaters present understood that this mission is very dangerous. The Ministry of Magic and the others haven't been infiltrated yet, so looking for trouble at this time is no different from sending them to their deaths. Bellatrix knew it too, but as Voldemort's fan, even if he asked her to die, she would be willing. When Voldemort and the Death Eaters were having a meeting, Hogwarts also received news from the Daily Prophet. Seeing that Lucas appeared in Austria and a large number of Aurors of the two countries were killed, the students all had expressions of disbelief. Why would he do such a thing? Merlin, hundreds of people were killed at the scene, and the ministries of magic of the two countries received the bodies of the dead Aurors early in the morning. The newspaper speculates that this is probably a signal that the Saints are declaring war on the French and German ministries of magic. The four girls and Astoria were sitting together at the moment. Seeing what's in the newspaper, they all looked worried. Lucas will be fine, right? Don't worry, how could something happen to him, this nasty guy? He didn't even tell us when he left. When he comes back, we must teach him a good lesson. Hermione's words were supported by the others. It's just that she hid her worry really well. Harry and Ron were also reading the newspaper at the moment. In the published magic photos, Lucas's ruthless methods and the scene of him killing hundreds of people without blinking an eye angered the two of them greatly. Especially Harry. He hates this kind of behavior from the bottom of his heart. This newspaper once again verified my judgment. Grindelwald is indeed not a good person. Dumbledore must have been deceived by him back then. Harry didn't respond to his friend. He looked at the teacher's table, saw Dumbledore's furrowed brow, and secretly vowed in his heart that he would behave well this time. Luca's influence is much greater than imagined. When the ordinary people learned that he had left England, most of them began to panic. In particular, knowing that a lot of members of the Saints group also left made them feel uneasy. The Ministry of Magic has no choice but to send a large number of Aurors to maintain law and order. This reduced the Ministry of Magic's security forces again. When Voldemort heard the news, he wished he could go to Austria to thank Lucas himself. Saturday arrived as expected. Harry came to Hogsmeade Village at the appointed time, and not long after, there was a ripple in front of him, and the surrounding air began to tremble. Then a group of people suddenly appeared in front of him. I didn't expect so many people to come. Stop talking nonsense, now listen to the next plan. Mad-Eye Moody interrupted Harry harshly. He is not interested in waiting for everyone to reminisce about the old days. Because you are not yet 17 and you still have the trace on your body, We can only use brooms to go to the Ministry of Magic. Don't ask me why we don't use portkeys or the Flu Network, because that would draw the attention of the Ministry of Magic, and we're not sure if there are Death Eaters already in the Ministry. In fact, what Harry wanted to say was that they could have apparated into the Ministry of Magic. Obviously, Sirius and the others also had this idea. But Mad Eye thought apparition was too easy to detect. And this, drink it later. Looking at the potion in his hand, Harry immediately recognized it as Polyjuice Potion. This thing will help you get into the Ministry of Magic. Arthur will accompany you to the Department of Mysteries, and we will spread out. Harry carefully stored the Polyjuice Potion. Then he rode on his broom and flew into the sky with the others. Soaring in the sky, Harry's heart gradually became agitated. It's finally time to start. Looking at the river and wheat fields, below he took a deep breath. This time, he not only has to complete the task perfectly, but he also wants to listen to what the remaining half of the prophecy in that prophecy ball says. And that secret weapon, he really wants to learn what it is. At the same time, Bellatrix Lestrange also came out of Little Hangleton. Behind her was her husband and an extremely large number of Death Eaters. This crazy beauty looked lazily at the sky and suddenly laughed nervously. Then the sound of apparition sounded one after another. Not long after, the Death Eaters in place disappeared without a trace. Chapter 309. Ministry of Magic, Department of Mysteries. Derek Walls frequently looked back to the bathroom in the corner. The only reason why he has not resigned yet is all because of this plan. Click tilde. The bathroom door was opened from the inside. Then he saw a man with parted black hair and freckles on his face coming out. Leader. Derek, from now on I'm not your leader. I'm the captain of the Auror team, Holland Burt, don't get me wrong. Lucas adjusted his collar. The clothes were making him uncomfortable. But for the next plan, he also had to endure the feeling of being restrained by the neckline. Have they arrived yet? They already entered the Ministry of Magic and are taking the elevator to the 9th floor. Lucas straightened his posture and took a deep breath. As the turbid air was exhaled, the elegant temperament on his body gradually disappeared, and then Holland Burt appeared on the spot with a tense and excited face. Ding tilde. There was a sound from the direction of the elevator, and Lucas walked up quickly. Hello, I'm the Auror captain sent by Minister Thickness, and my name is Holland Burt. After he finished speaking, he took a cautious peek at the stranger beside Arthur Weasley. Please come in, you are Mr. Harry Potter, right? After drinking the Polyjuice Potion, Harry looked at the Captain Auror with a reserved expression but fanatical eyes, and nodded unconsciously. Very, very glad to meet you. I have always wanted to meet you. For your core position in the anti-you-know-who movement, I express my absolute support. Thank you, Harry said a little awkwardly. But seeing someone support him so much, he felt a little smug in his heart. After all, only he can complete the prophecy transfer plan this time. The smug look in Harry's eyes was clearly seen by Lucas, so he made persistent efforts and continued. Mr. Potter, I think you will be a good leader in the future, you know what I mean. Oh, thank you for your support. Seeing the two chatting endlessly, Arthur Weasley interrupted impatiently. We still have very important things to do, Holland. Oh, sorry, Director Weasley, this way please. On the way to the Hall of Prophecies, the smile on Harry's face was getting bigger and bigger under the praise of all kinds of rainbow farts. Until he followed Arthur Weasley into the Hall of Prophecies. Boss, why do you treat Harry Potter with that attitude? It's nothing, I just thought of some fun things. Derek looked at the smile on his leader's face and didn't know what words to use to describe it. Bad, probably the most appropriate word to use. 5 minutes after Harry entered the Hall of Prophecies, members of the Order of the Phoenix also began to appear in the Department of Mysteries. Moody pointed to the surrounding Aurors as soon as he arrived. You now immediately go to the corner of the elevator exit. There is an excellent sneak attack position. The young Auror left his position helplessly. Just as he walked to the elevator door, he suddenly saw something approaching quickly in the dark elevator passage. Mr. Moody here. Before the young Auror could finish his sentence, he was hit by a green light. Then a large number of Death Eaters appeared at the exit of the elevator through apparition. Ha ha ha, harsh laughter echoed in the hall. As soon as Bellatrix appeared, her wand was aimed at her dear cousin. Since then, the War of the Ministry of Magic has begun. This time it's a war between the Order of the Phoenix, the Ministry of Magic, and the Death Eaters. The highest combat power dispatched by both sides are wizards of the elite Auror level. This conflict also heralded the official start of the Second Wizarding War. Harry looked at the endless amount of prophecy balls, his face full of bewilderment. "Mr. Weasley, there are so many prophecy balls. How can I find the one we are looking for?" "Don't worry, we have predicted the approximate position of the ball." Arthur took a note from his pocket and took Harry to the corresponding area. "It's probably around here, the rest is up to you, but I can give you a hint. When you get close to your own prophecy ball, the ball will emit a faint fluorescence." Arthur Weasley turned around and walked aside to wait. Harry frowned and looked at the 4 towering shelves nearby. Although most of them have been eliminated, there are still thousands or even tens of thousands prophecy balls on these 4 shelves. He sighed and began to carefully examine the nearby prophecy orbs. When he noticed that the owner's name was written on the bottom of each orb, he blinked and began to focus on finding his own prophecy ball. Not long after, he noticed that a prophecy ball on one of the shelves was glowing. Walking closer, he saw Dark Lord and Harry Potter written under the prophecy ball. "Mr. Weasley, I found it." Arthur hurried to Harry's side. The moment he saw the prophecy ball, he beamed with joy. "Very well, let's leave now." Hearing no response from Harry behind him, he stopped in his tracks. When he turned around, he found that Harry was staring intently at the prophecy ball in his hand and sighed helplessly. "Why do you want to check the prophecy at this time?" Arthur waited by the side for a good 5 minutes before Harry took his eyes off the prophecy ball. "Mr. Weasley, why haven't I seen Dumbledore's so-called secret weapon?" "You have to ask Dumbledore about this. He will explain it to you. Put away the prophecy ball now. The situation outside is not very optimistic." Mr. Weasley's words startled Harry for a moment. He followed the other party's footsteps out of the prophecy hall, and just after leaving the gate, they heard an explosion produced by a spell from outside. "Ha ha ha, Tilda Sirius, how long has it been since we saw each other?" A sharp, lunatic voice came from the hall. Hearing Sirius' name, Harry hurried to the door leading to the main hall. Through the crack in the door, he finally saw the situation in the hall clearly. At this moment, the lobby of the Department of Mysteries was in complete chaos. The Death Eaters frantically attacked the members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Aurors around them. Harry looked for his godfather Sirius in the crowd and quickly noticed his situation. Looking at the crazy woman opposite Sirius, Harry whispered to Mr. Weasley, "Who is that woman?" "Bellatrix Lestrange." It turned out she was Bellatrix. Harry had seen her in someone else's memory. It can't be said that she was very different from the current image, but there were also great changes. If it is said that the previous Bellatrix still maintained a bit of the elegance of a pure-blood family member, now she is a complete lunatic. The battle between Sirius and Bellatrix was evenly matched. The exquisite silent casting makes the fight between the two look pleasing to the eye. Sensing that Sirius was not in danger, Harry looked at the others again. Alastor Moody's fighting style was very simple and rough. All Death Eaters who become his opponents would be hit with a powerful stunning spell. Although Mad Eye's missing leg is a bit inconvenient, the speed at which he casts spells is much faster than others. This may be his winning method. There was an uncanny rapport between Tonks and Remus, as the two teamed up to keep the Death Eaters around them from approaching. And Kingsley led the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic to fight back. The battle in the hall fell into a stalemate. The two sides were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. Just at this time, a spell flew from not far away. The gate to the Hall of Prophecy was struck by a spell, and the figure of Harry Potter appeared in front of everyone. The Death Eater's eyes instantly focused on him. Seeing him tightly clutching a backpack close to his body, Bellatrix immediately shouted to her subordinates around her. "Grab that bag, grab Harry Potter." The Death Eaters left their opponents behind and rushed towards Harry. Facing the swarm of enemies, Harry no longer had the courage to fight. Looking timidly at the backpack in his hand, he suddenly found that this prophecy ball has become a hot potato. No matter who takes it at this time, it will be troublesome. Mr. Weasley, what shall we do? Seeing the panicked expression on Harry's face, Arthur reacted. Calm down, draw your wand, and prepare to fight. Harry drew his wand with his right hand and pointed at the Death Eaters running towards him. Just at this critical moment, a few spells knocked down the leading Death Eater. Holland Burt, Harry recognized the rushing man at a glance. He didn't expect that his supporter would have such great strength. Director Weasley, we're here to escort you out, the disguised Lucas yelled. While speaking, he kept sending spells and killed several Death Eaters. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Death Eater, reward, 400 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, murderer, reward, 200 achievement points. Hearing the system's beeps, Lucas pursed his lips. He didn't expect that Bellatrix brought some worthless guys this time. He led several Aurors to Harry, but was stopped by a spell just as he was about to reach him, and Bellatrix appeared in front of them. The crazy beauty watched Lucas, who was pretending to be an Auror with interest. I have been paying attention to you for a long time just now, and you have killed so many of my subordinates, which proves that you are very strong. Mr. Weasley, take Harry Potter and go first, I will stop her. Arthur Weasley frowned, then be careful and good luck. Bellatrix was powerful, he knew it all too well. So Arthur was not optimistic about the Auror named Holland in front of him. Before Harry could react, he was dragged away by Arthur. Watching Holland, who was left to face the dangerous woman alone, Harry struggled and shouted, "He can't face her alone, Mr. Weasley, let's help him." After he finished speaking, a crazy laugh came from behind him, Avada Kedavra. Harry turned his head to look, and saw the deadly green light instantly sinking into Holland's chest. Chapter 310. "No!" Harry yelled desperately. Holland Burt fell to the cold ground as he watched. "Mr. Weasley, Holland, he's dead." Harry thought of Howland Burt's reserved look just now, and he pulled out his wand as soon as his head got hot. Expelliarmus. The disarming spell he fired successfully knocked a Death Eater's wand into the air. But that's all. On the contrary, it was because of his resistance that the time to leave was delayed. Watching the Death Eaters surrounding them, Mr. Weasley could only take Harry back to the passage of the Hall of Prophecies. Seeing that Harry was about to do something stupid, Arthur grasped his wrist. "Harry, the era of disarming spells is over. Stop doing futile things." As soon as the words fell, a Death Eater appeared beside the two of them, and a powerful stunning charm flew from Mr. Weasley's wand. "See, you have to at least use the stunning charm." While the two were talking, they came to the door of the prophecy hall. Harry lowered his head, looking very sad. There was only one Auror left with him, and all this is his fault. If he didn't stop, those Aurors wouldn't have died. If he had been better, Holland wouldn't have had to sacrifice his life to cover them. Arthur Weasley didn't know how to persuade the boy next to him. He wanted to tell him that this is how war is. But he also felt that it was a bit cruel to say that to Harry, who was still young. Just when he didn't know what to do, the members of the Order of the Phoenix retreated into the passage. Serious what's going on outside, Arthur asked in surprise. "Death Eater reinforcements have arrived, a lot of them. I don't think our men will be able to get in for a while." Sirius swung his wand and sent a Death Eater flying. "Hold on, our reinforcements will arrive soon, Weasley. Now take Harry back to the Hall of Prophecies. You know what to do next." Arthur nodded and pulled Harry through the door behind him. "Sir, what shall we do next?" "Listen, Harry, find a place to hide the prophecy ball and don't tell anyone where it is." Arthur had a particularly serious expression, and he always looked towards the gate of the prophecy hall when he spoke. "Put it back," Harry asked in surprise. "That's right, the prophecy ball cannot be obtained by you-know-who. Let's hide it again, but don't put it back in its original position, go. We can apparate away with the orb." Harry still didn't want to give up. He gripped the prophecy ball tightly to make a suggestion. Arthur took a deep breath to calm down his agitated heart. "Listen, Harry, the Department of Mysteries has been under an anti-apparition and anti-disapparition spell since it was last breached. The only way to get in and out of here is the elevators leading directly from the atrium, but the way out is blocked by Death Eaters. So the only thing we can do is to hide the prophecy ball again. Arthur felt that he explained very clearly this time, and Harry should be able to understand. So after finishing speaking, he turned around and walked out the door. Harry struggled on the spot for a long time, but finally chose to obey the command. And he was very clear that at this moment, he will only be safe if he manages to keep the ball safe. Over London, a white light was moving across the sky at an extremely fast speed. Just when this white light came over the Ministry of Magic, a black mist suddenly bumped up from the side. Looking at Voldemort and the black mist, Dumbledore immediately started fighting him. The surrounding buildings were smashed to pieces because of the fight between the two. Muggles on the streets of London thought they were being attacked and ran to seek shelter screaming, "Tom, you can't get away with it. You will die here this time, Dumbledore." The two refused to give in to each other, and the tyrannical magic power led them to penetrate the ground and enter the underground Ministry of Magic. "Voldemort!" The wizards screamed and fled around when they saw the two fighting. Dumbledore drew out his Elder Wand, and with a flick of his hand, the wizard in the Fountain of Magical Brethrens came to life. Then came the witch, centaur, goblin, and house elf. The centaur was the first among them, and the spear in its hand forced Voldemort back again and again. The wizard stood aside to help, and with Dumbledore's spell, Voldemort was at a disadvantage for a while. As for the witch and goblin, they ran to the prophecy hall along the elevator. "Dumbledore, you can't defeat me," Voldemort roared. His hands shook, and a tyrannical magic power shattered everything around him. Voldemort raised his wand, and the flying debris was fixed in the air. With a wave of his hand, the debris turned into sharp swords and flew towards Dumbledore. Two people kept fighting back and forth. Dumbledore displayed physical fitness not at all typical of an old man. The two fought against each other for more than 10 minutes, but his face was still ruddy. Voldemort looked at the wand in the opponent's hand, with a flash of greed in his eyes. Just then, green flames rose from the surrounding fireplaces, and a dozen members of the Saints emerged from the flames. Each of these people has the strength of an elite Auror. Seeing two people fighting, they pointed their wands at Voldemort. HMPH tilde. Voldemort waved his wand, several bolts of lightning drove the Saints back. Then he turned into a cloud of black mist again, and flew out from the broken hole. Waiting until Voldemort's figure disappeared, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. He clearly felt that Voldemort was much stronger than the last time he saw him in Azkaban. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I'm sorry we're late." "No, you came just in time." Dumbledore looked towards the elevator in the distance. "Let's go down and see how the battle in the Department of Mysteries is going." Harry hid the prophecy ball and immediately returned to the door leading to the hall. The members of the Order of the Phoenix firmly guarded the door behind them. Mad-Eye Moody was at the forefront, and many Death Eaters who rushed forward were struck by his spells. Harry even saw Moody use the killing curse several times. Just as the battle was heating up, several statues suddenly joined in. They sneaked up on the Death Eaters from behind, knocking down many people in a row. "Reducto," Bellatrix uttered the spell angrily. The goblin statue was hit and instantly disintegrated. Bellatrix originally wanted to continue, but the dark mark on her left arm reminded her that it was time to retreat. "Master called us, let's go back." Bellatrix turned around and walked out, ignoring the companion who was counterattacked and died behind her. When Dumbledore and others took the elevator to the 9th floor, underground, they just passed Bellatrix. Watching the Death Eaters who jumped into the elevator and immediately disapparated away, Dumbledore stopped the members of the Order of the Phoenix from pursuing them. "Forget it, just repel them." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he raised his hand and rubbed his shoulder. After the fight with Voldemort just now, he almost felt his old bones fall apart. "Professor." Harry stepped out of the crowd with his head down. "It's all my fault. If I could obey the command, it wouldn't cause so many sacrifices." Seeing the remorseful and sad look on Harry's face, Dumbledore sighed. "It's not your fault, it's just that we didn't expect the plan to be leaked. Don't blame yourself, my boy." Harry nodded slightly, but his expression didn't change. Dumbledore didn't continue to comfort him. This kind of thing had to be figured out by Harry himself. Harry was trying to guess who the person who leaked the secret was. His first thought was that it was Lucas, thinking about how he cooperated with Umbridge, then left England at a critical time. No matter how you look at it, there is something suspicious there. It's just that he couldn't ask Dumbledore's opinion about it in front of so many people. The War of the Ministry of Magic is over. While it could be said that the Order of the Phoenix won this battle, everyone knew that if Voldemort had delayed for a while, the battle in the Hall of Prophecy might have ended differently. The plan was not completed, and so many Aurors died. This frustrated the members of the Order of the Phoenix. Harry returned to Hogwarts equally dejected. In the face of curious inquiries from Ron and his other friends, he just shook his head and refused to reveal a word. Time unknowingly came to the night. Harry tossed and turned, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Lucas was very suspicious. Thinking of the image of Holland Burt collapsing in front of him, he felt that something had to be done for the dead. For example, talk to Dumbledore about his opinion and find out who leaked the plan. He got up, put on his robe, and left the Gryffindor Tower. 7th floor, Headmaster's office. When he saw that the magic lamp next to the stone gargoyle was still on, Harry knew Dumbledore wasn't sleeping yet. Just as he was about to step forward to say the password, he suddenly heard the conversation between Dumbledore and Snape coming from above. Well, did Voldemort believe it? I don't know, his mind is unpredictable, but his mood today is indeed better than ever, and he even gave Bellatrix a generous reward. It's good that the plan worked. Please continue to train Harry in occlumency, and don't let Voldemort know about the next thing. Understood, Headmaster. Snape's soft voice came from above, giving off a feeling of indifference. But at this moment, Harry felt his hands and feet were cold. Just what did he just hear? Was this all planned? And what do they mean by, don't let Voldemort know about the next thing? Could it be that the plan this time was leaked deliberately through himself? Harry suddenly remembered the dream he had some time ago and froze in place. But then he felt a wave of anger rising from the bottom of his heart. Fizzing Whizbees. The stone gargoyle moved aside, and Harry stepped up the steps angrily. Chapter 311. The second the stone gargoyle moved out of the way, the two people upstairs detected the situation under the spiral staircase. Looking at Harry, who rushed up angrily, Dumbledore put on a benign expression. Harry, why are you still up so late? I heard it all. Harry's voice was full of anger. Not only that, his furious eyes and clenched fists all expressed his mood at the moment. Dumbledore sighed and said, Harry, listen to my explanation first. Explain what? Explain that Holland Burt's death was just part of your plan. There's no point in explaining the dead Aurors. On the way back, I was still thinking about why someone leaked the plan of action. I still suspected Lucas Grindelwald, but after hearing what you two said just now, I found out that it was me who leaked the plan. Do you all regard me as a fool, or as nothing more than a tool? Apart from the anger of being fooled in Harry's eyes, there was also sadness. Dumbledore was, after all, one of his closest people. He really didn't expect that this old man he practically regarded as his grandfather would lie to him one day, or even use him in such a despicable way. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Harry sneered and continued. I think from the beginning there wasn't a so-called prophecy transfer plan, let alone any secret weapon. It's all just a cover to lure Voldemort into attacking the Ministry of Magic. Let me guess what your purpose is, probably to get rid of Voldemort at the Ministry of Magic. But it's a pity that your plan failed, so what is the next plan? Who will have to die next? Facing Harry's questioning, Snape sneered as he looked at him with mocking eyes. As for Dumbledore, he put away the kindness in his eyes and said solemnly, the prophecy ball is indeed very important. Voldemort has always wanted to obtain it. As for the secret weapon, there is actually one. Harry's eyes became curious, but Dumbledore shook his head. But I can't tell you now. Harry, please calm down and listen to me. I know I have an inescapable responsibility for this plan. If it wasn't for my misjudgment, there wouldn't be so many casualties. I was careless. Seeing that Harry didn't make any more noise, Dumbledore invited him to sit on the sofa. Snape, who was about to leave, was also stopped by the old headmaster. "Harry, when I saw you for the first time, I noticed your scar. At that time, I guessed that this scar must have some special meaning. With your return to the magic world, it proved that my original guess was correct. Every time Voldemort approached you or got emotional, the scar would warn you. Your ability makes Voldemort incapable of hiding in front of you. No matter how good his disguise is, he will be exposed as long as he gets close to you. And your ability is even more obvious after Voldemort regained his body, am I right?" Harry nodded slightly and continued to look at the old man in front of him blankly. "But recently, I've been a little worried whether Voldemort has noticed this connection between him and you. Sure enough, it didn't take long before you unconsciously invaded his mind, and he became aware of your presence. I mean the time Mr. Weasley was attacked." Harry nodded and said, "Snape, Professor Snape already told me." He corrected himself subconsciously because of how many times Lucas has corrected him. "Yes, because I asked Severus to teach you occlumency. But aren't you wondering why I didn't explain it to you then? And why didn't I teach you occlumency myself? Why didn't I want to meet you for so long?" Harry frowned. Of course he wanted to know the answer. These questions have been in his mind for a long time. Dumbledore sighed. "I'm afraid that Voldemort will use you to spy on me in turn, so I dared not meet you until you have fully learned occlumency. But then Lucas reminded me that we could set a trap for Voldemort instead, so we came up with this plan." "Lucas, so?" Harry asked in surprise. "That's right, Lucas is in England at the moment. He was even at the Ministry of Magic." "Then why did he?" "You want to ask, why didn't Lucas save those Aurors?" Harry nodded hastily, hoping that he would give him an explanation. "Because those sacrifices were necessary." As those cold words came from Dumbledore's mouth, Harry's eyes widened, staring blankly at the headmaster. He really didn't expect the always kind old man to say such a thing. "Haha, Dumbledore, it seems that the savior you chose can't bear such a blow." Ex-headmaster Phineas on the wall ruthlessly laughed at the old man in the room. The headmaster's full name is Phineas Nigellus Black, and he is also the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history. Dumbledore ignored the portrait's words, but stared at Harry in front of him. "Harry, you must remember that in order to achieve certain goals, sacrifices are inevitable, and today's Auror sacrifices at the Ministry of Magic were for the destruction of Voldemort in the future." "Then if you also need to die one day, would you be willing?" Harry growled. "Yes, if need be, I will give my life without hesitation, as long as Voldemort can be defeated." Harry didn't expect Dumbledore's answer to be so firm, so he was stunned for a few seconds. Looking at the serious eyes of the headmaster, the anger in his heart suddenly calmed down a lot. If Dumbledore was just someone who sacrificed other people's lives to achieve his goals, Harry would probably be angry and hopeless. But if he could even give his own life just to destroy Voldemort, he didn't know if he had any reason to hate such a person. "Professor, Snape's sneer interrupted Harry's next words. What he despises the most is Potter's character of easily believing people with a few words. He was obviously very angry just now, but now he suddenly calmed down. "Headmaster, I think it's better not to take a child like Mr. Potter on any mission in the future. He hasn't figured out the situation until now. He actually used the disarming charm in a war. He's just a naive brat." Snape got up and walked outside. He didn't want to see the stupid Messiah for a moment. With this time, it is better to go back and take care of the spirit-purifying potion. Dumbledore didn't stop him this time. When Snape left, he drew his wand. "Professor, what is this?" Dumbledore didn't answer Harry's question, but raised his wand and muttered, "Obliviate." With the tip of the wand sending a white light, Harry's expression became dull, and after a while he came back to his senses. "Professor, the remains of those Aurors." "Don't worry, the Ministry of Magic will make proper arrangements. Thank you for your hard work this time, Harry. Remember not to tell anyone the location of the prophecy ball. In addition, you must keep on learning occlumency from Professor Snape." Harry nodded, but he felt like he had forgotten something. Looking at the amiable Dumbledore in front of him, he felt even more weird. It's as if the other party shouldn't be like this. Harry laughed at his own thoughts. Shouldn't Dumbledore be amiable? Shaking his head, he got up and said goodbye. He just thought that he was probably too tired, and that's why he was having these messy thoughts. After all, he went through such a dangerous battle. But although the final mission was not successful, it does not mean that they failed completely. And he was still feeling a little smug, because now the position of the prophecy ball is only known to him. This time, I must learn occlumency carefully, and I must not reveal the location of the prophecy ball. Lying on the bed, Harry thought this before sleeping. Soon, the savior who had been tired all day fell asleep. This time, he had nightmares again. He dreamed that he was confronting Riddle in the Chamber of Secrets. He also dreamed that Lucas appeared in the chamber again. Harry, I regard you as a friend. You shouldn't be jealous of me. Father gave me a gift. The curse of desire is a very ancient magic. Ah, Harry sat up suddenly in bed. The dream just now felt too real, as if it really happened. He took a deep breath, looked out the window, and found that there was a white light in the sky. Lucas wouldn't have guessed. Because Dumbledore had cast the memory charm on Harry, he accidentally broke part of his original spell. Perhaps as time goes by, Harry Potter will gradually remember the real situation that happened in the Chamber of Secrets back then. Little Hangleton. After listening to the report, Voldemort asked with great interest, "So now Potter is the only one who knows where the prophecy ball is?" Bellatrix nodded apprehensively, and Voldemort frowned. "Bellatrix, I remember you once said that your cousin is Potter's godfather." "That's right, Master." Voldemort chuckled twice, interesting everyone. The blood-red vertical pupils looked at the people at the long table. Under the long-term management of the Ministry of Magic, the magic world has become more and more corrupted. This situation has even spread to many ancient families. At this time, we need to prune those redundant branches and leaves, and cut off those dangerous and unhealthy parts. We will pluck out the sores that affect us, until there are only pure-blooded wizards left in the world. Everyone, the Ministry of Magic is weak now. It is a good time for us to replace it, and we still have good friends in the Ministry of Magic. This time, I not only want to occupy the Ministry of Magic, but also kill Potter in front of everyone, and this time the plan. His gaze swept across the crowd, and finally settled on Lucius Malfoy. "Lucius, this time the plan is up to you to complete. I will try to get Harry Potter to the Ministry of Magic, remember. Don't let me down again." "Yes, as you wish, Master." Deep in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. In Rowena's library, Lucas drank tea and bathed in the sunshine created by magic. Seeing that he already has 60,000 achievement points, he put down his teacup and pulled out a small potion vial. After drinking the luck potion, he called out the system. "System, 60,000 achievement points. Use them all in lucky draws." Ding! Ordinary lottery draws cost 100 achievement points each time. The host draws a total of 600 times. Confirm. "Yes, do it." The voice just fell, and the virtual prize pool in front of Lucas burst out with a series of lights. Chapter 312. This general prize pool draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning a total of 426 bronze rewards, 144 silver rewards, 24 gold rewards, and 6 platinum rewards. Only 6 platinum pieces were obtained in 600 lottery draws. Lucas swept the bronze rewards with a dark face. Most of the over 400 rewards were some useless clothing and candy. But this time, a lot of guns and ammunition were also rewarded, enough to equip half a company of people. Skipping the bronze rewards and looking at the next rewards. It was also densely packed with words, but most of the words that appeared this time are commonly used spells. Congratulations to the host. The silver rewards this time are as follows: Apparition level 6-6, Cleaning Charm level 6-2, Wind Charm level 4-6, Arresto Momentum level 5-4, Levicorpus level 5-3, Fire Making Charm level 7-4, Expulsion Charm level 1-6, Repelling Charm level 1-2, Shield Charm level 4-5, Eye Disease Curse level 3-3. There were more than 100 spells, and it took a lot of time just to synthesize and learn them. Through this lottery draw, Luca's current spells have reached the full level. Including household magic, now he can also use it superbly. System, tell me what the gold rewards are for this time. Congratulations to the host, the gold rewards for this lucky draw are as follows. Talent points 24, talent point 14, Pratigo Maxima level 7-3, Powerful Love Potion, Luck Potion 2, Alchemical Round Shield, Sharp Magic Sword. With the end of this lottery, Luca's last high-level spell finally reached the full level. There are also a lot of alchemy props in these gold rewards, and most of them are suitable for combat. Maybe the system sensed that the war was coming. System, allocate 2 talent points to ancient runes. After the 2 talent points were allocated, Luca's talents in all disciplines have reached the full level. He rubbed his chin, looking at the remaining 10 talent points. The battle is imminent. At this time, it is more cost-effective to invest talent points in talents that are conducive to combat. System, add 2 talent points to charms, add 2 points to transfiguration, and add 1 point to dark arts. Awakened talents can increase 1 talent point for every 2 talent points. The host needs to consume 10 talent points. Are you sure about the operation? Sure. A mysterious feeling welled up in his heart. He felt that his mind was clear, and his whole body seemed to be floating in the sky. Then some insights about the 3 subjects flooded into his brain. A talent after awakening, every little bit of improvement is beneficial. What's more, Luca's has improved so much this time. After about 10 minutes, he let out a long breath, and his consciousness returned to his body. The improvement of his talents has made him more comfortable in the application of various spells. In the end, there were only 6 platinum rewards left. Congratulations to the host, the platinum rewards for this lottery are as follows. Talent Breakthrough Scroll, Talent Evolution Scroll 2, Skill Breakthrough Scroll, Elf Magic Embrace of the Void Level 1, Elf Magic Mimetic Void 1 class. System, use Talent Breakthrough Scroll on Ancient Runes. In the next second, the Breakthrough Scroll disappeared from the system bar. Immediately afterwards, Lucas's Ancient Runes talent successfully broke through to the Awakening stage. The Ancient Runes in the Awakening stage brought Lucas the ability to write quickly. This ability allows him to write ancient runes more quickly and accurately. Ding, it is detected that the host has completed a new achievement, Almighty Genius. Congratulations for getting the reward, 5 points of magic power. The tyrannical magic power rushed through his body, and Lucas unscrupulously released his magic power. Anyway, with the enchantments created by Rowena, he doesn't have to worry about being noticed by the outside world. It's only 4 points away from reaching the peak of Quasi-Legendary. As he stopped releasing his powerful magic power, Lucas muttered to himself. Then he looked at the remaining rewards. System, use Talent Evolution Scroll for Eye of Medusa, Weakened Version, and Obscurus Controllable. The voice just fell, and Lucas felt a burning pain in his eyes, but this feeling disappeared in just an instant. Ding, the evolution is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special talent of the Eye of Medusa, full version. Lucas opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed through the bright red snake pupils. The result of the evolution was similar to what he thought. The full version of the Eye of Medusa is similar to the basilisk, but its rank is much higher. As for the result of the Obscurus evolution, it was somewhat beyond Lucas' expectations. The essence of Obscurus is actually a kind of black magic. And this evolution is to completely separate it from Lucas. It can be understood that it has become a kind of controllable magic. When Lucas fights in the future, he can release the Obscurus to deal with miscellaneous soldiers and focus on dealing with those difficult enemies by himself. Seems like a simple separation, but it was very useful for Lucas, because this means that he has another means of attack. Lucas hesitated for a few seconds before continuing to say to the system, use Skill Breakthrough Scroll on the Whirlwind Curse. Ding, Skill Breakthrough. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Forbidden Curse Doomsday Storm. Doomsday Storm? Use magic power to trigger a devastating storm to sweep across the earth, destroying everything within a radius of 100 miles of the caster. Minimum release requirement. Quasi-Legendary. Elf Magic Embrace of the Void Level 1. Absorb the power of the void to replenish magic power so that the host can obtain endless magic power. Elf Magic, Mimetic Void, Level 1. Manipulate the power of the void to transform it into a solid form to help the host fight. Checking the rest of the rewards in one go, Lucas was the most interested in Embrace of the Void. With it, he will not be afraid to drain his magic power when he casts the forbidden spells in the future. However, 600 lottery draws did not yield a solution to the anti-magic power, so he was slightly disappointed. It seems that he can only pin his hopes on the last chance of the diamond lottery. The Elder Wand, it takes some brains to get you. System, open my stats. Name, Lucas Grindelwald. Age, 15 years old. Status, 5th year Hogwarts student. Bloodline, Void Elf Awakened. Talents, Void Fisher, Void Aura, Void Enhancement, Eye of Time, Eye of Medusa. Full version combination skill, Obscurus Special. Mana Strength, 85 Quasi-Legendary. Charms, 13 Awakened. Transfiguration, 12 Awakened. Dark Arts, 13 Awakened. Alchemy, 10 Awakened. Ancient Runes, 10 Awakened. Divination, 10 Awakened. Potions, 10 Awakened. Elven Magic, Soul Devouring Level 1, Looting Level 1, Void Lifesteal Level 1, Void Escape Level 1, Void Corruption Level 1, Void Grasp Level 1, Void Decay Level 1, Embrace of the Void Level 1, Mimic Void Level 1. Elf Combat Skills, Ancient Elf Combat Skills, Full Set. Super Magic, Anti-Magic, Spell Text, Crush Magic, Time-Binding Magic. Forbidden Magic, Seraph's Elegy, Wall of Forbidden Size, Doomsday Storm. Animagus, Black Panther. Battle Pet, Star Dragon Infant. Different Space, Hufflepuff's Secret Garden, Recognized Owner. Magic Items, Goblin Sword, Magic Mechanism Trap, Bridge, Soul Pill Gigi. Achievement Points, 351. The following few days, in addition to reporting on the conflict between the Ministry of Magic and the Death Eaters in the newspaper, the news of Lucas' confrontation with the Ministry of Magic of France and Germany and Austria has also been transmitted back to England. But unexpectedly, it was reported that the Lucas that appeared in Austria was a fake. This morning, Medusa poked her head out of the void and handed a letter to Lucas. The letter was from Dumbledore. Except for a brief account of recent developments, it was more to remind Lucas that it is time to go back to school. After all, the OWLS exam is coming. Lucas thought for a while and took a Slytherin emblem from his pocket. Portus. A blue light flashed across the surface of the emblem, and he handed it to Medusa and said, "Headmaster Dumbledore." Two big fat rabbits. Medusa turned her head away. "If I'm not mistaken, when you helped Dumbledore deliver the letter, you blackmailed him for a meal, right?" Medusa's body froze. Seeing Lucas' playful eyes, she grabbed the emblem with her claws and disappeared into the void. Not long after, there were ripples in the garden outside the library. In the next second, Dumbledore appeared in the garden. Chapter 313. Facing the unfamiliar environment around, Dumbledore looked surprised. Walking into the library and seeing Lucas at the round table, a kind smile appeared on his face. "Lucas, how have you been these past few days?" "How much better can I do in this small area every day? I still have a lot of books to accompany me." Lucas raised the book in his hand as a gesture. Dumbledore said with a smile, "I didn't expect Hogwarts to have such a magical place." "Oh, how do you know this is Hogwarts?" Facing the curiosity of the blonde boy. As a competent teacher, Dumbledore naturally had to explain it clearly to him. "The portkey told me the answer, and the sense of distortion was too short." Lucas suddenly realized he really didn't pay attention to this kind of thing before. It is estimated that only a person like Dumbledore, who has lived for 100 years, has such a wealth of experience. "Thanks for the lesson, Professor. Then should we talk about the future plan?" Dumbledore took a seat at the round table. He first talked about Voldemort's actions these past few days. According to the news from Professor Snape, Voldemort has decided to attack the Ministry of Magic. "Everything is within our plan. The next thing to figure out is how we can convince Voldemort that he has taken over the Ministry of Magic successfully." Dumbledore finished speaking and looked at the boy opposite, noticing that his eyes had turned golden. He didn't make a sound to disturb, but sat and watched with great interest. The divination brought by the eyes of time began to affect the surroundings. Dumbledore's heart was shaken. This power gave him a strange feeling. Although he has never seen any god, nor does he believe in the so-called gods. But at this moment, he feels that if there is a god in the world, it should give a similar feeling than the one Lucas is giving out at this moment. Headmaster, I need to trouble you to act a play together. It's time for the toad in the school to play its final role. After this time, there is no need for her to stay in Hogwarts any longer. After Lucas finished speaking, he retracted the Eye of Time. Seeing that Dumbledore was in a daze, he repeated what he had said. Huh? Oh, okay. Dumbledore responded, looking at Lucas with complicated eyes. The two then discussed the specific plan. Just when they were about to finish, the Phoenix Fox suddenly appeared in the library. It's really enviable to have a phoenix that can reach any place. But there was no envy in the expression on Lucas' face. He decided to wait for the old bee to leave, and immediately wrap the barrier of the library with the power of the void. In the future, unless someone has his permission, no one else can use any space ability to come in. Lucas, there's something going on out there. Do you want to take a look? You could take this opportunity to come back. Of course, you go first, I'll be right there. Dumbledore's figure disappeared with the flames. The old man just left, and Lucas immediately took out his wand and placed the power of the void on the enchantment of the library. When everything was in place, he just tore through the void and came outside the gate of Hogwarts. In the middle of the castle foyer, Trelawney held her wand in one hand and a wine bottle in the other. She was in a very bad state and cried out, "No, you can't do this. I have worked here for 16 years, this is my home." "This used to be your home." Umbridge stepped out of the crowd in a haughty manner. "Sybil Trelawney, you should be aware that when I inspected your class, your poor performance and bad teaching style doomed you to be fired." "No, you can't fire me." Trelawney looked crazy, which made people worry about her mental state. Umbridge snorted softly. "I can and I will. The education decree stipulates that I have this right. I will not let a person who can't even predict tomorrow's weather stay in school." "Oh no," Trelawney slumped on the suitcase, tears welling in her eyes. The students around were full of sympathy for what happened to Trelawney, while Harry made no secret of his distaste for Umbridge. At this time, Professor McGonagall parted the crowd and came in. "Sybil, don't be sad. Blow your nose. You're not leaving Hogwarts yet." "Oh, who said that, Professor McGonagall?" As soon as Umbridge finished speaking, a dignified voice came from the oak door. "I." The appearance of Dumbledore made the students excited, but Umbridge doesn't seem to be buying it. "You, Headmaster Dumbledore, according to the Education Decree Number 23, the Ministry of Magic has the right to dismiss Hogwarts teaching staff. Here is the dismissal letter signed by Minister Pewes and me. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself." Umbridge took a parchment from her pocket. But Dumbledore said, after giving it a glance, "Professor Umbridge, as the High Inquisitor, of course you have the power to fire professors, but you don't seem to have the power to drive people out of the castle. This power still belongs to me, the headmaster." Umbridge said angrily, "Headmaster Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic." "It's so lively here, what are you doing?" A sudden voice interrupted Umbridge's words, and everyone looked in the direction of the door. A familiar figure was walking towards this side. Mr. Grindelwald. Many students wanted to say hello, but thinking of the reports on Lucas in the newspapers these days, they also felt a little timid. But his girlfriends didn't care about that. They ran straight to Lucas and threw themselves into his arms. Looking at the worried eyes of Hermione and the others, Lucas felt warm in his heart. Of course, there was also a little bit of guilt. "It's okay, I'm back safely." After comforting the four girls, Lucas looked at Astoria next to him. Seeing her cautious look, Lucas smiled and opened his arms. "Seeing that I have returned safely, isn't it worth hugging?" When she saw her sister, shyly throwing herself into the chief's embrace, Daphne Greengrass sighed. She looked in the direction of home and frowned slightly, thinking about how to help her younger sister get through the hurdles of her parents. Lucas walked into the foyer, surprised to see Trelawney's appearance. "Professor, what is this?" "Mr. Grindelwald, you may not know that Sybil Trelawney has been fired by the Ministry of Magic." When Umbridge said these words, her tone was actually a little smug. "Fired? I only know that the OWLS exam is just around the corner. If Professor Trelawney is fired at this time, who will give us the exam? I don't want to get an O in one of my exams because of other reasons, so tell Pew's Thickness that even if he wants her to be fired, it has to wait until the exam is over. If he doesn't agree, I don't mind going to the Ministry of Magic and talking to him in person." Umbridge swallowed. She didn't want to face the wrath of both Lucas and Dumbledore at the same time. "Professor Trelawney, for the sake of Mr. Grindelwald, I allow you to continue teaching until the end of the exam, but that's all." Looking at the toad leaving in despair, the students burst into enthusiastic cheers. Professor Trelawney came to Lucas crying and thanked him. She really considers this place her home, and she doesn't know how to live if she were to leave Hogwarts. "Mr. Grindelwald, thank you for your willingness to help me, and thank you for the prophecy you showed me 2 years ago. What happened today verified the prophecy that Lucas had shown her, and this convinced her even more." Just at this time, Dumbledore walked up to Lucas sullenly. "Lucas, we need to have a good talk, whether it's the cloak or that thing." "Sure." The two turned around and walked towards the Forbidden Forest, and ordered no one to follow. But the two left no warning magic along the way, so Harry immediately followed. He was a little dissatisfied with Lucas' return, because when he comes back, he is destined to steal the limelight that belongs to him. And when Dumbledore mentioned the invisibility cloak, he was naturally curious. And he also wanted to confirm one thing. These days, there are always many pictures in his mind that he has never experienced before. The purpose of Lucas in those pictures does not seem pure, so he followed just to make sure. Are those pictures Voldemort's influence on him again, or are they real memories? Also keeping up with the two was Umbridge, who had supposedly left. 2 would-be legendary wizards were meeting, and both of them were enemies of Voldemort. It would be odd if Umbridge wasn't eavesdropping. Chapter 314. Forbidden Forest. Confidence in his own strength made Lucas ignore the detection of his surroundings. It was the same for Dumbledore. The two stood side by side, looking at the tall trees deep in the Forbidden Forest. "I remember that you cast Gellert's spell here in your first year. At that time, I was thinking, I must protect such a talented and powerful child. Because of something that happened when I was young, I used to be too wary of Tom, which caused him to go on the path he is on now. I don't want this to happen to you as well. 5 years have passed, but at this most critical moment, you actually abandoned the plan and returned to Nurmengard willfully." Dumbledore's voice sounded disappointed with Lucas, which made the two people hiding not far away look happy. It's just that the happiness of the two people is somewhat different. Harry was simply happy because Dumbledore was disappointed in Lucas. But Umbridge is because she knew she was going to do something good again. If she tells Voldemort what she overheard today, she didn't know what reward she could get. She heard that Voldemort was planning to take over the Ministry of Magic these past few days. If it is really successful, maybe she can take the position of Minister of Magic. Umbridge focused all her attention on the two men in the distance. Feeling the fluctuation of magic power coming from behind, Lucas showed a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I have already told you very clearly why I left. It was you who decided not to change the plan, and you have to bear full responsibility for the current situation." Hearing those words, the old man looked very angry, and his powerful magic power made the hem of his clothes undulate as if there was wind. "Then, what about the invisibility cloak? I also told you very clearly that even if you get all the Deathly Hallows, you still can't stop death." "How will you know if you don't try?" Lucas said lightly. Dumbledore stared at the young man in front of him and said after a long time, "So can our cooperation continue?" This time, Lucas was silent for a few minutes. Just when the two people not far away were waiting anxiously, Lucas finally spoke. "Of course the cooperation will continue, but the form will change. You will be in charge of Hogwarts in the future, and I will be in charge of the security of the Ministry of Magic. How about it? Are you really just protecting the Ministry? Dumbledore's eyes were full of scrutiny, and it didn't look like he was very comfortable with Lucas. Of course, what do you think I want? Okay, that's it. When Dumbledore said these words, Fawkes flew from afar. He raised his hand to grab the phoenix's sharp claws and disappeared from the place with the flames. Umbridge and Harry had just recovered from the firelight and found that Lucas was no longer there. The mysterious ways of the quasi-legendary wizards once again shocked the two of them. So the two have a conflict with each other. In the flames of the fireplace, Umbridge humbly answered Voldemort's question. After eavesdropping on the conversation between the two, she returned to the office as fast as her stubby-toed legs could take her. Then she used the fireplace to deliver this important information to Voldemort. Voldemort raised his slender, pale hands and gently stroked his chin. Understood, when the Ministry of Magic is under our control, I will give you a satisfactory position. You may continue with your duties. Umbridge's excitement and joy could still be felt even through the flames. When the fireplace returned to normal, Lucius Malfoy said softly, "Master, could it be a trap? It's impossible for two quasi-legendary wizards not to notice Umbridge, an ordinary Auror-level witch. Is it a trap? You can tell by experimenting. You go to do something and lure Dumbledore away in a few days. If it is really a trap, he will definitely appear when we attack the Ministry of Magic. If it wasn't a trap, Grindelwald alone wouldn't be able to stop me. If I wounded or even killed that kid, the Saints would probably turn against Dumbledore immediately." Voldemort chuckled a few times, feeling full of himself. It was as if he had already seen through Lucas and Dumbledore's games. The OWLS exam is coming as scheduled. As the most important exam for fifth-year students, everyone must take it seriously starting today. Harry rubbed his forehead, walking down the corridor with a sleepy face. "Harry, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Ron's worried gaze, Harry smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, it's just that I keep having strange dreams these days." "Strange dreams?" Neville, Seamus, and others all surrounded him. Seeing the interested expressions on their faces, Harry sighed. "Actually, I don't know what that dream means. I always dream about a dark corridor recently. At the end of the corridor is a wooden gate. That door looks familiar, but every time I wake up from the dream, I can't remember what the door looks like. This dream has troubled me for several days." Several people around looked at each other before Ron said cautiously, "Harry, could it be?" He pointed to the scar on Harry's forehead, asking if it's because of Voldemort. In fact, Harry was skeptical too. Apart from Voldemort, who had a special connection with him, he couldn't really think of any other reason for this to happen. "Forget it, after today's exam is over, I'll talk to Dumbledore." When he said this, Harry's tone seemed a little proud. Even though Dumbledore is very kind, not everyone can go to him easily, and only a handful of students have such power. And he, Harry Potter, is one of them. While talking, everyone arrived in the classroom. The first part of the OWLS exam is a written test. The fifth-year students sat on separate tables, and following Professor McGonagall's orders, they all wrote and answered the questions on the test paper. Surrounding the classroom were a group of aging wizards. Some of these people were even older than Dumbledore. There was even a witch that proctored Dumbledore almost a century ago. Even Umbridge's expression was serious and tense at the moment. This is the status of these old men and women. After the written test, the practical test of charms will be held immediately. Next, the fifth-year students have to take 1 or 2 assessments every day. For example, tomorrow's test is Transfiguration. Wednesday will be Herbology and Thursday Defense against the Dark Arts. On Thursday, when Harry came to the Defense against the Dark Arts exam room, Umbridge was standing by the door gloomily, watching him. Harry raised his eyebrows proudly at the toad. Recently, because of the existence of these old men and women, Umbridge has restrained herself a lot. And seeing her anxious look made Harry very happy. But such a good mood did not last long. Just when he walked into the gate of the examination room, he heard the proctor shouting excitedly, "Beautiful Patroness, I heard that it can kill dementors, is it true? Seeing Luca's nod, Professor Tofty was even more excited, and he didn't even notice that the glasses on his face slipped off. He approached the beautiful oriental dragon with a bit of obsession in his eyes, but mostly appreciation. I think your spell can be regarded as an improved version of the Patronus charm. After all, the Patronus charm is not lethal to dementors. Thank you for your recognition, Professor Tofty. Luca's humble attitude made the old professor even more satisfied. Very good, your exam is over. Seeing Luca's walking towards him, Harry subconsciously stepped out of the way. But as soon as Luca's passed, he regretted it. Why should he take the initiative to give way to Luca's? But at this moment, he had no time to think about it, because Professor Tofty's gaze was already on him. The defensive spell Harry cast was also a Patronus charm. Being able to cast a corporeal Patronus in 5th year, Harry's talent in defense against the dark arts was beyond doubt. It's a pity that Luca's took the exam right before him, so Professor Tofty's evaluation of Harry was only good. This made Harry angry again. It was Luca's again, and the limelight was stolen by him again. Harry left the examination room with a gloomy face, and anyone could see that he was not happy. Ron, what's the next exam? Drawing astrological charts, astronomy, the exam is tonight, and the place is at the astronomy tower. Harry was taken aback when he heard that. He thought the next exam would be tomorrow. His head started to hurt when he heard about drawing charts. He really didn't feel anything about Jupiter and Saturn. Just when they were planning to go to the Great Hall for dinner, Harry saw Dumbledore standing in the hall. Professor. Harry couldn't wait to run over. He had a lot to say to the headmaster, especially the strange dreams he had recently. Harry, how about we go for a walk together? Of course Harry wouldn't refuse. The two passed through the oak gate and came outside the castle. Harry, I just got some very bad news, so I'm going to be away from school for a day or two. Promise me, no matter what happens, don't be impulsive. When I come back, if you really can't wait, go to Professor McGonagall or Luca's, understand? Dumbledore frowned, indicating the seriousness of the situation. Harry nodded, and before he could say anything about his dream, Dumbledore and Fawkes disappeared before his eyes. Sighing helplessly, he had no choice but to return to the castle for dinner. At night, the observatory in the astronomy tower. 5th-year students were gathered here because tonight is an astronomy exam. The students held their telescopes, watching the changes of Jupiter in the night sky. At this moment, Harry noticed several dark shadows appearing on the grass on the east side of the castle. A closer look revealed that it was Umbridge who walked in the front, and behind her were several Slytherin 6th-year students. Ron, look. Ron put down the telescope and looked in the direction of his friend's finger. Merlin's beard, what does the toad want this time? Looks like she's going to trouble Hagrid. Harry frowned, staring intently at the hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 315. The situation at Hagrid's cabin quickly attracted more attention. Even the professor invigilating the exam repeatedly reminded them that there was not much time left of the exam, but still couldn't bring the students' attention back from there. At this time, Umbridge had brought several people to Hagrid's hut. She didn't even knock on the door, but directly asked the students behind her to call Hagrid out. Harry saw Hagrid's tall figure coming out of the hut. Then he noticed that Umbridge said something, and Hagrid suddenly shouted angrily, "What are you talking about? You are just slandering." His loud voice, even Harry and the others in the observatory could still hear it clearly. What the hell is Umbridge trying to do? Harry shook his head. He couldn't answer Ron's question. Seamus beside the two suddenly said, "Maybe she wants to fire Hagrid. I heard that Umbridge hates mixed races." Neville added, "Maybe she's being sneaky because she's worried that what happened when she tried to fire Professor Trelawney will happen again." Hearing the analysis of the two, Harry felt that this should be the case. Dumbledore had left school, so who can help Hagrid at this time? "Cowards, get the hell out of here, you scumbags." Hagrid's voice came from afar, and Harry saw the Slytherin students casting spells at him. But because Hagrid is a half-giant, those spells were bounced off when they hit him. On the contrary, with Hagrid's huge palm, Just a light slap can make a person incapacitated. Fang the hound also rushed out of the hut, baring its teeth, and pounced on the nearest student. But unfortunately, it was hit by the stunning charm as soon as it jumped into the air. This completely angered Hagrid, so he stopped showing mercy, and the Slytherin students retreated in a hurry. Just then, Professor McGonagall's voice came from behind. "What are you doing? You can't take Hagrid." Umbridge continued to cast spells at Hagrid, as if she hadn't heard. It wasn't until seeing that one of her spells was intercepted by Professor McGonagall that she turned to look at her. "Professor McGonagall, please do not obstruct me. I will not let you take Hagrid away today." Umbridge's face darkened, and she raised her wand to cast a stunning charm at Professor McGonagall. Merlin's beard, how dare she attack Professor McGonagall? That's Professor McGonagall. The students on the observatory exclaimed, and many people showed anger on their faces. Minerva McGonagall is the first professor that all little wizards meet when they first come to Hogwarts. Every student has to go through her before being assigned to one of the 4 houses. She is fair and serious, and never favors Gryffindor students just because she is the head of Gryffindor. So even the students of Slytherin House have great respect for her. Umbridge's attack on Professor McGonagall today undoubtedly ignited the anger in the hearts of all students, including the Slytherin 6th years behind her. "Quickly use the stunning charm and knock her down," Umbridge commanded several students in a sharp voice. Several people looked at each other and put down their wands at the same time. Hagrid knew it was all because of him. Only by leaving can this matter be calmed down, so he picked up the unconscious Fang and ran quickly to the distant gate. By the time Umbridge found out, it was too late. Another person she wanted to fire evaded her. Anger welled up in her heart instantly. She no longer hesitated, and cast a powerful stunning charm with all her might, and Professor McGonagall, who didn't expect it, was sent flying backwards. Umbridge froze for a few seconds. Looking at the wand in her hand, she was full of doubts. When did her magic power become so strong? Behind Umbridge, the invisible Lucas retracted his wand. Although he was a little sorry for Professor McGonagall, but only in this way the shackles of Harry Potter will be released. In this school, Harry only listens to 2 people. One is Dumbledore, who is left now, and the other is Professor McGonagall, who is also about to be hospitalized now. Umbridge came back to her senses, looked at Professor McGonagall, who was lying on the ground, and snorted coldly. "Send Professor McGonagall to the infirmary." Seeing the toad returning to the castle with pride, Lucas smiled silently and returned to the observatory using magic. 2 minutes left. When they heard that the exam was going to be over in 2 minutes, the students who had been busy watching the excitement just now scrambled to finish. Just at this time, Harry felt as if his head had been hit hard and his eyes were spinning. He seemed to be in that dark corridor again. He came to the wooden door with ease, and when he opened the door, a familiar scene appeared in front of him. Hall of Prophecy, he thought in surprise. No wonder he felt it was so familiar before. It's because he just went there some time ago. Harry walked down the path in the middle of the shelves and suddenly heard a low and hoarse voice coming from his ear. "Go, take it down for me. Only you can pick it up, go. Stop being so stubborn, Crucio." A red light flashed behind the shelf not far away, and there was a scream. "Voldemort, you are dreaming. You better kill me." Hearing this voice, Harry froze for a moment and then he hurried to the nearest shelf. Then his perspective shifted. He knew he had become the snake again. As the big snake crawled to Voldemort's side, Harry finally saw what was going on. Sirius was lying powerlessly on the ground, with his hands tied behind his back. But even so, he didn't beg for mercy. "Voldemort, you are bound to fail." Amid Sirius' laughter, Harry woke up. The burning pain on his forehead caused him a lot of pain. "Mr. Potter, are you all right? Do you need to go to the infirmary?" "No, no need." He gritted his teeth and refused. The old wizard who was in charge of the exam shook his head. "The exam is too stressful. It has happened before. Just wait for a while." The exam was finally over. Harry didn't bother to answer the questions of Ron and others, and hurried to the infirmary. "Madame Pomfrey, I need to see Professor McGonagall." Son, it's a coincidence that you came here. Minerva has just been sent to St. Mungo's. What? Harry exclaimed. She's gone. Of course, she was hit by a powerful stunning charm at such an age, and she is lucky to be alive. Harry walked out of the infirmary helplessly. In the face of people's inquiries, he finally told Ron and the others what he saw just now. Hey buddy, it might just be that you misunderstood. Recently, the exam pressure is so great, and I often have hallucinations as well. Ron, you know what I saw. Harry was very angry because Ron clearly knew that there was a special connection between himself and Voldemort. Ron smiled awkwardly. Then what are you going to do? I need to get in touch with Sirius, using Umbridge's fireplace. Ever since Umbridge became the High Inquisitor, there are only 2 fireplaces at Hogwarts that can apparently communicate with the outside world. One was in the headmaster's office, but now that Dumbledore had left the school, Harry couldn't get in at all. And the other is in Umbridge's own office. Ron frowned, seeing only Seamus and Neville beside him. He shook his head helplessly. There are too few people. Go back and call Dean, Lavender, and Parvati to help, Harry. You only have 5 minutes. Getting support from his friends, a smile finally appeared on Harry's face. It didn't take long for several other people to come to the first floor. Under the cover of everyone, Harry made his way into Umbridge's office without incident. But no matter what he tried, the fireplace in the old Pruitt house didn't respond. There is only one possibility for this situation. That is, there is no one in the house. It was understandable for others to go out, but Sirius, who was a wanted criminal, would never leave the house. Harry was so anxious that he decided to go back and explain the situation to Ron and the others to see if they had any good solutions. Who knows that just as he turned around, he saw Umbridge standing behind him, looking at him curiously. Breaking into a professor's office without permission, Harry Potter. Luckily, I caught you this time. Who did you want to contact through the fireplace just now? Umbridge just finished speaking and Draco, along with other members of the Inquisition squad, came in from the outside. They each had one of Harry's accomplices in their hands. Obviously, Umbridge has captured them all. Lucas, who was invisible, turned and left. He will leave it to Professor Snape and Draco. The 2 of them will help Harry to leave. All Lucas had to do now was go back to the headmaster's office and wait for Dumbledore to return. At the same time, in the old Pruitt house, a group of people led by Dumbledore watched the flames in the fireplace. Seeing that Harry was no longer in contact, Mrs. Weasley asked worriedly, "Is this really okay? Isn't it too cruel to Harry? What if he is in danger?" Sirius sat beside her with a sullen face and said nothing. You could tell by his expression that he was angry with Dumbledore. What can we do? It's all about defeating Voldemort. Rest assured that Lucas and I will protect him. Wait a while and you are ready to go. I will go back to school to prepare. Dumbledore looked at the wooden frame next to him, and Fawkes flew towards him knowingly. With a flash of fire, his figure disappeared from the house. Dumbledore had just stepped out of the firelight when Luca's voice came. "Welcome back, Headmaster. Can we start now?" Dumbledore nodded solemnly, and then the two walked towards the desk. Chapter 316. Office of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry's stubborn look really made Umbridge very angry. "Mr. Potter, it seems that you really don't intend to reveal who the person you contacted is, right?" Seeing Harry shake his head, she sneered, "You will tell, I promise. Draco, please go find Professor Snape." "Yes, Madam Umbridge." Draco walked out of the office with a nasty smile. The moment he stepped out of the room, his face became filled with worry. How did Harry break into Umbridge's office? This is really troublesome. I have to tell Professor Snape the news as soon as possible. The defense against the Dark Arts office wasn't very far from the dungeons. When Draco knocked on the door of the potions office, Snape was staring intently at the spirit-purifying potion in the cauldron. According to the records in ancient books, the potion is blue like a starry sky, which means that the potion is still 2 months away from being completed. Snape watched the potion in the cauldron gradually transforming into starry sky blue, with a faint excitement in his eyes. 2 more months, about the same as Lucas expected. "Professor, there is something wrong with Harry." Looking at Draco Malfoy, who rushed in rashly, the cold light in Snape's eyes flickered away. If the boy wasn't the son of his friend and his godson, at this moment he might have become a corpse. I've said many times that you have to knock before entering. Since when did you become as reckless as those Gryffindors whose heads are stuffed with troll snot? If it was a normal situation, Draco might calm down and apologize first. But now that the situation is critical and he can't care about those things. Professor, something happened to Harry. Potter, there was an expression on Snape's indifferent face. Yes, he broke into Umbridge's office and was caught red-handed. Snape nodded calmly, turned and continued to look at the potion in the cauldron. As the first member of Luca's instigation plans, Snape knew more than anyone thought. Lucas also told Dumbledore, unreservedly, about many things that the headmaster didn't know. Certainly, Lucas also had Snape's heartfelt approval. The two are no longer just in a cooperative relationship, but more like a sort of friendship. So what was going to happen to Potter tonight, he knew it very well. But hearing Draco tell what happened in the defense against the Dark Arts Office, he still felt a little shocked inside. Because Lucas had predicted the current situation 3 days in advance, and even detailed every sentence of the conversation. He's getting more and more scary, Snape thought. Waiting until the potion in the cauldron has completely turned a starry blue, he walked to his potions cabinet. Professor, what is this? Draco saw him take out a bottle of Veritaserum and thought that Snape wanted to use it on Harry. Before he could utter the words of pleading, the professor poured the Veritaserum in the bottle on the ground. Remember, I don't have any Veritaserum here. Draco nodded, and Snape turned and walked out of the office. Inquisitor Umbridge, what do you want me for? Professor Snape, I would like you to fetch me a bottle of Veritaserum. There is a very stubborn fellow here. Umbridge looked expectantly at Harry, as if waiting for him to show a frightened expression. Harry knew Snape's identity, so he wanted to ask him for help, to get the professor to find a way to bring the news to Dumbledore. The innocent Messiah was giving Snape winks desperately. It's just a pity that they were all ignored by him. Snape withdrew his gaze from Harry and turned his head to look at Umbridge beside him. Sorry, Your Excellency Inquisitor, you just took my last bottle in stock not long ago. Have you used it up already? I remember telling you that you only need to use 3 drops each time. Umbridge's expression turned slightly awkward. She didn't answer the question, but repeated her own words sharply. I want a potion that will make Potter speak the truth. You have to give it to me right now. Sorry, as I said just now, I don't have any Veritaserum in my inventory. Unless you are willing to wait a month, I can help you to brew it. A month? Umbridge's eyes widened. She looked at the gloomy man beside her angrily, thinking that he was deliberately trying to embarrass her. You just wait, I will tell him, and he will definitely punish you then. Snape sneered, turned around and walked outside. Padfoot, he's got Padfoot. Harry struggled to shout the words to Snape, but what made him desperate was that the professor didn't respond. He didn't even pause. Umbridge was quick to notice the word, Padfoot, and began pressing again, but the results obtained remained unchanged. So feeling impatient, she drew out her wand. It seems that you need to taste some hardships. Professor, Draco held her wrist and said with a flattering smile, why bother you? Potter and I have had a grudge for a long time. Why don't you let me take them to Filch to entertain them? Umbridge thought about it and agreed to his request. When Draco walked out of the office with Harry and the others, she sat alone in the chair and guessed when Voldemort would take over the Ministry of Magic. As everyone knows, it was because of her that Voldemort's important event was almost delayed. Draco was grabbing Harry as he walked across the hall. Looking at the empty corridor, he relaxed his grip. Potter, I will let you taste the whip later, and then don't cry for your father. Oh, I forgot, you have no father, what a poor little boy. After saying this, Draco was the first to laugh, and Selwyn, who was following behind him, also laughed loudly. As Voldemort's staunch supporters, the Selwyn family quickly pledged their allegiance to Voldemort after his return. And Angus Selwyn quickly turned to Draco Malfoy. The previous conflict between the two families seems to have never happened. Harry's face turned red instantly at the mention of his father. But it's not shyness, it's anger. As Harry's former friend, Draco certainly knew very well how to irritate him. Malfoy, Harry growled, throwing his head back suddenly, and Draco, who was standing behind him, was hit in the nose. His nose began to bleed, and tears flowed instantly. Draco also took the opportunity to let Harry go. Ron and the others quickly resisted. In addition, Pansy and others intentionally let them, and they all broke free from the shackles at once. "Run!" Following Harry's yell, several people ran out through the oak gate. Draco and the others chased after him for a while, and didn't give up until Harry and others entered the Forbidden Forest. Harry, who was hiding in the Forbidden Forest, was very worried at the moment. "Although we have escaped, how can we get to the Ministry?" Everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to do for a while. Parvati looked back at the Forbidden Forest behind her, then suddenly clapped her hands and said, "I have a solution." Everyone turned their eyes to her. Parvati pointed to the depths of the Forbidden Forest and said, "My sister Padma once mentioned that Luna Lovegood from her house always feeds the strals outside the Forbidden Forest. The strals are the magical animals that are responsible for pulling Hogwarts carriages. It is said that only those who have seen death can see them, and the strals fly very fast. If we can find them to help, we can go to the Ministry of Magic." After hearing this, Harry also thought of the skinny black horses he saw every time he rode in a carriage. "Come with me, I can see them." Not long after, 5 the strals soared into the sky, with 2 of them carrying 2 people on their backs. 7 people and 5 the strals quickly disappeared into the night sky. Headmaster's office. Lucas and Dumbledore stood by the window watching Harry's group disappear. Neither of them spoke, because they understand that after tonight, the external situation will undergo earth-shaking changes. The wizarding world of England will return to the era of Voldemort's rule, and ordinary wizards will live in constant panic. However, in order to successfully eliminate Voldemort, they must let it happen. Dumbledore sighed and said, "Come with me, I have something for you." Lucas glanced at him curiously, and the two came to the bookshelf behind the headmaster's desk. With Dumbledore waving his wand, the bookshelves immediately parted to the 2 sides, and a rectangular groove appeared in front of the 2 of them. Inside the groove, there were 4 smaller grooves. Seeing the shape of the groove, Lucas froze for a moment. Dumbledore's voice came from beside him at this moment. "Actually, I have planned to tell you since you collected the relics of the 4 founders, but I have always been worried. But now that the war is approaching, I'm afraid that if I don't tell you, I won't have the chance to tell you this secret. Now is the time, take out the 4 relics and place them in the grooves." Lucas frowned. "What is the use of this?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I don't know either. It has been said by word of mouth that if Hogwarts is in a crisis, the 4 relics should be put into the grooves. But they have been lost for a long time, and no one knows the specific function of this mechanism." Lucas nodded slightly. Then the 4 relics were taken out and placed in the grooves one by one. But when the 4 relics were put in place, nothing changed around them. "Strange," Dumbledore frowned tightly. Lucas frowned as well. His eyes swept over the 4 relics, and when he saw the Slytherin locket, he suddenly thought of the reason. He reached out to take the locket back, and then took out the drop of Slytherin's blood that was in the locket. This drop of blood should be the true relic of Slytherin. With the blood dripping into the groove, the 4 relics gradually disappeared, and then an iron box appeared. The box was so old that it looked like it would break if you touched it. But the contents of the box were as new as ever. Looking at the Hogwarts crest inside the box, Lucas was puzzled, but still reached out and picked it up. As soon as he got the school badge, a message sounded in his mind. After a few seconds he chuckled and said, "I see. Is this the true meaning of never tickle a sleeping dragon?" For those who don't know, that's Hogwarts' motto, Draco dormiens nunquam titulindis. Putting the school badge away, he turned to look at Dumbledore next to him. "Headmaster, it's almost time, and it's time for me to go." "Well, be careful on the road." As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, Luca's figure disappeared. Chapter 317. Ding Tilda, Underground 9th Floor, Department of Mysteries. A pleasant female voice sounded from the old-fashioned elevator. The dark passage outside the elevator was daunting. Both the ground and the walls were decorated with black marble, bringing a strong sense of oppression. As long as we go through the door in front, we will be able to reach the main hall. As someone who has been here once, Harry led the way with his wand raised. But when he opened the door at the end, what appeared in front of him was not the hall, but a circular room. There was nothing in the room, just like the corridor outside. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Harry came to the middle of the room in surprise, trying to find the desk and office cabinet that were supposed to be there. How? Ron patted his friend on the shoulder and said, "This is normal, buddy. This is the Department of Mysteries, so no matter what happens, it's not surprising. Let's hurry up and find Sirius." Harry nodded, looking around with the glow on his wand. It wasn't until this time that everyone realized that there were actually 12 doors around this circular room. "Harry, do you know which room Sirius is in?" Harry shook his head. There was a little difference between what he saw here and what he saw in the dream. "Time is running out, everyone. Spread out to search." Harry took the lead in walking towards the gate closest to him. The others didn't delay any longer and chose their targets one after another. Ron was the first to open his door, and what appeared in his sight was a not-so-big room. There were several tables in the middle of the room and a big aquarium on top of the tables. As the only light source in the room, the aquarium looked quite beautiful under the light. "What are those white things in the water?" Ron planned to go in after he finished speaking. Fortunately, lavender brown behind him caught him in time. "Those are brains." Ron frowned, and when he looked at the aquarium again, his eyes were full of disgust. At the same time, Parvati also pulled Harry back from the brink of doing something stupid. "You are really crazy. That is the time chamber, without a pass from the Ministry of Magic. Those who enter will be disturbed by the disordered time inside." Waking up, Harry took a deep breath. He didn't expect the Ministry of Magic to have such a mysterious place. "Harry, I found it." Hearing Dean's shout, everyone hurried to his side. "Dean, good job. Here it is, let's go in." Seeing the big iron shelves and the prophecy balls in the room, Harry praised Dean with a smile on his face. "Lumos." The light on the tip of the wand brings everyone a sense of security. Harry stepped in first. It was the same here as the last time he came. The only change was probably that the lights were not turned on. Shelf number 97. He kept chanting the number plate he saw in the dream. His gaze followed the shelves one by one to the depths. But because he was too eager to save Sirius, he didn't pay attention to the surrounding situation. In this dark prophecy hall, many Death Eaters were ready to ambush them. Number 97, Harry stopped in front of shelf number 97. He's just around the corner ahead. Everyone drew their wands and followed Harry to the back of shelf 97. "How could this be?" Harry said in disbelief. He looked at the empty passage in front of him, then raised his head and glanced at the end of the passage. He was here, why would he disappear? Probably because he was worried that his companions would not believe him. He also gestured to the location where Sirius fell in his dream. Ron thought for a while and said, "Harry, could it be that we made a mistake? Maybe it was just your hallucination." "Impossible." "Harry, look." Neville pointed to the shelf behind him and said, "Your name is here." Harry was taken aback. He walked quickly to Neville's side, and sure enough, he saw his own prophecy ball. Then he looked carefully at the surrounding environment and realized, isn't this the place where he hid the prophecy ball before? Now that the orb of prophecy has been exposed, he picked it up, ready to hide it in another place. "You guys wait here for a while. I'll go and hide the prophecy ball." "Harry, over there." Ronald gripped his friend's wrist tightly, motioning him to look at the passage ahead. Suddenly, there was the sound of leather shoes colliding with the marble floor. Harry stopped all movements and turned to look where the sound came from. He saw a Death Eater wearing a black robe and a mask walking slowly towards his side. "Lucius Malfoy, why are you here?" Seeing the familiar snake-headed cane, Harry immediately recognized the other party's identity. "How rude, Harry Potter." Malfoy drew out his wand from the cane. With just a slight wave, the mask on his face turned into black mist and dissipated. "As for why I'm here, Potter, sometimes you need to distinguish reality from dreams." What you saw was naturally what the Dark Lord wanted you to see. We have been waiting here for a long time. Hearing Malfoy's words, Harry was visibly taken aback, then he showed an annoyed expression. Although he already guessed what was going on when he saw the Death Eaters appear. But now hearing Malfoy tell the truth with his own ears, he still couldn't accept it for a moment. More importantly, he didn't know how to face his companions behind him. If it wasn't because of his recklessness and running to the Ministry of Magic regardless, everyone wouldn't be in danger. Ron noticed his friend's strangeness and stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. "Harry, don't blame yourself, we came with you voluntarily." The others nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and Harry heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that Malfoy's words just now seemed to be a bit wrong. "We?" Harry asked back. The next moment, sharp laughter sounded from behind Malfoy. "Hello, Potter, we meet again." Bellatrix's crazy appearance showed up in front of everyone, but what greeted her was Neville's wand. She laughed maniacally. "Neville Longbottom, what happened to your parents? Are they dead?" These words completely angered Neville. Luckily, Harry was calm enough. Knowing that they were not their opponents, he stopped Neville right in time. Noticing that Harry wanted to escape, Lucius Malfoy clapped his hands lightly. For a while, black mist rose everywhere, and masked Death Eaters completely surrounded them. "How is it possible? Here it is clearly." "There's obviously an anti-apparition spell," Malfoy said proudly. "Since we came here ahead of time to wait for you, of course the spell has already been broken, Potter. Now give me what you have there." Harry held the prophecy ball high up. "If you dare to step forward again, I will smash it to pieces." "You dare?" Malfoy stopped an angry Bellatrix. "Potter, aren't you curious about your relationship with the Dark Lord? And the secret hidden by your scar, don't you really want to know it all? As long as you give me the prophecy ball, I can tell you everything." Harry looked at the two people in front of him with a sneer. Noticing that his companions were getting ready, he yelled, "You're dreaming, stupefy." The white light flew towards Lucius Malfoy. Neville and the others also cast the stunning charm at the Death Eaters around them at the same time. The DA's months of training have yielded some results indeed. The Death Eaters immediately used apparition to dodge, and the way out was opened. Lucius Malfoy noticed Bellatrix raising her wand and immediately yelled, "Be careful." He didn't wait for her to react and forcibly took her with apparition to dodge. Seeing Potter running towards the gate with his friends, Malfoy heaved a sigh of relief. It's not a good job for him. Since he wanted to play the villain, he couldn't let the men he brought kill the savior. This is an enormous test of his acting skills. "Get out of the way." Malfoy was pushed and staggered. Watching Bellatrix run after the fleeing Harry, he sighed and immediately apparated after the fleeing savior squad. "Potter, hand over the prophecy ball," Malfoy snapped. His figure appeared in front of Harry, but the other party used the stunning charm without hesitation. Malfoy feigned surprise and flicked his wand to flick the spell away. Coincidentally, the spell flew towards another Death Eater who was preparing to attack. "Stupefy." "Petrificus totalis." "Expelliarmus." Harry and the others still insisted on using spells without any lethality. Compared with the Cruciatus Curse and Imperious Curse used by the surrounding Death Eaters, it pales in comparison. If it weren't for Malfoy secretly helping, the Savior and his friends might have fallen long ago. Not only was Harry relieved to see that the gate was already close in front of him. Lucius Malfoy, who was chasing after them, was also relieved. Unfortunately, fate doesn't follow people's wishes. Rampant, crazy laughter fell from the sky. Seeing Bellatrix emerging from the black mist, Harry was startled. He has seen her ruthlessness. It is clear that this crazy woman is not only strong, but also able to do anything. Crucio. The red spell hit Ron beside Harry. In order to protect his companion, Harry had to stop. So the next moment, the Death Eaters surrounded them again. Malfoy, who came a step behind, couldn't help but want to curse his bad luck, and several countermeasures quickly flashed through his mind. While no one was paying attention, Malfoy's magic wand emitted a white light. The spell flew to the depths of the prophecy hall in the blink of an eye. After finishing all this, he walked towards Harry. Potter, hand over the prophecy ball. Lucius had a fierce expression on his face, as if he was irritated by Harry's behavior just now. Putting the hand holding the prophecy ball behind his back, Harry looked at the Death Eaters in front of him fearlessly. Don't even think about it. As soon as the words fell, a series of explosions sounded behind everyone. Lucius turned his head in surprise, only to see that the shelves in the prophecy hall began to collapse from the depths. Countless prophecy balls fell from the sky, causing a loud sound as they kept breaking. Faced with such a crisis, the Death Eaters who originally surrounded Harry fled first. Harry and others took the opportunity to escape from the prophecy hall. No, Bellatrix yelled, turning into black mist and chased them. Malfoy was naturally not far behind. Seeing that the Death Eaters still did not give up, Harry, who escaped from the prophecy hall, opened the door next to him casually. "Oh, Merlin," Harry exclaimed and fell. He didn't expect that there would be a deep pit right behind the door. Fortunately, when he was about to land, he was immobilized by the magic in the room. "Harry, what is this place?" Ron asked with a frown. He rubbed his sore shoulders with shaky hands and looked curiously at the black curtain in the middle of the room. At the same time, members of the Order of the Phoenix in the Prewett house also received a message from Snape. It had been a while since they had known that Harry had set off for the Ministry of Magic. Following Dumbledore's orders, the crowd apparated outside the Ministry of Magic. Feeling a few familiar waves of magic power suddenly appearing in the Ministry of Magic, Lucas chuckled lightly. "You guys also prepare. Remember to dye yourselves. Don't let those idiots of the Order of the Phoenix accidentally hurt you." The members of the Saints behind him let out a low laughter. Then, imitating the members of the Order of the Phoenix, they turned into a white mist and entered the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 318. The Department of Mysteries is known as the top secret department of the Ministry of Magic. This is because it includes many things that even wizards cannot understand. Just like the black curtain in front of them. It is said that this veil is the embodiment of death, and the other side of the veil is the realm of death. Ron looked at the curtain curiously, feeling that there was nothing magical about it. "Harry," he turned to look at his friend and found that he was looking around suspiciously. "Harry, what's wrong with you?" Tilda, I heard someone talking." Signaling Ron to keep quiet, Harry listened, and the direction from which the whispers came was quickly determined. "What the hell is this black curtain? Why does it seem like there are countless people talking inside?" "People," Ronald stepped forward and listened carefully. "There is no sound." "Harry, Ronald, let's get out of here, it's horrible." The two turned around and found that Lavender and Parvati had tears in their eyes, and they looked frightened. "Okay, let's leave now." Just as Harry finished speaking, there was a whizzing sound above his head. Everyone took out their wands to defend, but the speed of the Death Eaters was just too fast. In the blink of an eye, Harry and the others were dispersed by the black mist. Harry carefully guarded the prophecy ball in his hand. When he stood up from the ground, he realized that his companions had disappeared. Clack tilde, clack tilde. The metal tip of the cane tapped the ground as Lucius Malfoy walked towards Harry step by step. Seeing the boy's blank expression, he kindly gestured around. Harry, who was prompted, found out that the companions who followed him to the Ministry of Magic had all been captured by the impact just now. "Potter, give me the Orb of Prophecy, or I will kill your companions." The Death Eaters pulled Ron and the others' hair in a tacit understanding as they pointed their wands at their throats. A scream reached Harry's ears. Seeing the pained faces of his companions, he slowly took out the prophecy ball. As soon as the prophecy ball appeared, all the Death Eaters present were filled with greed. They knew that whoever could bring the prophecy ball back to Voldemort would be rewarded by him. Lucius Malfoy's eyes also grew greedy as he stretched out his hand impatiently and said, "Give it to me. As long as I hand over the prophecy ball, will you really let them go?" "Of course," Malfoy nodded affirmatively. Harry's eyes swept over the faces of his friends again and finally handed over the prophecy ball. "Can we be let go now?" Malfoy nodded. "They can leave, but you can't. Besides getting the prophecy ball, my other mission here is to bring you back." Harry was shocked and turned around to run away, but he was grabbed by the neck by the quick Malfoy. At this time, the sound of something rushing through the air came from above again, and a white mist knocked Lucius Malfoy back. When Malfoy looked behind him, Sirius' fist was within reach. Sirius was originally resentful of Harry's adventure, so he vented all his anger at Dumbledore on Malfoy's face. This punch directly knocked the opponent to the ground. As a result, the prophecy ball fell to the ground and shattered. Although Malfoy would still have found a chance to smash the prophecy ball in his hand later, he would have found a way to effectively evade responsibility cleanly. But now, because of Sirius' punch, he has assumed the responsibility of ineffectively protecting the prophecy ball. Thinking of Voldemort's punishment, Malfoy stood up and sent a powerful reductor curse. "Sirius Black, it seems that I need to teach you a lesson in place of your cousin." A battle between relatives kicked off. At the same time, several other streaks of white mist fell from the sky. Seeing reinforcements from the Order of the Phoenix coming towards them, the Death Eaters let go of their hostages and disapparated to avoid the attacks. Immediately, a big scene of people chasing each other was staged in the death chamber. In the end, the members of the Order of the Phoenix voluntarily gave up their goals and returned to the Hogwarts students. As they fell from the air, members of the Order of the Phoenix surrounded Harry and the others to protect them. Avada Kedavra. Bellatrix, who was also visible, attacked the fighting Sirius from the side. Fortunately, the green light of the killing curse is quite attention-catching. The first to notice was none other than Malfoy fighting Sirius. Depulso. This spell gathered a lot of his magic power, so Sirius was knocked back without accident and thus evaded the killing curse. "Lucius," came Bellatrix's annoyed voice. Malfoy ignored it and continued to attack Sirius. At this point, the melee between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters begins. Silent casting is fundamental for both sides. Harry looked at the blasted rubble around him, turned around and shouted to his companions, "Everyone go hide under the steps, it's dangerous here." Ron and others who can't fully use silent spells, participating in such a battle is simply suicide. The explosions in the death chamber became louder and louder. The fighting between the two sides became more and more intense. From time to time, 2 or 3 people turned into mist and flew into the air to fight. 10 minutes later, the Death Eaters were gradually losing ground. Just as Harry breathed a sigh of relief, crackling sounds echoed around him. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. A large number of spells illuminated the dark and gloomy death chamber. Death Eater reinforcements arrived. The situation was immediately reversed. The members of the Order of the Phoenix were instantly stunned and knocked down. Malfoy even pressed Sirius' forehead with his wand. Seeing the other party's unconvinced eyes, he smiled, clenched his other hand, and hit him hard on the cheek. "This is your end, Black." No, Harry ran from his hiding place. He couldn't let something happen to his only remaining relative. Hearing Harry's voice, all of a sudden, all the Death Eaters' eyes were on him. Just when he was feeling extremely nervous, a deep voice reached his ears. "Feeling angry, Harry? If you're angry, draw your wand and kill Lucius. Only by killing Lucius can you protect your godfather. Come on, draw your wand and do it." The sound echoed in the death chamber. When the Death Eaters heard this voice, their arrogant expressions were restrained a lot. Harry looked behind him in shock. In the pitch-black smoke, a snake-like face loomed. Then the smoke began to dissipate, and Voldemort appeared in front of everyone in all his glory. It was the first time for Ron and other friends to see Voldemort in person. Feeling the pressure from the other person, the members of the Savior Squad trembled. Only when they got in close contact did they realize how terrifying Voldemort was. "Harry Potter, what a coward you are." Harry looked apprehensive, but raised his wand after hearing Voldemort's words. But not even giving him a chance to say a spell, Voldemort waved his hand. Yes, just a wave of his hand. Voldemort snatched Harry's wand effortlessly. At this moment, he was infinitely close to the quasi-legendary peak strength, and he was feeling quite complacent. Dumbledore was tricked by him to go far away. Even if he wants to come back to support, he can't do it in a short time. As for Lucas Grindelwald, He was eagerly waiting for him. "Harry Potter, the last time our duel seemed to be unfinished, as you fled shamefully. Now take your wand, let us complete the unfinished duel, and I will prove to everyone that you are not worthy of being my enemy. Between you and me, only one person can survive today." Voldemort's last words reminded Harry of that prophecy. Professor Trelawney also predicted that only one of them both could survive. Will it happen today? Harry reached for the ground, intending to pick up his wand. Looking at his trembling palms, he realized that he was not as strong as he had imagined. He was afraid of Voldemort, and even more afraid of death. His hands clenched slowly, refusing to pick up his wand, as if he could avoid a duel by doing so. The contempt in Voldemort's eyes grew even stronger. "Coward, grab your wand and get up." Harry was like in a trance for a while, and reached for his wand unconsciously. "Voldemort, I'm here to fight you, let go of Harry." Sirius was pinned to the ground by 2 Death Eaters, but even so he did not give in. While struggling, he also tried to get Voldemort's attention by yelling, to buy some time for Harry to break free from the imperious curse. A pity that Voldemort had no interest in him at all. Only the dark-haired, green-eyed boy was in his blood-red eyes. Harry struggled desperately, trying to get rid of the imperious curse's control. But when he saw his palm touching the wand, all thoughts were lost in his heart. He knew very well that as long as he picked up the magic wand, he would not be far from death. Just when he felt desperate and was about to give up resistance, dozens of white rays of light descended from the sky, and one of them fell straight in front of Voldemort. "Lucas Grindelwald," Voldemort said the name with anger. The other Death Eaters were also repelled by the coming saints. Sirius, Moody, and others quickly stood up from the ground. "Haha, reinforcements are here." Moody laughed and retrieved his staff, knocked it on the ground casually, and a spell flew towards the Death Eater closest to him. The situation was reversed again, and the time for everyone's counterattack has arrived. And as the biggest boss in the audience, Voldemort was fleeing in a panic. The reason for the blame is Lucas's pair of blood-red snake, eyes similar to him. Voldemort reacted quickly and dodged the attack of the Eye of Medusa, but the Death Eaters behind him were not so lucky. Just a single look from Lucas was enough for them to turn into stone statues, and when they fell, the statues shattered into rubble on the ground. Lucas retracted the Eye of Medusa. Turning into a white mist, he caught up with Voldemort, and the two fought in the air. Voldemort sneered suddenly, led Lucas through the wall, and entered the next room. Right at this time, the fireplaces in the Ministry's atrium were bursting with green flames. Led by Pews and Pine, the Aurors arrived late. What they needed to do is to clean up layer by layer, driving and compressing all the Death Eaters to the Department of Mysteries. Chapter 319. The appearance of Lucas injected a boost to the people of the Order of the Phoenix. Without Dumbledore's presence, everyone naturally regarded him as the leader. The leaders of both sides crashed into the wall and left. There is also no reason for the others to remain in the death chamber. "Harry, stay here." After finishing speaking, Sirius turned into a white mist and left. Crazy laughter resounded through the death chamber as Bellatrix turned into a black mist amidst laughter and fought with her cousin. Others also seized the opportunity to leave the room, and the battlefield suddenly shifted from the death chamber to the next door. At this moment, it depends on whose side supporters will arrive faster. Those who arrive first will naturally get some advantage. Just when Arthur Weasley was about to leave, his wrist was held by Remus beside him. "Arthur, stay and protect Harry, please. He is very important." Then he glanced back at Harry and smiled faintly as he and Tonks used apparition. "Arthur, take care of them." Alistair Moody also knocked a Death Eater out of the air before leaving. The saints around followed Luca's footsteps to the next room early, so the death chamber instantly became deserted. "Mr. Weasley, we..." "No," Arthur seriously rejected Harry's proposal. No matter what Harry said now, he wouldn't agree, unless Dumbledore or Lucas came back. Harry also understood this, so he sighed and returned to his friends. With Voldemort and the Death Eaters gone, these students who were still too young and weak to participate in such a fight came out from under the stone steps in fear. Merlin's beard, it turned out to be Voldemort, it's really scary. Lavender said, patting her chest. Parvati nodded repeatedly. Grindelwald is really powerful, did you see it just now? Voldemort had to dodge as soon as he appeared. Everyone nodded. They were just as surprised when they saw Lucas beat Voldemort in the newspapers. Seeing Voldemort with their own eyes today, they had a more intuitive feeling of Lucas' strength. And of course they were even more shocked because of it. Is he really the same age as us? Maybe he's some old man in disguise. Dean Thomas' remarks have already been said by many people in the school, because only this explanation can save everyone from feeling inadequate. Ahem, Ron cleared his throat and glared at the few people who spoke. Seeing Harry's gloomy expression, everyone smiled awkwardly. They almost forgot that the last thing Harry liked was hearing people praise Lucas. Harry, what did my father say? Do we need to go help? Mr. Weasley didn't agree. He told me that we have to stay here. Harry replied in a deep voice. The two girls, Lavender and Parvati, breathed a sigh of relief quietly, while Neville's eyes became a little dim. The people who hurt his parents are currently next door, but he couldn't even go to take revenge. This kind of thing made him very uncomfortable. The Death Eaters and the Saints arrived almost at the same time. But before the two parties could make a move, they were attracted by the furnishings in the room. They saw all kinds of clocks hanging all over the corners of the room. There were also many time-turners scattered around the tables and walls. At the far end of the room stood a bell-shaped crystal-like dome, exuding a sparkling, diamond-like light. Time Room. Another magical place in the Department of Mysteries. Except for the responsible personnel, there are generally few people here. Tick-tock-tilde. The sound of the gears of the clocks were connected together. Just listening to it makes people confused. Evades. The first to react was a Death Eater. He was the closest to Lucas and planned to make a surprise attack to grab the credit. But he didn't even get to finish his spell when Lucas suddenly appeared in front of him, punching hard and sending him flying. The other party, coincidentally, plunged headlong into the bell-shaped crystal-like dome. Watching the Death Eater's head switch back and forth between baby and adult, everyone swallowed their saliva. Time is indeed a terrible magic. Lucas frowned as he looked down at his hands. It was not an illusion just now. In this room, his time magic was strongly disturbed. Lucas' attack was like a signal, as the people around immediately started fighting. Sirius once again confronted his cousin Bellatrix. Lucius Malfoy confronted Mad-Eye Moody. Remus and Tonks still cooperated tacitly to deal with the hordes of Death Eaters around them. Kingsley faced Rodolphus Lestrange. The light of the spells flickered, and the surrounding clocks were quickly shattered. During the fight, some people accidentally died because they touched some mechanisms in the time chamber. This made everyone's actions more cautious. The Death Eaters, who were originally outnumbered, were still outnumbered even if they changed places. It's just that this time, there are more high-end fighters following Voldemort. It was hard to tell the winner between the two sides for a while. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that it is only a matter of time before the Saints and the Order of the Phoenix win, as long as Lucas could hold Voldemort down. But the Death Eaters didn't look too panicked. Until Pew's Thickness and Pine Carrow appeared in front of everyone with the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. Minister Thickness, you are really timely. Pew's looked at Kingsley, who was fighting with someone, and saw that he was distracted by talking, so he hastily pulled out his wand to help him. The Aurors also attacked the Death Eaters, led by Rufus Scrimgeour and Pine Carrow. Seeing that the battlefield was becoming one-sided, Lucas smiled and said, "It seems you have failed again, Voldemort." Hee hee ha 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 h tilde. Voldemort's laughter turned from small to loud. He looked around and asked, "Is this all your strength?" Facing the dead or captured Death Eaters around him, Voldemort's emotions remained unmoved. So Lucas frowned with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. His cautious look made Voldemort very satisfied. Wondering why I'm not worried about failure. Seeing Lucas nod, Voldemort's expression showed a little smugness. Since it's all within my expectations, don't you wonder why Dumbledore hasn't come to help? Lucas looked at Moody and others not far away, but everyone shook their heads again and again. Before leaving, Dumbledore said he was going back to school to prepare, but they don't know why he hasn't shown up yet. Seeing the appearance of several people, Voldemort's laugh became even louder. Of course, he wouldn't tell everyone that it was he who designed to lure Dumbledore away. Right at this time, a large amount of black mist figures poured into the time chamber. The sound of apparition sounded one after another, and the originally spacious room was instantly filled with people. The people who came were all in black robes and silver masks. The tables turned again. Just now Lucas and the others took advantage, but in the blink of an eye he was about to become a prisoner. In the death chamber, Arthur Weasley passed through the open door and saw a large number of Death Eaters pouring into the next room, so he knew there must be trouble next door. "Harry, Ronald, come here." Calling a few children to his side, Arthur said solemnly, "Promise me, don't leave here. I will go to the next door to support them, so you have to wait for us to come back." They heard the series of apparition sounds clearly just now, so knowing that the situation next door wasn't good, they nodded quickly. With a snap, the figure of Arthur Weasley disappeared in front of everyone. "Harry, should we go and see?" As soon as Mr. Weasley left, Ron couldn't wait to propose doing something stupid. Harry wanted to go a long time ago, but he was too embarrassed to bring it up. The boys Seamus, Neville and Dean all agreed as well, and only the two girls hesitated. Seeing this, Harry said, "Why don't you wait here for us to come back?" Lavender and Parvati looked around, and when their eyes passed the black curtain, they shook their heads immediately. "We'll go with you, X2. Hearing their unanimous answer, the boys laughed out loud. Everyone came to the bottom of the door and began to think about how to climb up. In the time room, members of the Saints and the Order of the Phoenix were back to back, watching the Death Eaters around them vigilantly. Not far from them, the Aurors led by Pewes and Pine also formed a circle for defense. The two groups of people approached each other consciously, eager to get together. In the middle of the room, Voldemort and Lucas stood facing each other. The Death Eaters surrounded the two of them, according to Voldemort's request. "Lucas Grindelwald, I invite you again. If you are willing to cooperate with me, you can sit on an equal footing with me." Seeing that Lucas did not speak, he continued to persuade him to surrender because of his large advantage. "Look, you're in a desperate situation now, and that old fool Dumbledore hasn't come to your rescue. Grindelwald, you are different from those in the Order of the Phoenix. You still have your own subordinates to take care of. Is Dumbledore worth your hard work for him? Look at the men behind you. Some of them were injured, some even lost their lives. It's easy for you to leave here, and I can't stop you. But what about them? Think about them and their families. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, I can let them go. How about it?" Lucas tilted his head slightly, and then he looked at the wounded men behind him. Seeing in his expression that he seemed to be a little moved, Voldemort hastily made several more promises, such as treating members of the Saints well. Seeing that Lucas's expression became more and more shaken, the voice of Harry suddenly came from outside the door. "Dumbledore will come to our rescue." All eyes were immediately on the door. Seeing the figure of Harry Potter, the Death Eaters were in a commotion. Lucas chuckled. "I'm sorry, I don't want to be compared to Potter, and it's still uncertain who will win between you and me." Before the words fell, a dazzling lightning shot out from the magic wand in his hand. Lucas intends to learn from Voldemort this time and start with a sneak attack, not caring about dueling etiquette. The noseless man responded quickly. 5 incredibly fast swipes of his wand knocked Lucas' lightning aside. The third confrontation between the two officially began. Chapter 320. Lucas and Voldemort had already fought twice, and the two already knew each other's strength and tricks very well. So they immediately started fighting with all their strength. The power of the two people's spells caused great damage to the surroundings. The Death Eaters surrounding the two sides, as long as they were hit by any of their spells, would lose their life on the spot. "Grindelwald, do you really think you can defeat me this time?" A huge magic pressure hit Lucas. As soon as the magic pressure of the two came into contact, Lucas showed a surprised expression. Voldemort laughed when he saw this. "Didn't expect that. In the past few months, as long as I thought of the humiliation you gave me in the cemetery, I wished I could kill you right away. Now I'm finally recovering, and with your current magical power, you are no match for me at all." After Voldemort finished speaking, he waved his hands upwards, and the marble under Luca's feet shattered. A palm made of earth and stone rose from the ground. Luca's had no time to escape, and was held in the palm of the giant hand in an instant. The next moment, Luca's figure disappeared from the stone hand, and when he reappeared in front of Voldemort, his brows were tightly knit together. "Are you aware of it now?" Voldemort's expression was even more smug. "The word magic you used in the cemetery must be the same as a trap, so it needs to be arranged in advance, right? This time and that time in Azkaban, because I attacked suddenly, it didn't leave you enough time to deploy the magic. So you didn't use it these 2 times. As for the time-like magic you used in Azkaban, you must have noticed it as well. This room is filled with all kinds of time-related magical objects. Here time is chaotic and disorderly, and your magic will be limited to the greatest extent. Grindelwald, all this is a gift I prepared for you, and you will die here tonight." Voldemort laughed triumphantly after showing off his plans. In his view, Lucas is already a dead man. Everyone reacted differently when they heard Voldemort's words. The Death Eaters echoed Voldemort, laughing along with him. Especially Bellatrix, who laughed the craziest and even made faces at Lucas. Everyone in the Order of the Phoenix had worry and anxiety written all over their faces. Moody frowned tightly, and the blue magic eye turned to the back of his head from time to time, always watching the movement outside the door. As the person most feared by Voldemort, and also a wizard who is at the pinnacle of quasi-legendary, if Dumbledore were to arrive, the situation here will be reversed again. 2 quasi-legendary wizards against 1 Voldemort, the result is clear at a glance. Arthur Weasley and others looked at Lucas in worry. At this moment, everyone's life is tied to one person. If Lucas lost today and Dumbledore didn't arrive in time, the lives of these people may be accounted for here. At this moment, even Harry and Ron began to worry about Lucas. After all, his victory or defeat is related to the lives of both of them. It's not over yet, what's there to be proud of? The blue fire began to spread at Lucas' feet, but Voldemort's expression was full of disdain. He just pointed forward with his magic wand, easily blocking the raging fire. Then, with a wave of his hand, crimson fiendfire swooped towards Lucas instead. A white spot of light glowed on the tip of Lucas' wand, as he used it to pull the fiendfire towards the Death Eaters beside him. The combined power of 2 quasi-legendary wizards engulfed more than a dozen Death Eaters in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Death Eater. Reward: 400 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Death Eater. Reward: 400 achievement points. Lucas earned more than 4,000 points easily. Then he followed suit and killed several Death Eaters with other spells. But it didn't take long for Voldemort to spot his tricks. When he saw a lot of people killed and injured, he was extremely angry. He didn't care about the death of his men, but was angry because he was fooled by Lucas. Avada Kedavra. This killing curse was full of Voldemort's anger, and the people present have never seen such a dazzling killing curse light. Even Lucas used transfiguration to make a few shield protections in advance, but he was still blown away by the spell. Boom tilde. Lucas' figure was blown into a cabinet, and countless clocks fell out of the cabinet. Seeing Lucas sitting in the cabinet's wreckage in embarrassment, the Order and Saints became even more worried. What the hell is Albus doing? Why hasn't he come yet? Mad-Eye asked angrily. It's just that no one could answer his question. Voldemort let out a hearty laugh. He finally defeated Lucas, and it was still in front of everyone, washing away the previous shame. Everyone, Grindelwald is defeated. With Voldemort's shout, the Death Eaters burst into cheers. Seeing the fear reappear in the eyes of everyone else, Voldemort's laughter was even more satisfied. Unfortunately, Merlin doesn't seem to intend to let him be proud for too long. An old and firm voice came from outside the door. Turbine ignis. The scorching flames of the firestorm engulfed many Death Eaters, and when the flame came to the side of Moody and others, it spread to both sides automatically. In an instant, a wall of fire protected everyone. Dumbledore, everyone exclaimed the person's name full of surprise. The original worries disappeared. This is the sense of security that Albus Dumbledore brings to everyone. As long as he showed up, even Voldemort wouldn't be a problem anymore. Dumbledore, Voldemort watched the figure outside the door. Watching the other person walking towards him step by step, a successful smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Dumbledore, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tom, you are doomed to fail today, Dumbledore said seriously. Just as he finished speaking, he just waved the wand in his hand, and the surrounding flames swirled with his wand. Soon a flame tornado formed in the time chamber. The Death Eaters were shocked and ran towards the walls around the room in a panic. Stop, Voldemort snapped, and the wand in his hand was waved several times in a row. A stream of water appeared out of nowhere in the room, and the water flow gradually became larger, slowly rivaling the flames. Boom tilde. The sound of the spells colliding was deafening, so everyone covered their ears. Both the flame and the water slowly disappeared, and the time chamber was shrouded in a large amount of white steam. Voldemort snorted coldly, raised his wand and swung it left and right twice. A gentle breeze blew across the room from the tip of the wand, making the steam dissipate. There was another figure beside Dumbledore. It was Lucas Grindelwald, who was injured just now. With these two would-be legends standing together, even Voldemort needed to be careful. This idea flashed through the mind of Harry in an instant, but soon Voldemort's wild laughter came from ahead. As his laughter echoed through the time chamber, more Death Eaters started arriving. Voldemort seemed to have brought all of his people here. Many Death Eaters gathered together, exuding a huge pressure. Even a grown man like Arthur Weasley found it a bit hard to bear. So Harry and the others who are still minors found it unbearable. As he fell to the marble floor, Harry's pupils trembled, and his face turned pale under the influence of the pressure. He was actually doing pretty well, because the two girls in the group had already burst into tears. Ron's body trembled slightly, even though he had been trying to restrain himself. At this moment, the emotion called despair was spreading in everyone's hearts. Voldemort was very pleased with the effect the Death Eaters had. He waved his hand, and everyone immediately raised their wands. Dumbledore, I knew you would definitely come tonight, so I have specially prepared this gift for you. Of course, I also know that the spells of these people cannot harm you, because you can use apparition to escape at any time. You can hide, but the people behind you can't. Dumbledore looked behind him. Harry and the others appeared in his line of sight. Frowning slightly, his expression became much more serious than before. Voldemort was not in a hurry to act, but looked at Lucas and said, Grindelwald, the conditions I just proposed to you are still valid. Are you really not going to think about it? Lucas didn't answer his question, but he and Dumbledore beside him looked at each other. The two reached a consensus and raised their wands at the same time. Pratigo Diabolica. Turbine Ignis. The red gold and the blue flames went up and down to form a huge protective circle. Seeing this, Voldemort roared angrily, attack them. The surrounding Death Eaters immediately started casting spells on the two of them, but they were all blocked by the flames of the two. After a few seconds, the two put away their wands at the same time. The flames had just died down, and Voldemort appeared right in front of Dumbledore. Avada Kedavra. The green light reflected on Voldemort's snake-like face, matching his expression, making him look even more terrifying. He was full of confidence in his shot, this time, because Dumbledore really didn't have time to react. On the nick of time, a loud singing sound came from out of nowhere, and Fawkes the Phoenix appeared in front of Dumbledore with his flames. The beam of the killing curse hit Fawkes, then a raging fire ignited on his body, and soon a pile of ashes appeared on the ground. Then a bald chick poked its head out of the ashes. Just when Dumbledore was planning to fight back, two voices came from the camp behind him. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Two killing curses, one of which was issued by a young Auror. The target was none other than Rufus Scrimgeour, current deputy head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The other one flew from the wand of the Minister of Magic Pew's thickness. And the target of this killing curse was actually the defenseless Lucas Grindelwald with his back to everyone. Chapter 321. The sudden change made everyone present stunned. Rufus Scrimgeour probably didn't expect that his companions who spent time with him day and night would attack him. The green light sank into the back of his heart, making Rufus' body straighten and twitch slightly. Scrimgeour, Kingsley shouted nervously. When he caught the falling body, Rufus' pupils had dilated and his skin had lost its color. At the same time, Pew's Thickness's all-out attack also managed to hit Lucas in the back. It's just that Lucas reacted quickly. The moment the killing curse came to him, he used the time-stop magic behind him. However, due to the chaotic and disorderly time interference in the time chamber, even if the worst of the killing curse was successfully defended, he still suffered serious injuries. Lucas's original tyrannical pressure began to become disordered, and his breath suddenly became sluggish. Voldemort's harsh laughter echoed throughout the time chamber. He looked at the two opponents proudly and said, "Dumbledore, Grindelwald, do you like this gift?" The two did not answer, but looked back at Pew's Thickness behind them. At this time, the Aurors around Pew's had already started attacking the surrounding companions. Former colleagues became enemies. These Death Eaters, who had already infiltrated the Ministry of Magic, were merciless. In an instant, some of the Aurors who hadn't reacted were injured by their companions. The Order of the Phoenix, the Saints, and even the Savior Squad all looked at the Aurors who were walking towards the Death Eaters with disbelief. "Pew's, why are you doing this?" Kingsley angrily questioned the middle-aged man walking towards Voldemort. Pew's became the Minister of Magic with the expectation of everyone, but now he has betrayed everyone who trusted him. Not only that, he also led the entire Auror office into Voldemort's arms. It is hard to imagine how many of the current Ministry of Magic are their own people, and how many are Death Eaters. "You did an excellent job, Pew's." Pew's put one knee on the ground feeling flattered. "It's my honor to serve you, Master." Hearing this answer, Voldemort was very satisfied. Then he looked at the young man kneeling behind Pew's. "You must be Pine Caro, right?" "Yes, Master." "Caro family, ancient purebloods, you have worked hard to arrange Death Eaters into the Aurors." Voldemort explained clearly the ins and outs of the plan in a few words. Kingsley immediately raised his wand when he heard that it was Pine Caro who contributed the most. Stupefy. Pine's counterattack was even quicker. Kingsley couldn't stop the spell at all and passed out as soon as he was hit. "Ah, this performance tonight is really wonderful. Thank you for your participation. It's a pity that the performance is about to come to an end. And your lives will also come to an end. It's such a pity. You who are stubborn may not see my feat of unifying the wizarding world and eliminating the disgusting muggles." Voldemort seemed a little sad when he said this. He raised his bony hand as a gesture to the Death Eaters around him. Seeing hundreds of wands raised simultaneously, the members of the Order of the Phoenix closed their eyes, preparing to die. The sobbing in the Savior team gradually grew louder. Lavender whined under her breath that she shouldn't have come. The rest of the people didn't say anything, though, but it could also be seen from their expressions that they were also feeling regretful in their hearts. This made Harry very sad. What made him even more uncomfortable was that he actually felt a trace of regret in his heart. He sighed and slowly closed his eyes. It's useless to regret now. It's all his fault, because he broke into the Ministry of Magic recklessly, and he attracted Sirius, Moody, and others. Dumbledore came to the rescue, because the members of the Order of the Phoenix were in deep danger. Voldemort's plan was thus successful. In the end, everything was his fault, Dumbledore clearly said, before leaving that he had to calm down and not be impulsive. But he didn't listen to the other party's advice. "Albus, leave. If it's you, these people won't be able to stop you." Suddenly Mad Eye's voice sounded. Harry opened his eyes and looked at the old man with his back to them, facing Voldemort alone. "Professor Dumbledore." He originally wanted to persuade him, but just as he said the words, there was severe pain coming from the scar on his forehead. At the same time, Voldemort's figure also disappeared along with the breeze. Hearing a cry of pain behind him, Dumbledore turned hastily. Harry's, how are you? Dumbledore, do you want to kill me? Then kill the Potter boy too. Harry's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and Voldemort's voice came from his mouth. You. The usually calm Dumbledore showed a panicked expression for the first time. A sneer appeared on Harry's face. Voldemort broke away from Harry's body amidst laughter and reappeared in his original position. Do it. The Death Eaters, who heard the order, were immediately ready to cast a spell. Just at this time, another wave of pressure from a quasi-legendary wizard came from outside, and Vinda Rosier's figure suddenly appeared beside Lucas. Seeing the blood on his lips, she frowned. Evada Kedavra. She has never been a good-tempered person. The killing curse flew from her wand without a warning. After Voldemort flicked off the killing curse, he found that the woman had left with Lucas and a group of saints. Before leaving, Lucas gave Dumbledore an apologetic look. With the withdrawal of the saints, things got worse on the Order's side. Dumbledore stood in front of the crowd, the hand that held the Elder Wand trembling slightly. Alistair, go on. A small water jug flew towards Mad-Eye. Seeing the bright blue light above, Moody immediately shouted, "Everyone hold hands." They were not stupid. The portkey was glowing blue, indicating that it was about to be activated. They knew that Dumbledore would not be unprepared. Voldemort raised his wand, trying to destroy the portkey, but his spell was blocked by Dumbledore. Stop them and destroy it, Voldemort roared around. The Death Eaters rushed to attack the portkey, but under Dumbledore's protection, the portkey fell into Mad-Eye's arms unscathed. The next moment, the members of the Order of the Phoenix, who were originally surrounded, disappeared in place. Immediately after, Dumbledore also apparated, preparing to leave the place. Voldemort raised his wand angrily, and a spell left with Dumbledore's disapparition. The original perfect plan was destroyed again, so he vented his anger all around. However, this situation did not last long, as he took a deep breath and looked at the Death Eaters present. Everyone, we have achieved a major victory tonight, and from tonight onwards, the Ministry of Magic will be under our control. Pew's Thickness, you have done a very good job this time, and you will still be the Minister of Magic. Thank you, Master, I will do my best. Pew's kissed Voldemort's robe gratefully. Very well, get up, Voldemort said with satisfaction, and then looked at the crowd next to him. Yaxley, has the director of the DMLE been found? Master, Amelia Bones seems to have sensed that something was wrong and left with her family members early. HMPH, since that's the case, from today onwards, you will be the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Thank you for your trust, Master, Yaxley said, feeling flattered. Voldemort finally looked around and said, Everyone, cheer, the era of Lord Voldemort has arrived. Long live Voldemort. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Let the scum of the wizarding world experience our terror again. Master, under your wise leadership, the Death Eaters will win the final victory. All kinds of cheers and flattery sounded in an instant as the crowd kept praising Voldemort. Seeing the surrendering eyes of everyone, Voldemort said with a smile, Grindelwald has lost, and Dumbledore is not far from falling. Now that we control the Ministry of Magic, we will be able to control Hogwarts in some time and completely defeat Dumbledore. The next day the sky was drizzling. For the British wizarding world, today was particularly heavy. The Daily Prophet got a makeover today. The headlines on the front page were extremely eye-catching. The Dark Lord is crowned. The report detailed last night's Ministry of Magic battle, emphatically mentioning the process of Voldemort defeating Lucas Grindelwald and repelling Albus Dumbledore. At the same time, the newspapers also promoted Voldemort and his idea that magic is power. Paired with the new Magic is Power monument in place of the Fountain of Magical Brethrens in the Ministry's atrium. All the magicals in England knew that bloody and dark times were coming. The magic world suddenly became depressed, and most of the shops in Diagon Alley have been closed, including Ollivander's wand shop. At Hogwarts, the members of the Order of the Phoenix were all staying in the infirmary at this moment. Dumbledore turned and walked out of the room after examining the wounded. Harry stood in the corridor outside the door, frowning. Hearing Dumbledore call his name, he turned to face him and asked, "Professor Dumbledore, why is Voldemort connected to me? I felt like I was him at the time. Why on earth was that? What is my connection to Voldemort, and what is my scar hiding?" Dumbledore sighed, thinking that Harry should know some truth too. But just when he was about to speak, there was a sudden exclamation in the corridor. The students ran to the corridor and looked out through the windows. Dumbledore and Harry were curious, so they followed suit. Looking at the black veil all over the sky, the old bee showed an expression of disbelief. "Professor, is this? This is the summoning signal of the saints. I don't know what Lucas is going to do. Is he back?" Seeing Harry shake his head, Dumbledore suddenly became worried. Meanwhile, inside a Ravenclaw dormitory, Hermione Granger, Cho Chang, Ginny Weasley, Luna Lovegood, and Astoria Greengrass were sitting together, and between them lay a delicate key. When the key started emitting a bluish light, Hermione said in a deep voice, "Sisters, we should go. If we succeed, we will be back in a few months. If it doesn't work, we'll say goodbye to Hogwarts from now on." The girls looked at each other and smiled, holding hands and looking at Hermione firmly. "In that case, let's go see that nasty guy." After Hermione finished speaking, she reached out and grabbed the delicate key. With a twist, the girls disappeared from the dormitory. Not long after, Professor Sprout brought people to Hermione's dormitory. Finding that all their luggage was missing, they immediately ran to the infirmary. Chapter 322. Saints. Harry looked out the window again. From his point of view, he could see that most of those black figures floating in the air gathered in Hogsmeade Village. Is Lucas calling the saints to Hogsmeade? Looking at Harry beside him, who had a puzzled face, Dumbledore sighed. "I'm afraid it's more than that, Tilda." His gaze was also looking out the window, but he was looking in the direction of London. At this time, the whole of London seemed to be shrouded in a black veil. As long as you have wizard blood, you can see this situation regardless of whether you have magic power or not. In the end, what happened? Could it be that you-know-who is planning to do something big again? Ryan, why don't we be each other's secret keepers and protect our house with the Fidelius charm? The wizards were full of worries about the future. They just got the news that the Ministry of Magic has fallen in the morning, and London has been wrapped in black veils in just a few hours. Many people were worried, feeling hopeless in their hearts. Only some elderly wizards understood what the scene in front of them represented. Hogwarts Infirmary. The members of the Order of the Phoenix, hiding here to recuperate, also saw the black veil in the sky. Mad-Eye Moody's expression changed immediately. "Albus, where did Albus go?" Seeing Mad-Eye looking around for his prosthesis, Remus immediately stepped forward to inquire. "Moody, what's going on? Dumbledore should be talking to Harry about something important. Call him quickly. Grindelwald may leave England with the Saints." Mad-Eye Moody's words startled everyone. "What did you say?" Sirius in the next bed changed directly from a dog back to a human. The others also hurriedly sat up from their beds. "You are too young to know the meaning of these black veils. Decades ago, Gellert Grindelwald let the black veils cover the whole of Paris. Thousands of people were summoned by him at that time, and the scale of the alliance was expanded for the first time. Since then, whenever there is a major event that requires the gathering of the saints from a whole country, such a situation will appear." Everyone nodded after listening, but they didn't understand why Moody was so alarmed. In terms of major events, the fall of the Ministry of Magic should be considered a very big event, right? So there's nothing wrong with Lucas Grindelwald calling the Saints of England together. Seeing the eyes of several people, Alistair Moody shook his head helplessly. "Grindelwald is currently injured. Thinking about what the Dark Lord said to him last night, we have to guard against it." Everyone was taken aback, and Tonks said anxiously, "I don't think he would do that, right? Lucas should be trustworthy." Trustworthy? His surname means that he shouldn't be trusted. Sirius frowned, with an expression like he had expected something like this. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he sneered and continued, "Think about what his father has done before. That one was even more terrifying than Voldemort. Otherwise, why would Germany and France still stare at Nurmengard over the past few decades?" Tonks curled her lips. You also said that it was Gellert Grindelwald, not Lucas Grindelwald. The Saints group has done a lot of good things for the magic world in the past few years, and Lucas shouldn't be confused for his father. Sirius glared at his niece angrily. Tonks grimaced and turned to look out the window. Dumbledore must be found quickly, and he must send someone to check on Lucas. Moody installed his prosthetic leg and was just about to get up when the door was pushed open. Sirius reacted quickly and immediately turned into a black dog and jumped out of bed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that it was Dumbledore who came in. Albus. Dumbledore interrupted Moody with a raised hand. I know what you want to say, don't worry, I've sent someone to look into it. Just then the door of the infirmary was pushed open again, and Professor Sprout ran in a panic. Dumbledore, I've checked everything. Miss Granger, Chang, Weasley, and Lovegood are not in the dormitory, even their luggage is gone. Sure enough, Dumbledore frowned. Before he could continue speaking, Professor Snape pushed the door open and walked in. Headmaster, Lucas didn't return to the dormitory. In addition, I found that Astoria Greengrass was missing, and she took her luggage with her. Dumbledore closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Professor, has Lucas really left? That's right, he should have brought the Saints out of England. It should be because of this that he gathered the members of the Saints just now. Hearing Dumbledore's own admission, the infirmary fell silent. Harry clenched his fists and reprimanded angrily. How could he do this, betray his promise, and leave us to fight Voldemort just like this? Professor, let's go to Grindelwald Manor now. I know its location. Let's go to Lucas to find out. Harry tugged at Dumbledore's sleeve and walked out. When he realized that Dumbledore was standing where he was and didn't leave with him, a puzzled expression immediately appeared on his face. Harry, what reason do we have to question Lucas? You must know that he is not from England, and the Saints' stronghold has always been Austria. In this Ministry of Magic battle, because we lost, Lucas chose to take the Saints away without any problem. Besides, he's done enough. We can't leave everything to Lucas. He's under no obligation to defeat Voldemort for us. These words made the infirmary fall into dead silence. Everyone lowered their heads and thought about it carefully. They seemed to be used to relying on that blonde boy, but they all forgot that Lucas and Voldemort didn't have any animosity between them in the first place. He could have completely ignored all this, finished 7 years of school safely, and then returned to Austria to live his own life. That kid Lucas really doesn't owe us anything. On the contrary, we owe him a lot. Mad Eye sat on the hospital bed and said in a low tone, Forget it, it's fine if he leaves. If we fail, he might become another force against Voldemort in the future. He is still young. If given a few more years, it is not impossible for him to defeat Voldemort. Moody's words were approved by most of the Order of the Phoenix. A 15-year-old quasi-legendary wizard, this is not the limit of Lucas. No one knows how far he can grow in the future. But everyone is sure that it will not be difficult for Lucas, who will fully grow up in the future, to defeat Voldemort. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been impulsive, things wouldn't have gotten so bad. Harry lowered his head, self-blame written all over his face. Hearing his mutter, Dumbledore reached out and squeezed his shoulders. Harry, we still have a chance, it's up to you. Come to my office after lunch. I want to talk to you. Harry saw his own reflection and hope in Dumbledore's eyes. At this time, he suddenly thought of the prophecy ball and the secret weapon. Could it be that Dumbledore was going to tell him about the secret weapon? Harry thought about it, and it was very possible. Only the so-called secret weapon could bring hope to Dumbledore's eyes. Fine, I'll be there on time. The genial smile returned to Dumbledore's face. Telling everyone to rest well, he turned around and left the infirmary. Then he left the castle all the way through the hall. When he came to the Forbidden Forest, he soon found an old pointed hat under a big tree. Just in time. Dumbledore reached for the pointed hat, and the surrounding air suddenly twisted. Then his figure disappeared instantly. Pat Tilda. Dumbledore stepped on the grass, looking at everything around him in surprise. He was pretty sure he wasn't that far from Hogwarts. But the endless grassland in front of him, as well as the snow-capped mountains, jungles, and lakes in the distance, were scenes he had never seen before. He breathed the fresh air here, stepping towards the tents in the distance. Just as he walked less than 100 meters, there was a sound of horseshoes behind him. Watching the herd of unicorns running past, his eyes turned even more surprised. There are actually more unicorns here than in the Forbidden Forest. The magical animals he encountered immediately made his eyes widen even more. Thunderbird, kelpies, akami, nifflers, and demiguises. Looking at the Kirin approaching from a distance, he suddenly thought of his old friend Newt Scamander. The other party would definitely love it here. Professor, welcome. The silver-white starred dragon suddenly appeared in front of Dumbledore. He was no longer surprised that its voice came directly to his mind. So it's Miss Medusa, where is Lucas? Come with me, Lucas has been waiting for you for a long time. Medusa raised her claw, and Dumbledore clenched it tightly. Then a silver light flashed in place. When Dumbledore looked around again, he found that he was in the middle of the tents. Welcome, Headmaster, you should die too. Luca's figure appeared along with the voice, and he was followed by several girls. At the same time, many members of the Saints came out of the surrounding tents, one after another. Dumbledore made a rough calculation, and there were probably no less than 3,000 people. Indeed, I've lived long enough, so I came to you. Hearing the other party's answer, Lucas suddenly laughed out loud. Chapter 323. Helga's Secret Garden. Lucas and Dumbledore walked side by side in the jungle. Seeing the group of unicorns playing not far away, Dumbledore said enviously, "This is really a paradise." Indeed, Lucas nodded. The predecessors created many things that cannot be created now. In order to protect them, sometimes sacrifices are necessary. What do you think, Headmaster? Dumbledore didn't answer the question. Watching the thunderbirds flying over the jungle, he brought the topic to Voldemort. According to the news from Pews, Tom was very happy to occupy the Ministry of Magic, and immediately rewarded the Death Eaters who worked hard last night. It's only, will he really believe that you left England? Of course, Lucas nodded firmly. Because it is a fact that the members of the Saints have withdrawn from England, I also arranged for people to not hide so that all countries can notice that a large number of wizards have returned to Austria. The people who haven't left are all here now. I can guarantee that Tom will not be able to find it even if he searches everywhere. I think Tom should be full of ambition at the moment, right? Dumbledore chuckled a few times. You really guessed it right before I came to see you. Pews just got the news. Tom heard that the Saints had evacuated England, and he led the Death Eaters to Wiltshire. HMPH, the contempt in Lucas's eyes flashed. He can't wait to occupy the enemy's base camp. He really is not afraid that this is a trap set by others. From this point of view, our strategy was successful. My failure and the fall of the Ministry of Magic made Tom, who was already proud and arrogant, even worse. Dumbledore nodded. That's right, if nothing happens, he should deal with me next. Lucas took out a portkey at this moment. Headmaster, let's go to Tom's base camp. There was a ripple in the air, and the figures of the two disappeared from the jungle. Grindelwald Manor, Wiltshire. Looking at the mess in the manor, the corners of Voldemort's mouth slowly rose. The mess here proves that Lucas left in a hurry, which made him relieved. Everyone, this used to be the base camp of one of our enemies, but from today onwards, this place completely belongs to us. Hearing these words, the Death Eaters immediately showed expressions of joy and excitement. Voldemort glanced across the faces in the crowd, satisfied with their performance at the moment. Pews. Pews stepped out of the crowd and came to Voldemort respectfully. Master, please order. Release the news of Grindelwald's escape. I want people in the magic world to see what kind of person the White Devil is in their hearts. As you order, Master. It took just an hour for the Daily Prophet to publish the latest news about Lucas Grindelwald. Betrayal, the Saints evacuated from England, and the British wizarding world was completely abandoned by them. The eye-catching headlines attracted everyone's attention. Even the young wizards at Hogwarts were the same. Lucas and his Saints evacuated England. For people in the British wizarding world, it was like a lightning struck them. How could this be? How could he abandon us? I've said long ago that these merchants can't be trusted. Don't worry, we still have Dumbledore. There were a lot of people talking about and cursing Lucas. Of course, some people think that Lucas must have a reason for doing so. In short, under the current environment, with the departure of the Saints group, things will undoubtedly become worse for the British wizarding world. Little Hangleton. The space in front of Riddle Manor suddenly became distorted. Then Lucas and Dumbledore appeared out of nowhere. Lucas stepped forward and pushed open the dilapidated door, and the inside was presented in front of the two of them. Tom is not stupid. He also knows how to use the undetectable stretching charm. Lucas took out his wand, stood outside the door, and began to write the rules. Although this old house was abandoned by Voldemort. But after all, it has been the base camp of the other party for the past few months. Who knows if there is any weird warning magic? As the spell text began to exert its effect, the magic in the whole house was temporarily disabled. Please, Headmaster. Lucas raised his hand as a gesture of invitation, and Dumbledore walked in with a grin. Because when Lucas set the rules, he deliberately left the effect of the traceless stretching spell. So the two witnessed the traces of the Death Eaters who once lived here. When they came to a room that looked like a conference room, Lucas went to the main seat and sat down. Headmaster, we just talked about your death, so how do you think Tom will deal with you? While speaking, his pupils glowed with golden light. Dumbledore chuckled, since you've seen it all, what else do you want me to say? I see only part of it, and there's one thing I'd love to hear your answer to. Lucas closed his eye of time, looked at the old bee seriously, and asked, Are you really not afraid of death? Dumbledore pondered for a long time before he opened his mouth and said, Who can die without any fear? Actually, this problem has troubled me for many years. Ever since Tom disappeared more than 10 years ago, I knew he would come back one day. Then, in order to defeat him, am I willing to sacrifice my own life? This is the question I first asked myself. Until Harry and you came, I was determined to answer. If I can completely defeat Tom, I am willing to give my life. Dumbledore's expression was extremely serious when he said this and stared at the blonde boy in front of him. Lucas also saw the seriousness in his eyes. Heh, Tilda, Lucas chuckled. Is it really worth sacrificing one's life in order to defeat someone? Of course it's worth it. I'm already 114 years old. Although I'm not considered the longest lived in the magic world, it's already a rare age to reach. If I can use the few years I have left to exchange for everyone's long-term peace in the future, I am very willing. Lucas sneered, I can't understand your thoughts. He stood up and walked to the window behind him, staring at the sunlight outside in a daze. Dumbledore sat on the chair and looked at the young man with his back turned to him and said softly, Actually, you can completely understand. All for the greater good. And I would give my life for the great good, so everyone can have peace and tranquility. Lucas still stood by the window without speaking, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Dumbledore took out a box of sweets from inside his wizard robe. Then opened the package, took out 2 candies and put them in his mouth. Lucas, if the plan is correct, I will be killed by someone arranged by Tom. Please defeat him, and please protect Harry. He has already suffered enough since he was a child, but he has had to face so many dangers when he came to the magic world, and some of them were even arranged by myself. When Tom is defeated, please use your relationship with the Saints group to arrange for him to enter the Ministry of Magic as an Auror. That has always been Harry's dream. Lucas whispered, I don't have that kind of ability. Dumbledore laughed from behind. The laughter lasted for a few seconds before it ended, and then Dumbledore said, Pew's thickness, he should be a member of the Saints too. Lucas turned to look at the old bee behind him. The other party had a smile on his face, as if he didn't care about Pew's identity. Lucas, promise me that you will take good care of the wizarding world after I die. Times are changing with each passing day. Who knows how long the wizards will last? So protect it and let the magicals live well, please, Lucas Albus Grindelwald. Lucas' eyes widened slightly. It took a long time before he breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I promise you. Seeing the old bee relaxed, Lucas was thinking about how to surprise him. He wants to die, he's just dreaming. Whether it is for the ultimate achievement of the system, or for his father. Albus Dumbledore can't die. Grindelwald Manor. It should now be renamed to Voldemort Manor. Voldemort looked at the newspaper that had just been published with a very happy expression. Good job, Pews. Pews, who was sitting at the fourth position on the long table, stood up looking flattered. Voldemort put down the newspaper and continued. Everyone, the first step of our plan has been completed. But our greatest enemy remains Albus Dumbledore. Voldemort gritted his teeth when he mentioned the name. But before continuing, I need to punish someone. Lucius Malfoy swallowed. His body began to tremble slightly. Lucius. I am here, master. Tell me the task I entrusted to you. A big drop of sweat rolled down Malfoy's forehead as he cautiously looked at Voldemort in the main seat. Unexpectedly, the other party was staring at him intently. Master, you asked me to bring back the prophecy ball, as well as Harry Potter. Very good, Voldemort nodded and said, and what about the prophecy ball? Where's Potter? Pro-prophecy, the prophecy ball was accidentally broken, and Potter escaped. Master, please listen to my explanation. Enough, Voldemort angrily stopped him. Lucius, you should understand that if you do something wrong, you will be punished. Even if you are my friend and loyal subordinate, this cannot be changed. Master, please give me another chance, please. Two Death Eaters walked out from behind Voldemort. They picked up Lucius Malfoy and walked out. As soon as he walked to the door of the room, he saw Draco, who rushed back from school. Father. Oh, Draco, come here. Voldemort opened his arms and gently put a hand on Draco's shoulder. Poor boy, don't be afraid. Your father just made a little mistake. As long as you follow my next words and complete the mission well, your father will be able to return from Azkaban. Azkaban? Draco looked at Voldemort in surprise. That's right, Azkaban has been repaired again, my child. I need you to do two things for me now. Master, please order. Draco lowered his head and said in a trembling voice. Good boy, I remember that there is a vanishing cabinet in Hogwarts. I saw it in 1991. Is it still there? No, my lord. It was broken some years ago by Peeves, and a student got lost just this year after being pushed inside, so it was moved. I don't know where it is now. If it was the house elves, then it should be in that room. It's called the Room of Requirements. Have you heard about it? Yes, my lord. Then I want you to find it there and repair the cabinet. Hearing that he just needed to repair the vanishing cabinet, Draco heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Voldemort smiled. Don't worry, there is a second thing. I want you to kill Albus Dumbledore. Draco jerked his head up, looking at Voldemort in disbelief. Master, but Master, let me do it. Narcissa Malfoy stood up hastily and begged. Voldemort shook his head. Don't worry, someone will help you. Your mother will stay here with Bellatrix until you complete the task. As for your father, it depends on when you can complete the task. Come on, kid. As long as you complete the task, I will definitely reward you well. Draco glanced at his mother. Even though she kept winking, he acted as if he didn't see it. As you wish, master. I will definitely complete these two tasks. Draco knew he had no right to refuse. And he took the initiative to take this task so that he can control how things happen. He just didn't know what arrangements Lucas had. It seems that he needs to meet him soon. Chapter 324. Wiltshire, Grindelwald Manor, Voldemort Manor. Squattermort guided Draco with a hand on his shoulder to the long table. This is your father's seat. Now it's your seat, Draco. Don't let me down. Draco suddenly felt a huge force coming from his shoulders. Sitting down on the chair, he said tremblingly, Thank you, master. I promise to complete the task. Good, Voldemort nodded in satisfaction, looking sharply at Narcissa Malfoy. Once Narcissa also sat back in her seat, Voldemort started the next topic. Everyone, come and see this man. Voldemort drew out his wand and waved it towards the long table. Then a figure appeared in front of everyone. Presumably, everyone is not very familiar with this person, so let me introduce you. Professor Charity Burbage, she teaches Muggle studies at Hogwarts. Not long ago, someone met her in Diagon Alley, so they invited her back. Renervate. As soon as the spell hit Professor Burbage, she took a sharp breath and regained consciousness. Finding herself being controlled to float in midair, her first thought was to get her wand. "Tusk, tusk, tusk, don't act rashly, Professor Burbage." Hearing a voice coming from overhead, she raised her head and looked over, and the upside-down snake-like face suddenly appeared in front of her. Seeing the fear in her eyes, Voldemort smiled lightly and said, "Don't be afraid. I invited you here because there is one thing I need to confirm with you. It is said that you have been emphasizing the theory of Muggle-Wizard equality in front of your students in class. Is there such a thing?" Charity had already become terrified. As the professor of Muggle studies, she knew well what would happen to her if she fell into the hands of Voldemort, who advocates pureblood superiority and despises Muggles. Voldemort didn't care if she answered his questions or not. He walked slowly around the long table, passing behind every Death Eater. "I also heard that not long ago you published an article in the Daily Prophet, the main content of which was to defend the Mudbloods." Getting back to his seat, Voldemort drew his wand again. "It's really sad. As a member of the wizarding world, but with a heart for Muggles, people like you will only spoil those underage wizards who are still in school." With these words, he raised his wand. "Avada Kedavra!" The shrill voice echoed in the room, and the body of Charity Burbage fell from the air into the table with a crash sound. "Nagini, it's time for dinner." A big snake crawled in from outside the door, and its huge body passed under the long table. Whenever a Death Eater's foot was touched, it would be put away immediately. In front of everyone, Nagini swallowed Professor Burbage's body bit by bit. This was Voldemort's intimidation to his men. Starting today, all those who have made pro-Muggle remarks will be tried by the Ministry of Magic. There are also Ministry of Magic employees who are under investigation, especially those Mudbloods. We need to make sure they support the idea of blood supremacy. "Yes, Master," replied the Death Eaters in unison. Once the meeting was over, Draco immediately returned to school. He needed to tell Lucas about Voldemort's latest arrangement through the contact information left by him. Narcissa Malfoy found her sister. Now she is under house arrest, and there is absolutely no way to get out of the manor. For her sister's request, Bella agreed without hesitation. With the leadership of Bellatrix, Narcissa successfully left Wiltshire and arrived at Cokeworth, Spider's End. Bella stood by a dirty river, looking at the maze-like rows of houses next to her. "I didn't expect that Snape would live in this kind of place. This is kind of a place full of dirty Muggles." Bellatrix's tone was full of disgust. "Sissy, are you really going to see him? I don't think you should trust him." "But even the Dark Lord trusts him, Bella." After Narcissa finished speaking, she quickened her pace. Following closely behind, Bellatrix pouted. As Voldemort's fan, she certainly wouldn't say that Voldemort's judgment was wrong. The two of them came all the way to a small two-story house at the end of the alley. Knock, 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 Tilda. Not long after the knock on the door, Snape's figure appeared in front of the two of them. "It's both surprising and delightful," the soft monotone voice sounded. Snape looked expressionlessly at the two sisters outside the door. "Severus, I know I shouldn't have come, but I'm at my wit's end. Can you let me in?" After a moment's hesitation, Snape nodded. "Of course." The three of them came to a small room. The walls around the room are filled with all kinds of books. A battered sofa and rickety table was all there is to it. Snape brought 3 glasses of wine from the room next door and handed 2 of them to the Black sisters. "Now we can talk. What is your business looking for me today?" "Severus." "Sissy," Bellatrix sternly stopped her. "You have to think clearly. If you really say it, you are betraying the Dark Lord. You have to watch your own tongue, especially with this guy." Snape said sarcastically, "This guy? Bellatrix, can you explain to me what this phrase means?" Perhaps irritated by Snape's expression, Bellatrix put down her glass and said, "When the Dark Lord disappeared, where did you go? Why did you spend all these years hiding under Dumbledore's shelter? Why did you stop the Dark Lord from getting the Philosopher's Stone? The most important thing is, why is Harry Potter still alive? You obviously had 5 years to get rid of him, but he is still alive." Facing Bellatrix's questioning, Snape took a sip of wine calmly, and then explained the other side's confusion in the same way. He knew the woman in front of him very well and knew how to make her speechless. So, do you think the Dark Lord didn't ask these questions? If he didn't get a proper answer, why would I be sitting here talking to you? Bella, that's enough. Narcissa stopped her sister in time. Severus, these words shouldn't have been said to anyone who wasn't there, but I really can't help it. Lucius was sent to prison. You are his old friend and one of the most trusted people of the Dark Lord. If it were you, you would definitely be able to help me, right? Snape thought for a moment before saying, "The Dark Lord's word is law, and if he didn't ask you to tell me, you'd better not say anything. But you are lucky. I am also one of the people who know about the plan, although I can't change the Dark Lord's mind. However, I might be able to help Draco in another way." There was renewed hope in Narcissa's eyes, and just when she was about to agree, Bellatrix's voice sounded. "It's nice to say, but in the end you could make an excuse like you're trying your best, unless you can make an oath." The two looked at the crazy woman in the corner at the same time. Bellatrix said triumphantly, "Make an unbreakable vow, otherwise we won't believe a single word of yours." Narcissa also looked at Snape at this moment. It would be great if the two could make an unbreakable vow. Seeing Snape's silence, Bellatrix smiled sarcastically. Just when she was about to open her mouth to mock Snape, she heard the other party say flatly, "Fine." "What?" Bellatrix said in surprise. Narcissa was also surprised, but there was more than surprise in her eyes. "Perhaps we can use your sister's wand," Snape said, holding out his right hand. The hands of the two were tightly held together. Then Bellatrix placed the wand in the middle of both hands, and she was still surprised until now. Just at this time, Narcissa spoke. "Severus Snape, will you take care of my son Draco while he tries to fulfill the Dark Lord's will?" "I will," Snape replied without hesitation. A thin but very bright tongue of fire flew from the tip of Bellatrix's wand. It looked like a fiery red wire, tightly entwining the hands of the two. "Severus, are you willing to do your best to keep Draco from harm?" "I am willing," he answered without hesitation again, and a second tongue of fire appeared. It intertwined with the first one, binding their hands tightly. "Severus, if Draco is unable to proceed, are you willing to fulfill the Dark Lord's wishes in his place?" Snape was silent for a moment, a complicated look flashing through his empty eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the two sisters, he slowly said, "I am willing." The third flame appeared, and the unbreakable vow was completed. "Little Hangleton." Lucas looked at the sunlight outside the window and said, "I've already seen it. Tom still doesn't know that the Horcrux he hid in a cave close to that cliff has been destroyed." "Aren't you already planning to tell Potter about the Horcrux? Then take him to that place." Lucas told the headmaster in detail how to perform this scene well. The old bee is also an old drama queen. Lucas only needed to say a few words, and the old man understood immediately. Even when he heard his complete death process, he still showed relish. It's just that when he heard that it would be Draco Malfoy who killed him, his brows furrowed tightly together. "What's wrong? What happened?" "That kid Malfoy isn't really that bad, and I know he must still be in touch with you. Change it to someone else, even if it is a plan, letting him kill me. It is too cruel for a child." Lucas had expected this to happen a long time ago, so he chuckled lightly and said, "Don't worry, someone will make a move by then." Dumbledore looked suspiciously at the boy by the window. He knew that he could see the future. And he also knows that the future will not change easily. But he really didn't want Draco Malfoy to pay the price of taking his life, so he intends to try to change the future. Dumbledore glanced at Lucas again and decided to hide it for now. But what he couldn't see was that Lucas, who had his back turned to him, had his eyes turn completely golden at the moment. It looked like a misty golden river was flowing in his pupils. The two ended their conversation, and Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts alone. Looking at Harry standing at the door of his office, he turned his furrowed brows into a gentle expression. "Have you been waiting long? Come with me." Dumbledore led Harry into the office. Seeing the sad look on the boy's face, he smiled and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Professor Dumbledore, Umbridge came to see you just now, and I saw her expression, as if she was planning to trouble you." Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, and his brows were slightly furrowed. It seems that Umbridge came to him in a bad way. Chapter 325. Umbridge's question aside for now. Seeing Harry hesitate to speak, Dumbledore smiled lightly and said, "I know you have a lot of doubts. If you want to ask anything now, just ask." He had just finished speaking when he saw Harry's eyes light up. This made him laugh even louder. Harry scratched his head in embarrassment. "Professor, I have already learned the complete prophecy from the prophecy ball. I want to know, is it true what the prophecy says about only I or Voldemort being able to survive? And what is the secret weapon? Why didn't I see it from the prophecy ball?" Dumbledore answered irrelevantly and said, "Harry, you must remember to look at everything carefully. Actually, the secret weapon is hidden in the prophecy. You can think about it carefully." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he ate a candy with relish. Harry frowned. The prophecy revealed the news of the secret weapon. He closed his eyes and recalled the prophecy word for word, and soon a sentence appeared in his mind. "The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not." Harry opened his eyes and saw Dumbledore staring at him with interest. "How about it? Got an answer?" Harry nodded and asked tentatively, "Is the secret weapon me?" A look of relief appeared on Dumbledore's face, but Harry wasn't happy about it. "Professor, I still don't understand. I don't have any special power in me. Could it be that the prophecy is wrong? Maybe the person mentioned in the prophecy is Lucas. We all know he has a lot of amazing magic." "Harry," Dumbledore stopped him from speaking further. Looking at the bewildered Harry Potter, Dumbledore comforted him softly. "Don't underestimate yourself. You do have a unique power, and that is the power of love." Love? Harry was even more puzzled. Although he has heard Dumbledore talk about the so-called power of love before. But what exactly is the power of love and how to use it, he has no idea at all. Facing Harry's confusion, instead of explaining, Dumbledore answered another question directly. "As for whether only one of you both can survive, I'm not very clear about it. But judging from the current situation, you and Voldemort are already inseparable." Harry nodded thoughtfully, and when he came back to his senses, he found that Dumbledore had got up and walked towards the door. "The next thing we need to talk about will be in another place. I think it's more suitable outside the castle." While Dumbledore and Harry were strolling outside the castle, Draco had already used the item given by Lucas to come to the secret garden. Some people really know how to enjoy themselves. The outside world is already in such a mess, but they are making a barbecue here by themselves. Lucas didn't look back, but there was a joyful smile on his face. "Oh, Tilda, it turned out that it was Mr. Malfoy who came here. I am so sorry for the disappointment." "HMPH," Draco snorted coldly, and soon a smile appeared on his face. Hermione knew the two of them must have something to talk about, so she took the other girls to the jungle to observe unicorns. The campfire made the sound of dry wood burning, and Draco held the skewer in his hand, staring intently at the fire. The two sat like this for 10 minutes. It wasn't until the skewers were finished that Draco said, "My father was imprisoned in Azkaban, you should already know. Don't worry, I've arranged for someone to take care of him, so he'll be fine," Lucas said as he flipped through the skewers. "Thank you, the Dark Lord asked me to fix the vanishing cabinet, and the other thing is..." Draco stopped, looking a little hesitant. "He also ordered you to kill Dumbledore, didn't he?" "How did you know?" Draco asked in surprise. Lucas raised his head. Draco was taken aback by his golden eyes. "Of course I saw it. You just need to follow his plan. I've already spoken to Dumbledore. Want to know Dumbledore's reaction when he learned he's about to be killed, and by you at that." Draco hesitated for a moment and finally couldn't bear it, so he asked curiously. After listening to Luca's narration, he couldn't help feeling, Dumbledore is really a very good headmaster. Indeed, he is also worthy of the name of the greatest wizard of the century. Lucas threw the skewers in his hand into the dinner plate and pulled Draco across the void to the room of requirement. "Where are we?" "The room of requirement, a place where you can hide things. The vanishing cabinet that you have to fix is here." Draco looked around. Apart from the accumulation of garbage in the corners deep in the room was clean and didn't really look like a good place to hide things. When he saw Lucas stepping towards the pile of garbage, he hurriedly followed his footsteps and couldn't help but ask, "Lucas, are you sure it's here?" Of course, when have I lied to you? Lucas said firmly. The corners of Draco's eyes twitched, and he said to himself, how often haven't you lied to me? But Lucas really didn't lie to him this time. When he was looking for Ravenclaw's diadem, he deliberately kept the vanishing cabinet. It's here. Lucas lifted the black cloth covering the cabinet. Bang tilde. A wooden door fell to the ground. Lucas smiled awkwardly, picked up the wooden door and pushed it back. This is the vanishing cabinet. Looking at the dilapidated cabinet in front of him, Draco frowned and said, can this cabinet really be repaired? Of course, Lucas nodded with certainty. Don't look at its ugly appearance, the magic inside has not been destroyed. However, this cabinet was originally supposed to be a pair, but the connection between the two cabinets was broken. Just find another cabinet and link them back together. Lucas raised his wand and flicked it lightly. The original dilapidated cabinet has become brand new. This way, there will be no problem. When you come next time, you only need to say, I need a place to hide things, in your mind as you pace 3 times in front of the wall to enter this room. Draco nodded slightly, staring at the cabinet in front of him that was as tall as a person, and didn't speak for a long time. Seeing the worry in his eyes, Lucas stepped forward and patted Draco on the shoulder. Since I dragged you and Uncle Lucius into the water, I won't leave you alone. I promised your father that, when Valdi is defeated, the Malfoy family will become the top family. But if something happens to both of you, how can I keep my promise? Leave everything to me, don't worry. Draco let out a slow breath, the smile reappearing on his face. Perimeter of the Forbidden Forest. Harry looked at the respected professor beside him in surprise. You mean that Voldemort separated his soul and hid it in different places? Seeing Dumbledore nod, Harry continued to ask. If these soul fragments are not destroyed, Voldemort can't really be eliminated. Dumbledore nodded again. Harry sat down on the broken tree trunk and asked dejectedly, how many of those so-called Horcruxes are there? 7 pieces. Lucas wiped out 4 pieces before, and I learned the whereabouts of 1 more piece. Would you like to come with me to get it back? It's Lucas again, Harry muttered. Of course I'd like to go with you. It's just that, where are the remaining 2 Horcruxes? Dumbledore shook his head and said, it's up to you to find them yourself, Harry. You can't do things so impulsively in the future. When you encounter difficulties, you should discuss with others more. Ronald, Seamus, and Neville are all very good partners. And Severus, if you encounter difficulties, you can also ask him for help. You did a good job this time, and it was because of Severus' notice that Sirius and the others arrived at the Ministry of Magic in time. If you encounter a very difficult problem that no one else can solve, you might as well let it go first, and your friends will show up to help you solve it. And you are also about to become an adult. Proper love can keep you in a happy mood. Your parents chose to get married right after graduation. You can't lose to them. And, Harry, are you happy to be back in the wizarding world? Harry watched Dumbledore's serious expression. Although he wondered why he asked this question, he still nodded and said, happy, never been happier than now. Hearing his answer, Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief. It looked like he had freed himself of a heavy burden. It's good to be happy, promise me. You must be happy in the future. There are still many places in the magic world that are worth exploring. I will, Harry nodded. Professor, what happened to you today? It's nothing, then we have an agreement, and we will set off to retrieve that Horcrux in 20 days. Dumbledore stood up and walked towards the castle, but he only took 2 steps when Harry's questioning voice came from behind him again. Professor, do you think it is possible that I am also a Horcrux? Otherwise, why can I see Voldemort's thoughts, and why is it so unique? Dumbledore paused, and it took a few seconds before he replied. Don't think about it, you are just a strong enemy marked by the Dark Lord himself. Upon hearing this answer, Harry felt relieved. The 2 walked towards the castle together. As soon as they entered through the oak gate, they saw Umbridge greeting them triumphantly. Dumbledore, I have something to tell you. It could also be inferred from her address to Dumbledore that what she wanted to say couldn't be anything good. Chapter 326. Inquisitor Umbridge, what can I do for you? Although he knew that the horrid toad woman was looking for trouble, Dumbledore still greeted her gracefully. Umbridge didn't look like she was going to continue being courteous with Dumbledore, though. Inquisitor, sorry, just an hour ago, I received an appointment from the Ministry of Magic. From now on, I will be the headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Umbridge opened the parchment in her hand. The content of the appointment was clearly written on it, and there was Minister Thickness's signature at the end. Impossible, we will not recognize you as the headmistress. Harry was the first to speak out against it, but he only got a contemptuous look from Umbridge. But Harry was not without gains, at least he gained the attention of others. The students around went from 5 to 10, 10 to 100, and soon the hall was full of people. Even some professors were alarmed. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. It's as if the other party said something trivial. Madam Umbridge, may I see the appointment papers? Umbridge snorted and tossed the parchment to Dumbledore. Did you think I would forge a document from the Ministry of Magic? Of course not, you misunderstood. Dumbledore shook his head, his eyes fell on the parchment. At this time, Professor McGonagall arrived being supported by someone. Headmaster Dumbledore, what happened? Minerva, you should rest now. McGonagall shook her head, looking at Umbridge resentfully. I'm just afraid that some unruly people will mess around again. Professor McGonagall, I hope you understand what you're talking about. Now that I am the headmistress, I have the right to fire you. Professor McGonagall showed a sarcastic smile. She was not afraid of Umbridge's threats. Clearly, Umbridge threatened the wrong people. Minerva McGonagall is the head of Gryffindor. How can a timid person become the head of the Lion House? Just now Umbridge said that she is now the headmistress, which surprised the few teachers around. They looked at Dumbledore and found that he was holding a parchment in his hand, and there seemed to be a slight worry between his brows. Why do you want to replace Headmaster Dumbledore? You are stupid. The Ministry of Magic is now controlled by you-know-who. Of course he will not let Headmaster Dumbledore stay at Hogwarts. Then why did he make Umbridge the headmistress? Unless nothing was said, though. But the students and the professors at the school already knew it. So when looking at Umbridge, the eyes of everyone were full of disgust. Why are you looking at me with those eyes? Be careful, I will punish you with detention. The omnipotent punishment lost its effect at this moment. Not only did no one restrain themselves, the disdain in their eyes became even more obvious. Argus, Argus! Umbridge shouted angrily at the crowd. If it was normal, Filch would have already run to her side to wait for the orders. But today it was different. Anyone with a discerning eye can understand Umbridge's identity. According to Voldemort's beliefs, squibs were also the type of people to be liquidated. Even Filch wouldn't be so foolish as to hang out with people who wanted to take his life. Umbridge quickly found herself alone in the crowd. Seeing that Argus didn't want to listen, she shouted angrily, "Okay, even you don't listen to me, you really are a dirty waste." She raised her short wand and waved it to send a spell, intending to punish anyone who dared to betray her. Stop, Umbridge! A thick voice came from behind the crowd. At the same time, a spell flew out, blocking Umbridge's spell. Seeing that limping figure, the look on Umbridge's face was very odd. It was an expression of timidity mixed with contempt. I wondered who it was who dared to stop me. It turned out to be Alistair Moody, don't forget. You are no longer an Auror. And now I am the Senior Undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic, Headmistress and High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. Naming her bunch of titles, Umbridge seemed to have the confidence to face Mad-Eye. She cleared her throat and looked contemptuously at the members of the order behind Moody. This is a school, and any irrelevant personnel should be prohibited from entering, especially members of some illegal civil organizations. Grrr tilde. Seeing the huge black dog baring its teeth at her, Umbridge took a step back in disgust. Dumbledore, how do you allow these people into the school? As the headmaster, I think your decision is very inappropriate. Now, please leave my school, you members of illegal organizations. If you are slow for a second, I will ask someone to expel you. Umbridge pointed at the door and snapped at the members of the order. Mad-Eye walked up to her with a ferocious and terrifying face. Although I am not an Auror, I am still not soft on dark wizards. You, Umbridge took half a step back in horror and began shouting to the surrounding professors. What are you still doing in a daze? Drive them out quickly. Sorry, Madam Umbridge, I'm afraid you don't have that power. Umbridge turned sharply to look at Dumbledore and saw that the old man was carefully putting away the parchment. According to the relevant regulations, the appointment and dismissal of the headmaster of Hogwarts needs to be signed by the 12 school governors to take effect. On this document, only the Minister of Magic's signature is present, and it is missing the signatures of the school governors. So, madam, you are not the headmistress yet, and since you are not, of course you have no right to drive away my guests. Dumbledore's words were powerful. After hearing this, the students let go of their worries and immediately cheered. At the same time, atop the astronomy tower, Lucas was standing on the edge watching the crowd below. The reason why he is here is just to get a good look at where Dumbledore was about to give his life. Suddenly, light footsteps came from below. Snape was still the same, walking up to Lucas in his black robe. He also paid attention to the crowd below, looking at Umbridge with disdain. She thought that would get Dumbledore out. How stupid. Lucas chuckled. He did agree with Snape that Umbridge was indeed an idiot. She is useless. Staying will only affect people's mood. Let's expel her. Lucas' hand stretched out from his robe, and a Hogwarts school badge jumped out of his palm. In the name of the founders, I expel Dolor's Jane Umbridge. From today to eternity, she will no longer be able to enter the scope of Hogwarts. As soon as the words fell, the school emblem flashed a golden light. This golden light penetrated into a room deep in the school. The Book of Admittance flipped the pages forward, and soon Umbridge's name appeared on it. Then the ink where the name was written, as if it met water, gradually faded away until it disappeared. At this point, Umbridge's contract with Hogwarts since childhood disappeared. Back in the main hall, Umbridge, who was losing her temper, suddenly felt a sense of crisis coming from all directions. Before she could ask what was going on, her figure disappeared from everyone's eyes. Dumbledore froze for a moment and soon understood what was going on. Then a friendly smile reappeared on his face. He looked around and said, "Well, business as usual, Madam Umbridge will probably never come back." The cheers became more intense. As Umbridge saw the door in front of her, she knew that she was expelled from Hogwarts. She secretly cursed Dumbledore. She tried various methods and found that no matter what, she couldn't set foot on the land of Hogwarts. Ultimately, she had no choice but to go back to the Ministry of Magic first. She was uneasy, wondering if she would be punished by Voldemort this time. Astronomy Tower. The expulsion of Umbridge was a trivial matter for Lucas. He asked Snape to come here, and naturally there were more important things. "Professor, how long will it take to complete the spirit purification potion?" "A month's time." Lucas frowned slightly. "Is there only 1 month left?" "By the way, what were you thinking about just now?" Snape thought for a while and said, "Narcissa Malfoy came to see me today." After the potion's master finished talking about today's events, Lucas nodded and said, "The headmaster will come to you again later, and it is also related to his death. You can agree to his request, and everything is up to me." 20 days later, Harry came to the headmaster's office full of excitement. Dumbledore also seemed to be wearing a new robe today. He raised his arm for Harry to hold. As soon as Harry put his hand on the other's arm, he felt his belly button being pulled outward by a hook. After a short disorienting moment, Harry found himself on a cliff by the sea. Dumbledore threw away the discarded glasses in his hand and followed Lucas prompt to the edge of the cliff. "Harry, follow me." Seeing Dumbledore's dignified expression, Harry's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he kept up with his footsteps. Hogwarts. Draco looked at the pocket watch in his hand. When the time came to 5 minutes to 8 in the evening, he stood up abruptly and walked out of the dormitory. It didn't take long for him to come to the room of requirements on the 7th floor. As a black door appeared on the wall, he took a deep breath, opened the door and walked in. "Wash Tilda." The black cloth was lifted, and the restored vanishing cabinet appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 327. Harry felt the damp sea breeze blowing against his face, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Recently, he has been under a lot of pressure. He felt it was really ridiculous to be jealous of Luca's getting a lot of attention now. Once Luca's left, everyone turned their attention back to him, and he realized how heavy it was to carry everyone's expectations. In the past 20 days, he often saw other people looking at him. And every time he meets with members of the Order of the Phoenix, the pressure on him doubles. But now this gust of sea breeze has blown away the pressure he has been feeling for many days. "Professor, where are we going to find the Horcrux?" Dumbledore watched the boy beside him carefully and could feel that he had changed. The whole person looks much more relaxed than before, which is a good thing. "Harry, do you mind getting your clothes wet?" Harry shook his head, puzzled. "In that case, just follow me." Before the words were finished, Dumbledore jumped off the cliff's top. Harry was shocked and looked down, only to find that there were still several places to step under the cliff. Letting go of his worries, Harry followed Dumbledore's footsteps to the bottom of the cliff. "Harry, we have to swim in." After saying that, Dumbledore dived into the water and swam along the bottom crevice. The cavern under the cliff had been destroyed by Luca's fiendfire. But since Luca's got the Eye of Time, he can see through the past and the future, so he ordered the members of the Saints to renovate the place. The overall look was no different from when Luca's came. It's just that those in Ferris are gone from the lake. Harry followed the light on the wand in front of him all the way to the cave. Watching the magic on the walls, Dumbledore's heart broke and he cut his palm. Blood stained the wall, and the door to the Horcrux hiding place opened again. "Harry, let's go in." Dumbledore's voice sounded a little weak from the bloodshed. The two did the same as Luca's back then. Passed through the round magic door and came into a dark cave. "Professor, where is it?" "Look there, Harry." Dumbledore pointed to the center of the lake. "That glowing green light should be where the Horcrux is." Harry looked around, but saw no way of reaching the center. Dumbledore seemed to be planning to use this incident to teach him something. From how to find the boat to setting foot on the small island in the middle of the lake, Dumbledore's mouth basically never stopped. He also didn't know how much Harry could remember from such a force-feeding of knowledge. Dumbledore just wanted to give him some help before he died. "Professor, isn't this just water?" Looking at the transparent liquid in the stone basin, Harry asked suspiciously, but Dumbledore shook his head. "There should be a potion in it. Get out of the way." He drew out his wand and used several spells in succession. Looking at the unchanged stone basin, he said with emotion, "It seems that Voldemort doesn't want us to get the Horcrux inside easily." In fact, he was praising the subtlety of Lucas's spell in his heart. "Professor, what shall we do now?" "Looks like Voldemort wants us to drink the potion." Hearing Dumbledore's explanation, Harry's heart sank. Drink it. Although Harry didn't know what the potion was, he also knew that the trap set by Voldemort would definitely not be as simple as making people have diarrhea. He glanced at the old man beside him and knew very well in his heart that the headmaster would never let him drink the potion in the basin. Tick-tick-tilde. The sound of water droplets falling from the top of the cave could be clearly heard. Since Dumbledore said that, the two of them stared at the potion in the stone basin and neither spoke. After a long time, Harry said anxiously, "Professor, let me drink it." Dumbledore showed relief in his eyes. "No, let me drink it. You can't bear the power of this potion." He finished speaking in a brisk tone, and then picked up the shell next to him. But Dumbledore didn't see it. Just as he turned around to take the shell, Harry's eyes suddenly relaxed, and he even secretly breathed a sigh of relief. On the 7th floor of Hogwarts, Draco had been waiting in the room of requirement for a long time. In front of him was the vanishing cabinet that had been repaired. 20 days. Enough for the Death Eaters to relink the two vanishing cabinets together. The second hand of the pocket watch kept turning, and Draco clenched his fists nervously. At this moment, there was a knocking sound from inside the cabinet, so he hurried forward and opened the door. A slender, crazy-looking woman stepped out of the cabinet. "Thank you, Draco. Oh, Tilda, I really missed Hogwarts." After Bellatrix finished speaking, she realized that the huge room was empty. She looked back to the back of the vanishing cabinet and saw that the situation was the same. Draco, what is this place? The room of requirements on the 7th floor, Draco calmly replied. But under his calm appearance, he was very tense. It was only when he came to the room of requirements, just now, that he discovered that the vanishing cabinet was placed alone in the center of the room. Before there were still some piles of rubbish, but he didn't know where they went at the moment. Not to mention the suspicious Bellatrix, even Draco wondered if there was a trap or an ambush in this room. Bellatrix looked around to make sure there was nothing abnormal before she was relieved. At this time, other Death Eaters also came out of the cabinet one after another. When Draco saw Fenrir Greyback, the leader of the werewolves, walk out of the cabinet, the expression on his face became quite ugly. This bloodthirsty werewolf likes to bite minor wizards the most. Letting him enter Hogwarts can really be said to be like leading a wolf into a herd of sheep. Draco, where is the Order of the Phoenix? 2 are guarding the gate in the foyer, and the others are near the entrances of the 4 houses. Bella laughed softly. In this case, let's get rid of them first, Draco, don't forget your mission. Reminding her nephew, she led the Death Eaters out of the room of requirement in a mighty way. Whether it is the Order of the Phoenix or the professors, they never thought that Death Eaters would invade the school. Because Hogwarts is protected by ancient magic, there is a high price to pay for trespassing. So members of the Order of the Phoenix, who let down their vigilance, were caught off guard. Waiting until everyone has left the room of requirements, Lucas lifted the invisibility cloak covering his body. The invisibility cloak is worthy of being a deathly hallows. Not only can it make him perfectly invisible, but it can also hide the user's aura. Even Lucas's magic perception can be blocked. No wonder it is said, in The Tales of Beedle the Bard, that the invisibility cloak can even avoid death. Putting away the invisibility cloak, Lucas came to the vanishing cabinet. This thing is always a hidden danger and must not be left behind. He stretched out his palm to pat the cabinet door lightly, and it immediately fell backwards. At the same time, a void fissure appeared behind the cabinet, swallowing it in the blink of an eye. The vanishing cabinet, which was made of no special material, was quickly crushed by the power of the void. Doing all this, Lucas put on the invisibility cloak again and headed towards the astronomy tower. Although he had given the soul pill to Dumbledore. But Dumbledore could not escape death without his assistance. This is not what he wants to see. Lucas also planned to pack Dumbledore back to Nurmengard, while his soul was separated from his body. When he left Nurmengard to start his first year at Hogwarts, he swore to himself that he would tie Dumbledore and send him back to his old man. He doesn't know what his dad's expression will be when he sees Dumbledore appearing in front of his eyes. But he wanted to see Dumbledore wake up and find himself in Nurmengard even more. Lucas showed a playful smile and climbed up the tower step by step. Of course, except for his bad taste. The reason he went through so much trouble was in large part because of the Elder Wand. How could Dumbledore willingly hand over the Elder Wand to him if he knew he didn't have to die? If Lucas can't get the Elder Wand, how can he complete the last series achievement? He has been thinking about the Diamond Lottery for a long time. Whether he can solve the anti-magic power on his body depends on this lottery draw. Arriving at the tower, Lucas chose a place that was out of the way and had a good view. Just as he was leaning against the wall to take a rest, the sounds of fighting and shouting came from downstairs. Another confrontation between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters was going on. Judging from the content of the shouts, this time it was obvious that the Order of the Phoenix was caught off guard. In the cave in the cliff, Dumbledore solemnly drank the potion from the shell. While waiting for it to take effect, he handed the shell to Harry on the side. "Harry, no matter what I say later, you have to make me drink all the liquid in the basin, or all our previous efforts will be wasted." Harry looked at the shell in his hand and frowned. "I see, Professor." Just then, Dumbledore sat down on a black rock with a pained expression on his face. Chapter 328. "Professor," Harry hurried to the place. Dumbledore endured the severe pain and said, "Leave me alone and carry on." Looking at the shell in his hand, Harry got up and walked towards the stone basin with a grim expression on his face, making Dumbledore relieved to see him leave. Gritting his teeth and straightening his body, he secretly blamed Lucas in his heart. If only he had known the potion would be so painful. No matter what he said, he wouldn't have agreed to drink it. It's a pity that there is no medicine for regret in this world, and the plan has already reached this point, so Dumbledore could only bite the bullet and continue acting. The potion in the stone basin was naturally not the one that Voldemort had prepared. Instead, Professor Snape prepared a potion that would destabilize the soul. The pain Dumbledore felt was the reaction to the separation of soul and body. This is also to prevent the soul from being damaged due to the sudden separation from the body when he takes the soul pill. "Professor, drink it up." Harry returned to Dumbledore with the shell in his hand. Seeing the old man shut his mouth in pain, Harry reached out and grabbed his chin. With the mouth forced open, a second bowl of potion entered Dumbledore's stomach. The effect of the potion became more powerful. Because of his unstable soul, Dumbledore saw many images of the past. For example, he saw his brother Aberforth, and he also saw Gellert Grindelwald. Then he even ended up seeing his sister Ariana. "Anna, I'm sorry." Hearing that Dumbledore had started talking nonsense, instead of comforting him, Harry poured the potion into his mouth even faster. "Harry, I can't drink anymore, no." "Professor, in order to defeat Voldemort, you must drink it." Downing the last bowl of potion, Dumbledore immediately scratched his throat with both hands. "Water, Harry, give me water." But Harry couldn't care about finding water for him. He turned around and came to the stone basin. Seeing the locket placed at the bottom, his face was overjoyed. "Professor, we are done." Harry came to Dumbledore's side with the locket in his hand. Only then did he notice that he was crying about being thirsty. He took some water from the lake with the shell, and after feeding it to Dumbledore, Harry helped him back the same way they came. "Professor, hold on, when we are out of the cave, we still need to rely on your apparition to go back." Dumbledore was speechless. Hogwarts entrance hall. Tonight Hestia Jones and Bill Weasley were guarding the gate. As Voldemort became stronger and stronger, Bill also returned to England from Egypt. As the eldest son in the family, he must come back and be with his family in times of crisis. "Bill, you work in Egypt, don't you have a girl you like?" Bill tied his long hair behind his head and smiled shyly when he heard Hestia's question. He was just about to answer when he heard the sound of several footsteps in the corridor beside him. The two looked at each other. Such messy and heavy footsteps don't sound like students at all. Pulling out their wands, Bill and Hestia's expressions became extremely dignified. "Petrificus totalis." The curse suddenly flew out of the darkness, and Hestia was petrified without even seeing the direction the spell was coming from. "Reducto." Bill's spell flew towards the corner of the wall in the darkness. He didn't even look to confirm if he hit before turning around and running to the infirmary. The spell grazed Bellatrix's arm and kept flying behind her. Immediately afterwards, a loud noise sounded in the silent corridor. Looking at the knight armor scattered on the ground, Bellatrix chuckled and said, "Going to alert the others. Interesting." At the same time, the members of the Order of the Phoenix guarding all over the castle looked at the knight armor around them one after another. A loud sound came from the helmet. This is their warning magic prepared in advance. Something happened in the foyer, so preparing to help, Kingsley drew out his wand and strode towards the stairs. Inside the infirmary, Moody had just put on his rebuilt prosthetic leg. When he walked out of the gate of the infirmary, he just saw Bill running towards the infirmary. "Get down," Moody yelled, and slammed his staff to the ground. The dazzling green light passed over Bill and killed the Death Eater who was chasing him. The battle is imminent. Bellatrix, Fenrir Greyback the Werewolf, and Rodolphus Lestrange led several Death Eaters to fight against members of the Order of the Phoenix. Fighting has spread to the foyer, basement, Great Hall, and teaching areas. Students in the four houses could hear the sound of fighting outside the dormitory. They never thought that the war would be so close to them. The battle was in a stalemate until Professor McGonagall dragged her weak body and arrived with other professors. "Greyback, you can't escape today." Bill and Professor Sprout chased the fleeing werewolf. The two didn't notice that he was actually leading them to the side away from the battlefield step by step. When Professor Sprout realized something was wrong, they were already surrounded by Death Eaters. Professor Sprout can become the head of Hufflepuff, not only because of her excellent knowledge of herbology. Bill Weasley is also very good. Not only has he been a prefect and head boy during his time at Hogwarts, he even got 12 OWLS. The two teamed up against the Death Eaters for a while, and they were still at a disadvantage. Greyback obviously didn't expect that two unremarkable people would have such fighting power, so he quietly retreated to the side and waited for an opportunity. Finally, when Bill made a mistake, he rushed forward and bit the opponent seriously. Although Greyback hadn't transformed, the wound he had bitten still carried a strong curse. The tables turned, and Professor Sprout was left alone. Just when Greyback was about to finish off the two of them, a spark exploded in the sky. Watching the huge dark mark appear in the sky, Greyback knew that it was time for him to gather with the others. The purpose of their coming here today was not to deal with these irrelevant people. Arranging for his men to block Sprout, Greyback turned and ran in the direction of the astronomy tower. The sound of apparition resounded in the village of Hogsmeade. Dumbledore looked a little brighter than before. He was at least not in the same dazed way anymore. "Oh, Albus, what's wrong with you?" "Rosmerta, I need to rest for a bit." Dumbledore's voice sounded very weak. If it wasn't for Harry's support, he might have fallen to the ground long ago. Madame Rosmerta did not ask the reason, but quickly walked into her shop with the two of them. Just when she turned around to get food for them, she suddenly saw the dark mark outside the window. "Albus, look." Harry followed her finger first. When he saw the skull mark with a snake coming out from its mouth in the sky, his heart felt very complicated. "Professor, the school seems to be invaded by Death Eaters." Dumbledore nodded, signaling Harry to take it easy. "Rosmerta, when did the dark mark appear?" "Just now," Rosmerta recalled, "just as I turned around to pour water." "Rosmerta, I need 2 brooms." "Oh, sure." Rosmerta waved her wand, and 2 brooms flew out of a room close by. Not long after, 2 broomsticks were in front of them. Astronomy Tower. As he looked at the 2 figures flying towards this side, Lucas, who was hiding under the cloak of invisibility, immediately lifted his spirits. In his magical perception, Draco Malfoy had come to the door at the top of the tower. Everything is ready. Now he's just waiting for the actors to appear on the stage. Dumbledore didn't keep Lucas waiting, and within a minute he landed in the tower along with Harry. "Harry, go and wake Severus up, tell him what happened, and have him come to me, go." Dumbledore ordered, leaning weakly against the wall. Harry nodded, and was just about to open the door leading downstairs when he heard footsteps outside. Dumbledore braced himself against Harry, and at the same time drew his wand and cast the disillusionment charm on him. "Harry, stand back and hide." Harry, who was in the invisible state, immediately retreated to the corner. Then he felt stiff all over, as if someone had cast a petrifying spell on him. In the next second, the door of the tower was knocked open, and a red light flew in the moment the door opened. Along with the red curse, there was a familiar voice, "Expelliarmus." Dumbledore, Harry, and Lucas, who was hiding in the dark, all turned their gazes to the wand in midair. Lucas knew his plan had worked. As long as he defeats Draco with the disarming charm, the Elder Wand will belong to him. Dumbledore withdrew his gaze, turned his back to the wall, and looked at the person coming. "Good evening, Draco." Draco stood there trembling slightly as he pointed his wand at Dumbledore, feeling a little agitated. Just thinking about how he just disarmed the greatest wizard of the century, just now was mind-blowing. Dumbledore said gently at this time, "Actually, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You are here to kill me, right?" Harry, who was hiding in the corner, showed disbelief in his eyes. He tried to draw his wand to help Dumbledore, but the petrification prevented him from moving. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from below, and Harry vaguely heard Bellatrix's voice. Chapter 329. Dumbledore looked down the tower, trying to see who was fighting below. "It seems that you are not alone. Who else is here?" Hearing Dumbledore's question, Draco hesitated and said, "Death Eaters broke into the school tonight, and it was I that let them in." "Oh, well done. I always thought this kind of thing couldn't happen, but you did it. Good job." Dumbledore looked away and adjusted his position. His movements made Draco very nervous. "Relax, you can see I don't have a wand," Dumbledore said softly. After saying this, he couldn't help frowning. It was obvious that he was in great pain. This made Harry, who was hiding, feel a little anxious. Dumbledore couldn't die here. Lucas has already left, and if Dumbledore leaves as well, he will have even less confidence in the future. Just when Harry was thinking wildly, Draco had finished talking about the vanishing cabinet and was now talking about the Dark Mark. As we all know, as long as people are killed by Death Eaters, they will throw the Dark Mark into the sky. So I specially cast the Dark Mark to make you think that someone died, in order to make you come back to school fast. I heard the movement and immediately appeared to cast a spell on you. Look, I succeeded, and now your wand is in my hand, and you can only try to take it back with your hands. Lucas rubbed his chin under the invisibility cloak. He has to say that Draco's acting skills are really good. Especially his arrogant expression, it doesn't look like acting at all. Just wait until his father hears of this, he will be very proud. He looked again at the second floor of the tower. He could feel someone hidden with magic, spying on the situation on the top floor. This magic power came out of the vanishing cabinet together with Bellatrix and the other Death Eaters. The purpose should be to monitor Draco and even Snape's behavior. If neither of them could kill Dumbledore tonight, the other Death Eaters would naturally strike. And this person, who has been invisible all the time, he is afraid that he will even take action to solve Draco and Snape. Tom is a prudent man, thought Lucas to himself. Then why haven't you done it yet? Dumbledore's voice came again. He paused for a moment and suddenly said, "It turns out that you plan to wait for your companions to arrive before doing anything. Are you afraid?" "No, I'm not afraid," Draco shouted angrily. Dumbledore sighed. "Draco, you are not a murderer, let's stop acting. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it right after you removed my wand, but you didn't. Draco, you must stand on the right path, don't worry. I can let someone hide you in a safe place. How about asking members of the Order of the Phoenix to bring your mother to hide with you?" Draco's wand hand trembled slightly. From Harry's perspective, he could even see it slowly sloping downward. Just at this time, the sound of footsteps came from below. Several Death Eaters in black robes ran up from below. "Look, Dumbledore is cornered and he doesn't have a wand. Draco, you did a great job." Bellatrix started laughing, and her hand with sharp nails patted her nephew's shoulder vigorously. Seeing Dumbledore's flustered look, the other Death Eaters laughed loudly. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore laughed along with them. His eyes swept over several people, and he mentioned their names. "Amicus, I didn't expect you to bring your sister Electo. It's very kind of you. When I see you, I think of Pine Caro in the Ministry of Magic. If I'm not mistaken, you are cousins. Dumbledore, don't waste your time talking. You will surely die today." At this time, a tall figure next to him suddenly spoke. There was a muddy smell on his body, and also a strong smell of blood. Dumbledore squinted slightly and looked into the darkness. "Is that you, Fenrir?" A figure came out from the shadows. It was the werewolf leader Fenrir Greyback. At this time, Greyback's mouth was still stained with blood, and it was obvious that he rushed over just after attacking Bill Weasley. "Dumbledore, I think you don't like seeing me." "That's right," Dumbledore nodded. "Of course I don't like seeing you at a place like school." "Okay, don't talk nonsense. Let's do it." Amicus rudely interrupted the conversation between the two. Seeing him draw his wand, Bellatrix immediately pushed him aside. "We have an order. It must be Draco. Have you forgotten?" "Draco, hurry up. Get rid of this old man, and then we can leave." Draco's hands trembled even more. He was pale and had no fighting spirit. Amicus was still teasing the weak Dumbledore, but suddenly there were bursts of explosions downstairs. Bellatrix glanced down, turned and urged, "Draco, hurry up." Several other people also looked at the platinum-haired boy. Draco was really a little scared at the moment. Lucas said that he didn't need to kill Dumbledore with his hands, and when it was time to do it, someone would come to help. But where is that person now? As he scolded Lucas in his heart for lying to him, Draco racked his brains to buy time. "Hurry up, kid." Greyback paid attention to the situation below. Hearing the voices from below getting closer, The Death Eaters were a little anxious, but Harry, who was hidden by the side, cheered happily. At this moment, the door through which Draco came in was opened again. Seeing that it was Snape, the Death Eaters dropped their wands. Snape were in trouble, Greyback grumbled. Bellatrix, on the other hand, stared at Snape and whispered as he approached, "Now it's time for you to keep your promise." After saying that, she took a few steps back. Snape came to Draco's side, put his hand on Draco's wrist, and forced him to put down his wand. When he turned around, his eyes on Dumbledore became extremely complicated. 20 days ago, it was also here that Lucas said that Dumbledore would come to find him. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the other party to call him to the headmaster's office. "You want me to kill you?" Snape looked at the old man in disbelief. "Yes, only you can complete this task, please, Severus." He still couldn't forget the look in Dumbledore's eyes to this day. He couldn't remember how he left the headmaster's office. But today he was standing here, and he was only here to keep his promise, both to Narcissa Malfoy and to Dumbledore. "Please, Severus," Dumbledore's eyes were begging. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. The Death Eaters thought he was coughing weakly. Little did they know that he just took this opportunity to eat the soul pill in his hand. As Lucas ordered, Dumbledore swallowed the soul pill whole. Then he felt as if he had been repelled from his body by a strange force. Dumbledore stood where he was, feeling strange. Especially seeing that his body was still talking, he found it even more interesting. Void grasp. A tearing force came from behind, and Dumbledore's soul flew around the corner uncontrollably. When he saw Lucas hiding in the invisibility cloak, his eyes widened in surprise. But Lucas didn't have time to catch up with him and took out the alchemical artifact prepared in advance to put Dumbledore's soul in it. For this alchemy artifact that can store souls, Lucas spent a lot of effort. The artificial soul controlling Dumbledore's body seamlessly connected and looked at Snape again, imitating a serious injury. "Severus, please." Snape took a deep breath. Under Harry's shocked gaze, and under the excited gaze of the Death Eaters, he raised his own wand. "Avada Kedavra," the soft whisper uttered the most ruthless spell. Dumbledore's pupils lost their color quickly, and a thunderbolt flashed across the sky. The headmaster's body fell backwards, falling down the tower as the Death Eaters laughed maniacally. The mortal enemy of their master finally died in their hands today. Everyone has already begun to fantasize about the rewards they will receive. Snape walked slowly to the side of the tower, looking at Dumbledore, who had fallen to the ground expressionlessly. Chapter 330. Harry hadn't reacted to the fact that Dumbledore was dead. Even if the magic that the headmaster cast on him had ended because of his death, he still stood there in a daze. The Death Eaters had already rushed down the tower and continued to fight the members of the Order of the Phoenix. Hearing swearing and rampant big laughs from downstairs, Harry moved step by step to the edge of the tower. Dumbledore was lying on his back on the cold ground, with a hint of disbelief in his wide-open eyes. Probably the professor didn't expect that Snape would betray him. A thought flashed through Harry's mind. Immediately afterwards, he recalled the scene of Snape casting the killing curse just now. "Bastard!" Harry roared and ran down the stairs quickly. Not long after he left, the void at the top of the tower opened up and Lucas walked out of the void carrying Dumbledore's body. How can an old man, who is over 100 years old, still be so heavy? Putting the body on the ground, Lucas muttered, "I hope it's fine." After that, he began to check over and over again. Going back to a few minutes ago. The moment Dumbledore was hit by the killing curse and fell off the tower, Lucas also followed into the void. As soon as the corpse fell into the air, Lucas tore the void and collected it. At the same time, a round black balloon appeared on the spot. The balloon inflated quickly, and with a bang, it turned into Dumbledore. The giggly came in handy at this time. Back to the present time. Confirming that there was nothing wrong with Dumbledore's old arms and legs, Lucas patted the old man's face and stood up. "I'm sorry, Headmaster. I will have to wrong you by having you stay here for a while." Lucas covered the body with the invisibility cloak, turned around, and disappeared from the roof. Under the pitch-black tower, Lucas stooped in the bushes looking for the Elder Wand. Not far from him, a group of members of the Order of the Phoenix were weeping around Dumbledore's fake corpse. "It's been a long time, why haven't they finished crying? It's too inconvenient for me to find things in the dark." Lucas was complaining in his heart when his fingers suddenly touched a long and thin wooden stick. Withdrawing his palm, looking at the strangely shaped wand in his palm, a gleam flashed in his eyes. "The Elder Wand, I have you at last." Although the Elder Wand has been found, it has not yet recognized him as its master, and a duel with Draco is required. Putting away the Elder Wand, Lucas looked at the weeping crowd in the distance. Shaking his head helplessly, he turned around and disappeared in place. With a sad expression on his face, Harry looked at the old man on the ground in disbelief. He crouched down slowly, brushing Dumbledore's eyes with his hand. "I must avenge you." Seeing the resentful expression on Harry's face, Professor McGonagall couldn't help asking, "Harry, what's going on? Who is it?" "Snape, I saw him use the killing curse on Professor Dumbledore." The members of the Order of the Phoenix widened their eyes in surprise, while Sirius jumped on his feet and cursed at Snape. Professor McGonagall said sadly, "We have suspected for a long time, but Dumbledore trusted him so much we didn't expect." At this moment, flames came from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. By the light of the fire, several dark figures appeared in front of Hagrid's hut. "They set Hagrid's house on fire," Remus explained to the crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow rushed out beside him. "Harry, come back." Sirius quickly turned into a dog and chased after him. Stimulated by Dumbledore's death, Harry actually ran very fast. Of course, Lucas, who was watching from the tower, thought it had something to do with the terrain going all the way downhill. "Stop!" A roar came from behind. Bellatrix turned around to check, and found that it was Harry Potter chasing them, so her eyes lit up. "It's just in time, I will get rid of him for the master." Bella had just raised her wand when Snape stopped her. "What are you doing?" "Harry Potter belongs to the Dark Lord. Only the Dark Lord can kill him. You don't want him to be angry, do you?" Even Bellatrix, this crazy woman, couldn't bear to be stared at by Snape's empty eyes, so she turned and walked towards her companions. Snape looked at the rapidly approaching Potter and said to the crowd, "You guys go first." Bella took out a portkey and motioned everyone to press their fingers on it. Draco took one last look at his old friend before being taken back to Wiltshire by the portkey. "He trusted you so much, why did you betray him?" Snape ignored Harry's questioning and knocked him down with a flick of his wand. But the angry Harry stood up again, raised his wand and said, "Reducto." Anger prompted the spell to intensify, and he managed to knock Snape back half a step. I didn't expect that the change of mood would make the spell so powerful. Lucas, who was watching the battle from the tower, muttered to himself. Speaking of which, casting magic in the world of Harry Potter requires the use of emotions. For example, the Patronus charm requires happy memories. The killing curse requires intense hatred. There are also many spells, which can be quite powerful if certain emotions are in place. For example, the Sectum Sempra spell, if you are full of hatred, it is not difficult to cut off a person's head with it. Of course, the magic power of the user determines the upper limit. Seeing that Sirius and Lupin had chased after Harry, Lucas knew that the fight was coming to an end. Snape saw the two coming, knocked down Harry again and used apparition to leave. This is the back door specially opened for him by Lucas, the controller of Hogwarts. Seeing it all end, Lucas stretched and walked over to Dumbledore's body. The matter here came to an end, but he still couldn't be idle. There was one more person he needed to meet before returning to Austria. A remote village in England. An old man with silvery white eyes was sitting in the house reading the latest newspaper. Suddenly, the void before him was torn apart. The old man didn't feel scared, but looked at the gap with a smile on his face. "Welcome, Mr. Grindelwald. Sorry to bother you so late, Master Ollivander." Ollivander shook his head and said, "If it wasn't for your reminder, I'm afraid I would have been captured by that man long ago. You not only reminded me, but also protected this place as a secret. My son and I are very grateful to you." While speaking, a middle-aged man came out from the back room. The moment he saw Lucas, a smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. To be honest, I came here to ask you to help me improve this elder wand. Ollivander took the wand doubtfully, after listening to some words whispered by Lucas. He immediately widened his eyes, and when he looked at the elder wand, his expression became very serious. Lucas didn't linger long at Ollivander's house. Waiting for him to leave, the Ollivanders immediately entered the workshop and began to improve the elder wand in their hands. When Lucas went back to school, he picked up Dumbledore's body again and sensed Nermingard's space coordinates. The next moment, he disappeared into the void. Austria, Nermingard. Lucas suddenly appeared at the door, causing the saints in charge of guarding to immediately go on alert. Seeing that it was Lucas, everyone hurriedly put down their wands. Leader. Lucas nodded with a smile and strode into the castle. Why does the man on the leader's shoulders look a bit like Dumbledore? He doesn't look like Dumbledore, it is Dumbledore. So the boss has brought Dumbledore back. No wonder the castle's defenses have been strengthened so much in recent days. Everyone likes to gossip, even the saints are no exception. Seeing that Lucas brought Dumbledore back, many members of the saints speculated that he was avenging the old leader. In fact, it is possible to understand this way. Seeing Dumbledore lying on the bed, Gellert Grindelwald frowned. Brat, what do you mean by this? Nothing interesting. The headmaster was injured a little bit. England is not safe at the moment, so I brought him back to recuperate here for a while. HMPH tilde, Gellert's expression was full of disdain. It's just a brat with a little more strength, but he actually made you spend so much time. Albus, you really got old. Yes, if you were willing to leave Nermingard, Voldemort couldn't do anything, and he would be defeated immediately. Hearing these words, Gellert Grindelwald's expression took on a hint of complacency. People often say old people become like children. Gellert, who is more than 100 years old, is like a child now. Lucas removed Dumbledore's soul from the alchemical vessel. Using the characteristics of the void grip, he injected the soul back into the body. Okay, he will wake up later. I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Seeing Gellert waving his hand, Lucas quickly escaped from the room. He had to get everything ready before Dumbledore woke up. Leader. Don't worry about me, you go to guard the pavilion. Lucas came outside Nermingard, drew out his wand, and started writing on the surrounding walls. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore is forbidden to step out of Nermingard Castle. He only can leave with the consent of Gellert Grindelwald or by defeating the rule maker. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore is forbidden from using magic in Nermingard without the consent of Gellert Grindelwald or defeating the rule maker. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore is banned from using apparition in Nermingard without the consent of Gellert Grindelwald or defeating the rule maker. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore is forbidden from using any portkeys in Nermingard without the consent of Gellert Grindelwald or defeating the rule maker. The Phoenix Fox is forbidden from entering the range of Nermingard, and it is prohibited to use space capabilities in Nermingard without the consent of Gellert Grindelwald or defeating the star dragon Medusa. Writing 5 spells against Dumbledore in a row, Lucas chuckled and returned to England. Nermingard, Gellert's room. Dumbledore frowned and opened his eyes. He remembered the last scene he saw, as if Lucas had captured his soul. Lucas. That little bastard is not here. A strange yet familiar voice came from the side. Gellert. Long time no see, Albus. Dumbledore reconfirmed that he was right and also understood where he was. Then he tried sensing the magic power in his body, but there was no response. He showed a wry smile, sat up and looked at the figure by the window. Chapter 331. When Lucas returned to England, Dumbledore's fake body had been carried back by the Order of the Phoenix. The students who got the news came to the hall one after another, and many people shed tears when they saw Dumbledore's body. Boom tilde. Thunder flashed across the sky, and light rain began to fall. It was as if the world was mourning Dumbledore's passing too. News of Dumbledore's death spread quickly throughout the wizarding world of England. It even spread to other countries at an extremely fast speed. Learning that Dumbledore was dead, ordinary people were devastated. They were sad for the passing of this great wizard, but they were also sad for the rough fate of the future. Lucas Grindelwald is gone. Albus Dumbledore is dead. The two most likely to confront and defeat Voldemort left them, so the blow to the British magic world was extremely heavy. Early the next morning, the Daily Prophet officially published the news of Dumbledore's death. Albus Dumbledore dies, bid farewell to the greatest wizard. Even the Death Eaters didn't continue to slander Dumbledore in the newspapers today. In Wiltshire, Voldemort looked at the newspaper in his hand, but there was no joy on his face. Looking at the rain outside the window, he sighed silently, as if he was also saddened by the passing of his only opponent. Barty Bella, tell everyone to get ready to follow me to Hogwarts in 10 days to meet Harry Potter. Yes, Master. The Death Eaters responded in unison. The impact of Dumbledore's death was far greater than imagined. Many parents come to Hogwarts. Apart from mourning Dumbledore, they were also preparing to take their children home. Hogwarts was no longer safe without Dumbledore. Even because of the presence of Harry Potter, this place has become more dangerous than other places. Parvati Patil and her Ravenclaw twin sister, Padma Patil, were picked up by their father early in the morning, and they didn't even have time to eat breakfast. Seamus Finnegan had a quarrel with his mother in the hall, as he insisted on attending Dumbledore's funeral. Finally, the mother and son reached an agreement and decided to go home after the ceremony. When Harry came to the Great Hall, there were much fewer people on the long tables than before. He came to Ron and whispered, "How is Bill?" "It's not life-threatening, but it will leave permanent scars, and Mum is crying in the infirmary." "Has Ginny been told about this?" Harry asked again. Ronald shook his head. "No, she hasn't contacted us since she disappeared with Granger, and we can't contact her either." Harry fell silent, took a piece of bread from the plate, and ate it bit by bit. "Have you found Dumbledore's wand?" Ronald asked suddenly, turning his head. "No, we searched all the bushes near the tower, but we didn't see his wand at all." Looking at the frustrated expression of his friend, Ron comforted softly. "Don't worry, with last night's weather it may have fallen to a farther place." Harry nodded, hoping that what Ron said was true. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and Dumbledore's funeral will begin the next day. Some well-known figures in the wizarding world will be arriving at Hogwarts one after another. Harry even saw Newt Scamander among the people. When the sun set, representatives from the German and French ministries of magic also arrived. The familiar Abraxan horses appeared in the sky again. Madame Maxime stepped out of the carriage and immediately threw herself into Hagrid's arms. "My dear, don't be sad. We are all deeply saddened by Dumbledore's passing." Fleur de Lacquer also came with the carriage. At this point, she has already graduated and has taken care of everything. Apart from attending Dumbledore's funeral this time, she was also planning to settle in England to pursue her love. Fleur looked around, but did not see Lucas among the crowd. "Mr. Potter, have you seen Mr. Grindelwald?" Hearing Luca's name being mentioned, Harry's face immediately became gloomy. "Don't you know, he has already left England?" Ron said even more angrily, "He is a villain. If it wasn't for him, Dumbledore would not have died." Because she was busy with family affairs, Fleur seldom paid attention to international news. Although she's not clear about exactly what happened, Fleur can be sure that that shrewd fellow Lucas would never leave England so easily. When she returned home this time, she had a thorough understanding of the development of the Saints group over the years. At the beginning, the two countries jointly seized so many stores of the Saints group, but Lucas did not give up. Even after a year of dormancy, he quickly counterattacked the Ministry of Magic of the two countries. He not only managed to make them let him reopen the stores in the two countries, but also gained a great reputation among the people. And he spent so much time in England, how could he give up so easily? Seeing that the two were still looking at her angrily, Fleur's expression immediately turned cold. "Although I don't know what happened, I do know that he doesn't seem to be from England. Why does he have to be responsible for the problems you have here? Does he become treacherous by leaving to avoid disaster? It's really inexplicable." After she finished speaking, She turned around gracefully and walked towards the forbidden forest not far away. She needs to take a good breath and think about what to do next. Just as Fleur's figure entered the outskirts of the forbidden forest, a silver-white flash suddenly appeared. Before she could react, she was already taken away by the flash. "Where's Fleur?" Madame Maxime looked at the crowd. Gabrielle de Lacquer pointed in the direction of the forbidden forest and said, "My sister said she would go over there." The next day arrived swiftly. Fleur appeared beside the carriage early in the morning. Compared with yesterday's uneasy and sad face, Fleur's face was full of confidence today. If it wasn't because the occasion was not suitable, she would have been smiling. Dumbledore's funeral took place on the side of the Black Lake, near the Forbidden Forest. This is Dumbledore's last wish. He hopes that even if he dies, he can still see Hogwarts. As the funeral began, Hagrid came to the crowd with Dumbledore's body in his arms. Elphias Doge, Dumbledore's classmate and friend at school, came in front of everyone. He wrote the eulogy for Dumbledore and read it on the spot. Harry was also immersed in grief, but at this moment Sirius came to his side. "Harry, Dumbledore's wand was found on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. I think it had been taken by some animal." Harry looked delighted and walked towards Dumbledore with the Elder Wand in hand. Putting the wand into Dumbledore's hand, Harry couldn't hold back his tears anymore. And far away, Draco Malfoy in a black suit was quietly watching the ongoing funeral. "I said, how long will you be sad, knowing that Dumbledore is not dead? Are you still like this? It's just that such a scene feels too real." Draco put away the sadness on his face and turned to look at his best friend beside him. "Why did you call me here? Let's duel." "Huh?" Draco froze for a few seconds. Seeing that the other party really drew out his wand, Draco took out his wand with a strange expression on his face. "Wait, why is the wand in your hand so familiar? It seems to be Headmaster Dumbledore's." Lucas waved his hand. "Don't pay attention to those details." Draco was taken aback again, not caring about the details. What should he care about then? Before he came back to his senses, he heard Lucas announce the start of the duel, and immediately afterwards, a disarming spell struck him. Everything happened so fast. Draco stared blankly at Lucas walking in front of him, smugly announcing that he had won. Then he stared blankly at the other side and walked into the distance. Until Lucas disappeared, he didn't know why he had called him here today. Draco Malfoy inexplicably picked up his wand, shook his head, and returned to Wiltshire. "Ding, congratulations to the host for being approved by the Elder Wand and getting 500 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for completing the series of achievements, 3 Deathly Hallows. Rewards, 1 diamond draw, 4 points of magic power." Returning to Helga's secret garden, Lucas immediately said to the system, "Use the diamond lottery chance." The diamond prize pool appeared, and countless treasures and abilities showed up in front of Lucas. After a while, a ball shining with diamond luster flew out of the prize pool. "Ding, this lottery draw is over. Congratulations to the host for getting Tiger Talisman Modified." Tiger Talisman. Lucas froze for a moment, then quickly looked at the description of the Tiger Talisman. Tiger Talisman Modified. Wearing it can adjust the different kinds of energy in the body so that the energy fusion balance does not conflict. In addition, the person holding this talisman can create a controllable clone, which has all the strength of the original body. Reading the description, Lucas froze for a few seconds. Unexpectedly, the anti-magic power that had troubled him for a long time was actually solved. Taking out the Tiger Talisman, he watched the little round talisman disappear into the palm of his hand. Then he suddenly felt that the conflicting forces in his body subsided. Thinking of giving it a try, he opened his arms, and the dark anti-magic power gradually covered his whole body. 10 seconds passed, and he didn't feel any discomfort. Lucas laughed softly. Then his laughter became louder and louder, and the anti-magic power on his body became stronger and stronger. The girls who were playing with unicorns in the distance suddenly felt a slight vibration in the surrounding space. All the saints in the camp also stood up, but before they could send someone to find out the reason, the world shook violently. This doomsday-like scene made everyone panic. Fortunately, the shaking only lasted a few seconds, but even so, the secret garden suffered considerable damage. On the mountain in the distance, Lucas wiped his cold sweat guiltily. He was overjoyed just now, and the anti-magic power almost destroyed the secret garden. I'm really looking forward to the next battle. Solving the problem of anti-magic power brought Lucas's strength to a higher level. Plus the 4 points of magic strength he was just awarded, Lucas' magic strength reached 89 points, reaching the peak of quasi-legendary. He was only a hair's breadth away from stepping into the realm of legend. At this moment, he was as good as Voldemort in terms of magic power. In terms of magic, he is definitely far superior to the opponent. And even without anti-magic, Lucas is confident of winning easily. Time flies and a few days passed. Hogwarts Astronomy Tower. Lucas was sitting here looking at the stars with his girlfriends. Although the secret garden is good, it is not the real world after all. Looking at the 6 girls chatting beside him, Lucas showed a doting smile on his face. At this moment, a flash of lightning shot into the sky from the direction of the Black Lake. The girls looked curious, while Lucas showed an excited smile. Because he knew that the electric light was from Voldemort. At the moment, he was probably delighted to have found the Elder Wand. It's about to start. What? Hermione asked curiously. The other 5 girls also looked at him. Lucas stood up, looked at the lightning in the distance, and said, "Our decisive battle with Voldemort is about to begin." Chapter 332. After Dumbledore's funeral, Hogwarts became more deserted. Most of the students at Slytherin House were taken home by their parents, while the other houses were not far behind. While feeling sad, Professor McGonagall consulted with the other 2 heads of house many times. "I think the school should be closed. It's too dangerous here now." Sprout and Flitwick looked at each other, reluctantly, but they knew that Professor McGonagall's words were correct at this time. Harry stood outside the office door, listening to the discussion inside in silence. The closure of Hogwarts is not good news for him. However, whether to close the school or not is not in his hands. What he needs to do at this time is to knock on the door and speak out his decision. Thinking up to this point, Harry mustered up the courage to go forward and knock on the office door. "Come in." McGonagall and other professors looked at the door that was pushed open. Harry, Professor McGonagall looked at the boy in surprise. "What's the matter with you?" Harry looked around at the people in the room and nodded slightly. "Professor, I have come to say goodbye to you." "Goodbye, the term isn't over yet, Mr. Potter." Harry smiled wryly. "Professor, I heard everything you said just now." McGonagall froze for a moment when she heard that, and seeing that she still wanted to persuade him, Harry spoke first. "Actually, we all understand that only when I leave Hogwarts can the students be safe. That way the school doesn't have to be closed. As long as no one defies Voldemort openly, he won't do anything to the students." McGonagall opened her mouth to say something, but after thinking about it for a long time, she found that everything Harry said was correct. As a professor, being so powerless about the current situation of her students, and them still having to stand up and protect themselves, it made McGonagall ashamed. "Harry, actually you." "Professor, don't worry, I will be with Sirius and the others. They are still waiting for me. I will leave first." Harry didn't even give McGonagall a chance to speak again. Looking at the back of her student leaving, Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly. "You go back first, we'll discuss the closure of the school later." The professors got up one after another and walked out of McGonagall's office in silence. The members of the Order of the Phoenix were gathered at the front hall. Seeing the arrival of the Savior, everyone immediately stepped forward and surrounded him. "Harry, let's get out of here. Hogwarts is very unsafe for you right now, and it is the same for the Prewett house." Harry asked puzzled, "Why is the Prewett house in danger?" After Dumbledore's death, the secret keeper will become everyone who knows the secret. This includes Severus Snape. Now do you understand? Remus looked around vigilantly. Even being in Hogwarts now couldn't make him relax. It was the first time Harry had heard of such a thing. Knowing the specific reason, he looked at everyone suspiciously. Then where else can I avoid Voldemort's pursuit? Of course you will understand when we get to the place. Now we need to go to Hogsmeade Village through the Whomping Willow, and then leave from there. Mad-Eye said in a deep voice. Since Dumbledore died, the members of the Order of the Phoenix are mainly led by Moody. Many major decisions are made by him. During the speech, everyone had already left the castle. Just as he was about to walk to Whomping Willow, Harry suddenly had a strange feeling and looked back in the direction of the main entrance of Hogwarts. He found that 3 figures were walking to Hogwarts from outside the door. The person in the lead was also looking at him at the moment. Severus Snape, Harry Potter. Both of them just revealed each other's identity in their minds, then withdrew their eyes and continued to do their own things. Hogsmeade Village. Dumbledore's death also had a certain impact on the Wizarding Village. On the deserted street, a group of people suddenly appeared. They were the members of the Order of the Phoenix, who had just emerged from the Shrieking Shack. Hogsmeade is not safe now, and no one can guarantee that there are no Death Eaters here. Harry mentally nodded in agreement with Moody's words. He could now point to someone under the imperious curse, Madame Rosmerta. Thinking of this, he turned his head to the 3 broomsticks. The bar that was supposed to be full of people and bustling was now closed. Looking from the only window, he saw that the bar was completely dark. He didn't know whether Madame Rosmerta was safe or not. Just as he was considering whether to tell the others about Rosmerta, he realized that they had filed in and entered the Hog's Head. This is Aberforth Dumbledore, Dumbledore's brother. Harry stepped out from behind Sirius. Looking at the old man with the same familiar hairstyle and beard in front of him, the appearance of the two is indeed similar. But Aberforth was a bit fatter. Okay, stop talking nonsense, the time is coming, Aberforth said impatiently. Harry was very curious about his attitude, because Aberforth didn't seem sad. Everyone followed Aberforth into a room, and he noticed that there was an old bucket in the middle of the room. There is about 1 minute left, you have to get ready. Everyone held hands and waited for the portkey to be activated. As time passed by, the surface of the bucket gradually glowed with a blue light. At this moment, Aberforth suddenly said, Harry Potter, my brother has sacrificed many things on his own initiative. Including our sister Ariana, she loved him so much, but... Aberforth shook his head and continued, leave this time, just find a place to live properly, don't get involved anymore. Just as he finished speaking, the portkey was activated. Moody stepped into the bucket, and everyone disappeared in the blink of an eye. Experienced the feeling of spinning again, Harry felt himself fall on a patch of grass. Smelling the dirt and grass, he let out a long breath. Oh, Tilda, Harry, you're finally here. Mrs. Weasley's voice came, and Harry felt himself being pulled from the ground immediately after. He looked around and found that his place of residence for the following future turned out to be a shabby house. Hey, buddy, surprised. Ron stepped forward and gave his friend a big hug. Ron, when did you come back? A little earlier than you, come on, everyone is waiting for you. Ron pulled Harry into the burrow. Everyone in the Weasley family was there, except for Ginny, of course. Percy, who was normally obsessed with power, also quit his job at the Ministry of Magic and came back to tide over the difficulties with his family. A smile spread across Harry's face. Because of everyone's presence, all the worries and confusion in his heart disappeared. Harry, come and see who this is. Sirius came over with a rectangular object. With everyone's encouragement, Harry lifted the black cloth above it. Dumbledore's figure appeared within the frame. He was admiring the distant scenery and the portrait. Feeling Harry's movement, Dumbledore turned around. Hello, Harry, long time no see. Harry didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. Originally, the magic on this kind of portrait would only take effect after the person died, but Dumbledore was an exception. Because his soul left the body, he did die once, so the magic product left behind after his death still took effect. It was precisely because of this that no one suspected that Dumbledore was faking his death. But who would have thought that Lucas had so many strange methods? Because the means he used were too outrageous, he even cheated the magic. Accompanied by Dumbledore's portrait, the smiles on everyone's faces became brighter. But Hogwarts was not so happy. Professor McGonagall looked at the appointment document in her hand, glaring resentfully at Severus Snape in front of her. Minerva, this is an order from the Ministry of Magic. The other two are Amicus Caro and Electo Caro. They were appointed as professors of defense against the dark arts and Muggle studies. The professors behind McGonagall were outraged. Everyone saw clearly that night how the Caros were among the Death Eaters who broke in. They also participated in the whole process of killing Dumbledore. But it's only been a few days, and the two of them are back at school with the man who killed Dumbledore. Want to get into school? Dream on. Professor Flitwick had a rare moment of losing his composure. You dirty goblin, I'm going to put you in Azkaban. Amicus walked aggressively towards Flitwick, but was stopped by Snape just halfway there. Minerva, Dumbledore is dead, you have failed. Resistance will only destroy Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall didn't speak at all. She looked into Snape's eyes and said after a long time, "Get out of the way, from today on, Severus Snape will be our new headmaster." The professors didn't understand why she did this though, but everyone trusted her. Feeling relieved, Snape led the Caros into the school. The following few days, the young wizards who remained at school were forced to be educated by the Caro siblings. Electo preached the theory of pureblood supremacy in Muggle studies, while her brother Amicus used defense against the dark arts as a training ground for Death Eaters. All kinds of black magic were taught to the students under his lead. Snape wasn't idle these days either. He found his former teacher, Horace Slughorn, and handed the potion's professor position to him. No one knows exactly what Horace's attitude is, as he seemed to have the same attitude towards the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix. One night, Harry was admiring the stars covering the night sky together with Dumbledore's portrait. Dumbledore suddenly looked away, shifting his gaze to the boy beside him. "Harry, you should go back." "What?" Harry froze for a few seconds, then turned to look at Dumbledore in the portrait. "Go back to Hogwarts, the people there need you and you need them. I know you still have a lot of doubts in your heart, go back, Minerva will tell you the answer." After Dumbledore's portrait finished speaking, he stood up and walked to the side. After a while, he disappeared into the frame. "Go back," Harry muttered to himself. Staying with Dumbledore's portrait these days, he knew that he had to face Voldemort. There is just no way to escape this. "Then I'll go back." Harry stood up from the grass holding the portrait. When he turned around, he realized that Ron, Bill, Charlie, and Percy were all behind him. "We've already heard, Mom asked us to go back with you," Ron answered first. Harry didn't say anything pretentious, because at this time, he really needs everyone's help. In the silent night sky, several apparition sounds sounded. Only when the sound ended did the people in the shabby house dare to come out. Mrs. Weasley's eyes were filled with tears. She knew very well what the children were going to do, and she knew that they might be in danger. But she couldn't stop them, and she won't stop them. Fred and George looked at each other and took a few steps forward together. "Then we're off too. Everyone, see you at Hogwarts." Before the twins could finish speaking, their figures disappeared in place. The battle between good and evil is imminent, so everyone is going through a tough time preparing and waiting. Boom tilde. The dark clouds gradually gathering in the sky seemed to indicate something. The rain was about to come, and the wind was hitting all over the building. This kind of weather added a bit of trouble to everyone's heart. Hogsmeade Village. Harry and the Weasley children apparated to the center of the village. As soon as their figures appeared, the shrunken human heads arranged around them sounded the alarm, and Death Eaters rushed towards them quickly from every direction. But Aberforth appeared to help them in time. Through Aberforth's introduction, Harry and the others knew that there was also a passage leading to Hogwarts in his bar. After a while, Neville Longbottom's figure appeared from behind Ariana Dumbledore's portrait. When he learned that Snape had become the headmaster, Harry sneered. "Come on, let's expose his true colors." Chapter 333. Harry walked down the long corridor, listening to Neville explaining what had happened at school these days. So the Caros also punish students in class. Of course, and they punish people with the Cruciatus Curse. After Neville answered, he introduced the tunnel. This is the tunnel they dug out of the room of requirement on the cue of Professor McGonagall, and it hasn't been long since it was completed. While speaking, several people came to a stone gate. As the door slowly opened, Harry saw the situation inside the room of requirements. This is... Seeing all the members of the DA here, Harry was dumbfounded, not knowing how to express his feelings. "Harry, welcome back," Seamus said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, he gave Harry a big hug. "Seamus, didn't you go back with your family?" "Yeah, but I thought you needed me, so I'm back, and it's not just me." Seamus took 2 steps back, turned and gestured to Harry in the direction of the crowd. He saw that the Paddle sisters were also among them, and many people who had obviously been brought home appeared here at this moment. Harry's eyes gradually became moist. At this moment, Dean said in a downcast tone, "Harry, what are we going to do next?" Harry's eyes froze. Uncover Snape's true colors and take back Hogwarts. "Then, do you want to find Professor McGonagall? We can only gather here thanks to her help." Professor McGonagall, Harry frowned. Dumbledore in the portrait also sent him to Professor McGonagall. It seems that she knows a lot of things that he doesn't. Harry suddenly remembered the Horcrux he got with Dumbledore. He didn't care at the time, but now the more he thinks about it, the more wrong he feels, so he took the Horcrux out of his pocket. He hadn't looked into it since what happened to Dumbledore. Only now did he realize that this locket was quite delicate. He opened it easily and saw a small piece of parchment inside, with only one sentence written on it. "Harry, go find Minerva." The parchment was signed by Dumbledore. Harry smiled self-deprecatingly. Sure enough, he remembered that Lucas had mentioned Horcruxes and a cave in the Shrieking Shack. It's just that he didn't think about that at the time. Just looking excited, he followed Dumbledore to find the Horcrux. "Headmaster, in order to eliminate Voldemort, you don't even care about having to give up your own life." Harry decided to go to Professor McGonagall right away. He must learn the whole truth from the other party. When he told the others what he was going to do, Neville frowned and said, "The closest thing to the room of requirement is the Ravenclaw common room. If you can meet Professor Flitwick there, maybe you can find a way to meet Professor McGonagall. But how can you get out of the room of requirement? The Carrows patrol the school corridors every night." After hearing this, everyone was silent for a while. Bill Weasley stood up at this moment. "Don't worry, I can cast the disillusionment charm on Harry. In addition, Ron and Percy are also going along, and Charlie and I will stay here to prepare for the future with everyone." Everyone was quite satisfied with Bill's arrangement. After the disillusionment charm came into effect, the 3 left the room of requirement. At this moment, Alecto just entered the Ravenclaw common room to check. Harry had left Percy and Ron outside after the door into the common room was opened, so he bumped into Alecto face to face. "Harry Potter?" Alecto, like her brother, had a severe hunchback, and her voice wasn't very pleasant either. Alecto saw Harry and didn't do anything right away. Instead, she pressed her right index finger on the dark mark on her left arm. Severe pain struck, and Harry suddenly entered Voldemort's thoughts again. He saw Voldemort in a long underground cave. This place was familiar to Harry, since he had just returned from there not long ago. Sensing the reaction of the dark mark, Voldemort knew immediately that his men had captured the boy who lived. Crack tilde. Voldemort apparated back to Wiltshire. At this time, thousands of Death Eaters had already gathered here and were ready to attack at any time. The few remaining Dementors in the wizarding world were all floating over the manor. And where they couldn't see, werewolves, giants, trolls, and Inferis were forming an army and moving towards Hogwarts ahead of time. Voldemort was very satisfied with his troops. He raised his wand high, causing a thunderclap to sound in the sky, and the noisy crowd became quiet. Voldemort said loudly, "Everyone, the opportunity to attack Hogwarts has finally come. Just now, our companions sent a signal that the boy is now at Hogwarts. Come on, let's meet him, and let everyone understand that Harry Potter is not the chosen one." Voldemort apparated after speaking. Thousands of Death Eaters also turned into black mist and disappeared in place. Harry was forced to cut off contact with Voldemort. He fell to the ground in pain, while Alecto held up her wand, maintaining the effect of the Cruciatus curse. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will hand you over to the Dark Lord." Feeling the heat in her left arm, Alecto laughed out loud. Just at this moment, an ethereal voice sounded, "Stupefy." The huge magic power not only stunned Alecto, but also sent her flying to the bookshelf in the lounge. Harry opened his eyes, only to see Luna Lovegood standing in front of him. "Mr. Potter, it looks like you need a disillusionment charm." Luna waved her wand, and Harry saw his body disappear in place. Without waiting for him to ask why the other party appeared here, Luna's figure disappeared, as if everything that happened was just an illusion. "Alecto, open the door for me." Amicus' voice came from outside the door, and his tone revealed anxiety. Just when Harry was worried about Ron and Percy, Professor McGonagall's voice came from outside the door. "Amicus, what is going on that makes you wake everyone up?" "Old lady, don't talk so much nonsense, open the door for me." Amicus clasped his left arm with his right hand and yelled at Professor McGonagall angrily. Seeing the opponent's actions, McGonagall's eyes flashed. "If I must, of course I can." After she finished speaking, she knocked on the copper ring of the gate, and the copper ring changed into the shape of an eagle, and a gentle voice sounded. "Where did the things that disappeared go?" "To nothing or to everything," replied Professor McGonagall. "Good answer." After the eagle-shaped door knocker finished speaking, the door of the common room opened. As soon as the two entered the lounge, they saw Alecto lying on the ground. "Damn it, what did these brats do to her? I'm going to ask." "Calm down, she's just passed out, she'll be fine," Professor McGonagall said after checking Alecto's condition. "No, she's done for. She called the Dark Lord, but she didn't catch Potter. We're all going to die. We'll become like the Malfoy family. Why don't we put all the blame on those kids?" Amicus came in and didn't find Harry's figure, and immediately became confused. The burning sensation on his arm reminded him that Voldemort was coming. "Catch Potter," Professor McGonagall demanded, frowning. "Shut up, it's none of your business. Don't forget that we have the final say at Hogwarts now." Amicus then spat at Professor McGonagall. "Crucio." The spell the hidden Harry shot was an unforgivable curse. Amicus, who was hit, suddenly passed out from the pain. "Harry, you shouldn't be here." "Professor, I can't stand him spitting at you. We should inform everyone as soon as possible. Voldemort is coming." Professor McGonagall nodded, drew her wand, and tied the Carrows firmly to the bookshelf in the lounge. In order to prevent the two from waking up and breaking free, she raised her wand again and pointed it at the two. "Imperio. That way we can rest assured." The two walked out of the common room, joined Percy and Ron, and walked towards the rooms of the other two heads of house. Unexpectedly, they had only reached the 4th floor and met Snape in the corridor. "Minerva, I remember that you are not scheduled to do rounds tonight. Where are the Carrows?" Snape turned his head slightly to the side to see if there was anyone behind Professor McGonagall. McGonagall raised an eyebrow and said, "Probably where you put them." "I have a feeling. I think they seem to have caught an intruder." "Where does this feeling come from?" Professor McGonagall asked curiously. When she saw Snape move his left arm, she suddenly said, "I almost forgot that you Death Eaters have your own secret contact methods. Minerva, if you see Harry Potter, you should." "I seem to hear something." McGonagall cut Snape off abruptly. Snape listened, but heard nothing. "I thought it was quiet." As soon as he opened his mouth, he saw McGonagall on the opposite side make a sudden move. The opponent's wand continued to slash in the air, and Snape hastily cast the shield charm on himself. The shield charm knocked McGonagall's blade-like spell back a bit. Snape was about to fight back when he saw this. Then he saw McGonagall controlling the torch on the wall to attack him. A flame rose from the torch and suddenly turned into black smoke in midair. Then McGonagall swung her wand again, and the black smoke turned into sharp daggers. Snape pointed his wand at the knight's armor behind him, Accio armor. The sound of clinking could be heard several times as Professor McGonagall's daggers were blocked by the knight's armor. Just as Snape was about to fight back for the second time, a high-pitched voice came from behind him. "You are not allowed to kill any more people at Hogwarts." Professors Flitwick and Sprout came running from a distance in their pajamas. Professor Flitwick's spell blew the knight's armor to pieces. Seeing reinforcements coming, Snape immediately jumped out of the side window. "Professor McGonagall, we have to lock down the school, he's coming." Harry came out from his hiding place and said while covering the scar on his forehead. "Well, everyone, you know, who is coming. After 20 minutes, you have to bring the students from your respective houses to the Great Hall. There's a passage there to take the students out." Flitwick and Sprout nodded, turned around and left for their respective houses. Harry followed closely behind Professor McGonagall, trying to ask the truth of what Dumbledore had said several times. But he was interrupted because McGonagall was too busy. Lucas was standing in Godric's vault, packing alchemical items. Most of the weapons here were crafted by goblins, and they will come in handy during this battle. He looked at the treasure room that had been looted by him and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Just as he was about to use the Void Fisher to leave, the Eye of Time opened automatically, and the battle between Snape and Professor McGonagall appeared in his eyes. Originally, they had planned for Professor Snape to reveal his identity at this time, help deal with the Carrows, and finally help Harry drink the spirit-purifying potion. But why didn't Professor Snape act according to the plan? The most critical question: how did Professor Snape actually change the future that Lucas had already seen? This really surprised him. "Professor, what the hell are you doing?" The future seen by the Eye of Time showed countless possibilities. Lucas frowned tightly. Perimeter of the Forbidden Forest. Lucas' figure appeared from a crack. He put the box in his hand on the ground, and then he could only wait in place. Not long after, the space in front of him rippled. 50 Saints arrived at Hogwarts by portkey. Each of these 50 members has the strength of an elite Auror. Lucas opened the box and asked everyone to choose a suitable weapon from it. After they were armed, Lucas drew out his wand and pointed it at the ground. Affected by the spell, the ground suddenly collapsed. When the dust cleared, a wide underground passage appeared in front of everyone. This passage was exactly dug out by the Acromantula in his second year, when he controlled it through the Imperious Curse. The other end of the passage leads to the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Medusa, take them in, help them open the door to the Slytherin Common Room, and then you'll go find Abernathy, okay? Medusa nodded, wagged her tail at everyone, and entered the passage first. Lucas blocked the passage again once everyone left. Immediately afterwards, he tore through the void and returned to the depths of the Forbidden Forest. At this time, thousands of saints were quietly waiting for his return in the depths. Chapter 334. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, Lucas strolled past his subordinates. At this moment, thousands of people were leaning against the thick trunk of some tree, sitting or lying down to rest. "Leader." Seeing him appear, the saints got up one after another. "Don't move, take a good rest." Lucas stopped. It is often said that compassion does not lead soldiers. But if you really want to send your subordinates to the battlefield, as a leader, how can you not be sad? Lucas is not that hard-hearted. But he will not make stupid decisions just because he is worried about the death of his subordinates. It's precisely because of this that, when he faced these subordinates who respected him so much, he felt even more sad. After this battle, he doesn't know how many of them will survive or how many people will leave their ranks forever. "Leader." A soft call came from behind. It was Andrew Holmes, leader of the werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. "Andrew, are you nervous?" The two continued to walk side by side, and Andrew, who was by his side, didn't answer Luca's question until they came to the place where the werewolves of the Forbidden Forest were stationed. "I'm more excited than nervous. I've been looking forward to taking revenge on Greyback for a long time." Lucas chuckled and said, "You will be the first to enter the battlefield, and if the support has not arrived at that time, the pressure and casualties." "I know, not only me, but my subordinates are aware of this, but so what?" Andrew stopped and turned to look at the blonde boy beside him. "Most of us were originally wizards, and we were forced into the Forbidden Forest after being attacked by werewolves. We were worried that we would not be able to control ourselves during the full moon, so we dared not step out of the Forbidden Forest until Dumbledore and you appeared. Dumbledore provided us with the right to live in the Forbidden Forest, and you provided us with the expensive Wolfsbane potion. Thanks to you, we could finally get out of the Forbidden Forest. Not long ago, I even took my clansmen to Diagon Alley." Hearing Andrew's words, the werewolves in the Forbidden Forest all showed happy smiles. It seems they were recalling the process of playing in Diagon Alley. The werewolves gradually gathered behind Andrew. "It's getting late, and it's time for us to set off, leader. See you at Hogwarts." Andrew left very coolly. The werewolves of the Forbidden Forest followed behind him, and they started towards the castle, talking and laughing. "Has Uncle Andrew left?" Luna's voice sounded from the side. Luca's responded, and looked away from Andrew and the others. At this time, the 5 other girls also came to Luca's. Watching the werewolves from the Forbidden Forest drifting away, there was a trace of sadness in the eyes of the girls. "Do you really have to do this?" Luca's understood the meaning of Cho's words. He sighed helplessly. "Tom will definitely not show his full strength at the beginning. If we show up too early, he will probably give up. But if we don't send people to support, the professors of the school and the members of the Order of the Phoenix may not be able to resist the army of Death Eaters at all." Andrew and the others, as werewolves of the Forbidden Forest, have a blood feud with the leader of the enemy werewolves, Fenrir Greyback, so their appearance on the battlefield will not arouse suspicion. After a simple explanation, he looked at Luna beside him. "How are things going?" "Professor Snape has left the school, the Carrows have been defeated, and Mr. Potter is already assisting Professor McGonagall to evacuate the younger students." "If that's the case, Tom should be coming too." Lucas looked at the night sky, his eyes gradually glowing with golden light. English Channel. When Abernathy saw the arrival of the Star Dragon, he knew it was his time to act. He turned his head to look at the young man beside him and said, "If the leader sees your current strength, he will definitely be surprised." Derek Walls scratched his head with a smile. This former clerk of the Ministry of Magic was exuding a powerful magical pressure at this moment. Seeing Derek's honest and humble appearance, Abernathy was very satisfied. Only he knows how harsh, and even hell-like, was the training the other party experienced in order to get his current strength. "That's right, hurry up and enter the quasi-legendary level before the start of the war. Your future will be limitless. Let's go." Abernathy patted Derek on the shoulder, and his body turned into a black mist and flew into the sky, disappearing without a trace in a blink of an eye. Derek followed. Behind the 2 of them were also thousands of members of the Saints. Ministry of Magic. Hughes took out his pocket watch and took a look, then stood up and said, "It's almost time, let's go." Pine Caro followed him out of the minister's office. Their target was the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, located on the 2nd basement level, which is now the base camp of the Death Eaters, with Yaxley himself in charge. As the 2 of them went through the offices, the people inside stepped out one after another and followed behind them. The same situation also occurred on the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors underground. These 3 floors were the Department of International Magical Cooperation, the Department of Magical Transportation, and the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Almost all of these 3 divisions are composed of members of the Saints. Crack tilde. The sound of apparition rang out on the high ground next to Hogwarts, and Voldemort's figure appeared. A large number of Death Eaters also appeared immediately after. Looking at the brightly lit Hogwarts castle in the distance, Voldemort raised his wand to announce his arrival to everyone. "Harry Potter." His high-pitched, cold voice resounded throughout Hogwarts. Even though Lucas and the others were deep in the Forbidden Forest, they could still hear his voice clearly. "I know you are preparing to resist." The originally noisy Hogwarts castle became extremely silent as the students who were gathering in the Great Hall looked around in horror. Voldemort's voice came from nowhere. This unknown method made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. "Your efforts are useless. You are not my opponent, and I don't want to kill you. I respect the professors at Hogwarts very much, and I don't want magical blood to be shed." Professor McGonagall looked serious as her gaze swept across the Great Hall, and she saw the panicked expressions of everyone in her eyes. "Hand over Harry Potter, and you will not be harmed. Hand over Harry Potter, and I will keep the school safe. Hand over Harry Potter, and I will reward you. You still have 1 hour to think about it. When midnight comes, I will order my men to enter the school." Silence. Hogwarts fell into complete silence. This invisible sense of oppression made everyone feel breathless. Then everyone turned to look at Professor McGonagall's direction. To be precise, they looked at Harry Potter beside her. The eyes of everyone made Harry feel a little scared, and he was about to step back when Professor McGonagall grabbed his wrist tightly. "Don't worry, I'm here." Professor McGonagall looked at the crowd seriously and said, "I know that your hearts are full of fear. You are afraid of death, and you are even more afraid of the person outside that you can't even mention his name. We have already taken effective defensive measures for the castle. Although it cannot stop the Death Eaters outside, it can delay enough time. Now you just need to obey the prefect's arrangement and leave the school through the secret passage in an orderly manner." After McGonagall finished speaking, she waved her wand, and 2 secret doors appeared on the walls on both sides of the Great Hall. "These passages can send you far away from Hogwarts. You can leave." "Professor McGonagall, what if we want to stay and fight?" Seamus shouted as he stepped out of the line. Immediately afterwards, members of Dumbledore's army walked out one after another. Some students who were hesitant at first also made up their minds at this moment, and stepped out of the group one after another to join the queue to fight against Voldemort. There was a wet gleam in McGonagall's eyes, and a happy smile finally appeared on her perennially serious face. "Filch and the prefects of each house, please take the younger students to leave through the secret passage." When most people who should leave had left, Professor McGonagall looked at the remaining students and said, "It will take some time for the younger students to leave the confines of Hogwarts. We need more time. Neville Longbottom, you take this trap to the wooden bridge on the east." Neville looked suspiciously at the palm-sized trap in his hand. "Professor, what is the use of this?" "You will know when you go. It was given to me by a friend." Looking at the magic mechanism trap, bridge in Neville's hand, Professor McGonagall smiled knowingly. "Professor, you know who." Lavender Brown was only halfway through when she saw Professor McGonagall signal her to stop. "You should call him Voldemort, Miss Brown." Professor McGonagall looked around at everyone and said in a high voice, "I know, you still have fear of him in your heart. Tonight we will face him on this familiar campus. Fear will only become our burden, and fear will only make people outside more proud. Please don't be afraid. I, the professors, and allies who are rushing to support will be by your side. Bravely call out that person's name, and tell Voldemort in this way that we will no longer be afraid of him, and we are ready to fight." Whether it were the professors or the students in the Great Hall, the fear in their eyes gradually faded away and a determined gaze took its place. Neville looked at the magic mechanism in his hand, turned around and walked out of the Great Hall with a few people. Watching the magic mechanism gradually cover the entire wooden bridge, the faces of Neville and the others were full of shock, and then their expressions turned into excitement. It seems that because of this magical mechanism, their chances of keeping Hogwarts are now much higher. In the Great Hall, everyone dispersed and prepared their own defensive measures, and Professor McGonagall removed a clear glass vial from within her robes. "Harry, do you still have a lot of questions after returning this time? This can answer you. Go to the headmaster's office and use the pensieve to watch it." "This is," Harry looked at the bottle in his hand suspiciously. "It's Dumbledore's tears." Harry immediately understood what the other person meant by that. Just when he turned around to leave, Professor McGonagall's voice came again from behind. "Harry." He stopped and looked suspiciously at her. "Welcome back." "Thank you, Professor." Hogwarts allies came one after another to support, and the first to appear were the students of Slytherin House. Wearing the wizard robes of their house, they came to the depths of the Forbidden Forest step by step. Other support personnel were also rushing to the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Voldemort on the high ground was staring at the Hogwarts castle in front of him. Aware of the futile resistance of the people inside, a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Chapter 335. On the high ground, Snape's figure appeared behind Voldemort. "Master, I'm very sorry. I didn't complete the task you gave me." No, Severus, you have done a good job. It was the recklessness of the Caros that ruined my plan. Voldemort said softly. 10 minutes have passed since he made the full channel broadcast, just now. Although the noise from Hogwarts could be heard, no one came out, which made Voldemort very dissatisfied. Lucius. A haggard Lucius Malfoy stepped forward from behind. The life in Azkaban made this elegant platinum-haired man become gaunt. Master, please order. Take some people and Dementors to patrol the Forbidden Forest, and don't let anyone escape from there. Yes, Master. Master, let me go together with him. I am very familiar with the environment of the Forbidden Forest. Snape said suddenly. Voldemort nodded, not taking his eyes off the castle during the whole process. Lucius chose several Death Eaters to leave with him. If you observe carefully, it is not difficult to find that these were all people who have been friends with him in the past year. Forbidden Forest. With the Dementors gone, Lucius and Snape looked at each other. Let's go, don't make him wait. With a smile on the corner of Lucius' mouth, he led the crowd to the depths. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, a lot of footsteps sounded. The Slytherin students rushed to Lucas first. Chief, all of the Slytherin house greets you. The ex-prefect Gemma Farley, who has already graduated, stepped forward and said. Behind her, there were not only students who were currently studying at Hogwarts. Even the students who graduated from the previous classes came along with their respective year chiefs. Thank you, Gemma. The voice just fell when the sound of apparition came from right in front of Lucas. We're not late, are we, boss? It looks like we came just in time. Each of the Weasley twins carried a broomstick in one hand and a large bag in the other. Those bags contained the alchemy props they have been researching day and night in the past few months. Welcome back, Fred George. George Fred. Mrs. Weasley's voice came from afar. The members of the Order of the Phoenix, led by Mad-Eye, also came to Lucas. I knew you didn't leave. Moody's expression was a little agitated. It can be noticed that seeing Lucas again made him very happy. Not only him, the same goes for other members of the Order of the Phoenix. Many of them were very sad when they learned that Lucas had left England. Sorry, I kept it from everyone for so long, but only in this way will Tom attack Hogwarts as planned. It seems that you and Dumbledore planned all of this. Bringing up Dumbledore, the members of the Order of the Phoenix looked sad again. Seeing their expressions, Lucas chuckled inwardly. He didn't know what expressions they would have when they saw Dumbledore appearing again after a while. But he was more looking forward to Voldemort's expression when he saw that Dumbledore was still alive. He didn't know if he would be scared beyond recognition. Ahem, Lucas cleared his throat and said, everyone, now is not the time to be sad. That's right for Dumbledore, for the wizarding world. It's a matter of success or failure. Mad-Eye was also fulfilling his duties as a leader at this time. Hearing what the two said, the members of the Order of the Phoenix put away their sadness, their expressions became serious, and their eyes became even more resolute. Clatter Tilde. The lake next to them suddenly started splashing water. The lake was not very large because it was only recently built. This small lake was connected to the Black Lake and was specially prepared for water creatures. The mermaid leader Marcus surfaced with two of his men. Not far from them, the Kappas that used to be intruders also appeared. The third group to arrive turned out to be the forest's magical beasts. This surprised the members of the Order of the Phoenix, who had just arrived. A howl came from around as the magical creatures that already existed in the Forbidden Forest came to Lucas one after another. They come in response to the call of the elf. As the creator's favorite, few magical creatures can refuse an elf's request. It's just incredible. Sirius looked at the magical animals kneeling and saluting Lucas all around, his eyes full of shock. He had never met anyone who could make the entire Forbidden Forest surrender, not even the old Dumbledore. But at the same time, his confidence in winning this battle became a little bit stronger. Snap Tilde. The sound of apparition sounded again, then more and more sounds followed as thousands of people suddenly appeared, shocking everyone. Abernathy laughed and said, "Boss, we are not late." Abernathy. The Order of the Phoenix exclaimed. Then they noticed the young man next to Abernathy. The sense of oppression from him told everyone that he was a quasi-legendary wizard. Before Lucas could speak, the space around him rippled and Vinda Rosier arrived from Austria by portkey. Counting Lucas, there are already 4 quasi-legendary wizards in the field at this time. The mountain that was originally weighing on everyone's hearts was crushed by these 4 people. 4 quasi-legendary wizards against 1 Voldemort. They thought that now there's no way they could lose this war, so the atmosphere at the scene became very active. The Weasley twins took the opportunity to sell their gadgets to the crowd. In just a short while, the 2 of them earned a little over 100 galleons. Mrs. Weasley pulled Ginny aside. It's been a long time since they saw each other, and the mother and daughter hugged each other and told how much they missed each other. Tonks played with a fake wand, looking left and right at the crowd around her. Lucas, is there anyone else we're waiting for? That's right, they're coming soon. Lucas looked towards the entrance and faint footsteps sounded. Then an old woman in a strange dress came in. Dumbledore said there was a meeting here, I'm not wrong. Welcome, Madame Augusta Longbottom. Lucas greeted her personally. The old woman was Neville's grandmother. Lucas didn't expect Dumbledore to call her. Helping her to find a place to sit, just as Lucas was about to return to his position, he saw the surrounding saints draw out their wands and put on a vigilant look. The sound of dense footsteps came. Looking at the tall pointed hats and the scary masks on the newcomers' faces, everyone present had their wands out. Stop it, it's our own people. Lucas turned his head straight to everyone. The Saints and Slytherins obeyed him and immediately put away their wands. The members of the Order of the Phoenix hesitated for a moment and finally chose to believe Lucas. But once the Death Eaters in front of them removed their pointed hats and masks, the members of the Order of the Phoenix immediately lost their composure. Lucius Malfoy, Severus Snape. The appearance of Snape caused members of the Order of the Phoenix to raise their wands again. Snivellus, you still dare to appear in front of us. Just in time, I will take this opportunity to avenge Dumbledore. Sirius jumped out of the line and walked towards Snape, wand raised. As a close friend, Remus will definitely follow up. As soon as he moved, Tonks and the others followed as well. Lucius, keeping Snape behind him, tried to talk. What are you trying to do? Didn't you hear Lucas? We're on your side as well. Who is on our side, Malfoy? Arthur Weasley walked out from the crowd. The enmity between the 2 families was not from a day or 2. It is not even a year or 2, but a conflict that has been forged for decades. When Lucius looked at Arthur, his eyes could not help but show a little contempt. It had already become his subconscious reaction whenever he met the red-headed man. This is great. There was an uproar at the scene as Malfoy and Snape confronted the Order of the Phoenix, while the rest of the Death Eaters had friction with the surrounding saints. Perhaps affected by this atmosphere, the Merpeople and the Kappas also clashed in the lake. At the time of the Triwizard Tournament, the Kappas killed a lot of Merpeople, and Mercus has always kept this hatred in mind. The scene became more and more chaotic, so Abernathy asked worriedly, Lucas, do I need to stop them? No, leave it to me. Lucas took 2 steps forward with a cold face. Stop it. 2 balls of golden magic power hit the ground, instantly shattering the ground under everyone's feet. Lucas's blow almost broke the magic barrier arranged in advance. If it was really broken, with so many people gathered here, Voldemort would have discovered them immediately. Have you all calmed down? Everyone stared dumbfounded at the blonde boy on the high platform ahead. They definitely didn't mistake the fleeting magic oppression just now. It was a powerful magic that only someone at the peak of quasi-legendary level could release. Chapter 336. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, everyone was impressed by Luca's powerful strength. Seeing everyone quiet down, Lucas took another step forward, hoping to make himself visible to all. I know that some of the people who came here today bear blood feuds with each other, and some have long-standing grievances. The Merpeople and the Kappas are naturally hostile to each other. If it weren't for the presence of Lucas, the 2 sides might have returned to the Black Lake to fight a long time ago. Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy glared at each other at the same time, while Sirius was eager to step forward and bite off a piece of Snape's flesh. Lucas, who was standing on the high platform, saw everyone's appearance. Even I was once persecuted by the Ministry of Magic of Germany and France, and almost had nowhere to go. At that time, I was thinking whether to lead the Saints to fight to the death with them. This idea started when I was very young and has been with me as I grew up. Even for a while, it became the goal I was fighting for, and what I wanted to do was the same as you know who is doing now. As Lucas talked about what he used to do, everyone's attention gradually focused on him. Hearing that he had such dangerous thoughts, many people broke into a cold sweat. Vinda and Abernathy bowed their heads slightly, as the eyes of the two became a little sad. Only they knew best how difficult the situation of the Saints was in the past. Many old friends bid farewell to this world forever during that period. However, when I came here, I got to know everyone, especially Dumbledore, and I learned a lot from him. Before Dumbledore went to die, I asked him a question, whether he was afraid of death. Whether it was the Order of the Phoenix, the Death Eaters, or anyone else who knew Dumbledore, they all looked up at Lucas at this moment. They were curious about what kind of answer Dumbledore would give. Lucas recalled the scene of that day and chuckled. He said he was afraid of death. Everyone was stunned. They all thought Dumbledore would say something more daring. But after hearing the answer, they felt it was just like him again. Lucas paused for 2 seconds and continued. But he also said that if his death can be exchanged for peace and tranquility in the future, he would be happy to die. When Lucas said this, his tone was very flat, just like when Dumbledore had answered him. But the feeling it brought to everyone was very shocking. Fear of death but willing to give up your life for the future, this is even greater. Behind the crowd, Aberforth Dumbledore, who had just arrived not long ago, froze in place. He could imagine his brother's expression when he said this. But it is precisely because of this that he is even more serious. Because Albus distributed his love to many people, even to all living beings in the wizarding world. But in this love, he seemed to forget his only brother. Lucas' speech continued. He looked around at everyone and let out a chuckle again. Perhaps this is the so-called power of love he often talked about. Dumbledore gave his love to the wizarding world, betting his life on a brighter future. He once asked me, with the rapid development of human beings, how long can the magic community exist? Everyone was shocked when they heard this question. Those who can stand here, except for a few old antiques, most people know enough about Muggles. Even Lucius Malfoy had a full understanding of Muggle technology under the influence of Lucas. It's just that everyone didn't expect that Dumbledore had already been thinking about the issue of survival. Lucas' expression gradually became serious as his eyes flicked across everyone's faces. Dumbledore asked me before he died, he asked me to protect this fragile wizarding world. At this moment, you know, who is watching Hogwarts not far away. But if the wizarding world is destined to perish one day, it will definitely not be today. Today, there are no enemies here. We or our relatives have all been harmed by him and his Death Eaters. As Lucas's voice became louder and louder, many people thought of the friends they had lost. Sirius thought of his stupid brother and his best friend James Potter. Mad-Eye thought of his comrades who had fought against Voldemort together with him, but unfortunately died. Madame Longbottom thought of her son and daughter-in-law. Snape thought of the woman he had loved for most of his life. There were many others. At this moment, they recalled the damage that the Death Eaters and Voldemort had done to them. Saints, Lucas glanced at his subordinates. Seeing the firm gaze in their eyes, he showed a gentle smile. Order of the Phoenix. He looked at the members of the Order of the Phoenix. After being named, their members immediately raised their heads. There was no hatred, no pain in their eyes, only anger towards Voldemort remained. Death Eaters, no, you should be called pureblood wizards. Lucius led the people behind him to draw out their wands, and saluted Lucas with Slytherin's unique etiquette. Madame Longbottom. The old woman wiped away her tears, smiled and nodded to Lucas. The people who came to help paid their respects to Lucas with various etiquettes. Magical creatures. The magical animals around lowered their heads miraculously, expressing their respect and allegiance to him. Lucas looked away from everyone and said forcefully, "Today, there will be no distinction between you and me. Today, let us fight for the future of the magic world. I ask everyone, please help me. I want to protect this world and fight for a bright future for the magic world." Vinda saw the aura of thousands of people present condensed into a rope. She looked at the young man, with his back turned to her with relief. She still remembers how he looked when he first learned his first spell. But in the blink of an eye, Lucas was already an excellent leader. How time flies. Grindewald, a saint, suddenly called out Lucas' surname loudly. Gradually, everyone started shouting, even the Order of the Phoenix and those pureblood families. After the speech was over, the originally scattered people became a single group. Everyone's goal is the same, to defeat the Dark Lord. The Order of the Phoenix and Madame Longbottom left first, while Lucius and the others returned to Voldemort to prepare. Hogwarts Castle. Harry walked out of the Great Hall with Dumbledore's memory in his hand. He couldn't wait to learn the whole truth. Just as he stepped out of the door with one foot, the sound of apparition came from nearby. "Harry, where are you going? Seeing how you are in a hurry, do you have an important task?" Harry looked at the twins beside him in surprise. "Fred, George, you are here." "It's not just us." Fred pointed to the door as members of the Order of the Phoenix walked in led by Moody. "Everyone," Harry's eyes lit up with hope. It turned out that the allied force that Professor McGonagall was referring to was the Order of the Phoenix. He should have thought of it earlier. Professor McGonagall also came out at this time, while Madame Longbottom also arrived with her people. "We're not late, are we? Where's my grandson?" "No, ma'am, Neville is preparing for battle. He is very brave." Of course, the old woman's expression became very proud. Harry stopped walking towards the headmaster's office. He was going to be with the Order of the Phoenix to hear what their plan was. It's just that he saw that there were only so few of them, and he became worried again. Remus noticed his emotions keenly, so he patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we still have reinforcements." After he finished speaking, he looked out of the Great Hall. Harry noticed that everyone was looking towards the door, so driven by curiosity, he also stared at the door. Boom tilde. The door was suddenly opened, and the students from Slytherin House arrived through apparition. Professor McGonagall didn't expect them to come back, so she said in surprise, "You." "Professor McGonagall, we are also Hogwarts students, and we can't ignore the difficulty now." The current chief of the 7th years, Marcy Flint, said. McGonagall was shocked to see the students apparate in. Students from the 3rd year of Slytherin could apparate independently. What that means, McGonagall knows all too well. So after hearing Marcy's words, she smiled happily. "Welcome back." Mad-Eye Moody stepped onto the podium. Standing where Dumbledore normally speaks at the beginning of a school year, watching all the remaining combatants. It is less than half an hour before midnight, and we must act quickly. We drew up a battle plan right now. Professor Flitwick, Sprout, and McGonagall, you each will lead a combat team respectively. You will occupy the 3 tallest towers in Hogwarts, the Astronomy Tower, the Ravenclaw Tower, and the Gryffindor Tower, where the view is wide and it is convenient to cast spells. I, Arthur, Remus, and Sirius will lead teams to guard the entrances. Now all the team leaders come forward. We are going to divide the teams. Everyone took action immediately. The leader of the divided teams immediately led the people to the predetermined position. Professor McGonagall handed over the team to a Slytherin student, and she came to the foyer. "I've wanted to use this spell for a long time." She raised her wand and shouted loudly, "Puritatum locomotor." In an instant, the stone statues on the walls on both sides of the hall came to life. And that's not all. The knight armors in the corridors of the castle, along with the sculptures of animals, also came alive. They lined up neatly and walked out of the castle. Walking in the front were those knight armors, holding sharp swords and maces in their hands, looking majestic. "Hogwarts is under threat. Guard the borders, protect us, and do your duty to the school." With the shout of Professor McGonagall, the sculptures moved more quickly. And in the courtyard, Moody was leading a group of people holding up their magic wands, pointing to the sky. "Pratigo Maxima, Fianto duri, repello inimicum, pratigo horribilis. White spells kept flying out from the tip of their wands as a huge protective shield appeared in the sky, and it was gradually closing to protect Hogwarts Castle. After the stone statues were in place and the shield was completed, all combatants moved into their positions. Neville and Seamus, along with some other students, were at the end of the wooden bridge, looking at the dark land on the other side. The Slytherins were assigned to the 3 towers, and they looked around vigilantly with their wands in their hands. In the castle's kitchen, more than 100 house elves were ready to join the battle with kitchen knives and frying pans. At the front of the house elf team, Creature carried his master's locket, his face full of hatred for Voldemort. Beside him was Winky, who also lost her former owner. On the other side of the Slytherin common room, a secret door suddenly opened, and an elite team of saints with goblin weapons came out of the Chamber of Secrets. In the Forbidden Forest, the werewolves were already in combat position, waiting for the Death Eaters to arrive. And in the depths of the forest, Lucas also led the rest of the team to the periphery. At this moment, the clock struck midnight. Show our strength and start attacking. Voldemort looked at the protective shield in front of him, his face full of disdain. Following his orders, countless spells began to fly into the sky, and they all had the same goal, pointing directly at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Chapter 337. The sky was full of spells like stars. Lucas took the girls to stand on top of a tall tree and stared at the sky above the castle. Honey, are they really all right? Lucas knew that it was the Order and the professors that Hermione wanted to ask about. With the current strength of the people in the castle, trying to deal with a huge number of Death Eaters is simply a dream. But Lucas is very confident. Don't worry, look, the big fireworks show is about to start. They looked at the castle and saw countless spells falling on the protective barrier, causing it to sway layer by layer. Combined with the magic light. From a distance, it looks really similar to fireworks. Compared with Lucas, who was quite relaxed, the people in the castle looked nervous at the moment. They didn't have the leisure to enjoy the fireworks. Everyone has only one thought at the moment, and it is that they hope the barrier can last for a while longer. Maybe it was Merlin who helped them, because the first wave of attacks by the Death Eaters did not break the barrier. It is one of the few magics in the magic world that requires multiple people to cast it. Like the finite spell, no matter what kind of magic it is, this spell can end it. And this barrier is supposed to be able to resist the attack of any spell in the world. Alastor Moody stood in the courtyard and stared at the sky, but his magic eyes kept looking around, carefully guarding against sneak attacks. Suddenly, his magic eyes stopped in one direction. Looking at Harry standing there, also looking up at the sky, Moody yelled gruffly, "Harry, do what you have to do." When he recovered, Harry looked a little embarrassed. After touching the vial in his pocket, he turned around and ran towards the castle. The 3 towers of Hogwarts, as the commanding heights, gathered a large number of defenders here, and the Weasley twins were among them. "George, are you nervous?" "A little bit, but I'm feeling more thrilled than nervous." The twins smiled at each other and looked at the cloth pocket behind them at the same time. The two of them have great confidence in the objects they made. Apart from the cheerful twins, most people looked nervous, because everyone didn't know whether the magic shield above their heads would be broken in the next moment. Looking at the dense spells raining into the barrier, anyone would feel scared. As the second attack of the Death Eaters came, everyone couldn't help but clench their wands tightly. On the east side of Hogwarts, a long wooden bridge connected the castle with the Forbidden Forest. Neville stood at the end of the wooden bridge, watching the situation of the castle not far away. At this moment, a large number of Death Eaters ran over from the Forbidden Forest. Facing the menacing Death Eaters, Neville took a few steps back subconsciously, and he wasn't completely relieved until he saw the few Death Eaters running in the front being reduced to ashes. The man who led the raid was Fenrir Greyback, the leader of the werewolves. When he saw what happened to his subordinates, he immediately signaled the people behind him to stop. "Come on, keep coming. I'll wait for you here, you ugly bastard." Neville twisted his body proudly and finally raised 2 middle fingers to Greyback. Greyback's eyes turned red as he gasped and shouted, "Boy, you can just get out of that turtle shell." Neville put his palm behind one ear. "What? Speak louder, I can't hear you." Although he knew that the other party was doing it on purpose, Greyback was still very angry. Now he can't wait to swallow the kid in front of him alive. "Very well, do you dare to tell me your name?" "I dare, my name is Rodolphus Lestrange." "Boy, you're kidding me," Greyback growled angrily at Neville. The werewolf companion behind him also let out a low growl from his throat. But Neville wasn't afraid of them. Anyway, with the barrier covering the school, Death Eaters would not be able to get in for a while. So he simply sat directly by the bridge, looking at the army of Death Eaters not far away with a mocking face. On the high ground in front of Hogwarts, Voldemort's anger became more and more obvious when he saw that his subordinates were still unable to break through the magic shield. "Trash, you're all a bunch of trash." With a big wave of his hand, he pushed Bella, who was casting a spell behind him. The Death Eaters stopped attacking one after another, looking wildly at the back of the figure standing in the front. "Master, please let us see your great power." Lucius Malfoy's words sounded just right. Voldemort looked at the Elder Wand in his hand. He hadn't used it well since he got it. Whether the power of this magic wand is as powerful as the rumors, he will know once he tries it this time. "Tilda!" Voldemort yelled, swinging his wand, and a dazzling lightning flashed from the tip of the wand. The magic protective barrier was severely damaged and gradually began to shatter from the top. Voldemort looked at the wand in his hand, feeling the power it brought him, and the expression on his face became more and more excited. "Ha-ha, Tilda!" With a loud laugh, he attacked even harder. The speed at which the barrier was damaged accelerated, and it seemed that it was about to be completely shattered. Everyone in the castle knew it. Once this barrier fails, hundreds of Death Eaters will flock to the school. Everyone looked at the people around them with determined expressions on their faces. Since they chose to participate in this war, they never thought that they could go back alive. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, when he saw the extremely dazzling electric light in the distance, Lucas on the canopy frowned. He was worried that if Voldemort used his wand so much, it would crack like in the original book. "Tusk, if you break the wand, see how I will deal with you." Hermione turned around and asked, "What are you muttering about? Who are you going to deal with?" "It's nothing, just keep watching. The all-out war is about to start." Boom, Tilda. The barrier was finally broken by Voldemort. This was probably the first time someone broke such a barrier, casted by multiple wizards with personal strength. Voldemort's formidable power was daunting. The Death Eaters cheered, and following Voldemort's order, they turned into black mist and rushed towards Hogwarts. East Wooden Bridge. Before the mocking expression on Neville's face was put away, he saw the barrier falling down like a pile of burning debris floating down from the sky. Seeing that the werewolf in the distance took a step forward cautiously, Neville smiled awkwardly at him. What's your name again?" "Boy, I decided not to kill you. I will turn you into a werewolf and torture you every day." Greyback waved his hand, and hundreds of Death Eaters shouted and rushed towards the wooden bridge before him. Neville hurried to the other side of the bridge. On the other end, Seamus and others were anxiously waiting for Neville's return. But when they saw a large number of Death Eaters following him, their faces were full of shock. What the hell did Neville do? Why are those Death Eaters looking like they want to eat him? "Don't worry about it so much, start the mechanism quickly." Seamus frantically waved his wand according to the instructions in the manual of the magic mechanism. At the same time, he uttered the corresponding incantation out loud. Suddenly, a red light flashed across the wooden bridge. The speed of the red light was so fast that if Seamus and the others hadn't been watching closely, they would have missed it. In the manual, the red light flashing quickly means that the mechanism is activated. Seamus put away the manual and stared at the wooden bridge with the others, waiting to see what the mechanism would look like after it was activated. Professor McGonagall had made it very clear when she handed over this mechanism to Neville. This magic mechanism is very powerful, but she doesn't know exactly how powerful it is, so they were very curious of what it was capable of. By this time, Neville was halfway through the wooden bridge. Seeing his companions still dazed at the bridge, Neville shouted angrily. "Why are you still dazed? Activate the mechanism quickly." Seamus spread his hands to indicate that he had already done it, but the bridge didn't respond. At this moment, the Death Eaters suddenly shot out several spells that were absorbed into a big net, and then the net quickly rushed at Neville. At the same time, Andrew in the Forbidden Forest also made preparations with his clansmen. Seeing Greyback standing where he was and not stepping on the wooden bridge, Andrew's eyes gradually turned red. "The day has finally come, folks, let's take our revenge." With a howl like wolves, a group of werewolf wizards ran out of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 338. Neville looked at the attacking net and felt a chill in his heart. If he knew that this trap was designed like this, no matter what McGonagall said, he would not go to the bridge to set it up. Right now there was a dangerous-looking magic net in the front and an army of Death Eaters in the back. And he, who was caught in the middle, felt desperate. He even glanced down the bridge to estimate his chances of surviving the jump. But seeing the bottomless abyss under the bridge, he timidly looked away. At this moment, the large, glowing magic net was about to reach him, so Neville stopped in his tracks, closed his eyes, and waited to die. But even after a long time passed, he didn't feel anything hit his body. In the direction of the castle, Seamus and the others could see clearly from the bridgehead. The large magic net suddenly spread out when it approached Neville, as if a door opened in the middle of the net. "Neville, why are you still standing there? Why don't you hurry over here?" Hearing the call of companions, Neville glanced back hastily. "I only saw that the cursed net continued to move towards the other end of the bridge, and for some reason hadn't touched him. He was right in front of the Death Eaters, so he couldn't care less about continuing to observe them." All he heard was a terrified cry from behind. In just a few seconds, the sound behind him stopped abruptly. Neville ran back to the start of the bridge, seeing Seamus and the others staring dumbfounded. He followed everyone's line of sight to look at the wooden bridge and found that the group of Death Eaters who had just been chasing after him had stopped in place. A strong wind blew from the abyss. The wooden bridge creaked, and those Death Eaters were like dandelions, scattered into thousands of pieces by the wind. Neville was so startled that he couldn't speak for a long time. It turned out that he really wandered around before the gate of hell. "Thanks, Professor McGonagall." Thousands of words finally converged into this sentence. Immediately afterwards, excited smiles appeared on the faces of Neville, Seamus, and others. If every attack on the wooden bridge can exert such a powerful counterattack, then holding the east side of the castle will not be a problem. At this time, Lucas, who was arranging his troops, suddenly looked in the direction of the wooden bridge. Just now, the system suddenly popped up with a lot of kill prompts. In a few seconds, his achievement points increased by more than 40,000. Where is Andrew now? In the Forbidden Forest on the east side of the castle, our people detected the werewolf leader Fenrir Greyback appearing in front of the wooden bridge, and Andrew must have taken his people there. Lucas frowned slightly and finally sighed. In front of the wooden bridge, Greyback saw more than 100 of his men dying, and his face flushed with anger. But at this moment, the Death Eaters were so frightened that no one dared to move forward. "Idiots, keep attacking. How can such a powerful mechanism trap be used multiple times? You have to be smarter. Attack whoever doesn't dare to step forward. I will tell the master his name. You should know what will happen if you anger him." Mentioning Voldemort really helped. The Death Eaters standing at the front were pushed onto the wooden bridge by the people behind. Walking all the way to the middle of the bridge, they finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the spell net just now did not appear again. Unburdened, cruel smiles reappeared on the faces of these Death Eaters. "Kill!" They didn't know who yelled first. The Death Eaters swarmed onto the wooden bridge and rushed towards Neville and the others at the other end. "Neville, is this mechanism trap a one-off thing?" Parvati looked at Neville Longbottom with an expression of despair. Seeing the Death Eaters getting closer, Neville's forehead was covered with sweat. "It shouldn't be. If it's a one-off, Professor McGonagall would have definitely reminded me. But why hasn't it responded yet? We are about to enter the range of the enemy's spell attack." Parvati clenched her wand tightly, and looked nervously at the Death Eaters who were approaching their side of the bridge. In this moment of crisis, the wooden bridge mechanism was activated again. This time it was not so bloody, but the bridge deck suddenly disappeared. The unsuspecting Death Eaters who stepped on empty air fell, screaming and falling into the abyss below. This time the mechanism was activated, and by the way, the remaining corpses from the previous wave were also cleaned up. The strong smell of blood on the bridge deck also gradually dissipated. The werewolf leader Greyback was surprised this time. He really has too little knowledge this time. He has been in the magic world for so many years, not to mention seeing such a trap, but he has never even heard of it. Neville and the others cheered happily, and he even used the sonorous spell to shout at the other side. "Hey, Death Eaters, I advise you to give up. You will never be able to cross this bridge." Although Neville said so, his eyes looked around from time to time. He was afraid that some Death Eaters would suddenly apparate and catch himself, and the others by surprise. Fortunately, the people Greyback brought were either hooligans or some unorthodox werewolves. Almost none of them can use apparition. Those people are the elite among the Death Eaters, and they are all fighting the Order of the Phoenix on the frontal battlefield. Greyback saw the loss of hundreds of people again, and the bean-sized sweat beads on his forehead slipped down his temples. If Voldemort knew that he had lost hundreds of people and hadn't even crossed a wooden bridge, what awaited him would be only a killing curse to the face. "Attack, let's attack again." Greyback's voice became exasperated. At this moment, apart from being afraid of Voldemort, what he wants to do the most is to grab that foul-mouthed kid opposite and chop him into pieces. "Leader, maybe we should attack from another place." "What did you say?" Greyback looked angrily at the speaker. Without waiting for the other person to answer, he stepped forward and bit off his neck. "Listen to me, everyone, this wooden bridge must be captured today." "Awatilda." Greyback had just finished speaking when a wolf howl sounded behind him. He didn't care, thinking that some of his subordinates had done it to cheer up. This time Greyback only left dozens of werewolves around, and he drove the rest to the wooden bridge. The Death Eaters on the bridge were completely desperate, but if they retreated, they would be killed by Greyback and his werewolf army. To move forward, they have to face unknown traps. These people looked ruthless and finally chose to move forward. The trap may be terrible, but it is still unknown whether there will be a third one. And if they step back, they will surely die. Seeing the choices made by the Death Eaters, Greyback nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, his keen sense of hearing made him detect the sound of footsteps coming from the forbidden forest behind him. Turning his gaze to the rear, he saw dozens of people running out of the forbidden forest holding wands and weapons. It turned out to be him. Seeing Andrew Holmes running at the front, Greyback showed a playful smile. In the past, Andrew was chasing him everywhere, wanting to seek revenge from him. But every time without exception, he was wounded by Greyback. But when the injury recovers, Andrew would persevere and come to him again. Greyback thought that keeping him alive would add some spice to his mundane life. So Andrew was released many times until he disappeared and never appeared again. Come on, kill him and his werewolves. It could be seen that Greyback didn't take Andrew seriously, and after giving orders to his men, he turned his attention to the bridge deck. At this point, the Death Eaters ran across the middle of the wooden bridge again. Every next step may trigger the magic mechanism. With the experience of the previous 2 times, these desperados were ready to rush to the other side of the wooden bridge with their fastest speed. Just as all the Death Eaters stepped onto the bridge, the third activation started. Under the gaze of Neville and others, the wooden bridge seemed to be alive, and every plank and rope on the bridge seemed to have life. Ropes bound the Death Eaters, and the planks started to be reassembled. Even standing was a luxury for the Death Eaters. "What is this? Help! Forgive me! For the Dark Lord!" Shouts came one after another, but soon these voices disappeared. They saw a wooden ball tied with several ropes. The surface of the ball was covered with spikes, and most of these spikes go deep into the inside of the ball. A large amount of dark red blood flowed out from the gap between the planks. Neville and the others swallowed their saliva, the original mighty army of Death Eaters. At this moment, only the dozens of werewolves on the opposite side of the bridge were left. And those werewolves looked more ominous. Neville, let's go back first. They won't be able to make it here for a while. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, the battle for the wooden bridge had just ended when Lucas received the news here. In fact, there is no need for others to report. Just the achievement points as high as 140,000 can reflect the situation over there. How about the frontal battlefield? A large number of Death Eaters poured into the Hogwarts courtyard. The courtyard buildings were severely damaged, and the defense group of the Astronomy Tower was defeated. Lucas frowned, and his eyes immediately turned gold. Hogwarts grounds. As the barrier was broken, a large number of Death Eaters flocked to Hogwarts from the Highlands. Some Death Eaters used apparition to speed up their attack. Dark mist flying all over the sky. As soon as the two sides started fighting, the buildings and the courtyard kept being destroyed. It was hard to block these people. Then a large number of Death Eaters poured in from the stone bridge at the main entrance holding their wands. Chapter 339. Hogwarts Stonebridge. As the principal entrance to the school. At this time, it was full of stone statues and suits of armor. Like Professor McGonagall said, they guard the borders and are Hogwarts' first line of defense. Damn it, what the hell is going on with these stone statues? A group of Death Eaters were surrounded by stone statues and knight armors, and their spells had no effect on them. The spell McGonagall used to animate those statues can only be used when Hogwarts is in a real crisis. The moment the magic takes effect, stone statues, knight armors, and animal sculptures will all be covered with a magical shell. How can ordinary statues protect Hogwarts Castle if they can be knocked down with a single spell? A large number of Death Eaters crowded on the stone bridge. Statues and armors raised spears and swords, and every sweep carried away hordes of Death Eaters. Seeing their attack being blocked, Voldemort waved his hand, and several giants of about 6-7 meters tall strode towards the stone bridge. At the same time, the first Death Eaters to apparate into the courtyard were already battling the guards. Avada Kedavra, Reducto, Crucio, Bombarda. The courtyard was full of people fighting in groups, and the dark arts were constantly being used, especially the killing curse, because everyone wants to kill their opponents with one blow. Moody guarded the gate to the castle firmly. Wherever the blue magic eye looked, the light of the killing curse followed closely. In the sky, the Death Eaters who turned into black mist tried their best to get close to the 3 high towers. Barty Crouch Jr. led a small team through layers of spells, and finally broke through the wall of the Astronomy Tower. Avada Kedavra. The green light illuminated the entire Astronomy Tower. As the defender of the Astronomy Tower, Professor Sprout didn't retreat half a step even if the Death Eaters broke in. The magic plants brought by Professor Sprout began to work. A large number of devil snares were spread on the wall. Whenever a Death Eater approached them, these plants would quickly bind them. Every so often, a Slytherin student would appear. Avada Kedavra. Luca's basic requirement when training them was for them to become proficient in the killing curse. It was only at this moment that the Snake House students understood Luca's painstaking efforts. The battle on the Astronomy Tower was in a state of anxiety. Without the support of one tower, the control of the sky by the other 2 towers has been weakened so more Death Eaters could apparate into the campus. Under the Astronomy Tower, Pansy Parkinson, Theodore Knott, Blaise Zabini and others were guarding the entrance to the tower. Angus Selwyn next to them said impatiently, "Just pretend. I think we should go up from here and sneak up on those Order of the Phoenix bastards." Pansy and the others were expressionless, looking at the figure in the middle of the team wearing a black cloak. Sneak attack. The person took off its hood, and dazzling platinum blonde hair color appeared in front of everyone. Draco said playfully, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in playing with you anymore." "What do you mean?" Angus asked with a frown. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a magic wand pointing at himself. "Malfoy you." Avada Kedavra. A green light flashed, and the heir of the Selwyn family left this world forever. Pansy, Blaze, Theodore, Goyle, Crab, let's go back to our classmates. Several people chuckled and looked at the astronomy tower. Just then, Barty Crouch, Jr. suddenly jumped off the tower. Seeing him turning into black mist and falling in the courtyard, Draco's expression became extremely ugly. Go and help the people above. I'll meet an old friend for a while. Some grudges should be avenged. Seeing Barty in the distance, Pansy and the others immediately understood the meaning of Draco's words. Draco would always be ashamed when someone mentioned the time he was turned into a ferret. Today, he finally had the chance to take revenge on the other party. Bang tilde. As soon as Draco came to the courtyard, there was a loud noise behind him. Turning around, he saw a raging fire on the top of the astronomy tower and a large number of bricks falling from the sky. The astronomy tower finally fell under the siege of a large number of Death Eaters. Professor Sprout brought her team to the courtyard and joined the fight there. Forbidden Forest. Lucas and others have been paying attention to the situation of the castle. Seeing the astronomy tower collapse in flames, the eyes of the girls suddenly became anxious. Lucas, isn't it time yet? Lucas shook his head lightly. His eyes were on the high ground where Voldemort was. We have to wait a little bit more. We must wait until they all enter Hogwarts. He held the Hogwarts badge tightly with his hands behind his back. If they want to catch them with their pants down, they have to wait for Voldemort to enter the arena. When he brought Nagini into the range of Hogwarts, the counterattack could officially begin. On the east side of the castle, the fierce battle continued. There were more than 100 people on both sides, except for a few who were wizards before becoming werewolves. Most didn't know much about magic. Greyback joked to Andrew with great interest. It's been a long time. What are you doing here with these defective products? Are you trying to die? Andrew clenched his wand tightly. The anger in his eyes seemed to turn into flames and spew out. Fenrir Greyback, I'll definitely kill you this time. Andrew's words sounded like a joke to Greyback. I remember that your name seems to be Andrew, right? I am very satisfied with the joke you told, so I decided to wring your head off and take it back as a souvenir. Greyback rushed towards Andrew ferociously. And Andrew, who was caught off guard, was sent flying as soon as he raised the wand in his hand. The two started scuffling together in an instant, blending into the surrounding battle situation. Lucas had learned before that werewolves in the Forbidden Forest were mostly poor people who were attacked and forced to transform into werewolves. They may have been just ordinary wizards before, but a lot of them weren't even wizards. Most of them thought werewolves were just made-up creatures from horror stories, until they turned into werewolves after meeting Greyback. Perhaps there had been an altercation, or perhaps it had been Greyback's whim, but most of these poor wizards or ordinary muggles were turned into werewolves by him. The wizarding world has serious discrimination against werewolves. Just like Lupin, before joining the Order of the Phoenix, his life was quite bad. He could only find some odd jobs for a few days or a week to earn low wages. Don't forget, Lupin is a very good and powerful wizard in addition to being a werewolf, but even so, his life was difficult. So what kind of life did people like Andrew have to live in the past? Lucas didn't ask and didn't even think about it. So the werewolves of the Forbidden Forest hated Greyback and his werewolf legion to death. The Forbidden Forest werewolves, from the moment they walked out of the Forbidden Forest, never thought that they would come back alive. You madman! A Death Eater werewolf looked at the werewolf from the Forbidden Forest, who was still biting him even with his stomach pierced, and finally felt afraid. He kicked the Forbidden Forest werewolf hard, knocking him to the ground. Then he looked around and found out that he was not the only one who encountered a lunatic who was not afraid of death. He was even lucky in it. Looking at those enemies, who even if they died drag their opponents to die together, he felt cold all over. Crazy, you're all crazy. Just when he turned around to run away, an enemy covered in blood stood in front of him. Seeing that the stomach of the enemy in front of him was cut open, the werewolf began to beg for mercy. Leave me alone, I've never bit anyone. Damn all werewolves. The voice of the Forbidden Forest werewolf was weak, but her strength was not small. The Death Eater werewolf, whose throat was bitten, couldn't figure out why a seriously injured person would have so much strength. Greyback held Andrew's neck as he pushed him against the ground. Seeing his men being dragged to death by those defective products, he was very angry. "Trash, do you think you can defeat me like this? I am a born werewolf, how can you, a piece of trash, compare to me?" Andrew's face flushed, and his breathing became more and more difficult. With all his strength, he tilted his head slightly, and seeing that his people were not afraid of death, he suddenly laughed. "Greyback, I really can't beat you, but it's not so easy for you to kill me." Greyback was taken aback for a moment, and when he realized that something was wrong, Andrew's right hand had already grabbed the wand that had fallen to the ground. It turned out that when the two were fighting, Andrew deliberately approached his wand. Greyback's eyes showed horror. His sharp fingers instantly pierced Andrew's chest, trying to kill him before the other party could say the spell. Avada Kedavra. The dazzling green light, filled with Andrew's hatred, engulfed Greyback. The only known born werewolf in this world probably never thought that he would leave this world in such a way. Chapter 340. East side of Hogwarts, outside the Forbidden Forest. Only a few people know that there was a big battle between werewolves here. Andrew knew he didn't have much time left, so he pushed Greyback's body aside. Since the opponent's fingers were still stuck in his chest, this move almost killed him on the spot. Andrew opened his mouth wide and let out a silent cry of pain, but thinking of his clansmen, he struggled to get up from the ground. At this moment, the sound of fighting around had already stopped. Andrew, whose face was covered in blood, wiped his face with his sleeve, and when he saw the surroundings clearly, his eyes were full of shock, sadness, and a hint of relief. Most of the werewolves in the Forbidden Forest were ordinary muggles without training, so they were naturally at a disadvantage when facing the bloodthirsty werewolf army of Greyback. But they chose to drag the enemy to die together in such a tragic way. Andrew laughed lowly. "That's good, at least I'm relieved." Seeing the blood pouring from his chest, he knew that his life was coming to an end. Finally, at the end, he looked deep into the ancient Forbidden Forest and old memories flashed in his mind. From a group of strangers who didn't know each other, they gradually formed a harmonious big family. Andrew also remembered the time when he was elected as the patriarch. Tilda, he chuckled lightly, with relief in his tone. He seemed to see everyone on the edge of the Forbidden Forest waiting for him to go back. He slowly closed his eyes. May there be no more werewolves in this world. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, the Saints members who went to inquire about the news came to Lucas again. "Boss, the battle on the east side is over." Lucas didn't ask about the result, but his eyes became very sad. He turned to look at the night sky, his back looking slightly lonely. The girls were very puzzled by this. Andrew led the werewolves of the Forbidden Forest to fight against the werewolf army led by Greyback. Both of them died, and no one survived. The girls covered their mouths with their hands, recalling in their minds the uncle who always had a kind face these days. Lucas looked at the stars in the sky and whispered, "May there be no werewolves in this world." "Anything else?" The intelligence officer continued. "Professor Snape asked me to inform you that the spirit purification potion has been completed, so you can prepare for it." A gleam flashed in Luca's eyes. The completion of the spirit purification potion indicates that their counterattack is about to begin. Now all they had to do was wait for Voldemort to enter the fray. Find a chance to tell Professor Snape to go to Potter and get him to take the potion as soon as possible. The intelligence personnel responded and disappeared in place. Hogwarts Castle. Holding the glass bottle in his hand, Harry walked towards the headmaster's office on the 7th floor while avoiding the flying stones around him. By this time, the Death Eaters had entered the castle. So Hogwarts, which was originally full of a quaint atmosphere, was now full of ruins. Boom Tilda. A large hole suddenly burst open in the wall in front of Harry. Then a Death Eater and a member of the Order of the Phoenix flew in from outside. In just a few seconds, the two threw 2 deadly spells at each other. In the end, the Death Eater was better and won. Witnessing the death of a partner, apart from becoming angry, Harry also secretly hated himself for not helping earlier. Crucio. The Cruciatus curse hit the Death Eater in the back. Taking advantage of the opponent falling to the ground, Harry hurried forward and kicked his wand aside. Arsehole! Cursing angrily, the Cruciatus curse hit the opponent's body again. It wasn't until the Death Eater passed out from the pain that Harry felt his anger and guilt lessen. Putting away his wand, he turned around and continued walking towards the headmaster's office. But just after he took 2 steps, he heard a sound behind him and knew he had been fooled. Harry quickly dodged to the side, but the Death Eater's spell was faster. Crucio! The severe pain made Harry fall to the ground, and he couldn't stand up for a long time. Tilda, I caught Harry Potter, I caught Harry Potter. The Death Eater shouted excitedly. The sound did not attract the Order of the Phoenix, but attracted a lot of Death Eaters. Harry looked around desperately, feeling regret for being lenient just now. Bastard, get the hell out of here, I caught him, and I will dedicate him to the Lord Dark personally. There seemed to be some infighting among the Death Eaters. When everyone saw Harry Potter, it was as if they saw a treasure, and everyone wanted to take it for themselves. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, because it seemed that he still had a chance to escape. Just as he was thinking about how to escape, a group of wizards carrying medieval weapons came up from downstairs. Avada Kedavra, in. It could be seen that the people in this squad were well trained at first glance. As soon as they showed up, they killed the mob of Death Eaters in a short moment. Harry also noticed that the killing curses they cast did not hit the same person twice. Harry Potter. Harry nodded and asked, "Who are you?" "Just ignore us and keep doing what you have to do." After speaking, the leader of the team continued to walk towards the place where the Death Eaters appeared, carrying a sword in his hand. Harry saw it very clearly. The man did not use a wand when casting the magic, but used the sword instead. He glanced at this enviously, stood up and walked towards the 7th floor. Both sides in the battle quickly noticed this well-equipped and strange team. After all, someone using swords and shields to fight in this era is quite weird even in the eyes of wizards. But seeing this team chopping people like they were vegetables as they defeated a large number of Death Eaters. The students, professors, and the Order of the Phoenix had joyful smiles on their faces. The support has arrived, everyone hold on for a while. Moody's rough voice kept ringing in the courtyard. Even the surrounding explosions couldn't cover his voice. The defenders, who were already feeling a little tired, immediately cheered up when they heard that there were reinforcements. "Everyone please get out of the way." A saint yelled to the Slytherin students around him. Once everyone left, he drew out a golden brass pipe from his robe, and when it was completely out, they realized it was a trumpet. Under the curious eyes of everyone, the saint member pressed the switch on the brass pipe, and a dragon's roar resounded through the courtyard. The scorching dragon's breath sprayed out more than 10 meters away, and all the Death Eaters who were sprayed by the dragon's breath were melted. Waiting until the flame died down, the Slytherins nearby moved their palms away from their ears. "Merlin's beard, that thing was awesome. Could you lend it to me to play?" I'm different from them. I don't want to play. I just want to use it to kill more enemies." The saint member waved his hand. "This thing takes a long time to recharge after each use." Seeing the students leave disappointed, he let out a sigh of relief. The battle in the courtyard has been joined by the saint's team, temporarily stabilizing the situation. But at this time, the stone statues and armors on the stone bridge have been cleaned up by several giants who opened the way. Seeing more Death Eaters swarming, Fred carried a big bag on his back. "George, it's time for us to play." "Let's make a fuss, bro." George was also carrying a bag, and he handed the broomstick in his hand to Fred beside him. The two looked at each other and smiled, and flew into the sky on their brooms. "Look, it's Fred and George." In the Gryffindor Tower, Ron and a few other Weasley children were there. Seeing the twins flying past the window, Ron asked curiously, "What are they going to do?" "I don't know. I only know that there have been strange explosions in their joke shop in recent months, and the Ministry of Magic has received many complaints." Percy had just finished speaking when he saw a Death Eater fly in through the window. Immobulus. Stopping the opponent in midair, Percy flicked his wand, and the Death Eater flew out of the window again. Ron also fought off a Death Eater, but feeling curious, he kept watching the twins in midair from the corner of his eye. The Weasley twins flew over the courtyard. Their goal was the stone bridge, because the things invented by the two are not very suitable for melee. Fret, let's get started. Be careful, George. After the two finished talking, they parted left and right, and then took out the fireworks they made from their pockets. Pulling out the fuse on the fireworks, they said in unison, "Ready, set, fire." The two flew quickly along the stone bridge, one left and one right, and the fireworks were thrown to the bridge below. "What's this, fireworks?" A curious Death Eater stopped in his tracks. Looking at the burning fireworks on the ground, some people even picked them up to watch curiously. At this moment, the fireworks suddenly exploded. But what flew out of the small fireworks were not fireworks, but well-known spells. Stunning Curse, Petrification Curse, Imprisonment Curse, Reductor Curse, Explosion Curse. Different fireworks cast different spells. The volume is different, and the number of magic spells contained is also different. The twins, who had already flown to the end of the stone bridge, clapped their hands in the air excitedly when they saw the improved fireworks they invented worked. "George, I think we should do it again. We're on the same page, and you know I feel the same way, Fred." The two turned their brooms and quickly flew across the bridge again. The Death Eaters below hadn't recovered from the attack when they saw a lot of those fireworks falling from the sky again, making them feel a chill in their backs. Chapter 341. George, pull away the sparks. Fred put his hand into his pocket, reminding his brother loudly. The two threw fireworks on the bridge at the same time. As the fireworks exploded, the Death Eaters around seemed to lose their strength all of a sudden, and they all collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the twins exchanged positions, and when they passed beside each other, they also high-fived to celebrate. On the high platform of Gryffindor Tower, Ron saw their movements clearly. "Really, they didn't even invite me to join them on such a fun thing." "Shut up, Ronnie, this is war, not a game," Percy reprimanded. There was strong dissatisfaction and anger in his tone. It seems that he was very unsupportive of the behavior of his two younger brothers. The twins didn't even know that they were in danger. As Gryffindor's beaters, the two performed various difficult moves in the air, even playing with the fireworks as bludgers. But they didn't notice that their behavior had attracted the attention of the Death Eater in the high ground. Seeing the displeasure on Voldemort's face, Bellatrix said immediately, "Master, leave those two little devils to me. Let me go. The failure of the mission always makes me uneasy. Please let me atone for my sins, Master." Snape stood up and wanted to take the mission for himself. Seeing two of his loyal subordinates quarreling, Voldemort waved his hand immediately. "It's just two brats, you don't need to take action." Then Voldemort looked at the crowd behind him. Those who are still here at this moment are the elite of the elite. He looked around and finally chose Augustus Rookwood. "Go and kill those two boys, make it fast." "As you wish, Master." When he saw Rookwood turning into a black mist and flying towards the twins, there was a hint of concern beneath Snape's expressionless exterior. At the same time, the twins' fireworks were almost finished, and the big pockets behind them became empty. "George, it's time for the big guy to appear. Take aim at those giants, Fred." The twins pulled an oversized firework from Fred's pocket, about the size of a car tire. The two were no longer separated left and right this time. Instead, they both held the big firework together. Their eyes met, and the tacit understanding between them was brought to the extreme. The two steered their brooms at full speed and flew towards the giants on the bridge. "Hey, big fool, catch it." Throwing the huge firework in their hands to the giant, seeing the other party catch it with his hands, the twins immediately controlled the brooms and flew high into the sky. With a muffled sound, green light illuminated the entire stone bridge. Even a scary monster with high magic resistance like a giant will die after being hit by dozens of killing curses at close range. Moreover, there were way more than dozens of killing curses in the giant killing firework. The scattered killing curses killed many Death Eaters as well. Seeing the tall bodies of the giants fall, the twins cheered loudly. The members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Slytherins have been paying attention to the actions of the two. Seeing that they solved the trouble of the giants, they all cheered. Weasley! The Weasley twins! Hearing cheers from below, the twins saluted the crowd from the sky. When they stopped for a moment, Percy shouted from the Tower of Gryffindor. George, be careful. George subconsciously manipulated the broom to slant down to evade, but even so, he still felt a spell hit his left cheek. The severe pain and the impact of the magic knocked him off the broom. George! Fred hurried to his brother and finally caught him before he touched the ground. Percy arrived immediately after. This guy who always thinks he doesn't fit in with his family. Seeing his younger brother hurt, his eyes blazed with anger. Rookwood! Percy yelled, waving his wand again and again. The green light on the tip of the wand kept flickering. In extreme anger, Percy actually used silent killing curses continuously. You dare to hurt my brother, die. Rookwood was evading again and again desperately. Then he accidentally staggered, and Percy seized the opportunity to hit him with a killing curse. Getting rid of the culprit, Percy hurried back to George. At this moment, the other Weasleys also rushed over. How are you, George? Seeing George's left ear missing, Mrs. Weasley burst into tears. Don't be sad, you should be happy, so that you won't mistake me and Fred in the future. Arsehole, this is the first thing you think of. Fred's eyes filled with tears. Arthur, take George into the castle, where Poppy is treating everyone, Moody shouted loudly. He was leading a few men to cover the Weasleys, when Moody took a moment to glance at George's injuries. At a glance, he immediately recognized that he had been injured by black magic, and there is a high probability that he will not recover the lost ear. The golden light in Luca's eyes gradually faded. Knowing that George would still end up losing an ear, he felt helpless while thinking that his fate was inevitable. Vinda, tell everyone to prepare. It will soon be time for us to act as well. Also send a person to notify the water creatures of the Black Lake. It will be their turn next. Vinda nodded, turned around and walked towards the ranks of saints. On the 7th floor of the castle, inside the headmaster's office, Harry looked at the pensive and carefully poured Dumbledore's memory into it, then took a deep breath and buried his face in it. In an instant, he entered the memory. Looking at the immature Lucas Grindelwald on the sofa, Harry immediately understood that this memory happened in his first year. My energy is getting worse day by day, since I am an old friend of your father. How about 3 years? Impossible, I can protect Harry for 2 years at most. Memory Lucas was haggling with Dumbledore. And what the two were talking about was actually protecting him. Only then did Harry know that Lucas was willing to protect him because of the deal he made with Dumbledore. Immediately afterwards, the memory fragment came to the end of the first year. Seeing that Dumbledore had been watching himself and Voldemort from the side, Harry frowned slightly. Next, the memories of the second and third years quickly flashed. Harry found himself being manipulated like a marionette, and the people who lifted the threads were Dumbledore and Lucas. The scene changed again, and he saw Lucas and Snape threatening a cursed Dumbledore, so he felt very angry inside. Despicable. Immediately afterwards, memories related to the Horcruxes began to emerge. Then, is Mr. Potter a living Horcrux? Well, that's right. So, you brought that child into the magic world, just to raise him like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Severus, it's not what you imagine. You protect him just to let him die in the end. The scene changed once again. Dumbledore and Lucas stood in front of Snape, asking him to tell Voldemort the time of Harry's transfer. Another change of scene. Lucas and Dumbledore discussing the Prophecy Ball transfer plan, which turns out to be just to introduce Voldemort into a larger plan. The final scene came to Little Hangleton. Hearing what Dumbledore had to say about dying, Harry was shocked inside. The memory continued, and he saw Dumbledore ask Snape to kill him in exchange for Voldemort's trust. It was only then that he realized that Snape had always been protecting him, and he had always been on the side of justice. Lifting his head from the pensive, he gasped heavily. Before he could react, a strange memory flooded his mind again. Under repeated stimulation, the memory charm that Lucas cast on Harry was finally broken. Also broken were the two that were cast by Dumbledore. Receiving the memory, Harry recalled everything. Lucas Grindelwald, His eyes were completely red. He must tell everyone the true face of Lucas Grindelwald. Grindelwald is not a white devil, let alone a kind person. He's the same as Voldemort. No, he's even scarier than Voldemort. Harry shivered, thinking of the good image that Lucas has always maintained in front of people. He suddenly felt that this person was really too scary. Putting the pensieve back in the cabinet, he turned and left the headmaster's office. On the heights outside Hogwarts, Snape was bending over to ask Voldemort for instructions. "Severus, as I told you, I don't mind if your mission fails." "Master, but this matter makes me feel very guilty. Please allow me to go and capture Harry Potter for you." Voldemort sighed softly. "All right then, I'll wait for your good news." Snape thanked him calmly, turned around and walked towards Hogwarts. It wasn't until he was far away that Voldemort said, "Bella, go and keep an eye on him, and if you find something wrong with Severus, kill him." Bellatrix gave a low laugh and started to chase after Snape. "Lucius, go and let the Inferi, Dementors, and remaining giants attack. Also inform the people below that I am very dissatisfied with their attack. As for the rest, they will follow the giants to attack Hogwarts later." "Yes, Master." Chapter 342. Voldemort's orders quickly reached the ranks of the Death Eaters. Behind the high ground, the few remaining giants strode towards Hogwarts. Because of the cruelty of giants, wizards from various countries have jointly carried out missions to suppress them. The dozen or so giants that appeared on the battlefield at this time should be the only ones left in the magic world. Behind the giants was a group of low-intelligence trolls. Although these guys are stupid, they are really easy to use against ordinary wizards, and trolls are much more numerous than giants. "Go to," Voldemort said to the army of Death Eaters behind him. Except for a few people, the remaining Death Eaters all flocked to Hogwarts. "Lucius, has the Inferi army started to attack?" "They have already started. They will follow the bottom of the Black Lake and enter Hogwarts Castle from behind." A satisfied smile appeared on Voldemort's face. He was confident that this attack will definitely win him the historic school in front of them. The Black Lake is located on the south side of Hogwarts, which is directly behind. At this time, a large number of Inferi ran towards the Black Lake, while the remaining 20 Dementors flew over them, as if they were escorting them. At the bottom of the Black Lake, two huge eyes suddenly opened. Feeling the turmoil of the lake on the shore, the huge body of the giant squid began to move slowly. In the center of the lake, groups of mermaids and kappas were standing by, ready to meet those mindless guys. "Why did Chief Marcy arrange us here?" On the docks, the Slytherin fifth-year students were standing by the lake. At this time, the battle in the castle was full on, but they were exiled here, which is totally unreasonable. Lucas and Draco weren't there, and Pansy was the loudest speaker among the fifth years. She glanced at everyone and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? This is the chief's arrangement, and Chief Maxey is also following instructions." Hearing that it was Luca's arrangement, the complaints in the group disappeared immediately. However, everyone still looked back at the castle behind them from time to time. The shouts and explosions from there made their brows full of worry. This battle has been going on for nearly 3 hours, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. Especially the Death Eaters, hundreds of people were already lost. The Order of the Phoenix and the Slytherin students are more careful, because they have few people, and every time someone is injured or killed, it will deal a great blow to them. "They're coming." Pansy suddenly drew her wand, and everyone hurriedly looked towards the lake, only to see a group of black shadows flying close to the lake. "Dementors." They were shocked and finally understood Luca's purpose of arranging them here. Letting these guys break into the castle would be a disaster for most people. "Ready," Pansy yelled, raising her wand. When the Dementors approached the dock close to the lake, before they raised their heads, they were hit by a silver-white light. Expecto Patronum, N. All kinds of animals appeared in the air. These Patronus guardians picked their prey and drove the Dementors far away. The Dementors flew very high before they escaped the attacks. Seeing that this direction cannot be broken through, they immediately chose another direction, but soon they were driven away by another group of Patronus. According to Luca's instructions, Marseille deliberately scattered the Slytherin students around the castle just to keep the Dementors from breaking into it. Although these Dementors seem to be few in number, the coldness and their ability to steal happiness will greatly affect the people who are fighting. The desperate Dementors were gradually driven to the Forbidden Forest. Then a silver-white light lit up in the Forbidden Forest, and there was even the faint sound of a dragon roar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Dementor. Reward: 200 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Dementor. Reward: 200 achievement points. Lucas put away his wand, and the Patronus disappeared. Then his gaze turned golden again, and Professor Snape appeared in his eyes. At this time, the other party had already entered the castle through apparition, and was heading towards the headmaster's office on the 7th floor. If there is no accident, he and the Savior will meet on the 6th floor. Checking the situation on the other side, Lucas looked at the Black Lake again. He had destroyed Voldemort's Inferi army back then, but he never expected that it would be only a year since the Dark Lord's resurrection, and he would produce such a huge army again. Inferi are reanimated corpses that have no thinking and don't know pain, so they can keep fighting if they're not completely destroyed. One Inferi is not terrible. What is terrible is thousands of them together. The so-called even ants can kill an elephant when the number reaches a certain level is true here. The Inferi that dived into the bottom of the lake walked towards the opposite bank in groups. Just halfway there, a few thick, sucker-covered tentacles protruded from the darkness. With just a light wave of these tentacles, dozens of corpses were crushed into minced meat. At the same time, the mermaids and kappas in the center of the lake also acted. The two ethnic groups who originally had a blood feud were working together at this moment. The mermaids were responsible for close combat, and the kappas were responsible for long-range support. They firmly blocked the army of Inferi in the center of the Black Lake, and didn't let them advance even half a step. The calm waters of the lake began to surge. The blood is not that obvious in this dark night, but the Slytherin students in charge of guarding the shore saw all this in their eyes. They knew that a great battle was going on in this calm lake, and the intensity was not weaker than that of the castle. Can the aquatic life in the Black Lake really win? Theodore turned his head and asked. Blaise shook his head. I don't know, but I hope so. As soon as the two spoke, several huge tentacles broke through the water. Seeing the corpses crawling on the tentacles and the dense wounds, everyone became even more worried. Now it seems that the battle at the bottom of the lake was even more tragic than they had imagined. Except for Lucas, only the aquatic creatures in the Black Lake know the outcome of this battle. When people came to check the next day, they found that the Black Lake had turned dark red. Reach out for water from the lake, and you'll find blood in every drop. Hogwarts Castle Courtyard. The original ornate place became ruins. The three biggest towers of the castle were also breached one after another, and the defenders who lost their air supremacy were forced to retreat inside the castle. The battlefield also shifted accordingly. Draco took out a Death Eater and then looked at Barty Crouch Jr., who was already close at hand. Waving his hand, he sent a killing curse. Boom tilde. The killing curse happened to be blocked by the Death Eaters beside Barty. Noticing something strange behind him, Barty turned back immediately. Draco Malfoy, what are you doing? Can't you see? After Draco finished speaking, he killed a Death Eater with the killing curse. Barty shouted angrily, How dare you betray the Dark Lord? The Malfoy family are all traitors. Don't speak so harshly, we're just turning to the light, now let's settle the score between you and me. Barty stuck out his tongue and quickly licked the corner of his mouth. This is his habit. He will do it whenever he encounters troublesome or happy things. Certainly, if he encounters doubts, he will do it the same. Draco has been with the other party for several months, so he naturally understands Barty's problem. Not only that, in the past few months, he has also deliberately learned about his fighting habits and the spells he is good at using. The purpose is to defeat the opponent with his own hands at this moment. It seems that you don't remember, then let me remind you, Triwizard Tournament Ferret. Draco waved his wand as he spoke, and a transfiguration spell rushed at Barty. Finding that he could no longer dodge or block, Barty immediately grabbed a Death Eater and pushed him in front of him. Seeing the Death Eater turn into a ferret, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. The two cast the killing curse on each other at the same time. The spells collided together, and the green light shone on the faces of the two. The people around saw the situation and made room for them. The duel of killing curses is over, and the battle between the two has officially begun. Chapter 343. The smell of blood was everywhere in the courtyard. The flames from the explosion burned everything that could be ignited in the courtyard, including corpses. The smell of blood and roasted meat was disgusting. But even so, both sides of the battle did not stop. Draco's eyes were very calm, and he didn't lose his mind because of revenge. Expelliarmus. The red spell flew towards Barty, who blocked it easily and couldn't stop himself from mocking. That's it. What about your ability to cast the killing curse just now? Barty threw out a green spell while speaking. Draco, who had expected it for a long time, turned the gravel on the ground into a bronze shield. The battle between the two attracted the attention of many people around, including Lucas in the Forbidden Forest, who is also watching through the Eye of Time. He was still very reassured by Draco, especially seeing that he used a disarming spell, showing he was calm so he could feel more relieved. Stupefy. Petrificus Totalis. Draco cast 2 spells in a row, and one was not as powerful as the other. Barty's heart gradually relaxed because the strength shown by Draco was only at the level of a normal student. He was feeling a little worried just now, but fortunately, not everyone is like Lucas Grindelwald. Fully aware of Draco's strength, Barty gradually relaxed his vigilance. The heir to the Malfoy family is getting worse and worse. Barty waved his wand, and Draco was sent flying a few meters away. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will bring you before the Dark Lord and let him deal with you, a traitor, personally. Oh, by the way, I will also make sure your parents are also punished. The Malfoy family is no longer trustworthy, and Lucius Malfoy is even more unworthy of being the right-hand man of the Dark Lord. And I am the one who should stand beside the Dark Lord. Barty Crouch Jr. became more and more excited as he talked. At the end, he opened his arms with an intoxicated look on his face. Sectum Sempra. Draco's voice sounded, and Barty, who had a smug expression on his face, suddenly felt the pain in his chest. He lowered his head in astonishment. It seems that you usually don't like reading, Crouch. Otherwise, you would understand the truth of showing weakness to the enemy. Immobilis Avada Kedavra. Draco didn't give the opponent a chance to respond. After immobilizing him, he cast the killing curse immediately. Seeing that Crouch lost his blood color quickly and his pupils became dilated, Draco let out a sigh of relief. The revenge of the ferret's humiliation was finally avenged today. Draco, be careful. Bang tilde. Before Draco could check what was going on, rubble flew towards him from a distance. There was also a huge wooden stick embedded in the rubble. Giant, Draco gasped. Apparently, not all the giants were attacking through the stone bridge at the entrance of the school. At some point, the giants had broken through to the courtyard. Seeing the giants wreaking havoc all around, everyone was really helpless for a while. Draco, get out of the way. Another reminder came from behind, and Draco rolled to the side without thinking. The strong wind brought by the wooden trunk whipped the air, and it hurt Draco's cheek. Stupefy. But he saw that the spell was bounced off by the opponent's skin. Damn it. Draco stood up and ran quickly towards the castle. Hey. Standing by the window on the second floor of the castle, Trelawney swung her wand and smashed the crystal ball in her pocket at the giant. I still have a lot of these things. Let you taste the power of the crystal ball. Although the explosion of the crystal ball didn't cause any harm to the giant, it was Professor Trelawney's gesture of protecting him that caught Draco's attention. It's just that she herself was in danger now. Fortunately, the Saints team appeared in time and took her away from the window to avoid the fate of being smashed into a pulp by a wooden trunk. In the courtyard, Mad-Eye Moody shouted, Remus, Sirius, Kingsley, and professors, let's deal with the giants together. Others help stop the Death Eaters. Although dispatching elites to deal with giants will allow Death Eaters to seize the opportunity. But letting the giants do as they please would obviously be worse. The people whose names were called approached Moody. Professor McGonagall took the lead, and the exquisite transfiguration spell turned the surrounding rubble into stone giants. She controlled the stone statues to surround a giant in the middle, clamping the opponent's hands and feet. "Quick," Professor McGonagall urged. Professor Sprout quickly dropped a devil's snare. Vines climbed onto the giant's body and fixed the giant's head. Sirius and Remus immediately conjured a dozen long swords and aimed them at the giant's eyes. Professor Flitwick finally used a spell to add even more kinetic energy to these long swords. The swords pierced the giant's eyes and penetrated its brain. Howling in pain, the giant broke free, swinging the huge wooden club around and even smashed the head of another giant. A few minutes later, the giant fell to the ground and gradually lost his breath. Although they successfully killed a giant, they were not happy. It is already so difficult to deal with one giant, and there are still another 7 giants like this on the scene. By the time they are all dealt with, the Death Eaters might have captured the castle long ago. When several professors were at a loss, a group of house elves suddenly rushed out of the castle. With Regulus, locket on his chest, Creature charged at the nearest Death Eater with a sharp meat cleaver in hand. Even though the surrounding environment was so noisy, Creature's voice still reached everyone's ears clearly. "Fight, fight, fight for my master, defender of the House Elves, and in the name of the great Regulus, destroy the Dark Lord." There was anger in the eyes of the House Elves. Probably because the Death Eaters are destroying their home. They swarmed towards the Death Eaters, and they had a clear division of labor, chopping off feet and hands almost simultaneously. The Death Eaters didn't even have time to fight back, and were pinned to the ground by the House Elves. Creature held up the meat cleaver in his hand, and looked at the nearest giant. "Fight, kill this ugly giant." More than 100 elves rushed up quickly. This battle, with a huge disparity in size, makes people tremble with fear. The elves hacked with knives and axes, but they couldn't hurt the giant's thick skin. Upon seeing this, Professor McGonagall shouted, "House Elves, in the name of Hogwarts' acting headmistress, I allow you to use magic." The next moment, the House Elves snapped their fingers. Their magic was so powerful that some House Elves could even make chains grow on the ground to bind giants with just a snap of their fingers. And some House Elves even levitated boulders that weigh as much as a giant to attack. With the addition of the House Elves, the defenders who had already entered the decline miraculously persevered again. Snape stood at the window on the 5th floor of the castle, watching what happened in the courtyard. Seeing that everyone turned the crisis around, he let out a sigh of relief. He was going to help just now, but fortunately, Professor McGonagall and others persisted. Looking at the spirit-purifying potion in his left hand, Snape continued to walk towards the 7th floor. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the 6th floor, he saw the gloomy Harry in front. "Mr. Potter doesn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Even though people are dying everywhere outside, you still hang around like this." The smooth voice echoed in the corridor on the 6th floor. Harry sighed helplessly. "Professor Snape, I was just thinking about something. You came just in time. I have something very important to talk to you about." Snape was surprised by the change in his attitude, but now is not the time to talk nonsense. He put away his wand, grabbed Harry's shoulders, and disapparated into the docks. With the end of the Black Lake battle, the Slytherin students defending outside the docks returned to the castle for support. "Drink this." Harry, who had learned the whole process from Dumbledore, knew very well what the potion in the professor's hand would do, so he drank it without any hesitation. Snape glanced at the other party in astonishment, then lifted his left sleeve and pressed the fingers of his right hand on the vivid dark mark. Harry knew he was sending a message to Voldemort, but he believed that Snape wouldn't hurt him. Watching the other party finish his work, Harry said after a moment of consideration, "Professor, I want to tell you about Lucas. He is not as kind as he looks." Chapter 344. The noise from Hogwarts Castle could be heard faintly, and neither of the two people in the dock spoke. Harry looked at the man in front of him seriously. Through Dumbledore's memory, he knew enough about Snape. This man, who has loved his mother all his life, is worthy of all of his trust. "Mr. Potter, give me the bottle in your hand." Harry waited for a long time, but only waited for Snape's words. Unwilling to stand in front of the other party, the savior looked into the professor's eyes and said seriously, "Professor Snape, I'm not joking. If your brain is still functioning, you should understand what it means to say these words at this time. Do I understand that you are disrupting everyone's confidence against the Dark Lord?" Harry was speechless when he was asked this. Of course, he knew it was inappropriate to say these things at this time, but thinking of what Lucas once said to himself, he felt very uneasy in his heart. At this time, Voldemort has not even been defeated, and Lucas has already faintly become the leader of the magic world. If Lucas led the crowd to defeat Voldemort, Harry didn't even dare to imagine how much the other party's prestige would reach. Savior? No, the title of Savior will not be worthy of Lucas at that time. He would be recognized as the White Lord, the leader of the wizarding world, and the second greatest wizard after Dumbledore. Harry shook his head, not daring to continue thinking about it. "Mr. Potter, put away your meaningless conjectures and think about how to deal with the coming Dark Lord." Snape felt a burning sensation in his left arm. This meant that Voldemort had responded to him and was about to come. He immediately drew out his wand and pointed it at the boy in front of him. On the high ground outside Hogwarts, Voldemort ran his fingers over his left arm. "Nagini, our friend found the boy and asked us to meet him." Nagini raised her body and lightly touched Voldemort's palm with her head. With a snap, Voldemort took Nagini and disappeared in place. The dozen or so Death Eaters left on the high ground froze for a few seconds. Immediately afterwards, they turned into black mist and plunged into the battlefield on the castle. In the Forbidden Forest, Lucas has been watching the direction of the Highlands. The golden light in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger, and the divinity around him made people not dare to approach him. The moment Voldemort left the Heights and entered Hogwarts, Lucas jumped up from the stump. "Vinda, get everyone ready and wait for my signal." He didn't even wait for a response before tearing the void and leaving the Forbidden Forest. The members of the Saints who heard the order were gearing up, and it was finally time for them to show up. In the dock, Voldemort's figure appeared in front of Harry. "You did very well, Severus. It is my honor to serve you, Master." Snape put his wand in his sleeve and stepped back behind Voldemort. In the process, he also saw Nagini besides the Dark Lord. At this moment, Voldemort, the Horcrux snake, and Harry gathered here. This is definitely a great opportunity to root out Voldemort. "Harry Potter, the boy who lived." Voldemort stared at the boy in front of him with his blood-red eyes. Harry endured the sharp pain in his forehead. This time, it was no longer just a burning pain, but he could feel like something was tearing open the flesh of his forehead and trying to escape from his body. Harry knew that it was the spirit-purifying potion that was repelling Voldemort's soul fragment. "Voldemort, would you like to know the full prophecy?" Voldemort stopped walking and looked at the boy in front of him meaningfully. Of course, he wanted to know what it said. As a wizard, Voldemort scoffed at fate, but he still believed in the so-called prophecy in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chased and killed the Potter family just because of some stupid prophecy. Seeing his reaction, Harry smiled silently. He knew that he would care about this. It just so happened that he could use the prophecy to delay some time, waiting for the effect of the spirit-purifying potion to be fully exerted. After a brief silence, Voldemort sneered, "Are you attempting to delay time in such a way?" "It's useless, Harry. You are doomed to die at my hands tonight." Harry's heart sank, and just when he thought he had failed, he heard Voldemort continue. "But it doesn't hurt to listen to it. Let's talk what is mentioned in the prophecy." Harry laughed contemptuously in his mind, and then told the Dark Lord the complete prophecy. "Voldemort, as the prophecy said, between you and me, only one can survive." Seeing Harry draw out his wand and face him, Voldemort let out a low chuckle. "Alone? You don't think it's you, do you? The boy who survived by accident with Dumbledore behind the scenes." He laughed even louder after he finished speaking. "Accident, my mother died to save me. Is this also accidental? Last year in that cemetery, I resolutely resisted you, Was it also accidental? More than 10 years have passed. I am still standing here, still alive. You still can't kill me. Is this a coincidence? We can't both live, one must perish, so why can't it be you, Voldemort? Voldemort threw his head back and laughed, as if he had heard the biggest joke of his life. Suddenly, with a sharp downward swing of his right hand, Harry was directly pressed to the ground of the dock by the magic power. Accidental, of course it's all accidental. If it weren't for Dumbledore and Lucas Grindelwald, how could you have escaped from me time and time again? You are always the crying child hiding behind the adults. You only deserve to watch me kill those who protect you one by one, just like Dumbledore. You can't kill anyone else tonight, Harry roared, trying to stand up with his hands on the ground. But Voldemort made up his mind to put him on his stomach. The wand waved again, and the savior fell down again without any resistance. It seems that you think you have some power I don't know about as mentioned in the prophecy. Let me guess what it is. Voldemort raised his big pale hand and lightly brushed his brows with his fingertips, with a mocking expression on his face. I guess it must be Dumbledore's magic weapon, love, right? Voldemort laughed loudly, and the laughter was even worse than the terrified shouts of others. After the laughter, he continued to taunt. But his love didn't help him avoid death, let alone prevent him from falling off the tower. Love didn't stop me from killing your mudblood mother, and now it won't stop me from killing you. He placed the wand in his hand in front of Harry and continued, Do you know the name of this wand? It is called the Elder Wand, the Death Stick, or the Wand of Destiny. It has great power, and I who own it will be the most powerful person in the world. Okay, enough nonsense has been said now, let you experience my power. Voldemort swung his wand upwards, and Harry stood up from the ground uncontrollably. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, tonight I will prove to the world that you cannot avoid death. Sparks burst out from the tip of the Elder Wand, and powerful magic power kept overflowing. Of course, this phenomenon could also express Voldemort's desire to kill Harry urgently. Harry took a deep breath, forcing his arms to stop shaking. He raised his wand and looked at Voldemort in front of him, but he wondered why Snape didn't help him. And why hasn't Lucas shown up yet? Just when he was thinking wildly, Voldemort's hoarse voice sounded, Avada. Harry looked at Voldemort blankly. To be precise, he looked at the green light behind him and Voldemort's shocked expression. Severus Snape, how dare you? Chapter 345. The unique green light of the killing curse illuminated the entire dock. Seeing Voldemort's terrified and astonished expression, Harry almost thought they were going to succeed. If Voldemort could die here, it would end the war. A pity. The idea of Harry was indeed a good idea, but Voldemort had already prepared for it. Avada Kedavra. There was a deranged voice outside the dock, and the same spell hit Snape's killing curse. Harry looked out through his broken glasses. Bellatrix, that crazy woman, was holding her wand with a face full of resentment. As a result, Voldemort got a respite. Severus Snape, how dare you betray me? Voldemort waved his wand angrily, and there was a slashing sound in the air. Snape saw that his chest was red with blood, staggered back 2 steps and fell to the ground. But even though he was injured, he still didn't give up. Sectum Sempra. Snape did his best, this time pointing his wand at Nagini beside Voldemort. His idea was simple. Since his death is inevitable, he will at least help Lucas get rid of this big snake. But it's a pity that when the spell hit Nagini's body, it only scratched her skin a little. The massive blood loss had made Snape unable to launch another attack. He let go of his wand and leaned against the wall of the dock to look at Voldemort. Severus, I have been waiting for you to make a move. Your timing was very good, and you almost succeeded just now. Snape's eyes widened in surprise. Voldemort was very satisfied with this. After 10 years of absence, do you think I would trust you unconditionally when I come back this time? If it wasn't for the prophecy you brought back then, I wouldn't have endured humiliation for more than 10 years. Let me guess why you betrayed me. Voldemort paced the dock. Seeing that Snape's face turned pale, Harry was extremely anxious. If his blood kept flowing like this, Snape would surely die. Just as Harry took a step, a strangely shaped wand was pressed against his cheek. Stay still, Potter boy. Bellatrix appeared next to Harry and took him under control. Bella turned her head to look at Voldemort ahead. Her eyes were full of fanaticism and admiration. "Master, do you want me to help you kill this traitor?" "No, no, no, I still have a lot to talk to Severus about." Voldemort stopped and looked back at Snape, who was lying on the ground. "It's because of that woman, isn't it?" After saying this, he looked at Harry behind him. "Potter does look like her, especially the eyes, but Severus, you've let me down. I remember that you once admitted to me that there is still a woman with pure blood in this world who is more worthy of being with you. But it looks like you've been lying to me since then. That's when you fell into Dumbledore's arms, right?" Snape took a few quick breaths. The blood loss also took away a lot of his body temperature. He raised his head with great effort. His normally empty eyes finally had some human feelings. "You promised me that you would let her go. You broke your promise, Tom." Seeing the anger in Snape's eyes, Voldemort laughed out loud, but there was a flash of anger at hearing that damned name. Bellatrix also let out a crazy laugh when she saw this. "Shut up!" Voldemort looked angrily behind him, and Bellatrix shuddered with horror on her face. Then he took a deep breath, turned his head and said, "I've been suspicious of you since you came back to me this time. But your information was so accurate again and again that I really wanted to believe you a little bit in my heart. Just now you left to look for Harry Potter. I was still telling myself from the bottom of my heart, if you really dedicate Harry Potter to me this time, maybe I can consider giving you another chance. But yet you let me down, Severus, and you betrayed me just because of a dead woman. How ridiculous." Snape laughed softly, the laughter stretching his wound, forcing him to cough a few times. "Voldemort, because you don't know what love is, Dumbledore is right. You don't understand how powerful love is." "Love, ridiculous remarks. Love is just an emotion, a burden, it is not power." Seeing Voldemort's annoyed look, Snape smiled mockingly. "Did a troll step on your head, or did your resurrection make you stupid?" "Bastard," Voldemort snapped angrily, "I didn't expect you to be so stupid, but this is just right. I have trouble with the Elder Wand, and on second thought there is only one reason: I am not its true owner. You killed Dumbledore, so you own the wand now. I wanted you to live a little longer, but now it seems that there is no need for that. Nagini, kill him." The big snake at his feet stood upright, exposing its sharp fangs. There was excitement in Bellatrix's eyes, and there were bursts of laughter in her mouth. Voldemort turned to Harry, feeling very relieved about Nagini. Snape looked at Harry not far away. Those green eyes reminded him of that red-haired girl. "Lily," calling out the other's name softly, Snape closed his eyes and waited for death. Just at this critical moment, the space around Snape rippled. Then a big hole was torn open in the void, and a figure wrapped in pitch-black magic power flew out of it. Clang tilde. The Gryffindor sword shone coldly, and the dark anti-magic power quickly spread to the entire blade. It all happened so fast that none of the people present could react, and Nagini even maintained a posture ready to attack. The anti-magic force broke the magic on Nagini as the sharp blade sliced across her head, and the huge snake's head flew towards the roof of the dock. Voldemort shouted angrily, "News!" Before the words fell, Nagini's huge snake body hit the ground. Voldemort staggered, his face suddenly paled a little. At this time, Harry also let out a scream. He felt as if his forehead was about to split open, and under the severe pain, he passed out within a few seconds. Lucas Grindelwald. There was anger in Voldemort's eyes, but more consternation. "Long time no see, Tommy." Lucas greeted back and immediately looked back at Professor Snape's situation. "Professor, why didn't you come as planned?" Snape changed the plan without authorization this time, completely disrupting the future. Even Lucas' eye of time couldn't accurately see the future development. Fortunately, he had been keeping an eye on Voldemort's situation. As soon as the other party left the high ground, he immediately left the Forbidden Forest to find Snape's whereabouts. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise the final achievement would be ruined. Sensing that something was wrong with Professor Snape, Lucas ignored the others present, turned and crouched beside Snape. "Professor, where is the water of life? Didn't I ask you to always carry it with you?" Snape took a deep breath and said intermittently, "I put it in the collection room." Lucas rolled his eyes in an extremely ungraceful manner, reached out into the void, and found the water of life in the storage room after a while. After Professor Snape took the potion, his breath gradually stabilized, and Lucas looked at Voldemort again. Voldemort, it's not easy to get you into a trap. Trap? Voldemort looked at Lucas thoughtfully, and after a few seconds his eyes suddenly widened. Is this what you and Dumbledore planned? Lucas smiled and nodded. Of course, if you had never created the Horcruxes, these strategies would probably be useless to you. But as more and more Horcruxes are produced, your character becomes more and more irritable, and even more arrogant. I didn't expect that, after only a few stage scenes, you really thought you were invincible. The mocking smile on Lucas' face made Voldemort very annoyed. Bastard. Oh, Lucas shook his head helplessly. Can you say some new words when you curse, Tommy? Forget it, why am I talking so much nonsense with you? I'd better get rid of you early, so that I can go out and deal with the trash that you brought. Arrogance? Voldemort looked at the Elder Wand in his hand. This invincible wand brought him great self-confidence. Just when he was about to launch a killing curse angrily, he suddenly found that the magic power in his body had turned into a pool of stagnant water. He looked at Lucas. To be precise, he looked at the long sword wrapped in black magic power in his hand. Chapter 346. Noticing Voldemort's gaze, Lucas raised the Gryffindor sword and said proudly, "Let me introduce my ability, which is called anti-magic. As the name suggests, it can break all magic elements. In the past, I could only use it for 10 seconds at most, but not long ago, I found a solution. Speaking of which, I have to thank you very much." His words sounded inexplicable to Voldemort, but he understood that the black flame-like power is the nemesis of magic, so his expression became serious, and his red eyes fixed on the sword in Lucas' hand. Okay, I've finished explaining what needs to be explained. Voldemort, please go on your way. Seeing Lucas raise the long sword in his hand, Voldemort subconsciously took half a step back. When Lucas really raised his sword to kill, the astonished Dark Lord backed back timidly. Without his tyrannical magic power, Voldemort was just an ordinary person who was afraid of death. The blade stopped an inch from Voldemort's forehead, and he suddenly heard laughter. Opening his closed eyes, only then did he realize that he had been tricked. "Lucas Grindelwald," Voldemort said through gritted teeth. "Don't be angry, I just thought it was fun for a while, but now it will be real." Lucas' expression was serious, and the Gryffindor sword in his hand was raised high as a murderous air spread throughout the entire dock. Voldemort's face changed drastically, and he stepped back while pushing Bellatrix, who was beside him, towards the blade. The sharp blade cut through her skin, and bright red blood spilled to the ground. Bellatrix laughed wildly as she held Lucas's arm tightly with both hands, but her eyes were full of sadness. She turned her head and took one last look at the master she was so obsessed with, then she laughed even louder. "Master, run. Get out of the way." The anti-magic power on the blade disappeared, and a golden beam appeared in its place. Bellatrix's laughter stopped abruptly, and the shattering magic directly turned her into dust. But the master whom she adored and admired didn't even look at her. Feeling the magic within his body come alive again, Voldemort immediately disapparated, fleeing from the place terrified. "Ahem, Lucas, you just let him go." Lucas flicked the sword and then stored it. "What else can I do? The soul fragment in Potter's body has not been resolved, so it's useless to kill him now." After he finished speaking, he looked at Snape. The powerful vitality contained in the water of life not only saved Snape's life, but also reduced the wrinkles on his face a lot. Even the strength of his magic power was increased a bit. You getting injured can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Now let's get down to business. Snape stood up from the ground and frowned when he saw Lucas walking towards Harry. Is it really fine to let Voldemort leave like this? If he escapes, everything we've done will be in vain. Don't worry, he will never escape the range of Hogwarts. Hearing his certainty, Snape didn't ask any further questions. There is a kind of magical power in Lucas that lets him easily gain the trust of others. The two came to Harry Potter. Looking at his frown, he seemed to be caught in a nightmare. Lucas let out a sigh of relief. Once that piece of soul is completely separated from Harry, his mission with the Savior will be over. Lucas just had to protect him until Voldemort died, and once the reward for the ultimate achievement is in his hands, the life and death of Harry Potter no longer will have anything to do with him. It seems to be a little bit worse than I expected, Lucas said, rubbing his chin. When he spoke, the lightning scar on Harry's forehead responded. As the scar became more and more red, wisps of black mist gushed out from it. Lucas's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hand to cover the opponent's scar. Soul devouring. Lifting the palm slowly, the purple magic power entered Harry's body along the scar. Not long after, the purple magic power grabbed a piece of soul fragment, emitting black mist from Harry's body. It was the first time Snape saw a soul shard, so his expression was very curious, and he even wanted to study it carefully. The fragment of Voldemort's soul was finally separated, and Harry's frown relaxed. Lucas devoured the soul fragment, clapped his hands and said, "Okay, now only Voldemort himself is left." Leaving Harry in the dock, Lucas stepped outside. Looking at the dark night sky, he said softly, "It's time for us to fight back." With Snape watching, he raised his wand and shot a silver spell into the sky. The spell exploded in the air, and the mark of the saints shone brightly in the night sky. This mark is like an ancient beacon, as people saw a saint's mark rising above Hogsmeade Village. Then at intervals, another mark will appear in the sky. Soon the saint's mark was raised over London. Hughes, who had already been prepared, suddenly pushed open the door in front of him. "Director Yaxley, I'm so sorry, but can you please put down the wand in your hand and hand it over without a fight? The people of England's magical world have been paying attention to this fate-determining war." When some bad news came, those who had confidence in the Order of the Phoenix began to panic. Learning that Hogwarts Castle was about to fall, many even cried bitterly. Some people even packed their bags and planned to go to other countries for refuge. At this moment, the mark of the saints lit up in the sky, and black smoke-like silhouettes all over the sky began to rise from every corner of England, announcing the return of the saints to the wizarding world. Hogwarts. Seeing the marks of the saints blasting in the sky, the expressions of the people present were different. The members of the Order of the Phoenix were visibly relieved. They had persisted for so long, and finally it was the time to fight back. The Weasley twins stood atop a ruined building, looking at the marks in the sky. "Fred, do you still have the strength to keep flying?" "Of course, what about you? Can your ear take it?" George reached for his left ear, but only found a white gauze. "No problem, let's help the boss." The two stepped on their broomsticks and flew into the sky again. Castle interior. The Slytherin students swept away their fatigue when they realized that their chief was coming, knowing that the counterattack was about to begin. The snakes that suddenly became brave slowly drove the Death Eaters out of the castle. "This is our territory," they roared and threw killing curses one after another. In the courtyard, the Death Eaters were full of panic. Lucius Malfoy looked at the companions beside him and nodded subtly. Immediately, everyone dispersed and mixed into the Death Eaters around them. They were ready to inflict serious damage on the Death Eaters. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, seeing the marks of the saints in the sky, Vinda and Abernathy looked at each other, turned into black mist, and flew into the sky. Thousands of saints followed behind the two. Black smoke shapes were flying around the saint's mark all over the sky. The picture that originally brought people fear, at this moment makes people feel very at ease. At this time, Voldemort flew from a distance. He didn't care about his subordinates at all, and flew straight in the direction out of Hogwarts. It seemed that he was planning to escape. His last Horcrux had been destroyed, so knowing he had lost his immortality, he fell into a deep fear. Boom tilde. A barrier appeared on the boundary of Hogwarts at some point, and Voldemort bumped his head against it, feeling dizzy all of a sudden. "Don't waste your energy, you won't be able to escape today." Luca's voice resounded throughout Hogwarts. A void rift opened above the courtyard, and Lucas walked out of it step by step. "Voldemort, you will definitely die today." Seeing Lucas appear, loud cheers resounded through the castle. Voldemort gritted his teeth and looked at the figure in the sky. "Bastard." Before he finished speaking, he raised his wand and the dazzling green light quickly flew into the sky, pointing directly at Lucas Grindelwald. Chapter 347. Hogwarts, which had been noisy for most of the night, finally quieted down. Both the Death Eaters and the Defenders looked to the sky as the dazzling green light flew straight towards the blonde boy. But what was surprising is that Lucas didn't even bother to dodge, and he didn't even use his wand to resist. "Arrogant Grindelwald, you will pay for this." Voldemort's eyes became fierce, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. But his smile didn't last long. Seeing the killing curse passing through the opponent's chest, Voldemort's eyes were filled with confusion, because Lucas has demonstrated yet another magic that he doesn't understand. Laughter came from the sky. Lucas is not a god, let alone have magic to stand in the sky. But he has the elven magic, Void Escape. Although it is only a short 10 seconds, it is still possible to make others think that he can stand in the air. Originally, he just wanted to simply shock the people present. He just didn't expect Voldemort to be so cooperative. This killing curse made Lucas completely a myth among the Death Eaters. Hogwarts has been quiet ever since. Even the Slytherin students were intimidated by the strength of their chief. But looking at their eyes, it seems that they worship him more. "Voldemort, the killing curse won't work on me." As he finished his sentence, Lucas slowly fell to the ground under the gaze of everyone. When his feet hit the ground, the time limit of Void Escape just ended. Then black smoky figures all over the sky fell to the ground one after another. The members of the Saints appeared in unison. The most eye-catching were the three figures at the front of the crowd. Vinda, Rosier, and Abernathy, two veteran quasi-legendary wizards. Even though they are close to 100 years old, the strength of the two should not be underestimated. But neither of them was as attention-grabbing as the young figure beside them. Although the magic pressure emitted by the person is weaker than that of Vinda, it is indeed a genuine quasi-legendary level figure. Isn't that Derek Walls from the Ministry of Magic? Impossible. Wall's magic power is only at the level of a student. When he heard some of the Death Eaters talking about him, Derek turned his head and showed a cold look. It's hard to be stared at by a quasi-legendary wizard, so the so-called Death Eater immediately shut his mouth. Voldemort clenched the wand in his hand, and his gaze stayed on the three of them for a long time. "Even then, so what? I still have more people than you. And what can these three wastes do to me?" Voldemort opened his arms and said these words loudly. But in Lucas's view, these words are more like speaking to the Death Eaters. His eyes flicked to the Death Eaters behind Voldemort, and sure enough, he found that many people's eyes became eager to move. In fact, at this point, the only option for the Death Eaters is to go all out. "Kill!" Voldemort's high-pitched, cold voice sounded, and the Death Eaters roared as they rushed towards the castle. "Hey," Lucas shook his head helplessly, "you guys do it too." Vinda and the others nodded, and greeted the Death Eaters with the Saints behind them. Ministry of Magic. In the huge Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the left-behind Death Eaters lazily gathered to play cards and chat. These lawless guys occupy the most important departments of the Ministry of Magic, making the entire ministry become a mess. But because of their identities, ordinary wizards dare not even complain. Click tilde. Pews walked in through the gate along with Pine, but the Death Eaters in the hall did not even bother to restrain their behavior. They even looked at the two of them with a hint of contempt. For those who joined the Death Eaters very early, Pews and Pine are just latecomers, and they are not qualified to be compared with them. Besides, Thickness is not an important pure-blood family, so these Death Eaters naturally don't need to respect Pews, the Minister of Magic. "You guys are a bunch of trash." Pew's emotional words echoed in the hall, and the Death Eaters froze for a moment. Realizing that he was scolding them, a Death Eater immediately pulled his feet back from the table. "Pew's Thickness, what did you just say? Don't forget that Director Yaxley is in charge here." Pews closed his eyes, showing a helpless expression. "I'm really tired of your dog-like behavior. Let's do it." His tone was very flat, but it just expressed his indifference at this time, because these Death Eaters were not even human beings in his eyes. Several Death Eaters just felt angry and didn't understand the meaning of his words until they saw the green light behind Pew's. A large number of saints poured in from outside the door, and the remaining Death Eaters hastily drew their wands and fought back. But they didn't see a lot of black and thin shadows flying in from the gaps in the wall behind them. These were not members of the saints, they were lethifolds, a type of magical creature. They look like a black veil that is blown in the sky by the wind most of the time. When they want to look for food, they will fall to the ground and fly close to the ground. When a suitable target is found, it will wrap around people's bodies, and then the target will be torn apart little by little. Like the Dementors, the only known way to expel them is to use the Patronus charm. The Death Eaters have Dementors, and the saints of course have a way to control lethifolds. A Death Eater who was fighting back suddenly let out a scream. Under the gaze of his companions, a layer of black veil quickly wrapped him up. Then a chewing sound came from the black cloth, and after a while, only a pile of minced meat and bones were thrown out. "It's lethifolds, get out of the way and inform Director Yaxley." A seasoned Death Eater led the rest away from the ghastly man-eating creature. But they soon found out that there were more and more lethifolds around. They had already surrounded them all, so their faces completely fell into despair. Fortunately, Yaxley came out of the office at this time. "Pews, what are you doing?" Yaxley was in a very bad mood today because he was chosen by Voldemort to stay and guard the Ministry of Magic, instead of following the rest to attack Hogwarts. Anyone with a little common sense knows that the battlefield is the only place to claim credit, especially in such a one-sided crushing war. Such a pity that he is doomed to miss the honor. So when Pews came with people, it undoubtedly gave Yaxley an excuse to vent. But when he saw the situation in the hall with his own eyes, the drunkenness on his face instantly sobered up. "Pews, you." "Director Yaxley, please don't resist, put down your wand and hand it over quickly." Yaxley asked in surprise, "How dare you betray the Dark Lord?" "What betrayal? I was just playing tricks. As early as when Voldemort was just resurrected, we saints had already controlled the Ministry of Magic." "You are a saint." Yaxley's expression turned even more surprised. Seeing the opponent's hand touching the wand vaguely, Pews immediately waved his wand. "Incarcerus." A rope appeared out of nowhere and tied Yaxley up. At this point, the battle in the hall was over. Facing the trained members of the saints, these mobs simply had no power to fight back. "Pews, I am willing to surrender. I can join the saints." "Tusk, tusk, tusk. The leader doesn't need a double-faced guy like you, so please die." Pews ignored the other party's hateful eyes, raised his wand and said the magic words, "Avada Kedavra." At the same time, various levels of fighting were taking place on all the floors of the Ministry of Magic. It's just that there are relatively few Death Eaters in other places compared to the Law Enforcement Department. "Director York, the Death Eaters on all the floors have been cleared." The current director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation was playing with the wand in his hand. He fixed his eyes on the door in front of him and listened carefully to the panicked shouts coming from behind the door. "Then let's go see the senior undersecretary." Boom tilde. The office door was shattered by a spell and Umbridge immediately hid under the office desk. She had heard the screams outside just now clearly, so she had planned to leave the ministry with some valuables but didn't expect the other party's people to come so quickly. "Director York, I don't seem to have offended you before." He nodded. "It's true that you didn't offend me directly, but just seeing your faces offends me, and the leader doesn't like you very much, so he specifically told me to come and take care of you." "Leader." Seeing the puzzled look in Umbridge's eyes, York pointed to the embroidery on the chest of his robe. The saint's mark embroidered with silver thread was quite conspicuous. Seeing the toad's suddenly enlightened expression, he turned and walked out with a chuckle. "Director York, I'm not finished yet, York." Umbridge wanted to beg for mercy, but was blocked by more than a dozen wands. "Avada Kedavra, in." York went straight to the Law Enforcement Division and arrived just in time to see Pews take down Yaxley. "Minister, the left-behind enemy personnel have been taken care of, and we can set off to Hogwarts for support." Thanks for your hard work. After Pewes finished speaking, he raised his wand high, and a silver curse passed through the ceiling of the Ministry of Magic and flew into the night sky of London. The huge saint mark lit up, representing that the Ministry of Magic is back under the control of the saints. Austria, Nurmengard Castle. Facing the mirror, Gellert Grindelwald sighed upon seeing that he was so old. The originally dazzling blonde hair has completely turned gray at this moment. Putting on that familiar black trench coat, Gellert turned his head and said, "Let's go, that brat can't wait anymore." Dumbledore nodded with a smile, and the two stepped out of the tower room. As Gellert stepped out of the castle that he hadn't stepped out of for decades, the saint members guarding the castle came over immediately. Chapter 348. Momentum is such a mysterious thing. Throughout ancient and modern times, momentum has played a key role in many incredible wars. There are many examples of winning with less people, and momentum is the most important key to victory. Just like the Second Wizarding War happening right now. Even if there are saint members joining, there is still a gap in the overall numbers of the two sides. But it is clear that the combat effectiveness of the side that has less people is stronger. The originally exhausted members of the Order of the Phoenix are now as if they have gotten a second wind. Avada Kedavra. Crucio. One by one, deadly spells flew out from the wands of both sides. The fearful Death Eaters faced the fearless defenders, and the outcome was clear at a glance. Soon they were driven out of the courtyard, and Hogwarts Castle was completely emptied. Voldemort was very dissatisfied with this. "Idiots, aren't you fighting two against one?" Grabbing a retreating Death Eater, Voldemort snapped at him. But when he saw the direction the Death Eater was pointing, he immediately understood the reason for the current situation. He saw Vinda, Abernathy, and Derek standing at the forefront of the attacking team. The three of them were like three sharp knives, leading the people behind them to crush the enemies all the way. "Bastard!" Voldemort tossed the Death Eater aside and greeted them with his wand in hand. "You will never defeat the Dark Lord." He let out a loud shout, then crossed his hands, and a black magic power gushed out. Anyone who is injured by this magic power will have their skin fester quickly. Vinda and the other two stood in front of everyone, struggling to block this powerful magic. "See, you can't stop the Dark Lord, and no one else can." Voldemort's eyes became crazier. After casting the magic, he turned his head and shouted, "Giants, trolls, all go forward and attack. As long as you can re-enter Hogwarts, I promise you double the terms." The giants cheered up immediately. "Be careful, the big guys are coming," Abernathy loudly reminded the people behind him. At this moment, the magical creatures from the Forbidden Forest ran out from the side. The huge erumpent didn't care about trolls or giants. As long as its sharp horn pokes them, no matter how thick their skin is, they will be melted by the deadly fluid inside it before exploding. Seeing the amazing animals that come to the opponent's aid, Voldemort's expression turned even worse. Although most of these magical animals pose no threat to giants and trolls, they are deadly to ordinary wizards. And as time went by, Voldemort could feel his magic power being eroded bit by bit. The speed at which this mana was lost is not obvious. If he wasn't at the pinnacle of quasi-legendary, he would hardly notice it. His eyes swept around. Almost everyone was fighting desperately, and didn't notice this abnormality. "Lucas Grindelwald." Voldemort looked fiercely at the blonde boy above the castle. He was sure that it was all Luca's fault, because he had felt this feeling before in Azkaban. Although the magic this time was not as obvious as last time, the effect was the same. Lucas stood above the castle with eyes slightly closed, controlling Void Wither to slowly absorb the magic power of the Death Eaters present. Although he can only absorb a little at a time from each person, the amount of magic power gathered by thousands of people is extremely large. He intended to use the power of everyone to completely push the level of his magic power to the legendary level. "Huh, did you find it?" Lucas opened his eyes slightly, looking at the gnashing Voldemort outside the courtyard. He never expected to be able to hide from him. Besides, what if he finds out? Unless Voldemort was close to him at this moment, the Void Wither magic he was maintaining couldn't be interrupted. Voldemort was planning to do just that right now. It's not that he cares about his subordinates. Instead, he planned to capture the thief first, and he was still very confident in his own strength. He turned into a cloud of black mist and flew straight to the top of the castle. But only halfway through the flight, he was stopped by someone. Derek stood in front of Lucas, firmly protecting him behind him. Voldemort, I can't let you disturb the leader. Although he had just entered the quasi-legendary level, Derek's presence did not lose to Voldemort at all. Ignorant brat, get out of here. Voldemort waved his wand repeatedly, and all the surrounding debris flew towards Derek. Derek raised his wand, and a blue light flew from the tip and quickly formed a round protective shield around him. From this point, it can be seen that Derek still has too little experience against such an enemy. Although he can protect himself from being hit by gravel in this way, he fell right into Voldemort's trap. He saw those gravels hitting the protective cover one after another, quickly wrapping him into a big ball. Voldemort swung his wand again, and the powerful magic controlled the stone ball to fly towards the Black Lake. It looks like he was planning to drown Derek inside. Lucas still stood where he was, with an unmoved expression. Seeing that Lucas did not respond, Vinda and Abernathy did not intervene and continued to fight with the Death Eaters around them. When the stone ball was about to fly over the castle, the sound of apparition suddenly came from around the castle. Then everyone heard some loud shouts in the air, "Bombarda!" The huge stone ball was blown to pieces, and Derek managed to escape from it. Seeing the crowd appearing on the top of the castle, Voldemort's expression was gloomy and terrifying. Pew's thickness, how dare you betray me? You're wrong, Voldemort. Lucas slowly opened his eyes and said, Pew's has been working for me since 7 years ago. A gentle smile appeared on the corner of Pew's mouth, probably recalling the meeting with Lucas 7 years ago. Voldemort, all the Death Eaters you left in the Ministry of Magic have been wiped out, and the Death Eaters in other places have also been suppressed. You have lost. But Voldemort just laughed at him, and his laughter was full of sarcasm. I lost. At this moment, I still have the numerical advantage, so it's uncertain who will win. He had just finished speaking when a sigh came from the top of the castle. Lucas opened his eyes again, looking at the Death Eaters who were still fighting in the field. This is the end. The light words were clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone present. Lucius Malfoy immediately raised his wand above his head and sent red fireworks into the sky. Seeing the signal, nearly a third of the Death Eaters pointed their wands at their previous companions. Avada Kedavra. Hundreds of people used the killing curse at the same time, and the light of the curses turned the entire night sky green. Voldemort watched in amazement as the Death Eaters fell. Then he asked Lucius Malfoy angrily, What are you doing? I just made the right choice, Voldemort. Lucius put away his wand calmly and walked towards the castle with his companions. Standing above the castle, Lucas sneered, Voldemort, your future is doomed to destroy the wizarding world and these pureblood families. No one wants to follow a moody lunatic to plot big things. The Malfoy family and other pureblood families just chose the right path. Seeing the performance of Malfoy and others who turned from the dark to the light, the members of the Order of the Phoenix were really surprised. Among them, the Weasley family was the most surprised. Weasleys and Malfoys have been fighting for decades, so the idea that the Malfoys were bad wizards had long been ingrained in the Weasleys' minds. Seeing hundreds of people following Lucius Malfoy, Arthur Weasley fell into deep thought. Maybe he should get to know the Malfoy family again. Lucas let out a sigh of relief, and the void with her magic hidden underground also disappeared. Feeling the magic running through his body, Lucas knew that his breakthrough was imminent. He glanced over the remaining Death Eaters and said calmly, I've said it before, this war is over. Before the words fell, he appeared in midair. As he opened his arms, the surrounding void was instantly torn apart. Looking at the void cracks in front of him, everyone opened their mouths in surprise. Immediately afterwards, there was a rumbling sound in the crack, as if thousands of troops were running. The first to rush out of the crack were a few Thunderbirds. They left the secret garden and immediately flew to the sky. The dark clouds gathered quickly, and continuous thunder sounded around Hogwarts. Immediately afterwards, the Achemes, Nundus, and even the unicorns rushed out of the crack. After they came out, their goals were clear, that is, the Death Eaters present, as well as giants and trolls. Lucas put his hands down and shouted loudly, "The counterattack has begun, don't let any Death Eater go." Everyone came back to their senses, shouted and ran towards the Death Eaters behind the magical beasts.